The top student with the strongest talent turns out to be a maverick who refuses to change professions, hiding a shocking secret. With just one day left before the 234th National Unified Transition Trial and Entrance Examination, the homeroom teacher of City Number 1 High School stood at the podium announcing the results of the final mock exam. Su Ro, profession level 11, assassin, talent 78. Su Hao, profession level 9, no profession, talent 58. Sun Zhe, profession level 12, archer, talent 90. Among the 53 graduating students, 40 had completed their first transition, with 20 having talents over 60 points and 5 breaking the 80-point threshold. Only Sun Zhe, the archer, scored above 90. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Wow, Sun Zhe's talent reached 90 points, as expected of the top student at number 1 high school, and he chose the pure combat archer profession. In the corner of the last row, Ling Zhan quietly looked at his report card. Profession level 11, no profession, talent 62. This unconventional score prompted the student in front of him, Lei Feng, to turn around and ask, Ling Zhan, have you still not decided on a profession? It's known that once a student reaches profession level 10, they usually choose to transition, as the difference in strength before and after is significant. I'm still considering, Ling Zhan replied calmly. Once everyone left the classroom, he activated the system simulation realm. In this parallel world full of unknowns and dangers, he had been traversing for 3 years. During this time, he had witnessed countless demons escaping Trial's secret realms to massacre cities, including the tragic death of his parents, making him realize that only by continuously getting stronger could he survive. A few months ago, he bound himself to the strongest all-profession system. The system required him to remain without a profession, but completing daily special training granted him incredible attribute boosts. At this moment, he possessed 6 times the mana and 10 times the mana regeneration speed of an ordinary first transition professional. This terrifying endurance was his confidence to challenge various transition professionals with his non-profession status. Every day in the virtual space, Ling Zhan completed thousands of sword and arrow training sessions. Today, just after finishing training, the system released the most tempting task ever, to single-handedly kill 1,000 white-named monsters, 500 blue-named monsters, and 1 purple-named monster in tomorrow's trial. Success would not only yield experience points and attribute rewards, but overachievement could earn a legendary treasure chest. However, failure meant facing an obliteration penalty. Ling Zhan understood that tomorrow's transition trial and entrance examination would determine the fate of all students. Failures would either repeat the year or transfer to regular high schools to study math, physics, and chemistry, reverting from the strong to ordinary people. For over 90 of students, this was an unacceptable outcome. Yet, at this moment, Ling Zhan's eyes burned with passion. With the legendary reward from this task, he might achieve a true transformation. In this trial, while others merely hoped to pass, he aimed to claim the top spot. He just hoped tomorrow's trial wouldn't scare the younger students. In the blink of an eye, the day for the career transition trial and assessment had arrived. In the center of the field stood an ancient stone monument, etched with small characters. Teleportation Circle, Trial Realm Number 17. Next to the monument, a notice board detailed the task requirements. Sewage City Trial, difficulty level A, with objectives including the elimination of 1,000 sewage toxic crabs, 300 elite sewage toxic crabs, and the final boss, to obtain the Beast Crystal. On the podium, leaders from the provincial, city, and school levels delivered speeches in turn. With a loud cannon blast, the 234th Career Transition Trial and Assessment officially commenced. A broadcast announced, "Attention all candidates, the teleportation circle has been activated. Please form your teams quickly and enter in an orderly manner." The stone monument glowed with a hazy white light, signaling that the teleportation circle to the Sewage City checkpoint had been activated. The field erupted into a buzz, with thousands of students exchanging glances and whispering to each other. "Oh my god, it's an 11 difficulty checkpoint. Did you see the pass rates from previous years? This is insane." Ling Zhan's graduating class was not particularly noticeable. Led by their homeroom teacher, they approached the entrance to the teleportation circle. When everyone saw the 11 difficulty rating, at least half of the students in the class turned pale. It's over. I heard this year's assessment was tough, but I didn't expect it to start at a level. They say even the basic sewage toxic crab task is too much for half of the candidates, with a terrifyingly low pass rate. Who set these questions? They're brutal. The homeroom teacher broke into a cold sweat, glaring at the boy who spoke and pulling him aside to reprimand him quietly. "You dare talk about Zhouyama? Do you have a death wish without dragging me along?" Hiss. At the mention of Zhouyama, the previously chattering students fell silent. Their gazes drifted towards the podium and quickly turned away. Faced with an unprecedentedly difficult checkpoint and the notoriously strict Zhouyama, the candidates felt immense pressure. "Su-ro, do you think you can handle it?" someone asked quietly. I don't know," Su-ro replied hesitantly. At this moment, Only a few top students, led by Sun Tze, remained calm. Even so, Sun Tze's brow was slightly furrowed, clearly feeling the pressure. After all, an A-level difficulty was no joke, and even top students couldn't guarantee success. Watching the students complain, the homeroom teacher's heart tightened. As the homeroom teacher of the graduating class, she had already made a solemn promise to the principal before the assessment. Now, all she could do was silently pray. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. On the field, thousands of candidates listened with worried expressions as their respective homeroom teachers gave final motivational speeches. Faced with this hellish challenge, no one dared to take it lightly. Just then, Ling Zhan suddenly stepped out from the group and approached the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher's face turned pale, as if struck by a heavy blow. He stared at Ling Zhan in disbelief, his voice trembling. You're not seriously telling me you plan to tackle the level alone? Alone? The surrounding classmates gasped in shock, their eyes all fixed on Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan didn't respond. He simply accepted the water-avoiding pearl and resolutely headed towards the teleport stone. The other students looked at each other in disbelief. Su Hao, Sun Tze, Lei Feng, and others were filled with confusion and disbelief. Over the years, there have indeed been individuals who chose to solo the levels, but those were invariably geniuses among geniuses. What makes Ling Zhan think he could be so audacious? Nevertheless, Ling Zhan stood before the stone. A dazzling white light enveloped him, and in the next instant, he vanished, entering the level first. This scene stunned everyone present. The entire school erupted, and the news spread like wildfire to other schools. Oh my God, he really went in alone. Look at the information on the bronze gate. Candidate info. Name, Ling Zhan. Team size, 1. Profession, none. No profession. Is this kid out of his mind? The class was in an uproar, with a student exclaiming, Teacher, Ling Zhan really went in. The homeroom teacher turned his head stiffly, his neck cracking from tension. Upon confirming Ling Zhan's disappearance, his face turned deathly pale. My teaching qualification rating, my performance. The teacher's vision darkened, and he swayed before collapsing. Teacher. Oh no, the homeroom teacher fainted. The entire graduating class descended into chaos. Meanwhile, on the podium, Director Zhou of the Education Bureau, known as Zhou Yama, for his formidable reputation as an examiner, nodded approvingly. Not bad. A student has entered the level. It seems there are promising candidates this year. The surrounding principals and teachers quickly agreed, eager not to offend the influential Zhou Yama. However, when their eyes fell on the large screen, their expressions froze. Zhou Yama's face turned ominously dark. Nonsense. Which school and which class is this student from? There was a tense silence on the podium until a principal, bracing himself, replied. It should be a student from the graduating class at number 1 high school. The homeroom teacher's last name is Qi. The principal and dean of number 1 high school turned pale green upon hearing this. They had been smugly watching the chaos, only to realize they were the ones in the spotlight. While everyone was in shock, at the entrance to the sewage city secret realm, a flash of white light appeared, and Ling Zhan's figure emerged on the hard stone floor. A cold and decaying aura hit him, silently warning of the world's dangers. In the vast water city, humans seemed as small as microorganisms. Ling Zhan stepped alone into the outskirts of the sewage city, the cold water reaching over his ankles. To onlookers, his actions seemed nothing short of suicidal. Although Ling Zhan was an unclassified freelancer, he possessed basic skills from all professions. However, these skills were worlds apart from true professional abilities. On the screen outside, Ling Zhan, as the first participant to enter the checkpoint, drew countless eyes. Zhou Yanwang watched the screen with an impassive expression, but upon seeing Ling Zhan's freelancer status, his face turned icy. The surrounding leaders, especially the principal and director from First High School, were silent with fear, wishing they could rush into the trial and strangle this student. A freelancer clearing the checkpoint solo and being the first to enter was a slap in the face to Zhou Yanwang. The leaders of First High School silently cursed, worried that Ling Zhan's actions might implicate the entire school. Everyone knew that when Zhou Yanwang was angry, he recognized no kin. In the last trial, a vice principal was dismissed along with several directors and teachers just for complaining privately. In the field of education, Zhou Yanwang was the ultimate authority. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from underwater, and several shiny black sewage toxic crabs, each the size of a plate, emerged. Their claws glinted like knives as they launched an attack. Female students in the audience screamed, with some covering their eyes, unable to bear the impending gruesome scene. However, Ling Zhan's response left everyone astonished. He swiftly drew a knight's long sword from his back and moved like a phantom. The blade emitted a faint black glow as Ling Zhan shouted, Swordsman basic skill, sword chi frenzy. The sword moved like a whirlwind, and with a soft puff, a sewage toxic crab was instantly sliced in half. Green blood splattered across the river's surface, hissing as it corroded. Is that a basic swordsman skill? He actually killed a regular sewage toxic crab with a basic skill? How is this possible? Thousands of teachers and students were dumbfounded, buzzing with discussion. Outside, Ling Zhan's homeroom teacher and classmates were also stunned. Who would have thought that the usually unassuming Ling Zhan was so formidable? The top student, Sun Zhe, was silent, clearly shocked by Ling Zhan's performance. Another classmate muttered, really underestimated him. It wasn't just them. Ling Zhan's instant kill sword stunned everyone who had previously mocked him. Conversations erupted, but soon, the candidates quickly entered the trial realm, racing against time. After all, this was crucial for their future admission into prestigious combat academies. On the podium, Zhou Yanwang's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly returned to normal. His gaze turned cold, and the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's attention was once again focused on the big screen. At this moment, Ling Zhan had already slain several toxic sewage crabs, each with a single fatal blow. It was indeed surprising for a freelancer to achieve this. Zhou Yanwang watched the screen for a while before dismissively looking away. A bit of cleverness, but a freelancer is still a freelancer, he remarked coldly. As the examiner for this year's trial and a veteran of past assessments, Zhou Yanwang had witnessed countless impressive performances, as well as many mediocre candidates. While others were still in awe of Ling Zhan's formidable sword strike, Zhou Yanwang was unimpressed. Just for show, Zhou Yanwang asserted. With such high explosive output, his mana can only sustain 3 strikes at most. Just a bit of cleverness. His words sent a shiver through the previously excited teachers and students, drawing their attention back to the screen. Sitting not far from Zhou Yanwang, the principal and director of Yizhong School felt uncomfortable hearing this, but had to admit that Zhou Yanwang had a point. However, someone always has to stir the pot. Huh? Principal Li, why the skeptical look? Someone teased. Could it be? You think the chief examiner is wrong? Or do you believe that this student from your school is a genius? Hearing this, Principal Li nearly jumped out of his seat. Nonsense. I didn't say that. Don't talk rubbish, he retorted, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and thinking. Damn it, can you just say things like that? What if Zhou Yanwang really believed it? Would I still be the principal? Fortunately, Zhou Yanwang seemed unfazed by such teasing, his expression unchanged. Principal Li breathed a sigh of relief and shot a fierce glare at the other school leaders, making sarcastic remarks. Nonetheless, Zhou Yanwang's sharp insight in pinpointing Ling Zhan's weakness was undeniable. It's no wonder he earned the nickname Yanwang. But then again, it's to be expected, considering freelancers are generally at the bottom of the food chain. The accumulated experience and lessons from past career transition trials are not easily broken. However, Ling Zhan's performance left everyone amazed. Discussions erupted, with someone questioning, how many times do you think Ling Zhan can use his skills? 3 times, or maybe 5. Another person scoffed, I bet 3 times at most. How much mana can a freelancer have? He might run out after 2 uses. Clearly, he's just trying to show off. Despite the skepticism, Ling Zhan became the center of attention. All eyes were once again fixed on the scene unfolding. In the scene, several contaminated water scorpions had already been slain by Ling Zhan's sword. But the danger wasn't over yet. Emerging from the underground river were 3 gigantic contaminated water scorpions, each 3 times the size of the average ones. Their scorpion tails stood menacingly like heavenly blades, and their crimson eyes glinted with malice. Green slime dripped continuously from their long fangs. What kind of monster is this? Someone exclaimed. The previous scorpions were only the size of a plate, but these are as large as millstones. Blue-named contaminated water scorpions, another recognized, level 12 elite scorpions. Regular ones are only level 10, and level 12 rarely appear on the outskirts. Now 3 have appeared at once. How can they be defeated? People shook their heads. It's over. He used at least 3 or 4 skills on the regular scorpions. His mana must be depleted. No way a freelancer can handle this level. The river was cold and deep, and the sudden appearance of the elite scorpions startled Ling Zhan. Strangely, he quickly regained his composure and showed no sign of panic. He raised his knight's long sword again, ready to fight. Outside, the teachers and students were stunned. He hasn't given up? He's still fighting. Ling Zhan swung his sword, and a flurry of sword energy followed. Slash, he commanded, as the familiar move struck the back of one elite scorpion, causing sparks to fly. Although it didn't break through the defense, Ling Zhan wasn't discouraged. Sword energy flurry. Another swing followed closely. No way again, the audience exclaimed. He still has mana? Thousands were dumbfounded, as Ling Zhan's display completely overturned their understanding of the freelancer class. This battle seemed far from over. On the stage, Chairman Zhou Yanwang suddenly sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the screen. The principals and directors from various schools also furrowed their brows, watching the screen intently. A question loomed in their minds. How does this kid still have mana? Ling Zhan had already unleashed the sword Chi Frenzy 3 times in a row, a skill known for its massive mana consumption. Everyone expected that he could only manage 3 or 4 times before he would be exhausted. However, to their astonishment, Ling Zhan's mana bar seemed far from empty. As the crowd watched in shock, the scene on the screen continued to unfold. Facing 3 elite sewage toxic crabs, Ling Zhan unhesitatingly released the sword Chi Frenzy for the 5th time. The knight's sword crashed heavily onto the elite crab's impenetrable shells, sparking a dazzling array of flames, yet still failing to break through their defenses. Undeterred, Ling Zhan launched a 6th sword Chi Frenzy. Yet, the results were still disappointing. Despite the formidable attack power of the swordsman class skills, against the elite sewage toxic crab's fortress-like defenses, even 10 more attempts might not make a dent. At this moment, Chairman Zhou Yanwang spoke coldly, with the other principals and directors nodding in agreement. They all understood that elite sewage toxic crabs were fundamentally different from ordinary toxic crabs. These elite monsters were not only larger, but their defense and health points far exceeded those of regular monsters. The sword Chi Frenzy alone was simply incapable of breaking their defenses. Zhou Yanwang had reached a conclusion. Even if this candidate named Ling Zhan had infinite mana, he was ultimately just an unclassed individual and would likely be stopped here. The other principals and directors had no objections. Meanwhile, the students watching the battle were buzzing with discussion, most wearing expressions of ridicule and contempt. Hardly anyone believed in Ling Zhan. Someone mocked. Seems like no matter how many times he uses sword Chi Frenzy, he can't defeat those elite sewage toxic crabs. Ling Zhan is doomed here. No one can save him. This is a trial stage, not child's play. Showing off. Daring to enter the trial as an unclassed individual. Does he think he won't die? However, just when everyone thought Ling Zhan was about to be defeated, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the trial. Ling Zhan thought to himself, it seems like sword Chi Frenzy can't break through the elite sewage toxic crab's defenses. I need a different skill. Just as he completed his 6th sword Chi Frenzy, the 3 elite sewage toxic crabs seized the opening in his defense, lunging at him with lightning speed. Their tail stingers, dripping with purple poison, carved a deadly arc in the air, aiming straight for Ling Zhan's vital spots. The students watching outside held their breath, hearts pounding. Yet, in the face of such a critical situation, Ling Zhan's mind was surprisingly calm. He swiftly pulled out a staff and without hesitation, activated a new skill. Thunder Flash. In an instant, blue arcs of electricity danced across Ling Zhan's body, significantly boosting his speed. With a light step, he moved like actual lightning, vanishing from his spot and effortlessly dodging the elite sewage toxic crab's lethal strike. The next moment, Ling Zhan reappeared not far away, his expression as calm as ever, as if the crisis had been nothing but an illusion. The mage's basic skill, Thunder Flash, is an auxiliary skill that can imbue blue arcs onto allies or oneself, greatly enhancing speed. Ling Zhan's move not only defused the crisis, but also left all the spectators stunned. This seemingly unclassed individual had mastered a mage's skill. Isn't this the beginner mage skill, Thunder Flash? Ling Zhan's speed boost with Thunder Flash far surpasses that of ordinary people, making one's heart race. The deadly poison needle barely grazed his skin, missing him by just 3 centimeters. What's even more puzzling is how he still has enough mana to cast this skill. Outside, countless students stared at the screen, disbelief written all over their faces. This jobless freelancer had unleashed sword Chi Chaos 6 times in a row, plus 1 Thunder Flash. His seemingly endless mana was baffling. More astonishing was that his Thunder Flash's speed boost was absurdly high, far exceeding those of the students who had chosen the mage profession. However, what happened next left everyone utterly speechless. In the challenge, Ling Zhan perfectly dodged the attack from the elite sewage poison crabs without pausing for a moment. He immediately began chanting a new spell, Water Prison. In an instant, the river water beneath the 3 elite sewage poison crabs transformed into massive water spheres, swiftly wrapping around their limbs and trapping them securely. The sound of their hissing struggles echoed, but these elite monsters were now encased in enormous water bubbles, temporarily losing their ability to move. Ling Zhan didn't relent, promptly chanting Earth Fissure. The ground began to tremble violently, rocks and earth flying, rivers churning. A massive chasm, over 10 meters in diameter, spread wildly from his feet, as if it intended to tear the entire battlefield apart. Boom! The 3 trapped elite sewage poison crabs fell precisely into the chasm, as though plunging into a bottomless abyss. Ling Zhan's chanting speed had reached its limit. With a low shout of explode, the chasm slammed shut and then burst open again. The terrifying force of earth and stone surged forth, relentlessly battering the exoskeletons of the 3 elite sewage poison crabs. The chasm squeezed, and boulders pounded, creating a breathtaking scene. Yet, surprisingly, the 3 elite sewage poison crabs tenaciously survived, their exoskeletons unbroken. The students watching were in awe. Ling Zhan's combat experience is incredible. Yeah, his use of Water Prison and Earth Fissure is more refined than mine, and I'm a mage. Is the defense of the elite sewage poison crabs really that high? Well, they are the elite monsters of this stage. If they were easy to break through, would they still be considered elite? The exact amount of Ling Zhan's mana was a topic of heated discussion among the spectators. They watched in astonishment as Ling Zhan's seamless combat skills and seemingly limitless mana bar made him appear like an extraordinary phenomenon. How have we never heard of such a master before? Someone murmured. Is he just too low-key? Or is the principal of number 1 high school deliberately keeping him under wraps? Regardless, Ling Zhan's performance had already made him an unmissable standout at number 1 high school. On the podium, the expressions of the principals and directors were serious. The 3 elite sewage poison crabs remained unscathed, causing them to question whether this trial for the graduation assessment was too challenging. If such high-defense creatures were encountered at the outskirts, what would they face deeper in? Despite their concerns, no one dared voice them in front of Principal Zhou. His expression had become indifferent, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The purpose of this stage is to test the students' teamwork, Principal Zhou stated coldly. The high defense of the sewage poison crab elites clearly indicates that this stage cannot be completed solo. Moreover, the water in Water City isn't just ordinary underground river water. Throughout the Water City area, any presence of water imposes continuous debuffs of slowness and weakness. Principal Zhou's tone grew more severe. This student is not only arrogant and overconfident, but also entered the competition as a lone participant. Worse still, he didn't even bother finding teammates. This shows a complete disregard for the assessment. Hearing this stern criticism, the principals and directors involuntarily shrank back. The principal and dean of number 1 high school looked especially worried, almost on the verge of tears. After all, Ling Zhan was their student, and his performance directly impacted the school's reputation. King Zhou's stern expression softened slightly, as he had to admit that this student's combat skills and experience were indeed commendable. Ling Zhan's proficiency in using Thunder Flash, Water Prison, and Earth Split had surpassed that of many mage students. What was even more surprising was his ability to cleverly turn the negative effects of Water City into an advantage for himself, showcasing an impressive adaptability under pressure. Turning to the exam proctor, King Zhou solemnly ordered, "Prepare to rescue." Although the vocational trial assessments typically do not allow proctors to intervene, even in life-threatening situations, without King Zhou's special permission, he made an exception this time. Firstly, it was a special case. Secondly, it was inappropriate for casualties to occur at the start of the assessment. And thirdly, King Zhou had developed a keen interest in Ling Zhan's talents. He sternly reprimanded the principal of First High. This must never happen again. Ling Zhan's homeroom teacher should also receive a serious warning. The principal of First High could only nod silently and accept the criticism, while Ling Zhan's homeroom teacher was on the verge of a breakdown, worried not only about performance evaluations but also facing the risk of unemployment. Meanwhile, the leaders of other schools secretly rejoiced, taking some pleasure in seeing their competitor in trouble. At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted from inside the exam hall. All eyes were instantly drawn to the light screen of the trial stage. Ling Zhan raised his staff once more and uttered 2 words in a low voice. Freeze spell. Scorching flames. The temperature in the trial area plummeted, only to be engulfed by flames shortly after. Though these 2 basic mage skills were formidable, everyone present knew that against the formidable defense of the sewage toxic crab elites, such attacks were unlikely to be effective. Sure enough, the 3 sewage toxic crab elites easily broke free from their ice confinement after just 3 seconds. King Zhou shook his head and sighed. It's just a futile struggle. These basic spells are incapable of penetrating the defense of the sewage toxic crab elites. Nevertheless, Ling Zhan's performance continued to spark discussions among the observers. Some marveled at his seemingly endless reservoir of magical energy, while others were curious about the innate skills he possessed. This seemingly ordinary candidate was challenging everyone's perceptions with his actions. Ling Zhan faced the oncoming elite sewage poison crabs with a meaningful smile on his lips. He drew his knight's long sword once more, his figure darting like a phantom to the enemy's side, delivering a fierce slash. The surrounding spectators gasped in shock. Is he out of his mind? Someone whispered. He's used sword chi dance so many times before, and it was useless. Indeed, while it might work against ordinary poison crab monsters, it was ineffective against the elite sewage poison crabs. Everyone grew worried. Could it be that the first candidate to take on the vocational trial and advancement assessment would end up with death as his result? Outside, countless students slowly shook their heads, unwilling to watch the horrific scene of Ling Zhan being torn apart and devoured by the elite sewage poison crabs. Even the officials on the podium sighed and shook their heads, clearly disappointed in this student. However, the next moment, instead of Ling Zhan's scream, a crisp crack echoed from the screen. Students who had looked away suddenly raised their heads, their eyes returning to the screen. The scene before them left everyone dumbfounded. Even the usually stern Zhou Yanwang displayed an astonishing expression. On the screen, those 3 high-defense elite sewage poison crabs were completely pierced by Ling Zhan's knight's longsword. The entire audience was in uproar. What? What is going on? Someone asked in bewilderment. That can't be right. The sword chi dance couldn't penetrate the elite sewage poison crab's defenses before, so how did it suddenly succeed? Here's a joke. An unclassed loner takes on elite sewage poison crabs, unbeatable Union 3, someone half-joked. This loner is even more impressive than those of us who chose professions. How in the world did he do it? More questions erupted among the crowd. The student body erupted into a fervent discussion. Shock, confusion, suspicion, disbelief, all these expressions filled their faces. On the podium, the principals and directors were equally bewildered, clearly astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Among everyone, only Lord Zhou regained his composure swiftly after the initial shock. He furrowed his brows in deep thought, then gradually relaxed. When he looked at the figure on the screen again, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Director Zhou, did you notice something? One of the principals asked eagerly. The others also turned their attention to Lord Zhou, anticipating his insights. Lord Zhou nodded calmly and said, "This young man's combat experience is incredibly rich." He knew that basic skills wouldn't penetrate the defenses of the elite sewage poison crab, so he cleverly applied his knowledge of physics. First, he used the water prison technique to restrict its movement, then followed up with a double assault on its shell using freezing and scorching fire techniques. He paused and glanced around. Everyone, what happens when a high-temperature substance suddenly encounters a low temperature? The principals and directors suddenly understood, replying in unison, "It shatters." Lord Zhou nodded approvingly. Exactly. This student not only has outstanding combat experience, but also surpasses even top scholars. He successfully broke through the seemingly impenetrable defense of the elite sewage poison crab, which is truly impressive. Praises echoed around as principals agreed, eager to align with Lord Zhou's high evaluation. Indeed, it was undeniable that the young man's performance in this battle was exemplary. Any other student facing 3 elite sewage poison crabs alone would struggle to remain as composed as Ling Zhan. However, Lord Zhou suddenly shifted his tone, sighing. It's a pity he chose to participate in the vocational trial graduation assessment as an unclassed wanderer. If he had chosen to become a mage, he would undoubtedly have been the strategist of any team. Unfortunately, as an unclassed wanderer, it's unlikely he will make it to the end of this trial. His words left everyone in contemplation, feeling a sense of regret for this promising young talent who might not fully realize his potential. Upon hearing Lord Zhou's words, the surrounding principals fell silent. They understood all too well that, despite Ling Zhan's impressive performance as an unclassified rogue, he would struggle to pass the sewage city checkpoint. This checkpoint required the slaying of 1,000 sewage poison crabs to pass, and achieving an excellent score demanded defeating elite monsters. The 3 large sewage poison crabs that appeared earlier were barely considered quasielites, far less challenging than true elite monsters. Not to mention, to claim the top spot, one would have to slay the supreme poison crab king that ruled Sewage City. These tasks were evidently not something one person could accomplish. The trial proctor communicated through a sound transmission, asking if Ling Zhan should be transported out of the checkpoint, but Lord Zhou waved his hand, saying, "Let's see how far he can go." Although he had originally had no expectations for this unclassified rogue, Ling Zhan's outstanding battle performance had impressed him. If Ling Zhan's battle were to be graded, it would undoubtedly be a perfect score. This piqued Lord Zhou's curiosity about how far such an unusual individual could go in the trial. The students who watched Ling Zhan's spectacular battle also began entering the trial. After sending off the last student, Ling Zhan's homeroom teacher, Mr. Qi, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having been singled out for criticism by Lord Zhou, he had almost jeopardized his career, and unbeknownst to him, he was already drenched in cold sweat. Despite this, as Ling Zhan's homeroom teacher, he felt a sense of pride in his student's performance. Mr. Qi had always known that Ling Zhan was hiding his true strength. In previous mock trials held by the school, Ling Zhan's performance had always been mediocre. This stunning performance must be what people mean by silent before the storm. Unfortunately, Mr. Qi knew that everyone present likely believed Ling Zhan's growth potential had already reached its peak. As a rogue, he had hit the ceiling and would find it difficult to progress further. At this moment, most people's attention had shifted away from Ling Zhan. Only some lower-grade students, captivated by Ling Zhan's impressive display, continued to watch him intently. These young students did not yet grasp the limitations of the rogue class as deeply as the teachers and principals present, so their blind admiration was somewhat understandable. In the outskirts of the city, Ling Zhan showed no signs of fatigue. With the power of lightning flash, he moved like a streak of lightning, rushing towards the inner areas of Sewage City. Along the way, he avoided engaging with the sporadically distributed poison crabs. Ling Zhan knew that to kill 1,000 sewage poison crabs, he first had to find a cluster of them. Otherwise, hunting them one by one would take an eternity. Ling Zhan secretly calculated in his mind that if the top student team managed to break through and win the championship first, it would truly be a case of the early bird catching the worm, and he would be left in the dust. As part of the system's task, he had to not only complete it, but excel. aiming to secure the first place in this nationwide career transition trial and entrance examination. Hard work pays off. Ling Zhan deliberately searched and finally discovered an astonishing target on the edge of the inner area: 200 sewage poison crabs in an underground water prison. At the entrance of the water prison, the system automatically displayed the monster data. Monster, sewage poison crab. Health, 300,300. Defense, 100. Attack power, 73. Quality, white. Status, irritable, hungry. Ling Zhan cautiously stepped into the water prison, immediately feeling the intensified negative impact of the underground river water. Above each sewage poison crab, a health bar and detailed description appeared. He quickly analyzed this data. Health, defense, and attack power were easy to understand, but the quality aspect was quite intricate. Monsters in the trial are usually categorized into 5 quality levels, from lowest to highest: white, blue, purple, red, and gold. White represents the most ordinary monsters, and the sewage poison crabs in front of him were exactly white-named monsters. Blue indicates quasi-elite monsters, like the large poison crab Ling Zhan had previously slain. Purple is for elite monsters, red is for quasi-boss level, and gold signifies the trial's final boss. It's worth noting that red-named monsters sometimes compete with the trial boss. Ling Zhan surveyed the surroundings. The densely packed sewage poison crabs filled every corner of the water prison, creating a scene that was truly terrifying. An observer couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Wow, this scene is a nightmare for anyone with a fear of crowds." Is Ling Zhan really planning to challenge this massive army of poison crabs? Have even 3 elite sewage poison crabs failed to satisfy his appetite? It seems an intense and thrilling group battle is about to unfold. The observer felt both eager and apprehensive, hoping to learn valuable combat experience from Ling Zhan. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the students held their breath, watching intently as Ling Zhan, after a long and arduous journey, finally stopped and fixed his gaze on the densely packed swarm of poisonous crabs in the water prison. This scene instantly ignited the audience's enthusiasm, with cheers erupting all around. The water prison was vast, providing ample space for challengers to dodge and maneuver. However, facing 200 toxic crabs, even a team of 5 would need to strategize carefully, always ready to engage and retreat. This challenge was far more difficult than the previous encounter with 3 elite toxic crabs, and everyone was speculating on how Ling Zhan would handle it. Ling Zhan's actions revealed his urgent desire to complete the career transition trial and the entrance examination. However, everyone knew that haste makes waste. Taking down the crabs one by one, although time-consuming, would ensure passing. Yet, choosing to confront the entire swarm head-on seemed like a path to self-destruction. On the podium, most principals had shifted their attention to other candidates. Still, a few remained focused on Ling Zhan's every move. Admittedly, Ling Zhan's previous battle against the 3 crabs was flawless. However, the difficulty of facing a swarm of 200 crabs was worlds apart from battling 3 named crabs. If Ling Zhan dared to act recklessly, failure seemed inevitable. Zhou Yanwang stared intently at the light screen. Previously critical of Ling Zhan, he now fell silent. He wondered why this young man, who was clearly not foolish, would undertake such a reckless act. Could it be that he truly had the strength to defeat the swarm of 200 toxic crabs? At this moment, Ling Zhan was oblivious to the external evaluations of him. Even if he knew, his indifferent nature would not let it affect his determination to fight. He carefully observed the surrounding terrain, missing no detail. He mentally marked corners for brief cover, spots suitable for casting spells, and even considered the possible attack routes of the crabs. After making thorough preparations, Ling Zhan's lips curled into a slight smile. He whispered to himself, "It's time to make a move." His eyes shone with confidence, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. In the vast, valley-like water prison, 200 toxic sewage crabs wandered aimlessly. Ling Zhan's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he carefully observed these creatures. He quickly realized that this was no ordinary group of enemies. About a third of them were blue-named, quasi-elite monsters with formidable strength. Ling Zhan swiftly scanned the information panel of each creature. Normal toxic sewage crab, health 300,300, defense 100, attack 73, white grade, easily enraged and hungry. Blue toxic sewage crab defense variant, health 400,400, defense 150, attack 110, also easily enraged and hungry. Blue toxic sewage crab resistance variant, health 200,200, defense 100, attack 70, with basic purification and serrated bite traits. What concerned Ling Zhan even more was the apparent coordination among these creatures. He thought to himself, this isn't just a matter of numbers, it's a qualitative transformation of their overall power. Cautiously, Ling Zhan activated his levitation spell, a white glow appearing beneath his feet as he slowly descended into the water prison. As soon as he entered, the toxic sewage crabs sensed his presence. Hiss, a normal toxic crab was the first to attack. Ling Zhan reacted swiftly, his sword flashing as blood spattered. The crab was killed instantly. Outside the trial stage, the eyes of the first and second-year students were bright with admiration for Ling Zhan's prowess. Another instant kill. So cool. Yet, they were also aware of the swarms of crabs still in the water prison, feeling a pang of worry for Ling Zhan. On the podium, the principals and directors focused intently on the screen. Zhou Yanwang remained silent, and the trial proctors were ready to intervene if necessary. As everyone watched with bated breath, Ling Zhan slowly raised his basic staff. Blazing Inferno. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted in the water prison, the dazzling flame engulfing the entire space. Gasps echoed from the audience. Oh my god, why is Senior Ling Zhan using a group spell attack? Now all the creatures are alerted. Indeed, the toxic sewage crabs went into a frenzy. But the power of the blazing inferno was beyond expectation. The poison needle attacks of the normal crabs were abruptly interrupted, and the defense and healing variants struggled painfully under the searing heat, emitting confused hisses. However, the resistance variants remained unscathed. Their entire bodies glowed green, emitting an eerie light as they swiftly activated their basic purification, wiping away the negative effects of the blazing inferno. The battle had only just begun, and Ling Zhan was facing a challenging trial. The effect of the blazing fire dissipated, leaving the mutated sewage poison crabs unscathed. They were just about to pounce on the enticing human flesh when they suddenly realized their target had vanished. Scanning the surroundings, they finally spotted the hated human not far away. However, what shocked them even more were the 15 ordinary sewage poison crabs lying dead beside him. In the brief moment they were scorched by the flames, the human had silently completed the slaughter. The mutated sewage poison crabs let out angry hisses and charged towards Ling Zhan with bared claws. Meanwhile, the effect of the blazing fire completely vanished, and the ordinary sewage poison crabs, healer sewage poison crabs, and defensive sewage poison crabs joined the attack. In an instant, a more ferocious wave of sewage poison crabs surged forward. These creatures, towering over ordinary humans, made the entire water prison tremble slightly as they ran. Yet their attack once again missed its mark. The seemingly insignificant human softly uttered, "Shadow stealth." As soon as the words were spoken, Ling Zhan's figure seamlessly melded into the night, like a seasoned rogue, his presence completely concealed. The monster's keen senses and smell, which they prided themselves on, became utterly useless. The delicious flesh that had been within reach vanished into thin air, leaving the sewage poison crabs momentarily bewildered. While they were confusedly searching around, a low voice rang out again. Blazing Inferno. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted, illuminating the entire water prison. The sewage poison crabs once again experienced the agony of being engulfed in flames, with only a few mutated sewage poison crabs surviving thanks to their basic purification skills. Amidst the flames, Ling Zhan's figure appeared intermittently, accompanied by the soft chant of Sword Chi Frenzy, as flickering lights danced around. When the burning effect faded, another dozen or so ordinary sewage poison crabs and healer sewage poison crabs lay in pools of blood. Although the healer sewage poison crabs had the ability to heal their companions, their defense was even weaker than that of the ordinary sewage poison crabs, leaving them defenseless against Ling Zhan's sword. Ling Zhan's figure flickered like a ghost in the water dungeon, each strike claiming the lives of several toxic water crabs. As the brief blaze died down, the view cleared again, revealing the stubborn crabs still relentlessly charging at him. Shadow stealth, Ling Zhan muttered, activating the assassin's basic skill instantly. In a flash, he vanished from the crab's sight. Despite their acute sense of smell and perception, these creatures couldn't detect the elusive human. Just as the toxic crabs were about to lower their guard, a searing flame suddenly erupted among them. Wildfire. Ling Zhan's voice echoed with the roar of the fire. In an instant, the entire water dungeon was bathed in light, as if it were daylight. Outside the dungeon, countless spectators stared in disbelief at the scene displayed on the screen. Someone exclaimed, "Is it possible to use wildfire like that? Aren't shadow stealth and blade dance both basic skills? With short stealth duration and low attack power, how can they be so effective in his hands?" Another voice questioned, full of doubt. "The key is this senior's combat skills," someone analyzed. "Look at his blade dance. He can take out more than 3 toxic water crabs in one go. The efficiency of his skill usage is terrifyingly high." Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted the discussion. "Wait, why are you all only focusing on his skill execution and combat techniques? Why not consider this guy's mana?" This comment was like a bucket of cold water thrown over everyone. "Right," someone realized. "Damn, this guy can continuously unleash so many skills without running out of mana. How?" Even more astonishing was Ling Zhan's use of wildfire, a typically offensive skill, as a support skill. Not only did it burn enemies, but the blinding flames also temporarily obstructed the monster's vision. Such combat talent was truly extraordinary. The younger students were in disbelief. This completely overturned their understanding of unclassed wanderers. Yet, questions persisted. Even with exceptional talent, how could someone continuously unleash skills without pause? As time passed, the spectators noticed that the burning effect of wildfire was becoming shorter. Besides the skill's cooldown, the flammable materials in the water dungeon were also diminishing. What about his mana? Someone murmured. When will it finally run out? This question lingered like a mystery in the minds of all the spectators, who watched with both anticipation and anxiety as the figure on the screen continued to perform miracles. A cold voice suddenly blared from the stadium's loudspeakers, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. Announcement: Candidate Ouyang Mi, number 5423, was killed by a monster during the trial. Announcement: 3 members of Team Rainbow were killed by a monster, resulting in a total wipeout. This unexpected news hit everyone like a sledgehammer, leaving them stunned. A candidate dead? And so quickly? The screens associated with these candidates went dark, silently signaling their fate. Although deaths have occurred in the vocational transition trials over the years, such swift occurrences seemed unreal and almost brutal. Zhou Yanwang stood expressionless on the podium, holding the candidate's data as he began to read the details. Candidate Ouyang Mi, number 5423, encountered the toxic sewage crab monster during the trial and was killed. Trial completion rate: 0, eliminated. The result shocked everyone present. A completion rate of 0 meant that Ouyang Mi had faced a fatal attack as soon as he entered the trial, without even a chance to react. A gasp rippled through the crowd, as the harsh reality of the level difficulty trial became a sobering lesson for all. Zhou Yanwang continued. Team Rainbow's 3 members were wiped out, with a task completion rate of 17. He paused, adding, according to the rules, a task completion rate of 30 is required for scoring. While the score might be at the bottom, at least it counts as completing the trial. Finally, Zhou Yanwang concluded the tragic announcement with a stark reminder. The vocational transition trial is never a game. Failure can be fatal. This statement was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone. The principal and teachers wore solemn expressions, and the freshmen and sophomores felt a chill run down their spines. The severity of the trial was far beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, Ling Zhan's combat footage continued to play on the screens. He skillfully employed various basic skills, showcasing a stunningly flawless performance. The principal and deans couldn't help but feel a sense of regret, lamenting that such a talented student was an unclassified freelancer, which seemed like a waste of talent. Ling Zhan's performance starkly contrasted with the recently eliminated candidates, further highlighting his excellence. Freshmen and sophomores admired Ling Zhan's combat skills and calm demeanor, with some even recording the impressive footage on their phones, afraid to miss any detail. The teaching staff had to acknowledge Ling Zhan's prowess. They were used to seeing students make various mistakes in practical classes, with issues in skill application, combat techniques, and accuracy. However, Ling Zhan's performance had no obvious flaws, prompting them to ponder. How did Ling Zhan achieve such perfection? Ling Zhan's performance was like a flowing river, with skill, execution, coordination, and exaggerated body movements that were nothing short of breathtaking. How could an ordinary student achieve this? What shocked the teachers even more was Ling Zhan's incredibly vast mana reserve. In the water prison, the corners were filled with the stench of sewage and the blood of toxic crabs, with hundreds of carcasses lying silently on the ground. In less than an hour, Ling Zhan had reduced the number of sewage toxic crabs from 200 to just 20. There are only 20 defensive variant sewage toxic crabs left, a student exclaimed. Everyone held their breath, eager to see how Ling Zhan would tackle these more defensively robust variants. Many noticed that the burning effect of the mage's skill scorching flames had already worn off, leaving the barren water prison with several stones cracked from the heat. Suddenly, Ling Zhan's movements caught everyone's attention. He had equipped a shield and a heavy sword standard warrior gear. Watch closely. Ling Zhan Sr. is going to show us how to break through the monster's thick defenses, someone said excitedly. All spectators, including Zhou Yanwang, were glued to the live broadcast on the light screen. In the trial arena, Ling Zhan held a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, facing the remaining 20 defensive variant sewage toxic crabs. These creatures emitted deadly screeches. Their high defense had been their key to survival. Their rudimentary intelligence seemed to recognize that this human might not have a way to deal with them, causing them to screech even more excitedly. The 20 sewage toxic crabs lunged at Ling Zhan simultaneously. Despite his slower speed due to the heavy armor, Ling Zhan remained calm. He pulled 20 round beads from his large bag and lined them up in front of him. Crack! The beads exploded, transforming into 20 giant mushrooms. This was the hunter's basic support skill, aromatic lure, which emitted a scent deadly attractive to low-level monsters. If the target's level was higher than the hunter's, the effect would be halved. The 20 giant mushrooms arranged themselves in the water prison, releasing their enticing fragrance. With a gust of wind, the creatures in the water dungeon went into a frenzy. To them, the mushrooms were even more tempting than human flesh. like the most delicious delicacy in the world. A large sewage toxic crab eagerly opened its claws, nearly swallowing half a mushroom in one bite. At that moment, Ling Zhan suddenly opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. This was a warrior's basic skill battle roar. The sound waves spread out tangibly, not only increasing the target's aggro but also reducing the defense of surrounding enemies by 5 for 2 minutes, stacking up to 3 times. Ling Zhan roared 3 times in succession, layering the negative effects and directly weakening the monster's defense by 15. Startled by the sudden roar, the monstrous creatures paused their feeding, but their nature was to be easily angered. Ling Zhan's actions utterly infuriated these deformed beings, causing their fury levels to skyrocket. 100, 300, 700. And still climbing. With a sharp gaze, Ling Zhan quickly put away his shield and pulled out a staff. Without hesitation, he cast the water prison spell. In an instant, the cold river water on the ground boiled and surged, trapping 20 defensively mutated sewage toxic crabs in a massive water bubble. Immediately afterward, Ling Zhan swiftly switched back to his shield and drew his heavy sword, unleashing another skill, the shield-breaking sword sweep. Holding the giant sword, he swung it in a swift arc. The invisible yet heavy sword energy whistled out, enveloping all the trapped sewage toxic crabs. However, when the sword energy hit these creatures, it was like a mud ox disappearing into the sea, failing to impact their health at all. Although the shield-breaking sword sweep is a basic warrior skill, it is still significant. Targets hit by the sword energy will have their defense reduced by another 10 for 1 minute. Although the effect cannot stack, if the target's level is lower than the caster's, the duration is extended accordingly. The series of attacks repeatedly thwarted the creature's feeding plans. Their fury levels had already surpassed the 1,000 mark, and more critically, their defense continued to drop. It was simply unbelievable. In any team, each role has its unique responsibilities. Mages focus on high damage output, healers take care of the team's health, and assassins specialize in eliminating targets. Warriors, known for their high defense and substantial health, serve as the frontline shield. Additionally, warriors have 2 crucial tasks: reducing enemy defense and drawing aggro. When facing difficult and unknown trials, monsters with high defense, strong attacks, and thick health are abundant. Without a warrior to draw aggro and weaken their defenses, even the strongest team damage might not be enough to inflict substantial harm. With this in mind, Ling Zhan decided to switch to his warrior gear to take on the 20 defensive variants of the sewage poison crabs. Some might wonder why Ling Zhan didn't use the firestorm and freezing spell combination to dismantle the monster's defenses as before. There are 2 reasons. First, previously there were only 3 sewage poison crabs, but now there are 20 defensive variants. Although firestorm and freezing spell are group attack skills, these monsters are spread out, requiring multiple casts to cover them all, which is too cumbersome. Secondly, the regular elite sewage poison crabs have a defense of only 300, while these defensive variants have a defense of 400, making them a different challenge altogether. The effectiveness of firestorm and freezing spell would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Ling Zhan adopted the most reliable strategy, using the warrior's defense-breaking abilities to weaken the target's defenses. With the battle cry and shield breaker sword sweep, the defense of these 20 defensive variants was reduced by 25, lowering from 400 to 300, matching that of the regular elite sewage poison crabs. Next, Ling Zhan swiftly wielded his mage's staff and cast the water prison spell to trap these defensive variants. Simultaneously, he kept tossing incense clips from his pouch onto the ground. However, the sewage poison crabs weren't entirely mindless. Their basic instincts warned them not to fall for it again. At this point, the 20 defensive variant sewage poison crabs, having completely lost their reason, rushed at Ling Zhan, determined to devour this despised human. In this critical moment, Ling Zhan, holding his staff, began a stunning display of magic. He cast 10 consecutive firestorms, the blazing light illuminating the entire water prison as if daylight had arrived. At this point, the burning effect of firestorm was almost negligible, cleverly used by Ling Zhan as illumination instead. Following this, Ling Zhan cast several freezing spells in succession. The howling cold wind instantly cooled the previously volcanic hot water prison, resembling the polar regions. The sudden chill meeting the residual heat left the 20 defensive variant sewage poison crabs, whose defenses had been weakened to match the regular elite level, in a dire situation. Their once prized hard shells became fragile under this scientific alternation of fire and ice. However, this was not enough to completely break their defenses. The temperature of firestorm was insufficient to fully penetrate the sewage poison crab's defenses. Faced with this situation, Ling Zhan quickly adjusted his strategy, casting a series of spells: swamp, collapse, and slow. Finally, he unleashed the beginner swordsman skill steel cutting sword chi. This combination of skills made it even more difficult for the already beleaguered sewage poison crabs to withstand. Finally, Ling Zhan drew out his original knight's longsword, and unleashed the beginner swordsman's skill steel slash. The blade sliced through the air, sending a sharp wave of sword energy rushing toward 20 defensive mutant sewage poison crabs. Wherever the sword energy passed, the marsh churned and the ground collapsed. The crabs didn't have time to react before the area attack struck them. They let out piercing screeches, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. The combination of the swamp and collapsing ground made the already sluggish crabs even more immobile. Ling Zhan exhaled deeply, a faint smile playing on his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity to charge forward, swinging his long sword to begin the harvest. The clash of the sword's edge against the crab's hard shells rang out in a metallic screech. Despite their formidable defense, the crabs couldn't withstand Ling Zhan's fierce assault. Soon, the water prison was littered with the dismembered bodies of the poison crabs. Without pausing, Ling Zhan quickly darted out of the water prison like an agile rabbit, sprinting toward the next group of poison crabs. His mind was fixed on a single goal: completing the first phase of the mission as quickly as possible. Outside the trial arena, the students in the audience were stunned. They had just witnessed an awe-inspiring performance. Levitation, shadow stealth, blazing inferno, freezing spell, water prison, battle cry, shield-breaking ring sword sweep, and finally, the steel slash. This seamless series of maneuvers even made them feel a twinge of sympathy for the poison crabs. One student couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what did I just see?" "It's over already," another chimed in. "If I were those crabs, I'd probably be cursing Ling Zhan's ancestors right now." Many found their perspectives upended. They had never seen such an effortlessly elegant vocational trial assessment. The videos circulating online typically depicted candidates locked in bloody battles with monsters, fighting for their lives. Yet Ling Zhan's display was one of near-effortless composure. Suddenly, from the podium, Zhou Yinwang's voice rang out in admiration, "Excellent." Beside him, the other principals, deans, and teachers nodded in agreement. Zhou Yinwang glanced at the wide-eyed students below and said earnestly, "You all saw that, didn't you? Ling Zhan's performance, just now. His skill combination and combat techniques are very much worth learning." He suddenly fell silent, pointing towards the large screen, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Take a look for yourselves. See how many monsters your senior has defeated in this battle and the price he paid for it." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into excitement. Students rushed to the screen, eager to examine every detail. "I've done the math," an excited boy with glasses shouted. Senior Ling Zhan killed over 200 toxic sludge crabs in the water dungeon, and with the ones he killed before. His voice trailed off, eyes widening. "Wow, Ling Zhan is almost done with his first monster-slaying task." A collective gasp filled the air. "That's insane," the students exclaimed. At that moment, an experienced teacher with gray hair turned to his class, his voice steady and powerful. "If you carefully note Ling Zhan's positioning in the water dungeon, you'll see that every step ensured his safety. More importantly, he had a comprehensive plan for this battle from the start." Pausing for effect, the teacher continued. "And did you notice how quickly he switched equipment? Did he ever take more than a second to draw his sword, shield, or heavy blade?" The students shook their heads, someone whispering, "It seemed instantaneous." "Exactly," the teacher nodded. "It took him less than half a second to switch gear, transforming from a warrior to a mage in just half a second. Do you know what this means?" The classroom fell silent, everyone holding their breath for the answer. "It means," the teacher's voice was deep and resonant, "in just half a second, he can transform from an assassin to a mage and unleash a fiery spell right in your face. This level of skillful equipment switching and extensive combat experience. Who knows how much effort this student has put in behind the scenes." The teacher's words hit the students like a bombshell, leaving them in awe of Ling Zhan's prowess. "Wow, Senior Ling Zhan is so cool," a girl murmured, covering her face. "I think I'm becoming his fangirl." "Apologize to him," another boy said, slapping his forehead in regret. "I was just thinking he was a coward for running away." "One," echoed voices of agreement around the room. "The most incredible thing," a student in the front row suddenly stood up, his voice filled with disbelief. "Senior Ling Zhan took on 100 monsters solo and didn't get injured once." This statement was the final straw, plunging the classroom into another wave of astonished chatter. The students buzzed with admiration and awe, discussing Ling Zhan's extraordinary feats with eyes full of respect and longing. What exactly is this outstanding student's innate talent? The seasoned teacher's voice was filled with curiosity and anticipation. He knew that each student possessed a unique talent, something innate and unrelated to their chosen profession. The classroom buzzed with whispers. Some mentioned the eye of insight, a talent that greatly enhances one's ability to perceive, particularly useful in labyrinth trials. Others talked about arcane flame, which can significantly amplify the power of fire-related skills. Typically, a person can only have one innate talent, the teacher continued, but having two is a mark of extraordinary genius. However, such cases are extremely rare, and those individuals are usually already fast-tracked into university. The students speculated about Ling Zhan's innate talent. Most guessed it was related to mana, while others thought it might be skill amplification, given the exceptional power of Ling Zhan's skills. Suddenly, a quiet question broke the discussion. Couldn't Ling Zhan have two innate talents? The surrounding students immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible. If that were the case, he would have been fast-tracked already. Geniuses with dual talents are usually top figures in major vocational universities. Despite this, Ling Zhan's performance remained impressive. As the nation's first student to participate in the vocational trial entrance exam as an unclassified individual, his results were nearly perfect. However, there were dissenting opinions. Someone sneered, Ling Zhan is good, but aiming for the top city rankings? That's a bit much. Exactly, don't forget we have geniuses at our school too, another voice chimed in. Besides, Ling Zhan is just a freelancer. Amidst the ongoing debate, the scene on the screen captured everyone's attention. Ling Zhan encountered another group of venomous crabs, this time in greater numbers. Oh my, can he handle it? Someone asked worriedly. Yet again, Ling Zhan's performance amazed everyone. He swiftly broke through the group of monsters and decisively retreated. His precise control of the battlefield allowed him to navigate the outskirts of Sewage City with ease. Teacher, an excited student asked, when we take the vocational trial, can we learn from Ling Zhan's fighting style and techniques? The surrounding teachers nodded in agreement, saying, this student's combat skills are indeed impeccable. I believe it's not just me. Other leaders also have no doubt about this. The teacher's words trailed off, leaving a half-finished sentence hanging in the air. A hint of amazement flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, this student's performance in the trials might be textbook-worthy. If only he weren't a jobless wanderer. Flawless. The short phrase exploded like a bomb in the hearts of every student. It was their first time hearing a teacher use such high praise to describe a student's performance. On the stage, the principal of the school whispered to the director of teaching, include Ling Zhan's performance in the trials in the video curriculum. The director looked up sharply, momentarily thinking the principal had gone mad. But soon, he understood the principal's deeper meaning and softly replied, yes. In the audience, a student suddenly raised their hand to ask, teacher, why do I feel that when Senior Ling Zhan ran away, it wasn't because he was losing? It seemed like he was intentionally hiding his strength. The teacher pondered for a moment before cautiously replying, that's hard to say. He weighed his thoughts. Ling Zhan's performance was impeccable, but precisely because it was too perfect, it made one wonder if he had more up his sleeve. Yet, a person's energy is ultimately limited. Even if he was hiding his strength, the gap shouldn't be too wide. As everyone discussed, the light screen displayed another astonishing scene. Another wave of toxic crabs has been cleared, someone exclaimed. Senior Ling Zhan finished the battle in less than 15 minutes this time. Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Oh my god, did you notice this time? Senior Ling Zhan killed every single toxic crab, not missing a single one. A student shouted excitedly. Everyone exchanged looks, the same thought racing through their minds. Could it be that Senior Ling Zhan was really just hiding his strength before? Watching Ling Zhan grow stronger in the light screen, countless people gasped in awe. They realized that this senior's true power might far exceed everyone's imagination. A thrilling yet daunting thought arose in each person's mind. He can become even stronger. A gasp erupted from the crowd. I don't believe it. How could a lone adventurer make it this far in the trial? Ling Zhan's performance left everyone astounded. Who would have thought that amidst the fierce battles earlier, he had been holding back, taking on 1,000 monsters single-handedly, and still concealing his true strength? It was beyond human capability, more like an indefatigable combat machine. In the trial arena, Ling Zhan continued to roam the outskirts of Sewage City, occasionally venturing closer to the inner zones where more formidable monsters resided. As time went by, the audience gradually sensed something amiss. On the podium, Zhou Yanwang remarked in a deep voice, such ambition. His words sent a ripple of surprise through the surrounding principals and directors. It was well known that the basic requirement for passing the transfer trial entrance exam was to slay 1,000 ordinary sewage crabs, which was merely the passing line. A truly high score came from exceeding this task. 1,000 ordinary sewage crabs earned 60 points. But what about 2,000? Or 3,000? Ling Zhan provided the answer with his actions. Ding, a notification that only Ling Zhan could hear, sounded in his ears. Congratulations, you have killed 3,000 ordinary sewage crabs. First stage task completed. Task score 90. Ling Zhan frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the score. After completing the basic exam, ordinary candidates could choose to continue or leave, but doing so would only allow them entry into less prestigious academies. To get into a top school, one had to strive to increase their task score. And Ling Zhan's goal was clearly more than just performing well. Outside, countless new students were left in awe. What a monster, someone exclaimed. Killing 3,000 sewage crabs must score at least 85 points, maybe even 90. Although Ling Zhan hadn't exited the trial, and the first stage score wasn't announced. Achieving a solo kill of 3,000 sewage crabs was a rarity among past candidates, a feat only true prodigies could accomplish. Senior Ling Zhan has already exceeded the task. Why is he still lingering on the outskirts? Someone asked in confusion. I don't know. Isn't an excellent rating enough for him? Outside the trial arena, everyone was shocked and puzzled by Ling Zhan's actions. Even at just the first stage of the trial, if Ling Zhan were to exit now, his nearly 90-point score would place him among the top in the city. Some who were already displeased with Ling Zhan's prominence couldn't resist making snide comments. These days, people with a bit of skill can't wait to show off and seek attention. They forget that the transfer trial entrance exam can be deadly. Usually, trial proctors aren't allowed to intervene to save students, even if they're facing a life-threatening situation, another added. This Ling Zhan is wandering the outskirts without adjusting his status. It's like he's asking for trouble. Some people are just too arrogant, someone else sneered. What good is a high first stage score? If he dies now, the score will reset to 0. Hearing these harsh remarks, many younger students who initially admired Ling Zhan couldn't help but frown. Clearly, they had to admit that Ling Zhan might have overestimated himself this time. After all, every battle he fought seemed seamless, leaving him no time to catch his breath. While others were cautiously luring and defeating monsters, then resting to recover, Ling Zhan was different. He was like a sword drawn from its sheath, relentlessly pushing forward and exhausting himself. Even a body of steel would struggle under such pressure. As everyone watched in astonishment, a flicker of understanding appeared in someone's eyes. They seemed to have guessed Ling Zhan's true intention. This realization spread like ripples on a calm lake. Others began to catch on, but were hesitant to voice it. No way. It can't be, someone murmured. Is Ling Zhan's ambition really that terrifying? Everyone was reluctant to mention the shocking truth. In the history of the vocational trial exams, there was an unwritten rule. Those who achieved a perfect score could compete for a provincial ranking. The standard for a perfect score was to kill over 10,000 monsters in the shortest time possible, a feat that seemed impossible to most, especially since Ling Zhan was just a lone fighter. At this moment, a seasoned teacher voiced the collective understanding. His gaze swept over the sarcastic students, his tone calm, yet powerful. You may doubt Ling Zhan or think he's arrogant, but you should not scorn him. The teacher's voice echoed in the quiet venue. What makes a true strong person? Is it only those with high combat power and strength? No. A true strong person is someone who dares to challenge the gods despite their own insignificance. His eyes sharpened. You label Ling Zhan's actions as arrogant and conceited, but I see someone who dares to shine alongside the sun despite his weakness. Which of you would dare to reach for such heights like Ling Zhan? These words struck each student like a heavy blow. They lowered their heads in shame, and even the principal and director on the podium nodded in agreement. Even the usually stern Zhou Yanwang managed to smile. Zhou Yanwang picked up where the teacher left off, his voice carrying rare praise. This teacher speaks wisely. A true strong person possesses an unwavering determination to overcome obstacles at all costs. If everyone shied away from challenges, where would the strong be in this world? His gaze swept the room as he continued. Ling Zhan's actions may seem reckless, but his desire for his goal surpasses your imagination. You all know that the monsters in the inner circle are more terrifying than those in the outer circle. Do you think Ling Zhan, a candidate in the vocational trial exams, is unaware? Zhou Yanwang's voice grew more forceful. He knows, yet he still chooses to press forward, even at the risk of death, to pursue his goal. This is the example we should follow. His words were like a thunderclap, resonating within everyone and prompting deep reflection. King Zhou's words were like the final verdict, giving Ling Zhan's actions an official seal of approval. Everyone present fell silent, not daring to mock or make sarcastic remarks about Ling Zhan's behavior. With a slight smile, King Zhou said, "There's no need for heated debate. Let's wait and see how far this unprecedented jobless individual can go in the career transition trial and entrance examination." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene shifted abruptly. In the sewage city trial field, Ling Zhan moved cautiously, meticulously assessing his condition. He pulled up his information panel and quickly scanned through the data. Name, Ling Zhan. Health, 10001000. Mana, 22003000. Recovering. Talent, 62. Age, 18. Race, human. Level, 11. Profession, none. The primary attributes were clearly listed. Strength, 35. Constitution, 35. Intelligence, 35. Agility, 35. Ling Zhan noticed he had no item or equipment bonuses, which made him frown. He continued reviewing his inherent talents. Equipment Mastery F, Mana Mastery E, Versatile F. In the skills section, several skill names caught his eye. Wildfire F, Freeze F, Shield Breaker Sword Sweep F. The most striking were the 2 lines of data at the bottom. Available attribute points, 20. Available skill points, 980. Ling Zhan's gaze lingered on these numbers as thoughts raced through his mind. He suddenly mused aloud. What if I allocated all my skill points to passive mana regeneration skills? What would happen then? He immediately shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Of course, that's just a random thought. Even if mana were limitless, without any offensive capabilities, how would I play? Ling Zhan took a deep breath, his expression becoming resolute. These 980 skill points and 20 attribute points were rewards from the system's daily challenge tasks, his trump card, and he needed to consider their allocation carefully. He recalled the conventional approach. After a career transition, most people allocate attribute points to match their profession. Skill points are used to upgrade skill levels, but not all skills can be upgraded. For instance, basic skills remain at F level, regardless of skill point allocation. Only profession-specific skills can be upgraded, and some skills have upgrade limits. Ling Zhan reminded himself, don't waste your trump card. He shook his head. For twos with two jokers, such a reckless move. I would never do that. Skills without an upgrade limit are known as rare skills. Only those top students at the provincial level who are qualified to compete for the top 100 possess such skills. Points for attributes and skills can be gained through leveling up and slaying monsters in trials. However, Ling Zhan has an additional path, the ultimate support profession system. It is due to completing the system's daily tasks that his attribute points far exceed others. Ling Zhan's innate talents are even more astonishing, as he possesses 3 of them. The Equipment Master level allows him to proficiently handle any basic weapon of any profession and increases the speed of equipment switching. The Mana Master level significantly boosts mana recovery speed and reduces skill cooldowns. The All-Rounder level raises the skill level of all professions by 1 tier. Ling Zhan has kept this information strictly confidential, and even his teachers are unaware of his innate talents and attribute panel. With the Mana Master talent, Ling Zhan can unleash basic skills of his profession without restraint. The skills of a non-class wanderer consume very little mana, and with this talent, Ling Zhan becomes an unrelenting skill machine gun. The Equipment Master allows him to switch professional weapons in half a second, enabling him to handle various situations with ease. The All-Rounder talent, part of the system's starter pack, has amazed others by upgrading all level basic skills to F, greatly enhancing their power. If Ling Zhan were to reveal his 3 innate talents, it would certainly shock everyone. However, he chooses to develop quietly, not wishing to become the center of attention. Nonetheless, his previous performances have already piqued the intense curiosity of the trial's audience. During the trial, Ling Zhan discovered another water prison, possibly home to a group of toxic sewage crabs. This time, he didn't hesitate to dive down from above. The audience exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, he's going all out right from the start. Can the senior handle it?" It's been less than 5 minutes since the last round of monster slaying. Suddenly, someone noticed something unusual behind the water prison. "Oh my God, look behind the water prison." Everyone's eyes followed through the water prison to a massive reddish-brown rock behind it. It was no rock. It was a gigantic elite toxic sewage crab, slumbering inside the water prison. No wonder there were no signs of other ordinary toxic sewage crabs. This behemoth had claimed the territory. In the audience, students gasped, with some exclaiming, "A top-tier elite monster. How can he possibly fight that?" Another worriedly added, "I'm afraid if it swings its claw, Senior Ling Zhan could be torn apart, right?" Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching Ling Zhan's next move. This isn't just an adventure anymore. It's a reckless gamble with death. Ling Zhan's body landed heavily at the bottom of the water prison, sending up a splash. His gaze immediately locked onto the massive sewage poison crab elite, his brow furrowing slightly. This battle was not going to be easy. A single sewage poison crab elite was as powerful as 2,000 ordinary sewage poison crabs. Ling Zhan took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. "Take it down." He swiftly drew out a longbow, his movements fluid and seamless. The surrounding students were instantly excited, whispering among themselves. Is he going to become an archer? An archer's attack power is quite high, with a built-in armor-piercing effect. It's the most effective against defense mutants and elite monsters. But they're so fragile. Wait, is Senior Ling Zhan really proficient with all weapon types? That's just too incredible. Nearby, a seasoned teacher listened to the students' enthusiastic discussions. Not wanting to dampen their spirits, he patiently explained, "If nothing unexpected happens, Ling Zhan is about to give an archery lesson. Watch carefully and learn well. An archer is an extremely crucial damage dealer in any team." The teacher continued to introduce the archer's basic skills: precision, whisper, flash, explosive arrow, scattershot, fiery dance of death. Choosing to use an archer in this environment likely means he wants to resolve the battle quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Zhan in the light screen moved. Standing in knee-deep sewage, he deftly knocked an arrow to his bow. Scattershot F. 3 arrows shot out into the air. Explosive arrow F. The arrowheads glowed with an ominous red light. Precision F. Ling Zhan's gaze became even sharper. Whisper F. The air seemed to carry a faint murmur. 4 basic skills were instantly deployed, and although they were only level in power, the versatile boost elevated them to F. Whoosh! 3 arrows flew like meteors, carrying explosive armor-piercing effects, and accurately hit the sleeping sewage poison crab elite. Boom! The explosive effect detonated instantly, sending water splashing across the underground river. Roar! An ear-splitting roar echoed as the sewage poison crab elite awoke. A line of data appeared above its head. Monster, sewage poison crab anti-mutation variant. Health, 890,900. Defense, 300. Attack, 120. Traits, chance to negate damage, serrated bite. Grade blue. Surprisingly, this blue-named monster had a chance to negate damage. Ling Zhan's initial attack did no damage, as luck was not on his side, triggering the monster's passive damage immunity. The disturbed sewage poison crab elite went berserk, charging like a heavy armored vehicle in a savage assault, advancing with great momentum. Ling Zhan remained unfazed, drawing his bow again. This time, fortune smiled upon him. The arrow struck true, directly reducing the sewage poison crab elite's health by 500 points. The enraged sewage poison crab elite now stood right before Ling Zhan, but his eyes remained calm as ever. The audience outside could not detect the slightest hint of panic in his gaze. The power of the archer's armor-piercing effect was fully displayed at this moment. Facing a monster with a damage reduction ability, Ling Zhan quickly distanced himself like a phantom when the sewage poison crab elite was about to charge. As soon as he steadied himself, he drew his bow again, his eyes glinting with calm determination. The armor-piercing skill of the archer is a nemesis for such defense-focused monsters. Although the single target output is relatively weak, Ling Zhan knew that using mage skills would be exhausting without breaking through the defenses of the high-stat sewage poison crab. This is precisely the innate advantage of the archer class. Many top students confident in their abilities choose to become archers. This class is highly sought after in solo trials, thanks to its clear advantages, a variety of beginner skills, powerful passive effects, high attack power, inherent armor penetration, and superior agility. Moreover, there is anticipation that after the second job change, they can gain exceptional support abilities. Both now and in the future, archers remain one of the best choices for top students. However, the archer class is not without its flaws. The primary issue is the stringent demand for accuracy. Without a high hit rate, the passive combo effect is hard to maintain. Precision skills can only offer a 5 boost in accuracy, leaving the rest to the user's proficiency with the bow and precise judgment during attacks. Additionally, an archer's defense is significantly weaker compared to other classes, making close-range attacks from monsters particularly damaging. Ling Zhan's bow-drawing speed increased, as did his movement speed. The sewage poison crab elite seemed to go berserk, launching a frenzied assault on Ling Zhan. Yet, Ling Zhan remained unflustered, every arrow he shot hitting its mark with precision. Though the explosive effect of the arrows couldn't cause substantial damage to the highly defensive sewage poison crab elite, it effectively disrupted its vision and slowed its movements. The sound of armor-piercing shots echoed continuously as arrows hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy. Ling Zhan's goal was clear, to wear down the sewage poison crab elite with this method. Outside the trial arena, the students in the audience were exclaiming in amazement. Wow, his accuracy is terrifyingly high. He's not missing a single shot. His mastery of archer skills is incredible. If he switched to a sharpshooter, he'd probably be just as effective. But the problem is, this can't go on forever. If the sewage poison crab elite gets too close, and there's no teammate to hold the front line, he won't be able to attack so freely. These comments made the audience realize something. Indeed, Ling Zhan was able to handle the situation because he had mastered the sewage poison crab elite's attack rhythm. But rhythms can change. Just when it seemed Ling Zhan might be cornered, the scene shifted. Ling Zhan stopped shooting and switched to a staff. The audience speculated whether he intended to use a mage's AoE skills to wipe out the monsters, but that seemed unlikely given their numbers and the mage's fragility, similar to the archer. Suddenly, someone noticed a light array forming under Ling Zhan's feet. Wait, that's a summoning circle. Whoa, he can use summoner skills too. The summoner, another basic class, can summon contract spirits to assist them. In a team, summoners usually play a supportive role, calling forth spirits to aid their allies. Ling Zhan's unexpected move left the audience utterly astonished. Summoners have a wide array of beginner skills, each with its own unique flair. The healing slug F summons a sticky spirit that clings to teammates or the summoner, gradually healing their wounds. The giant goblin F calls forth a massive creature. Although its attack power is not high, its substantial health and strong defenses make it a stalwart presence on the battlefield. The binding vines F is particularly peculiar, as it summons a plant spirit capable of spitting seeds that instantly take root and sprout, creating a trap that immobilizes enemies for 3 seconds. The staff, a signature weapon of mages, is also a crucial tool for summoners to wield their powers. At this moment, in the trial arena, a large summoning circle suddenly appeared beneath Ling Zhan's feet. As he finished chanting, "Summon, giant goblin," a blinding light burst forth. When the light faded, a three-turtle, fiery red giant goblin stood before Ling Zhan. This behemoth, wielding a spiked bone club, charged toward the elite sewage poison crab, unleashing a barrage of heavy blows. The dull thuds echoed continuously, and although it struggled to penetrate the crab's defenses, the relentless assault thoroughly disrupted its rhythm. The elite sewage poison crab was no easy prey. As a top-tier blue-named monster, it retaliated by spewing a stream of venom directly at the goblin. Despite the goblin's slow health depletion, its high health and defense allowed it to temporarily serve as a reliable frontline. However, a single giant goblin was clearly insufficient. The elite sewage poison crab's damage was too formidable, causing the goblin's health to rapidly decline. Summoning a giant goblin consumed a significant amount of mana, far exceeding other beginner skills, but Ling Zhan had no choice but to cast another spell. With two more flashes of blinding light, two additional giant goblins appeared, resembling moving hills, firmly blocking the way forward. Everyone expected Ling Zhan to switch to archer equipment, but he raised his staff once more, its tip glowing green, indicating he had the strength to continue summoning. Outside the trial arena, students whispered among themselves, believing Ling Zhan was in a dire situation. Even the principal, the director, and the examiner known as Zhou the King of Hell wore serious expressions. They thought to themselves that passing this challenge would be extremely difficult for Ling Zhan. However, Ling Zhan in the light screen defied everyone's expectations. He did not stop, but instead raised his staff again, preparing to cast another spell. This scene left everyone present stunned. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Damn, how much mana does Senior Ling Zhan have? Is he really going to summon an entire army?" Normally, a beginner summoner can only summon up to 3 contract spirits at a time. The top students can manage 5, while the prodigies who make it to the provincial rankings seem capable of summoning a dozen or more at once. The students watching were abuzz with discussion, their eyes filled with skepticism. "I don't believe Senior Ling Zhan can summon that many contract spirits," one student blurted out, voicing the sentiment of the crowd. However, the scene that unfolded next left everyone speechless. Ling Zhan stood holding his staff high, a ghostly green light rippling outward. One intricate summoning circle after another appeared around him. Summoner's basic skill, continuous summoning F. Ling Zhan declared confidently. This skill allows a summoner to chant and summon 3 times in a row, limited to basic contract spirits, but impressive nonetheless. With a soft hum, 3 vividly colored butterflies materialized out of thin air. These were the hate-attracting butterflies F, contract spirits designed to draw enemy aggression. They lacked offensive capabilities but excelled in agility and evasion. As soon as the hate-attracting butterflies appeared, their aura buff spread. The elite sewage poison crab, previously focused on attacking the giant goblin, immediately turned its attention to these vibrant butterflies. It frantically shot poison darts, but the butterflies deftly fluttered their wings, dodging each attack with ease. Ling Zhan wasn't finished. He took a deep breath and began chanting once more. 3 more summoning circles flashed in the air, and then 3 thick vines burst from the ground, rooting firmly around him. Binding vines F. Ling Zhan quietly explained. These vine contract spirits release seeds every 10 seconds, which, once rooted, form binding traps that immobilize enemies for 3 seconds upon contact. With the appearance of the vines, they began dispersing seeds. Due to the environment of the underground water prison, these waterwood attribute vines received a boost in attributes. The seeds landed behind the giant goblin, quickly taking root and sprouting, creating concealed binding traps. At that moment, the elite sewage poison crab dashed past the giant goblin and accidentally stepped into one of the traps. It was instantly immobilized, held firmly in place. Yet, from his vantage point, Ling Zhan showed no sign of stopping his summoning. His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, hinting that he had even more tricks up his sleeve. The audience was dumbfounded, internally exclaiming, "Damn, just how many contract spirits are you planning to summon?" Once again, 3 summoning light circles appeared beneath Ling Zhan's feet. With a hum, 3 short, entirely green goblin archers F emerged onto the battlefield. Although these summoned creatures boasted strong attack power and armor-piercing arrows, they had clear weaknesses. They couldn't move while attacking, and their health and defense were quite low, making them easy to kill. As soon as the goblin archers appeared, they sprang into action. They quickly took positions beside Ling Zhan, drawing their bowstrings taut, and unleashed a rain of arrows at the sewage poison crab elite trapped by binding vines. The sound of arrows slicing through the air was incessant, each shot striking its target with precision. The power of their attack was astonishing. Among many basic skills, summoning goblin archers was arguably the only skill that could be considered offensive. However, typically, summoners in a team prefer to call upon supportive entities, making offensive summons like these rare. After all, the goblin archers' fatal flaws were too apparent, and they could be easily killed by monsters if not managed carefully. Yet Ling Zhan defied convention. To the shock of onlookers, he continued to summon more creatures, another 3 goblin archers, 3 giant goblins, and 3 binding vines. By this point, the total number of summoned creatures on the battlefield had reached an impressive 19. 4 giant goblins stood at the front as shields, while 3 enraging butterflies emitted auras to lure enemies. 6 binding vines continuously spewed seeds, creating traps on the ground. 6 goblin archers stood at the back, raining down arrows in a frenzy. This spectacular scene was akin to summoning a small army. The sewage poison crab elite was completely surrounded by this makeshift army, enduring a relentless assault. The students watching couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. I'm convinced. Completely convinced. A top-ranked provincial summoner can only summon 20 creatures at once, and Senior Ling Zhan has summoned 19. Is this the legendary I am an army unto myself? How much mana does he have, anyway? Can someone tell me? His innate talent must be related to mana. Otherwise, there's no way he could support summoning so many creatures. My goodness, what kind of monster is he? He can do everything and master anything. Outside the trial arena, countless students wore expressions of shock and admiration. On the podium, the principal and directors were equally stunned. Even Zhou Yanwang's expression was frozen. Principal Li Huan from Second High couldn't help but smile and say to Zhong Wenshan, "Old Zhong, your school has such an outstanding student, and you didn't even know?" Zhong Wenshan gave an awkward smile and then shot a glance at Qi Mu. Qi Mu felt bitter inside. Who could have imagined that a student with a talent value of only 62 would be so formidable? Normally, Ling Zhan kept a low profile, and his exam scores were average. Although some suspected he might be hiding his true abilities, who could have predicted such an astonishing performance in the vocational trial entrance exam? The principal of Third High also chimed in. "Old Zhong, such a top-notch student, and you didn't even place him in the honors class? What a waste." Those words pierced Zhong Wenshan's heart like a dagger. Despite being criticized for not properly placing a talented student, Zhong Wenshan's face still showed a satisfied smile. After all, Ling Zhan had brought glory to First High, and that was what truly mattered. At this moment, Qi Mu's homeroom teacher was filled with a mix of emotions towards Ling Zhan. On one hand, he was grateful for Ling Zhan's outstanding performance that had safeguarded his own evaluations and performance reviews. On the other hand, he was frustrated and disappointed with this student for hiding his true abilities. As a homeroom teacher, being unaware of his students' real capabilities was undoubtedly a professional oversight. However, Ling Zhan did not stop there. Just then, Zhou Yanwang suddenly spoke, and his words invigorated the principal and directors present. They couldn't help but wonder what other astounding feats this seemingly ordinary student might have in store. Inside the trial arena, Ling Zhan had already summoned 19 contracted spirits, but chose not to increase the number further. This was not the limit of his abilities. Rather, he believed the current lineup was sufficient. The units in the front were in position to draw aggro, and the back line had ample firepower. Now was the perfect moment for him to shine. To everyone's surprise, Ling Zhan did not stay at a safe distance to leisurely shoot. Instead, he charged directly at the elite sewage poison crab, like a lamb rushing into a pack of wolves. This scene drew gasps and exclamations from the spectators outside the arena. With bow and arrow in hand, Ling Zhan skillfully used the archer's basic skills blink and invincible slidetto maneuver around the elite sewage poison crab, as if he were in his element. The blink skill allowed him to cover a large distance instantly, although it could expose him to attacks during the process. The invincible slide provided him with short-range movement and a second of invincibility, during which he couldn't be targeted or attacked. The elite sewage poison crab's attacks repeatedly brushed past Ling Zhan. With his top-notch agility and perfect coordination of archer skills, Ling Zhan navigated the battlefield with ease. Yet, behind this seemingly effortless performance lay extreme danger. A single misstep could lead to his defeat or even death. The spectators outside couldn't help but hold their breath in anxiety for him. But Ling Zhan did not retreat. Instead, he intensified his assault. He began to furiously shoot arrows at the sewage poison crab, transforming them into deadly swords. In between his shots, he seamlessly switched to a swordsman, wielding his long sword to deliver precise slashes on these armor-breaking creatures. Ling Zhan cleverly leveraged the archer's armor-piercing effects, combined with the swordsman's sustained damage, to unleash astonishing output on his enemies. Ling Zhan's weapon moved with the speed of lightning, and his movements were as fluid as flowing water, leaving the audience in awe. Outside the trial arena, students held their breath, their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats. "Whoa, can an unclassed wanderer really do that?" one student exclaimed. "His agility is out of this world. A dancer on the edge of a blade," another student praised. "His desperate fighting style and seemingly endless energy are just astonishing." Younger students eagerly pulled out their phones and cameras, scrambling to capture the incredible scene. Headlines were already forming in their minds. Shocking. Unclassed wanderer stuns in job transition trial. Highlights of the trial. Top-level agility. On the podium, The principal and directors remained expressionless, as if they had grown accustomed to Ling Zhan's surprises. They looked at Zhong Wenshan with eyes full of regret, as if to say, "What a waste of talent." Zhou Yanwang sat with his hands clasped on the table, his cold gaze filled with deep appreciation. This kid is interesting, he thought. I assumed he was just a show-off, but his performance is truly remarkable. He might actually make it into the top 100 of the provincial trial rankings. Everyone recognized Ling Zhan's Intentianto score full marks in the first stage and compete for a provincial ranking. For a wanderer to have such aspirations seemed insane. However, Zhou Yanwang shook his head slightly, realizing he might be too optimistic. Although Ling Zhan performed excellently, as an unclassed wanderer, he couldn't use the advanced skills exclusive to specific professions. As the trial progressed, the monster's defense, health, and attack would become increasingly formidable. How would Ling Zhan cope then? This question lingered in Zhou Yanwang's mind. During the trial, Ling Zhan transformed into a precise combat machine. His long sword moved like a storm, leaving countless marks on the armored shell of the elite sewage poison crab. 10 strikes, 100, 1,000 each blow was delivered with pinpoint accuracy. Meanwhile, he skillfully switched to his bow, with arrows imbued with armor-piercing properties, striking precisely at the monster's weak spots. Ling Zhan's combat style was astonishing. He seamlessly alternated between melee and ranged attacks, flawlessly combining the high damage of his sword with the armor-piercing power of his arrows. This unique combat technique seemed to be something only a freelancer like Ling Zhan could master. After all, even the best archers would struggle to engage in close combat with such powerful monsters, let alone switch skills so swiftly. Finally, under Ling Zhan's relentless assault, the seemingly impregnable defense of the elite sewage poison crab was breached. However, the scales of victory had not yet fully tipped. Ling Zhan's summoned spirit began to falter. The giant goblins, despite their high defense and health, struggled to withstand the relentless tide of poison crabs. As the front line of goblins fell, the binding traps were quickly overrun. The goblin archers were engulfed in chaos, with only the nimble enmity butterfly still fluttering in the air, drawing the enemy's attention. Ling Zhan's hands were numb from continuous attacks, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished. The moment the armor was pierced, he dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of skills. His speed was incredible, leaping from the depths of the water prison to a mid-mountain position in the blink of an eye. From this vantage point, Ling Zhan launched a remarkable barrage of arrows. His drawing speed was astonishing, completing 5 shots in a single second. Combining the archer's beginner skills Whisper and Scattershot with Explosive Arrow, along with the warrior's passive skill Strength Amplification, 15 explosive scatter arrows whistled toward the exposed head of the elite sewage poison crab. Boom, boom, boom. The water prison erupted in dazzling flames, as if a mage had cast a blazing inferno. Yet, this astonishing attack came from a mere beginner archer. The elite sewage poison crab let out a pained screech, truly wounded by this seemingly insignificant human for the first time. However, Ling Zhan did not stop. When the quiver ran empty, he quickly activated Quiver Reload F, refilling 30 arrows in just 3 seconds. During this brief pause, Ling Zhan deftly used dashes and invincible slides to evade the elite sewage poison crab's counterattacks. Once reloaded, he immediately launched a new wave of fierce attacks, deploying a variety of class skills with devastating effect. Ling Zhan's performance was like a walk in the park, effortless and composed. His hit rate was unbelievably high. Even with the precision skill, it shouldn't be this accurate. His performance surpassed that of the expert archer, Senior Sun Zhe. Spectators couldn't help but wonder if Ling Zhan's innate talent was an enhanced accuracy. Outside the trial arena, the junior students in the audience had long shifted their awestruck gazes from the summoned creatures to Ling Zhan himself. They watched in awe as Ling Zhan displayed his breathtaking agility and astonishing accuracy, filled with both admiration and curiosity. Ling Zhan moved like a phantom across the battlefield, each arrow he released striking with unerring precision as if he were a war god incarnate. His archery skills were so exceptional that one might suspect they stemmed from some extraordinary innate talent. However, the truth was far more astonishing than anyone could imagine. Ling Zhan's remarkable performance was the result of countless hours of hard work. He possessed a mysterious power known as the Ultimate Support Profession System, which included a feature called Simulation Realm. Whenever Ling Zhan activated this feature, his consciousness would be transported to a virtual training space. Here, he could simulate any weapon and any scenario, undergoing intense training. It was this almost obsessive level of practice that forged Ling Zhan's formidable accuracy. Not only with a bow, but even in roles requiring extreme precision like a sharpshooter, Ling Zhan could achieve perfect accuracy. Of course, this terrifying precision was limited to a range of 30 meters. But within that range, his arrows seemed guided by an unseen force, hitting the target without fail. On the battlefield, Ling Zhan was like a bolt of lightning. The system's buffs not only enhanced the elite sewage poison crab, but also elevated Ling Zhan's bow drawing and movement speed to unbelievable levels. Against the frenzied counterattacks of the elite sewage poison crab, and even its lock-on poison needle attacks, Ling Zhan could effortlessly dodge using his masterful invincible sidestep. His control over invincibility frames was unparalleled. Within the water prison, the explosive sound of arrows echoed continuously. The elite sewage poison crab's health plummeted at a visible rate, driving it into a berserk frenzy. It began wildly swinging its massive claws, attempting to destroy everything in its path. Yet, Ling Zhan remained composed. His arrows pierced through the elite sewage poison crab's defenses, precisely hitting one of its eyes. Then, with another shot, the other eye was obliterated. This battle had turned into a one-sided massacre. With each arrow, Ling Zhan reaped lives like the scythe of death. His arrows, bursting with fiery sparks, were as dazzling and deadly as a lethal fireworks display. The battlefield was a scene of blood and chaos. The elite sewage poison crab was on its last legs, blind and unable to even touch Ling Zhan's sleeve. Ling Zhan's every move was executed with breathtaking precision, his evasive maneuvers were swift like the wind, his counterattack struck with the force of thunder, his timing with invincibility frames was impeccable, and his fluid movements while reloading arrows were seamless. The audience was captivated by this thrilling display, their awe and excitement palpable. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "This isn't just some jobless wanderer, he's an archer incarnate." Indeed, Ling Zhan's perfect accuracy, astonishing skill combinations, and frequent 15-arrow volleys were beyond ordinary comprehension. Among the audience, many younger students watched with fervent admiration, their eyes glued to the agile figure on the screen. Some shouted excitedly, "I want to switch to archer too. I want to be the next Ling Zhan." However, reality quickly tempered their enthusiasm. Someone nearby scoffed, "Dream on. Even if you become an archer, can you achieve such high accuracy? Can you perform such intricate skill combinations?" A teacher specializing in archer classes was so excited he could barely speak coherently. "A genius. He's a born archer. My God, why would he choose the uncertain path of a wanderer?" As the battle progressed, Ling Zhan's performance became even more astonishing. Within 30 meters, his accuracy remained at a perfect 100%. This far surpassed the level of a novice archer, especially considering he was a jobless wanderer. Initially, some thought it was foolish for Ling Zhan to use a bow and arrow in such dire circumstances. But as he repeatedly executed flawless maneuvers and skills, coupled with his absurdly high accuracy, everyone had to admit, a prodigy of this caliber truly exists in the world. Ling Zhan's speed was remarkable, his figure on the screen moving like lightning, making it nearly impossible for the powerful sewage poison crab elite to land a hit on him. Even more impressive was his ability to maintain terrifying accuracy while moving at such high speed, perfectly utilizing invincibility frames to dodge the enemy's targeted attacks. These scenes were unbelievably extraordinary, as if the very concept of extraordinary had been elevated to a new level. The audience was left speechless, feeling that what they were witnessing had surpassed all their previous definitions of impressive. What kind of monster is this guy? Ling Zhan's performance left everyone utterly speechless. His mana regeneration rate was ridiculously fast. He continuously used mana-consuming skills like arrow refill, explosive arrows, and teleportation without showing any signs of depletion. The principal and directors on the podium exchanged bewildered looks, having never witnessed anything like it. Compared to Ling Zhan, the elite sewage poison crabs seemed rather ordinary. Even principals from other schools couldn't help but praise Ling Zhan's mastery of movement and shooting, noting that if not for his freelancer status, he would be among the strongest students at First High. However, some sneered, unable to stand the smug look on the First High principal's face. The elite sewage poison crab died without any dignity, serving as nothing more than a trivial hurdle in Ling Zhan's trial. Ling Zhan quickly left the water prison and headed to the outskirts of Sewage City. He used the scent lure skill to attract a swarm of sewage poison crabs. "Look at that!" someone in the audience exclaimed. "This guy isn't just using Archer's mobility skills. He's also using universal block and counter." Suddenly, a mutated sewage poison crab, glowing eerily green, silently crept up behind Ling Zhan, ready to bite. Ling Zhan swiftly turned, drawing his sword to block. Clang! The poison fangs clashed with the sword. Humming, a blade aura formed a crescent moon arc, slicing through the crab's open jaws. Immediately, another crab launched a sneak attack. Ling Zhan crouched abruptly, sliding while drawing his bow in one seamless motion. Boom! The attacking crab was killed instantly. Whoa! Isn't that the crouching slide from the fighter class? His movements are impressive. Oh man, if we were to duel with senior Ling Zhan, we probably wouldn't even touch his clothes. Agreed. Ling Zhan's performance left countless people in awe. They no longer underestimated this freelancer, realizing that although freelancers can only use basic class skills, they have access to a wide range of mobility skills. Underclassmen enthusiastically discussed Ling Zhan's skill choices and movement techniques, praising his perfect selection of skills like explosive arrows, scatter shot, whisper, precision, teleportation, and invincible slide. However, the discussion was soon interrupted by a few fangirls who suddenly became infatuated with Ling Zhan, loudly declaring they wanted to have his babies or be his girlfriends. More astonishingly, Ling Zhan swung his left arm, hooking a sewage poison crab with a grappling hook. While the crab was stunned, he gracefully maneuvered through the air, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow that pierced the target. Whoa, air sniping. So flashy, I love it. Senior Ling Zhan's insane accuracy. The audience buzzed with excitement, all eyes on Ling Zhan. Meanwhile, the podium was rather subdued, with the principal, directors, and main teachers looking serious. Look, this guy hasn't been injured at all, right? He doesn't even have decent armor. That remark silenced everyone. Normally, they required team cooperation to explore trials of the same level. Yet Ling Zhan dared to take on the trial alone as a freelancer, without even needing good armor. Such confidence was astounding. Meanwhile, Ling Zhan had already killed over 10,000 ordinary sewage poison crabs on the outskirts of the city. Ding! Killed 1,000 ordinary sewage poison crabs. First stage trial score, full marks. Few finally got full marks. Ling Zhan casually wiped the sweat off his brow. His words left all the principals and teachers dumbfounded. On screen, 95 of the monsters on the city outskirts had been cleared, and the stench of crab corpses filled the underground river. Ling Zhan had passed this stage, where the challenge lay in the thousands of blue-named monsters. Ordinary teams struggled with this, and those who succeeded typically achieved excellent scores, enough to enter top universities. If Ling Zhan could pass the next trial, his future would be limitless, potentially even competing with prodigies. With full marks in the first stage, the second stage would naturally involve elite purple-named monsters. This career trial and entrance exam trial had no red-named monsters, as they had long been cleared, leaving only the sewage poison crab elite as the boss reigning supreme. If he manages to pass the next elite monster level, he might just become the top contender on our city's trial leaderboard. In the principal's office, a group of teachers sat around the conference table, eagerly discussing the recent news. Principal Zhong Wenshan's smile was growing brighter, his eyes gleaming with surprise and delight. At this point, he certainly has the potential to reach the top of the trial leaderboard, a seasoned teacher mused. But the competition is fierce. We have many outstanding students, and it all depends on how quickly they clear the elite monster level. No sooner had he finished speaking than another teacher boldly speculated. Have you ever considered that this kid might be aiming for the provincial leaderboard? The room fell silent, with everyone exchanging glances before shaking their heads. Let's not kid ourselves, someone broke the silence. It's already impressive for an unranked wanderer to compete for the city ranking. The provincial ranking? That's a privilege reserved for truly exceptional talents. Indeed, another teacher agreed. Ling Zhan's combat experience and problem-solving skills are remarkable, but as an unranked wanderer, it's hard for him to go much further. Dealing with elite monsters is much more challenging than facing 1,000 sewage poison crabs. The teacher who proposed the idea gave a sheepish smile. I guess I might have gotten a bit carried away. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the window. Principal Zhong Wenshan stood up and went to the window, where he saw a throng of reporters surrounding the school gate. Cameras and flashbulbs were going off, creating a scene as lively as Ling Zhan's relentless firestorm in the trial level. Suddenly, an exam proctor responsible for maintaining trial discipline burst into the office, breathless. Mr. Zhou, the official channel's reporters are here, demanding a live interview. Plus, recruitment officers from various regular schools have arrived too. This news hit the office like a bombshell, causing an uproar. Some were outraged. I believe the official channel reporters are genuinely here for an interview. But what's with the local station reporters joining in? And those regular school recruitment officers, they're crossing the line. Some freshmen were baffled by the situation. It wasn't until upperclassmen explained that they learned of an unwritten rule for trials. No media interviews and no early recruitment. But why? A freshman asked, puzzled. Their homeroom teacher sighed and pointed at the glaring numbers on the big screen. 39 trial failures, 11 deaths. And this was just the result of the first few hours. As time went on, these numbers were increasing exponentially. Do you know why the school refuses media interviews? The homeroom teacher explained gravely. Because their interview subjects are only two kinds. Those who are eliminated and the families of the deceased. As for those recruitment officers from regular schools, their aim is clear to recruit students who have failed the professional trials. It's harsh, but that's the reality, the homeroom teacher said with resignation. On the podium, Mr. Zhou's face was as dark as iron, and those around him dared not breathe. In the end, he signaled the trial proctor to play a video as per usual. The video was projected onto a massive screen, and every student and teacher present held their breath. Suddenly, the scene changed, and the students in the audience gasped. The sight before them was horrifying. On the screen, the gruesome imagery was shocking. The heads of 3 students were completely shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The culprit was a massive, terrifying mutated toxic crab, its razor-sharp claws easily severing the students' necks. In the audience, the students' faces turned pale instantly. Some couldn't help but gag, while others felt their legs go weak, overwhelmed by a wave of fear. This brutal scene shattered their naive fantasies about the trial like a sledgehammer. The teachers, though equally distressed, had to be more stern than usual. They explained in a grave tone, "This is just one of many video clips left from past trials. No one succeeds easily. Once you accept the trial, death is omnipresent. The lessons of blood and tears from those before you have left this video, not to instill fear or hesitation, but to warn with lives and blood this trial is no game. It's a man-eating demon." Fear and trembling. This is the most genuine depiction of the vocational trial graduation assessment. Many new students were already in tears, but more began to regain their composure. Someone whispered, "We thought the trial was easy only because senior Ling Zhan was exceptionally good." At that moment, the broadcast resumed, the cold mechanical voice announcing new death notifications. Notice, candidate Zhao Luan, number 5423, was killed by a monster during the trial. Notice, candidate Zhang Cece, number 8521, was killed by a monster during the trial. Notice, candidate Zhao Jia, number 3875, was killed by a monster during the trial. The loss of three at once made the freshmen and sophomores shiver, fear washing over them like a tidal wave. On the podium, Zhou Yanwang, seeing the desired effect achieved, allowed his expression to relax slightly. He waved a hand. "All right, cut the video. This is just a segment, enough to serve as a wake-up call for the freshmen." Following his directive, the screen switched to show Ling Zhan entering the inner area of the sewage city. Director Zhou turned to the staff beside him. "The journalists can come in now, but warn them not to disrupt the trial's order, or they will face severe consequences." Soon, the school gates opened wide. Countless journalists and recruitment leaders from vocational schools across the region flooded in. Local TV reporters were eager, bombarding the unfortunate candidates who had been ejected from the trial with questions. "How do you feel after failing the trial? Will you choose to repeat the year?" A heartbreaking scene is unfolding on the field. Students who failed the trial, covered in bruises and blood, are being bombarded by reporters. This is precisely why Mr. Zhou, the headmaster, strictly prohibited interviews. It's a secondary blow to students who are already deeply affected. One student, fists clenched and body shaking with anger, shouted, "Get lost. I've been eliminated, don't you get it? Damn it." This was considered mild compared to others who were already hurling curses. Suddenly, with a dull thud, a student being interviewed fainted, causing a commotion. The scene quickly descended into chaos, like a pot of boiling water. However, amidst the noise, the voice of a seasoned teacher cut through like a thunderclap. "What you need to do is learn from the experiences of those who failed." These words were like a wake-up call, jolting the surrounding students into awareness. They forced themselves to suppress their inner fear and anxiety, staring intently at the unfolding scene. They understood that the teacher's intention was not to have them look at their seniors' misfortunes, but to absorb the invaluable combat experience. The teacher's voice continued to resonate across the field. "You know how to use skills and tools, but you lack combat experience. No matter how excellent your regular assessments are, without real battle experience, you'll still perish on the battlefield." Then, the teacher began to analyze the mistakes of those who failed. "Look at that senior. Failing to use the archer's invincible slide in time led to being hit by the monster's locking attack. Then there's the mage senior, who didn't use the water prison spell to immobilize the opponent first, but instead started chanting directly, resulting in their front line getting entangled and unable to protect her, ultimately helpless as the monster closed in." The analysis grew more detailed, and that team, facing a defensive mutant, let the archer use the locking antelope and tracking arrow, which clearly couldn't penetrate the opponent's defense. Why didn't that warrior team reduce defense first? Charging Hedon without thinking is not the way. Every word was like a sharp needle, piercing the students' hearts, making them acutely aware of the importance of combat experience. This brutal lesson was turning the knowledge from books into lessons learned through blood and tears. The scenes on the screen sparked heated discussions among the students. From the start of high school, the school encouraged students to form teams, as teamwork requires long-term collaboration to develop synergy. Some delayed choosing teammates until their senior year, but this often resulted in insufficient cooperation and unexpected failures. Now, these students deeply understand the importance of teamwork and are actively engaging with one another, eager not to miss the prime time for building their team dynamics. Meanwhile, recruitment officers from vocational schools were busy near the teleportation array. Like vultures hunting for prey, they approached every unsuccessful participant emerging from the array, doing their utmost to promote their schools. Zhou Yanwang observed all of this silently, his expression stern. He understood the plight of these failed participants. Vocational schools might be their only viable path forward. In the audience, students' emotions shifted from excitement to fear. Senior student Ling Zhan's effortless performance gave many the illusion that the trials were easy. However, as images of death continued to appear, they were abruptly awakened to the reality. Even the simplest levels were fraught with deadly dangers. Some timid students shivered and turned pale at the thought of facing such terrifying monsters themselves in the future. Students from the first and second years of high school had mixed feelings. Some regretted their previous arrogance in attempting solo challenges, while others began to seriously consider how to prepare for next year's trials. Vocational school recruiters seized every opportunity to recommend various non-combat professions to the failed candidates. They detailed the advantages and importance of professions such as alchemists and enchanters, attempting to point these unsuccessful candidates toward a new path. Unbeknownst to all, the death toll had already climbed to over a dozen and was continuing to rise. In the square, failed teams returned one after another, with some breaking down in tears and others bowing their heads in silence. Suddenly, Li Qing, a reporter from the official platform who had been silent, let out a gasp. She pointed to the information bar on the big screen showing Ling Zhan and asked, "Why does it show his profession as none?" This question immediately ignited the curiosity and enthusiasm of the teachers and students present. Freshmen from the first and second years rushed to explain. Ling Zhan is an unassigned freelancer who soloed the level, scored full marks in the first stage of the trial, killed 10,000 monsters by himself, and even reached the outskirts of the sewage city, where the river was stained red. Li Qing looked at Director Zhou in disbelief and questioned, "Director Zhou, are your students always this prone to exaggeration? Can't you do something about it?" Zhou Yanwang cleared his throat, his face slightly flushed. He thought to himself, "Even I didn't believe it at first. This kid is simply extraordinary. What can I do?" Li Qing frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. As an experienced professional journalist, she had participated in countless trials for professionals, interviewed true prodigies, and even witnessed those referred to as monsters in the super trials. She was well aware that exceptionally gifted individuals did exist, yet she never believed in miracles. To her, a freelance profession was like an inescapable curse, destined to struggle at the bottom of the food chain. Effort, talent, in the face of ruthless rules, these seemed utterly powerless. Focus the camera on Ling Zhan. Li Qing ordered the cameraman sharply, her tone carrying a hint of anger. This act was undoubtedly disrespectful to Zhou Yanwang and the principals present, but she could no longer care. She intended to use hard facts to embarrass these leaders and give the jeering freshmen a profound lesson the cost of lying. On the big screen, Ling Zhan's figure flickered. He had entered the inner area of Sewage City, his body continuously flashing with various speed effects, as if racing against time. "Why is Senior Ling Zhan in such a hurry?" a student below the stage muttered in confusion. On the podium, Chi Mu and Principal Zhong exchanged a meaningful glance, secretly astonished. Normally, the transfer trial and entrance assessment had only started a few hours ago, so Ling Zhan should have plenty of time to recover and heal. Moreover, his frenzied slaughter in the water prison area seemed like a waste of time, but in reality, his speed in killing 1,000 ordinary sewage venom crabs far exceeded that of ordinary teams killing dozens. Why does he still look pressed for time? Principal Zhong pondered with a frown. There's only one possibility: this kid is too hasty, and haste makes waste. He concluded with some displeasure. By now, Principal Zhong had seen through Ling Zhan's intentions. This young man was clearly preparing to compete for the top spot in the city, and judging by his insistence on achieving full marks in the first stage, this ambitious kid even planned to challenge the provincial rankings. A perfect score in the first stage was enough to place Ling Zhan in the top 100 in the city, granting him eligibility to challenge the provincial rankings. In the second stage, if he could clear the level within 5 hours, he could at least secure a position in the city's top 10. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking. Come on. Chi Mu's palms were sweaty from tension, silently cheering for his student. Although Principal Zhong deemed Ling Zhan unfit to challenge the city and provincial rankings, as the class teacher, Chi Mu chose to unconditionally believe in and support his student. Unfortunately, separated by a large screen, he could do nothing but cheer silently in his heart. Li Qing had already stepped down from the podium, mingling with the freshmen from the first and second years. She stared at the screen, her brow furrowed. Strange. This student named Ling Zhan has continuously used the speed skill 3 times. Why doesn't he stop to rest? Doesn't he need to recover his mana? As soon as she finished speaking, the freshmen around her suddenly covered their mouths, trying hard to stifle their laughter. Li Qing looked at the students, who were laughing uncontrollably, completely baffled by what they found so amusing. Many of the new sophomores, feeling a bit bolder, kept glancing at Li Qing. Their looks seemed to label her a fool, making Li Qing bristle instantly. She turned sharply to one particularly obvious student and demanded, "Hey, what's with your expression?" The student hurriedly defended himself. "Huh? I don't know, don't accuse me." Li Qing shot him a cold glare, reminding herself that he was just a freshman and she shouldn't be too harsh. Forcing herself to focus back on the screen, She watched the actions intently. Speed. Again speed. Once more speed. Li Qing counted silently, her astonishment growing. 7 times, and it was still going? When the 8th burst of speed happened, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? 8 times, and he still has mana?" That comment seemed to unleash chaos. Among the freshmen nearby, one mischievous student couldn't hold back a laugh. The laughter spread like wildfire, and in the next moment, the entire place erupted into deafening laughter. "I can't hold it anymore. This ridiculous woman, she's killing me. Hurrah! Senior Ling Zhan is the best. Senior is amazing. That he still has mana. Line just broke me, huh?" Li Qing wished she could disappear into a hole. Her colleague, unable to watch any longer, discreetly showed her a pre-recorded video. On the screen, Ling Zhan was soloing, with 15 buffs enhancing him. Piles of sewage crabs' corpses lay at his feet, their green blood flowing from their bodies. The underground river in the water prison, initially just covering the foot, was rising to the ankles due to the sheer volume of blood. Li Qing's pupils quivered, and only one thought echoed in her mind: a god of slaughter. Suddenly, a freshman from First High School shouted, "Look, Bai Wuxuang." Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the trial stage where Bai Wuxuang was. On the podium, Principal Zhong's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum when he saw Bai Wuxuang. Feigning ignorance, he asked, "Teacher Fong, Bai Wuxuang is from your class, right?" This was purely a rhetorical question. Bai Wuxuang was the top student in the honors class at First High School and acknowledged as the school's #1 genius. How could Zhong Wenshan, the principal, not know? Teacher Fong replied helplessly, "Yes, Principal, Bai Wuxuang scored first in the last mock trial assessment." Wow, Senior Bai Wuxuang also completed the first stage task and moved to the second stage, someone exclaimed. The second stage in Sewage City Ghost Pond. Look, Senior Bai Wuxuang's first stage task score is out. Everyone curiously looked at the big screen. 93 points. Truly the best at First High School. Senior is amazing, someone praised. However, the cheers and shouts were surprisingly few. The atmosphere seemed off. 93 points in the transfer trial graduation assessment was an excellent score, certainly within the top 10. So why was the reaction so lukewarm? Many wore strange expressions, as if they all guessed what each other was thinking. Then, collectively, they fell into an indescribable awkwardness. Because the next moment, the screen displayed, Ling Zhan, first stage task, full marks. At that moment, everyone had only one question in mind. Just who is the real top genius at First High School? Mr. Fong stared at the exam screen, his brow furrowed. As the head teacher of the top class at First High School, he was deeply saddened by Bai Wuxuang's setback. However, he forced himself to remain optimistic and comforted. It's okay. With your abilities, you don't need to choose a secondary career. You can retake the exam next year and try again. Remember to learn from this experience and don't let your guard down. Bai Wuxuang nodded emphatically. Clenching his fists, he vowed to himself. He would not settle for a secondary career or attend an ordinary school. Next year, he would aim for the top score in the city and gain admission to a prestigious university. The principal of First High, Zhong Wenshan, also looked grim. The director beside him quietly reminded, "Principal, although Bai Wuxuang didn't do well, we still have Sun Zhe and the dark horse, Ling Zhan." Zhong Wenshan's expression softened slightly, but remained worried. Sun Zhe's results are still unknown. As for Ling Zhan, he shook his head. He might manage the earlier stages with his combat experience and skills, but the second-to-last stage features an elite monster. Its health, defense, speed, and skill power far exceed the earlier challenges. He's just an unregistered freelancer. It's tough. The director fell silent at this. However, Ling Zhan's class teacher, Chi Mu, spoke with determination. "Principal, let's wait and see. There might be a surprise." By this time, Bai Wuxuang had collected himself and walked towards the audience. He expected sympathy from his juniors, considering he had consistently held the top position and even had his own fan club. But as he put on a troubled expression, he noticed no one paid him any mind. Everyone was focused on the screen, eagerly awaiting the broadcast of Ling Zhan's progress. Bai Wuxuang was struck, standing in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that he had become insignificant in the eyes of his juniors. More bewildering was the question, who was Ling Zhan? Amidst the anticipation, the screen finally focused on a solitary figure. In the third stage of the evil emperor's desert secret realm, countless scorpion corpses lay in pools of blood, the stench overwhelming. Ling Zhan stood amidst the carnage, looking down at his nearly broken bowstring. With a snap, the bowstring broke. He softly bid farewell, "Goodbye, my old friend." Then he turned towards the bronze door emanating an eerie blue light from deep within the palace. The relentless roars of monsters echoed, as if a realm of torment lay beyond the door. Without hesitation, Ling Zhan pushed open the door. A nauseating stench, mingled with the monster's odor, hit him. In the pitch-black space, bluish flames lit up one by one, revealing the full extent of the stage. As Ling Zhan took in the sight before him, his eyes narrowed slightly. The audience outside gasped in shock. In the stage, Countless skeletons hung upside down from the ceiling of the grand hall, resembling a terrifying painting. The massive yellow pillars, forged from cast iron, were still marked with clear traces of blood, and the air was thick with the metallic scent. An eerie blue light enveloped the entire space, adding an indescribable sense of eeriness to the hall. At the end of the hall stood a gigantic door, in front of which loomed a three-meter-tall skeletal figure that elicited gasps from onlookers outside. The skeleton wore a tarnished bronze helmet, and a large cloak draped down, concealing its lower half. Beside it, a giant stinger from a venomous scorpion was embedded in the ground, glinting ominously under the eerie blue light. As Ling Zhan entered the cavern, the seemingly lifeless skeletal figure suddenly shuddered, with ghostly black eyes flashing crimson. Dust and sand cascaded from its cloak, and as it stood fully upright, a shocking scene unfolded. Its lower body comprised 8 venomous scorpion legs, instantly towering from 3 meters to 5 meters tall. The creature gripped the giant scorpion stinger in its right hand and opened its bony maw towards Ling Zhan, letting out a deafening roar that shook the entire cavern. This elite creature was, in fact, a massive half-human, half-scorpion monster. Ling Zhan, upon seeing this seemingly newly awakened elite monster, raised an eyebrow with genuine interest. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed countless student skulls hanging from the ceiling, a testament to the danger of this place. No wonder this checkpoint set by King Zhou was never disappointing in its difficulty. The basic information of the monster then unfolded before Ling Zhan. Monster, General Kerviel. Level, 15. Skills. Health, 2000-2000. Defense, 800,800. Status, bloodthirsty, warlike. Quality, purple. Monster notes. In life, he was a war general of a small kingdom at a checkpoint, killed by a venomous water scorpion attack and reborn through mutation, now serving the elite venomous water scorpion. A purple quality monster. Judging by its attributes, a heat in battle would indeed be challenging. However, Ling Zhan was not worried, as he planned to end the fight quickly this time. Suddenly, a pitch-black giant sword appeared in Ling Zhan's hand, its tip striking the ground with such force that it created a crater, a testament to its incredible weight. As the giant sword appeared, Ling Zhan activated multiple states. Berserk mode on. Bloodthirst mode on. Elf's blessing on. Boiling battle will on. Ling Zhan's aura instantly contracted, then exploded with ferocity. Once calm and composed, he now emanated an extremely violent energy, surrounded by a blood-red aura. In this moment, Ling Zhan appeared like a mad demon, yet his eyes remained calm and confident. The stacking of multiple debuffs was unprecedented in history. Ling Zhan was ready for an intense battle. As Ling Zhan's aura reached its peak, multiple buffs stacked onto his berserker attributes, his battle intent surging like a tidal wave. 7 layers, 10 layers, 20 layers, up to 30. His battle intent reached its limit, with his muscles bulging like steel, his health burning, and his mana depleting at an astonishing rate, 13 per second. This was the first time his seemingly bottomless mana was consumed so rapidly. 30 seconds, and it's decided. Ling Zhan's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes glinting with a determination to win. To him, the victor of this battle was destined to be none other than himself. Outside, the light screen fragments reassembled, revealing the lean, tall figure. The audience was thrilled, anticipating the emergence of the city's top-ranked individual. General Quayer, someone exclaimed. This monster is rumored to have slain over 500 students. General Quayer, half-man, half-crab, towered 5 meters high, exuding an overwhelming presence like a small mountain. The hall was stained with blood, the ceiling adorned with hanging human skeletons, and eerie blue flames flickered, creating a chilling atmosphere. Junior students witnessing this scene were visibly terrified, with some nearly fainting from the shock. A greatsword. Senior Ling Zhan chose a greatsword, someone shouted in surprise. Isn't that a berserker's weapon? Although berserkers have high attack power, their skills require sacrificing their own attributes. Many dropouts, seeing Ling Zhan's choice, couldn't help but shake their heads and sneer. Against such an elite monster, you should be more cautious. Ling Zhan rushing in with a berserker's fighting style is suicide. Some dropouts even chose to quit immediately after seeing the monster's health and defense. Suddenly, a dropout exclaimed, "Whoa! This guy stacked 30 layers of battle intent, nearly reaching its peak." The surrounding spectators focused intently on the screen. Ling Zhan was enveloped in a storm-like aura of blood, resembling a god of war descending upon the scene. Sacrificial flow strategy. Multiple buffs can only last for 30 seconds, after which mana will be depleted, health will be drained, and all attributes will significantly drop, someone analyzed. Starting with this, the senior is truly fearless. The junior students looked at each other, puzzled by Ling Zhan's risky choice. According to what they had learned, the berserker class held a precarious position. Although it could unleash immense power in a short time, it would quickly decline thereafter. The berserker, a class often tasked with the duty of covering the retreat in a team, is not commonly found in ordinary groups. However, for elite teams that specialize in tackling unknown and perilous high-difficulty challenges, the presence of a high-level berserker is indispensable. In these uncharted territories, even the strongest teams cannot guarantee a 100 success rate. When an attempt fails, the team faces two choices: fight to the end or retreat. Most teams opt for retreat, adhering to the adage, live to fight another day. However, unlike human-engineered advancement trials, these enigmatic challenges do not allow the use of return scrolls. Instead, they resemble labyrinthine mysteries where the only option is to retrace one's steps. Retreating, however, is no easy feat. Powerful monsters are relentless in their pursuit of prey, and some are so fast that escape is nearly impossible. This is where the berserker's role as a rearguard becomes crucial. It is precisely for such scenarios that elite teams spare no expense in hiring high-level berserkers. In life-or-death situations, sacrificing a berserker to ensure the team's survival, while uncomfortable, is undeniably the wisest choice. Of course, berserkers can do more than just cover retreats. They might also perform miracles in dire situations and turn the tide of battle. This is why the berserker class is rare. After all, no one willingly chooses to be a sacrificial pawn. Those who take this path are the fiercest of the fierce, especially those who have survived and reached high levels. So when Ling Zhan immediately activated his reckless berserker mode, a strategy of inflicting heavy damage on both sides, the audience was stunned. They questioned Ling Zhan's judgment, thinking he was too rash and eager for quick success. The onlooking instructors were equally baffled, with some even turning to Ling Zhan's homeroom teacher, Chi Mu, asking, "Old Chi, how did you teach him? Who opens with their ultimate move right away? With all those debuffs, once the time's up, won't it backfire and kill him?" Chi Mu, feeling wronged, was on the verge of tears. "I didn't teach him that. You can ask the classmates. Even if I were muddled, I wouldn't teach students to start with their ultimate move." The other teachers, seeing Chi Mu's genuine distress, paused. Was it really not Chi Mu's teaching? Then why did Ling Zhan choose such an apparently irrational combat style? On the podium, Principal Zhong Wenshan's expectant face had turned dark with frustration. His forehead veins bulged, clearly stressed by Ling Zhan's foolish decision, and he let out a heavy sigh. In the arena, the gigantic half-human, half-crab creature known as General Kerviel began to move. Its actions were surprisingly graceful, emitting only a faint squeak. It climbed the high wall effortlessly, hanging upside down like a spider, its crimson eyes fixed on Ling Zhan. It was puzzled. Why did this human show no fear? Was he not afraid of being skewered by its giant stinger and hung in the palace to dry into bones? Ling Zhan, by this point, had no time to ponder General Kerviel's thoughts. His muscles and limbs began to swell furiously, his dark pupils tinged with blood, and a savage, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. The great sword in his hand, stained with blood energy, trembled slightly. Blood energy swirled around him like satin, making him appear as a blood-soaked lord. "Human," Kerviel murmured. However, Ling Zhan, fully immersed in berserker mode, had no intention of conversing with this intelligent monster. To him, it was a waste of precious time. 30 seconds. He had to defeat this half-human, half-crab creature within this brief window. With a dull thud, the ground where Ling Zhan stood suddenly caved in. But his figure had vanished, as if he had teleported. General Kerviel was slightly surprised by this. This human is interesting. Suddenly, it sensed something was wrong. Just as the thought occurred, the blood-tinged figure had already appeared before it. Without warning, without a trace, General Kerviel saw only the human's eyes, a cold calmness within the blood red. Even at the peak of battle fervor, he remained extremely composed. This human, damn, is a monster, General Kerviel thought. Buzz. At that moment, the bloodstained greatsword swung down at it. Without hesitation, General Kerviel blocked with its giant poisonous stinger, resembling a spear. Clang. The poisonous stinger collided with the greatsword, a shower of blood-red light scattering like a blooming flower in the air, obscuring General Kerviel's vision and momentarily losing track of Ling Zhan. No time to think. General Kerviel's 6 crab legs moved swiftly on the ceiling, rotating its body clockwise. Simultaneously, the spear in its hand drew a circular arc, instinctively defending itself. General Kerviel wielded a deadly spear as long as he was tall, its tip forged from the venomous fangs of his own poisonous crab, and the shaft made from the bones of its limbs. The spear's tip glowed with a ghostly green poison, silently warning all that even the slightest touch would bring instant death. The general swung the spear in a perfect arc, engaging in his first direct clash with Ling Zhan. A grating sound echoed through the grand hall as their weapons collided. Yet, in the next instant, General Kerviel felt the weight of his spear suddenly lighten. Not good. The thought barely formed in his mind before his massive body, hanging upside down from the ceiling, lost its balance. At the same time, An unbearable pain shot from his eye straight to his brain. With a splatter, dark green blood sprayed out. Ah! General Kawil's scream echoed throughout the palace. His once lantern-like enormous eye had been sliced through, with dark green, foul-smelling poisonous blood gushing from the wound. They say the pain of a pierced eye is worse than that of any other injury. The excruciating pain rattled General Kawil, making it impossible for him to remain suspended from the ceiling. His enormous, mountain-like body crashed to the floor of the grand hall, sending up a cloud of dust. "Curse you, human!" General Kawil roared. "To dare use an assassin's basic skill shadow stealth right in the middle of a duel with me. My eye! Damn it!" Lying on the ground, he couldn't fathom it, his massive human-like skeletal jaw trembling with rage. In truth, when General Kawil executed his sweeping arc, Ling Zhan had already used the archer's basic skill, blink, not only evading the attack, but also instantly reaching the ceiling. Even while airborne, blink could be used, whereas invincible slide required ground contact. Immediately after, Ling Zhan employed the assassin's basic skill, shadow stealth, seizing the opportunity to pierce the general's eye. General Kawil never imagined that in less than 0.5 seconds, Ling Zhan could consecutively activate two skills. Ling Zhan targeted the eye because the general's armor was high defense, with the eye being the only unprotected and weakest point. Though this attack cost General Kawil his left eye and inflicted severe pain, it had little impact on his overall combat power and health. However, the ambush completely unleashed his beastly nature. As General Kawil was about to fly into a rage, Ling Zhan did not cease his shadow stealth. Bolstered by various enhancement buffs, his speed and range of movement were extraordinarily increased. His ghost-like figure silently appeared behind General Kawil. General Kawil was seething with rage. For countless years, it had guarded this checkpoint, never once being outsmarted by those foolish high school students. On the contrary, these naive humans always ended up as its prey, eventually hanging from the ceiling. Yet now, a human dared to insult it so openly. Fury surged like a tidal wave within General Kawil. Suddenly, dust swirled around it, and countless bits of rubble and sand floated in the air. Kawil began to chant, golden light emanating from its surface. An overwhelming pressure was awakening within it, clearly preparing to unleash its trump card skill. General Kawil's emotions towards this human were a complex mix of rage, murderous intent, and disdain, yet tinged with a hint of apprehension. This human had ruthlessly blinded one of its eyes, and it was powerless to retaliate. This meant that relying solely on brute strength was insufficient. It needed to use its skills to avoid a humiliating defeat. However, as Ling Zhan saw his opponent about to activate a skill, a cold smile formed on his lips. He thought to himself, "Do you really think I'll just stand by and watch you use your skill?" Ling Zhan was well aware that, whether monster or human, any skill requiring chanting could be forcibly interrupted. Like a mage's spells, especially those with immense power, they needed to be fully chanted before being cast. During the chanting process, if one fell into an abnormal state, took damage, or was hit by specific skills, the casting could be forcefully interrupted. Just as a mage chanting a fireball spell could be silenced by an enemy, even if the chant was 99 complete, it would still be interrupted. Knowing that this elite monster was chanting its ultimate skill, how could Ling Zhan possibly stand idly by? Thus, Ling Zhan prepared to take action. The massive sword in Ling Zhan's hand vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. In less than half a second, he activated his innate ability, weapon mastery, and a staff appeared out of thin air in his grasp. This staff was unlike the typical mage's staff. It was a unique weapon for a shadow priest. An idea sparked in Ling Zhan's mind as he recalled a beginner skill for shadow priests called Silencer. Although this F-level, non-chanting skill only inflicted minor damage, it had the ability to silence an enemy for 1 second. Many underestimated this brief silence, but Ling Zhan knew that if used wisely, it could turn the tide of a battle. Without hesitation, he cast Silencer. A dark beam shot out from the tip of the staff, striking General Kawil with precision. The meager 10 points of damage were negligible, but more importantly, the general was instantly enveloped in a silence effect. General Kawil's skill casting was abruptly halted, and a trace of confusion flickered in his eyes. In that fleeting second, Ling Zhan switched weapons again, and the massive sword reappeared in his hand. In an instant, a menacing aura emanated from him, and a fierce red light surged around him like a tide. Blood fury slash, Ling Zhan muttered to himself. He swung the blood-imbued heavy sword, launching a relentless assault on General Kawil. This F-level berserker beginner skill, Blood Fury Slash, was formidable. 15 fierce sword strikes rained down on the enemy, each causing significant stagger and stacking up to 3 layers of severe injury status. Under the severe injury status, the enemy would not only suffer 30 additional damage, but all healing effects would also be halved. However, this powerful skill came at a steep price. Ling Zhan would sacrifice 50 of his current health. One of the berserker's most iconic skills is the bloodthirsty frenzy. often paired with Berserk as part of the self-destructive duo. Berserk offers a 30-second boost at the cost of 120 seconds of weakness, while Bloodthirsty Frenzy requires sacrificing 50 of current health to unleash a 15-hit combo. At this moment, the giant sword in Ling Zhan's hand emitted a blinding blood-red glow. His seemingly slender arms burst with incredible strength as the sword traced bloody arcs through the air. General Kawil was struck by the first sword, his massive body frozen in place. Slash. The first strike landed, and General Kawil sneered, as it barely scratched his armor. Slash. The second strike fell, his disdain growing. Slash. The third strike hit, stacking 3 layers of severe injury buffs, and his expression turned serious. Slash. The fourth strike came down, the heavy armor cracked ominously, reducing his health by 100 points. Slash. The fifth strike shattered General Kawil's proud armor, dropping his defense from 800 to 500, and his health decreased by 200 points. With 15 consecutive strikes, Ling Zhan seemed to transform into a demon. The blood-red sword energy rampaged, each strike leaving a gruesome wound on General Kawil. The final strike pierced deeply into his lower body, the 90 severe injury boost causing him unbearable pain. His dark green blood covered the ground, and his abdomen, the body of a poisonous crab, was scarred deeply. The massive impact slammed him into the wall, creating spiderweb-like cracks. 20 seconds had passed. The first round took 4 seconds, and the second round 16 seconds, yet General Kawil still stood. Ling Zhan's health had dropped to a precarious level, the dual cost of Berserk and Bloodthirsty Frenzy leaving him on the brink of death. Clad only in basic armor, a single hit from General Kawil would be fatal. However, instead of retreating, Ling Zhan dashed forward, becoming a blood-red blur. Blood slash. The giant sword descended with blazing bloodlight. General Kawil roared in fury, his spear emitting a dark green beam. In a split second, Ling Zhan executed the invincible slide, perfectly timing the invincibility frame to withstand the lethal blow. Not only did he remain unscathed, but he also took the opportunity to knock General Kawil's spear away. Weaponless, General Kawil attempted to cast his trump card skill, but Ling Zhan sneered, "Huh, you think I'd give you that chance?" Blood thrust. The giant sword pierced through General Kawil's head, splattering foul brain matter everywhere. With a clang, Ling Zhan planted his sword into the ground as the Berserk debuff took hold. But it no longer mattered. General Kawil had fallen. On the podium, Zhou Yanwang, who had been closely watching the scene, stood up in shock. The final boss, Emperor Shanli, is dead. What? Isn't this the boss of the second level, the elite monster General Kawil? Why is it the boss Emperor Shanli? That's supposed to be the final level, the ultimate boss. Holding the title of Evil Emperor, with the true form of the supreme, poisonous Crab King. The audience erupted like boiling water, filled with shock and confusion. Even the principal and directors on the stage showed bewildered expressions. They knew all too well that this must be the handiwork of Zhou Yanwang. All eyes turned to Zhou Yanwang, seated at the center of the stage. "Director Zhou, what's going on?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yanwang slowly stood, placing his hands on the table, and looked down at the agitated crowd. He took a deep breath and spoke into the microphone with a commanding voice. Quiet. It was as if an invisible force swept through the room, instantly silencing the volcanic eruption of noise. Zhou Yanwang's authority remained unchallenged. As the head of vocational education and trials in Nanzhou province, every principal, director, teacher, and student present was under his jurisdiction. Everyone watched him with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, waiting for his explanation. Zhou Yanwang's lips curled into a slight smile. Then, his deep and authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall. "You are all undoubtedly curious why, although Ling Zhan merely passed the elite monster checkpoint, it is said he defeated the final boss, Emperor Shanli. Now, I will reveal the answer to you." Zhou Yanwang paused, scanning the attentive crowd, and continued. "In fact, I cleverly divided this checkpoint into 3 parts. The first part tests the basic combat skills of the candidates, and also challenges their ability to use skills effectively." The audience nodded, acknowledging Zhou Yanwang's arrangement. They understood his intention, to test candidates comprehensively and select the best talents. Zhou Yanwang elaborated. In the first stage, candidates only need to establish a solid foundation in combat to pass. The subsequent wave of Quasialite monsters tests their skill utilization. Unlike ordinary monsters, Quasialite monsters are not easy to defeat, requiring candidates to use their skills wisely. You must neither exhaust your resources too quickly nor give these monsters any advantage. In short, this stage tests the candidate's teamwork and skill application. As Zhou Yanwang finished, the audience began to murmur, discussing the deeper meaning of this checkpoint. They realized that candidates who pass this stage need not worry too much about their results. Even if they don't make it to a top combat academy, they would at least enter a decent one, avoiding less reputable institutions. However, everyone's focus quickly shifted to the second stage. They were eager to understand why defeating an elite monster meant Ling Zhan had passed the exam. Zhou Yanwang, sensing their curiosity, raised his voice slightly. As for the second stage, it is not an elite monster checkpoint, but a boss checkpoint. This revelation hit the crowd like a sledgehammer, stirring up shock and confusion. Before anyone could voice their questions, Zhou Yanwang calmly explained. I understand you are confused why the monster appeared with a purple name, and why its level and health information seemed to match that of an elite monster. Here, I must reveal a truth. The monster's actual health, defense, and level were all fake. This was a deliberate arrangement on my part. Zhou Yanwang's voice grew deeper, carrying an undeniable authority. In reality, this monster is the supreme venomous crab king, Emperor Shanli. Boom! It was as if a bomb exploded in the hearts of the crowd, causing another wave of intense shock. Zhou Yanwang looked around at the stunned faces and slowly revealed the true purpose of this arrangement. This stage is designed to test the mindset of top students. Some top students, consistently ranking at the top, develop an arrogant mindset. The voice of Lord Zhou resounded like thunder throughout the examination hall. He said coldly, "The reason I set this challenge was absolutely correct. So many self-proclaimed top candidates have met their downfall here." The room was silent. Those top students who failed the third round hung their heads in shame. They were all outstanding in their respective high schools, consistently scoring at the top of evaluations. They came bearing the expectations of their teachers and peers, only to find themselves utterly defeated here. At this moment, these once proud students finally understood why the elite monster was so difficult to deal with and why its skills were so terrifying. It turned out to be a boss disguised as an elite monster. Bai Wushuang's face flushed red because Lord Zhou's words hit him right where it hurt. He vividly recalled arriving at the third round and seeing that the opponent was just an elite monster with mediocre health and defense, which made him let his guard down. Little did he know that when the elite monster activated its skills, it nearly cost him his life. Lord Zhou seemed to see through the doubts in some of the candidates' minds, a cold smile playing at his lips. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he surveyed the failed candidates, his voice carrying a chilling edge. I am well aware that in Yundong City, there are very few teams and top students who can defeat a boss. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. He paused, then continued. Moreover, the final round's results are not solely determined by whether you can kill the boss. The key is how much of the boss's health you can deplete. As long as you can reduce the boss's health by half, your final score can be rated as excellent. These words brought a glimmer of hope to the candidates present, as if they saw a ray of light. Lord Zhou's words not only revealed the truth of the assessment, but also pointed the way for those who considered themselves failures. But ask yourselves, when you failed out of arrogance, how much damage did that monster actually take? This one question made the already ashamed losers feel even more embarrassed. They knew in their hearts that they hadn't even reduced the monster's health by a third. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense, with students exchanging glances full of regret and unwillingness. Just then, a bold girl stood up, breaking the silence. She looked directly at Director Zhou and asked clearly, "Director Zhou, does Senior Ling Zhan's performance qualify him to compete for the top spot in the provincial trials?" This question was like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating everyone's thoughts. Of course, since this is the boss level, Ling Zhan's astonishing performance surely means he has a chance to become the champion of the provincial trials. A collective gasp swept through the room, as if the temperature had suddenly dropped. The students' eyes sparkled with excitement and disbelief, and even the usually composed Principal Zhong was flushed with excitement, his chubby cheeks resembling ripe apples, his whole body trembling slightly. Could our school produce a champion for the city-level trials? This thought swirled in everyone's minds, leaving them in awe. Director Zhou wore a mysterious smile and did not answer the question directly. He said slowly, "Of course, there is still a third stage. I've mentioned before that this trial has 3 stages in total. This third stage is called the Endless Challenge, and it is quite special. You'll see just how special it is as you continue." The classroom erupted in astonishment once again. The students, though shocked, quickly accepted it. Such a complex trial design was indeed typical of Director Zhou's style. Could it be that to claim the top spot in the provincial trials, one must pass this mysterious third stage? That makes sense, someone whispered. Those prodigies at the provincial level won't be stopped by something as simple as a boss level. Let's wait and see just how unique the third stage is. After speaking, Director Zhou leisurely returned to his seat and took a sip of tea. Although his expression remained calm, he couldn't help but admit internally that Ling Zhan, as an unranked freelancer, reaching the final step was truly astonishing. However, as an experienced director, he would never let such surprise show on his face. The once noisy audience suddenly fell into a dead silence, so quiet that even the sound of breathing was audible. This eerie silence lasted less than 3 seconds before being shattered by a thunderous uproar. The crowd erupted like a volcano, their cheeks flushed with excitement as they could not contain themselves. Applause thundered across the square, as everyone wildly clapped for senior Ling Zhan's astonishing performance. Ling Zhan, you're the best. Defeating the boss in 30 seconds, even better than Bai Wushuang. He's the top contender in the city for sure. These words of praise pierced Bai Wushuang's heart like sharp swords. The audience analyzed Ling Zhan's combat techniques, marveling at how he cleverly combined the berserker's skills with minor skills from other professions. At this moment, people's perception of the berserker class completely changed. Berserkers are actually so cool. Not just for backing up, but can also conquer challenges hidden. I've decided, I'm going to pursue senior Ling Zhan. The girls excitedly discussed, with some even threatening to camp outside Ling Zhan's house, becoming his stalkers. The entire audience was in a frenzy. Their admiration for Ling Zhan was as unstoppable as a raging river. On the podium, Principal Zhong's face was flushed with excitement, unable to speak. He exchanged astonished glances with the other teachers, who were all discussing the potential of this monster student. He's not risking his life. This is just a reasonable way for him to tackle challenges. Ling Zhan probably has even stronger moves he hasn't used yet. Teacher Qi Mu stood nearby, his face beaming with pride for his student. Ling Zhan's performance not only stunned the entire audience, but also completely changed the stereotypical view of the berserker profession. At this moment, he was no longer a dark horse but a true genius, a source of pride for the entire city number 1 high school. Ling Zhan's stunning performance was like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating the entire trial ground. Teacher Qi Mu's face lit up with a delighted smile, his eyes sparkling with pride. To have such an outstanding student in his class, how could he not be overjoyed? Even more exhilarating was the strong possibility that Ling Zhan would secure the top position on the city-level trial leaderboard. However, amidst the excitement, the homeroom teachers of the advanced classes cast resentful glances at Qi Mu. Their eyes seemed to silently question why he had never mentioned this genius student before. Qi Mu awkwardly chuckled to himself, secretly relieved. It was fortunate he hadn't discovered Ling Zhan's potential too early, or else this extraordinary student might have been snatched away by those advanced class teachers. Yet upon further thought, he couldn't help but self-deprecate. Should he really be grateful for his own oversight? Why did that sound like he was belittling himself? Meanwhile, in the venue, reporter Li Qing's emotions were the most complex. As a self-proclaimed experienced journalist, she now felt deeply ashamed. Ling Zhan's performance completely overturned her understanding of freelancers, making her realize how narrow her perspective had been. Li Qing stared blankly at the camera, which kept replaying Ling Zhan's spectacular defeat of Emperor Shanli. Reflecting on her previous sharp-tongued comments and professional superiority, she couldn't help but smile wryly. So the clown was herself, all along. At this moment, Ling Zhan's ascent to the top of the city-level rankings was a certainty. If he dared to challenge the endless levels, he might even claim the top spot on the provincial trial leaderboard. On the podium, Principal Zhong Wenshan was so excited that his voice turned hoarse. He marveled in disbelief. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that our city number 1 high school would have a city champion? This is truly a monumental occasion. The surrounding principals offered sincere congratulations and smiles. After all, city number 1 high school had always trailed in trial results, and now it finally saw a turning point undoubtedly. This was news worth celebrating. Zhong Wenshan's heart pounded with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. An unbelievable prodigy had suddenly appeared, with a strong possibility of seizing the top spot on the city's trial rankings. How could he not be thrilled? Centuries ago, the world underwent a dramatic transformation. A sudden invasion by monsters dealt a devastating blow to nations around the globe. However, the resilience of the human race was remarkable. Despite such immense setbacks, they rose to the challenge and emerged stronger after the most difficult times. This catastrophe also gave rise to countless powerful individuals, and battle vocation schools were established all over to cultivate core talents to combat the monsters. In Yundong City, located in Longgua's Nanzhou province, the first high school was like other academies, having been founded just 20 years ago. Yet, during these 2 decades, the school's comprehensive trial rankings consistently lagged at the bottom. This led to a poor reputation, with outsiders believing its teaching staff was weak, its educational conditions outdated, making it the worst high school in Yundong City. Consequently, it had the fewest students, mostly those who couldn't get into other high schools. Under such challenging conditions, top students like Sun Zhe and Bai Wushuang were naturally expected to shine. Unfortunately, Bai Wushuang was eliminated in the elite monster round. But fate seemed to favor the school, as Ling Zhan, a dark horse, suddenly emerged with dazzling brilliance. He was likely to clinch the top spot in Yundong City's trials, and might even compete for the provincial rankings. Even the honor of being the city's top contender would mean a great deal to the school, allowing it to hold its head high. Since its inception, the school's best trial performance was only within the top 30 of the city rankings. As for claiming the top spot in Yundong City's trials, no one had ever achieved that glory. At this moment, the audience erupted in cheers for Ling Zhan's astonishing achievements. Meanwhile, inside the trial, Ling Zhan, having just defeated the boss, the Mountain Emperor, slowly stood up from the ground. His figure appeared particularly upright and proud in the light of victory. Ling Zhan reluctantly used his sword for support as he struggled to stand. His overall attributes had dropped to just 10, with his health, speed, basic stats, and resistance to status effects all significantly reduced. At this point, even the weakest monster could easily knock him down. Fortunately, this feeling of weakness was short-lived, quickly dissipating thanks to the blessing triggered upon completing the level, which instantly restored his health and mana and cleared all debuffs. Ling Zhan glanced at the corpse of General Kawil lying in a pool of blood and waited. As time passed, his frown deepened. It was strange. The third-level boss had been defeated, so why hadn't the clearance announcement sounded? Where were the rewards? Doubt filled his mind, and he couldn't help but wonder if there had been a mistake in the trial. Just as Ling Zhan was about to lose his patience, the level announcement finally came. Congratulations to challenger Ling Zhan for slaying the boss and successfully completing this level. Completion time, 4 hours and 56 minutes. The reward distribution is temporarily delayed. This announcement left Ling Zhan utterly dumbfounded. A delay in reward distribution? What was going on? In the previous 2 levels, upon completing the tasks, the announcements and rewards had been immediate, with any delay being only a matter of seconds. But this time, the announcement was delayed by a whole hour, and the rewards seemed to have vanished entirely. Damn it! Even someone as composed as Ling Zhan couldn't help but curse. This arrangement was clearly abnormal. Although he wasn't too worried that the rewards would be lost after all, this was a province-wide career transition trial involving nearly 1 million participants, and some errors were to be expected. Besides, not even King Zhou dared to blatantly withhold challengers' rewards. Nonetheless, the situation was incredibly frustrating. After all his hard work to clear the 3rd level, he ended up with nothing. Just as Ling Zhan was about to vent his frustration, the cold voice of the level announcement echoed again, with 3 ear-piercing warnings. Warning! 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 Challenger has successfully triggered the endless level task. Warning! Endless level, SSS difficulty mode. Challenger mortality rate is 99. Warning! Elite level rewards and endless level rewards will be issued together. The outside world erupted in an uproar. SSS difficulty mode, 99 mortality rate. This is murder. The crowd was agitated and incredulous as they watched the big screen. No one expected King Zhou to take things this far. The simultaneous issuance of rewards for the 2nd and 3rd levels meant that giving up the endless level would forfeit the 3rd level rewards, resetting the 3rd level score to 0. Protest. It wasn't just the students. Even the school leaders and teachers on the podium turned their angry gazes toward King Zhou. This approach was simply unreasonable. A 99 mortality rate was essentially forcing challengers to their deaths. Flashes went off continuously, illuminating King Zhou's face. Reporters from official and local stations rushed forward, a dense crowd converging on the podium. Cameras and microphones were thrust towards King Zhou's face as reporters clamored to ask, "Director Zhou, are you aware of the consequences of such actions?" The public demanded an explanation, as this bewildering arrangement had clearly caused a major uproar. The 234th Career Transition Trial examination commenced, but Chief Examiner Zhou Yanwang's remarks caused a massive uproar both inside and outside the examination hall. His casual dismissal of the career prospects of 1 million challengers was akin to murder. On the podium, Zhou Yanwang remained expressionless, his gaze cold enough to freeze the air. With a command, countless campus guards surged forward like a tide, forming a human barricade in front of him to disperse the swarming journalists. Yet, the guards themselves were conflicted, questioning if this executioner, who treated 1 million lives so lightly, was truly worth protecting. In the audience, the atmosphere was heavy. Many female students had tears of anger in their eyes, unable to accept the trial's near-murderous setup. The male students, equally baffled, clenched their fists in helplessness. They felt pain for those seniors who had already passed, and worried whether Ling Zhan would be deceived into challenging the seemingly endless levels. However, giving up meant Ling Zhan would not only lose the chance to compete for the provincial top spot, but also see his city-level trial rankings reset to 0. The students were torn. Should they let their senior face certain doom, or watch as he lost all his hard-earned achievements? Angry curses filled the air. Zhou Yanwang, damn you. This move cut off all retreat for the seniors, cruelly and completely. The outrage wasn't confined to the students. Journalists were equally indignant, and even teachers questioned the purpose of such an arrangement. All eyes were on the seniors, waiting for their decision. Meanwhile, inside the trial, Ling Zhan was wrapping up a bloody encounter. General Kuel's body lay in pieces, scattered across the ground. Ling Zhan's attention was drawn to a special trophy, the spear formed from General Kuel's fangs. He examined this purple-quality item closely, the Scorpion King's tail stinger spear. It not only enhanced the user's strength and agility, but also had a special poisoning effect on enemies. For Ling Zhan's current level, it was an exceptional weapon. With a satisfied grin, he stored the spear in his backpack and began collecting other loot. Though other items like crab legs and toxic crab eyes were inferior to the spear, Ling Zhan adhered to the principle of never leaving empty-handed and took them all. He avoided the disgusting innards with disdain. Just an hour ago, General Kuel had been formidable, but now he was reduced to a pile of flesh and guts. Ling Zhan clapped his hands in satisfaction and turned his gaze to the glowing teleportation array nearby. He muttered to himself, "Think you can swallow his past reward? No way." In the next moment, he disappeared into the teleportation array, ready to face the next challenge. Ling Zhan dashed into the endless level, moving like lightning, and appeared in a corridor crawling with toxic sewer crabs. These half-elite, half-ordinary creatures were merely an appetizer for him. The audience held their breath, eagerly waiting for him to effortlessly crush these minor foes. As expected, Ling Zhan raised his staff, and a brilliant red light burst from its tip. "Blazing inferno," he shouted, and the dim corridor was suddenly as bright as day. The sewer crabs, startled by the sudden light, shrieked wildly, shielding their vulnerable eyes with their claws. Without pausing for a second, Ling Zhan unleashed a barrage of scorching fireballs, hurling them into the crowd of creatures. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dozens of sewer crabs were reduced to charred husks, lifeless. The audience was stunned, and even the school principal and directors frowned in disbelief. Ling Zhan's spell power had increased so dramatically, from casting a single fireball to launching a dozen at once. This was high-level magic. How could an unclassified wanderer achieve this? Zhou Yanwang calmly explained. There are experience rewards for elite monster levels. Although I combined the rewards for the second and third levels, part of the experience from defeating the boss was granted immediately. Everyone suddenly understood. Ling Zhan had slain thousands of elite monsters and the final boss in the Phantom Pool, gaining an immense amount of experience that caused his level to soar. As an unclassified wanderer, he had mastered the basic skills of all classes. Though the attribute and skill points he received upon leveling up were fewer than those of a classified character, they were still significant. The ordinary monsters of the third level were no match for Ling Zhan's progress. Zhou Yanwang said coldly, "Want to know why the third level has a 99 mortality rate? Just watch." His words almost sparked outrage. Ling Zhan rushed to the end of the passageway, hesitated briefly before a barrier, then broke through it. A blast of scorching air, mixed with the pungent scent of sulfur, hit him, nearly making him choke. The relentless heat felt like a furnace, and Ling Zhan frowned, realizing that the real challenge was just beginning. The world seemed like a massive furnace, with a blood-red crescent moon hanging high in the sky, illuminating this small realm intensely saturated with the element of fire. The red treetops blazed with fierce flames, and black rocks were entwined with hellfire. Ling Zhan found himself surrounded by 7 volcanoes of varying sizes, with lava occasionally spewing from their craters. The largest volcano was barren, billowing thick smoke, with lava cascading down like a waterfall, reminiscent of the legendary Taishang Lao Jun's alchemical furnace. Suddenly, the water-repellent pearl in Ling Zhan's hand shattered with a crisp sound. He recalled the scene from the first challenge, where he used blazing fire and freezing techniques to vanquish 10,000 ordinary toxic crabs. Now, these combat strategies seemed to be turned against him. Transitioning from the cold, damp third level of the sewage city into this sea of fire, Ling Zhan realized he was facing an endless series of challenges. The external spectators gasped and murmured among themselves. Could those be real volcanoes? Look, Senior Ling Zhan's hair is smoking. Oh my, the temperature must be incredibly high. If it weren't for Senior Ling Zhan's protective gear, he might have been roasted the moment he entered. This is insane. Despite the scorching environment, Ling Zhan appeared largely unaffected by the extreme heat. Some skeptically remarked, a 99 death rate? Really? Is King Zhou delusional, thinking he can burn people to death with volcanoes? These thoughts remained unspoken, as King Zhou's fearsome reputation was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Did I just imagine it? Or did the largest volcano move? Strange, I think I saw it too." At that moment, King Zhou rose slowly from the podium, exuding authority, and said in a deep voice, "Awaken, flame demon." An enraged roar, like divine thunder from the heavens, echoed throughout the small world. The sound was immense and awe-inspiring, causing the entire realm to tremble. The massive volcano truly came to life. The mountain shook violently as countless boulders and molten lava cascaded down its massive slopes like an apocalyptic event. An indescribable aura of terror began to awaken and spread, making the entire world seem to tremble. Suddenly, the volcano transformed into a colossal humanoid beast towering over 1,000 feet tall. The erupting lava became its hair, and 2 enormous caverns served as its nostrils. When this giant stood up, Ling Zhan, who was 1,000 meters away, appeared as insignificant as an ant on the ground. This creature was the Flame Demon Sovereign, a formidable level 50 entity with powerful abilities like intimidation destructive flames, and breath of fire. Its health and defense stats were hidden, and its state was bloodthirsty and berserk with a red aptitude. As the supreme ruler of this small world, it was extremely dangerous, capable of annihilating all life in its fury. Facing the terrifying flame demon sovereign, death seemed the only outcome. With a thunderous noise, students, reporters, and teachers outside were collectively stunned into silence. After a moment of dead quiet, discussions erupted like a volcanic explosion. A level 50 red-named monster. That's insane. Aren't red-named monsters supposed to be weaker than gold-named ones? Don't forget, in the same secret realm, red-named bosses and gold-named bosses compete. Sometimes, red-named monsters can be as strong or even stronger than gold-named bosses. But this is ridiculously strong. A level 50 red-named boss in a trial meant for teens? Who would believe it? It seems Zhou Yanwang has designated this flame demon as the boss. He must be out of his mind. This is blatant murder. The hope that senior Ling Zhan would strive to become the provincial champion in the third trial vanished in an instant. Despair engulfed everyone. The monster's hidden stats only added to its terror. In an unknown scenario, defeat seemed inevitable. Could Ling Zhan end up dead in there? Someone asked with concern. Indeed, the difficulty of this creature far exceeded the standards of previous vocational trial assessments. It was monstrous. Everyone couldn't help but worry about Ling Zhan's fate. Don't jump to conclusions. Lord Zhou Yanwang maintained his calm demeanor and said, I mentioned before, the third stage is quite unique. Just watch and you'll understand. All eyes were incredulously fixed on Zhou Yanwang, the air thick with confusion and anticipation. Someone couldn't help but ask, unique? What do you mean? Is the boss a fake? Zhou Yanwang's gaze was stern as he gestured subtly. A junior leader quickly approached and expertly operated the equipment. Suddenly, a recording played over the loudspeakers on the field. Old Zhou, the task you assigned is done. The volcano is real, but the flame demon overlord is a fake. Remember that supposedly extinct dream phantom flower? We were lucky to capture one. One of its traits is that when a creature enters its territory, it transforms into a powerful monster, exuding an overwhelming aura. We've tried our best to eliminate the obvious weaknesses. Even so, the flower's attack power is laughably low. Make sure to file this in advance, and don't let the secret slip. As the recording ended, thousands on the field were left speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. The red-named monster is a fake. Damn, Zhou Yanwang is such a schemer. But the pressure from the red name felt real. What's Zhou Yanwang's point? Simulating the pressure of a red-named monster just to scare challengers. Is it really that twisted? Those students dared not voice their complaints loudly. They whispered among themselves. On the podium, leaders of various ranks were trying to maintain order, but with little success. Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. I get it. Guys, what was your first reaction when you saw the red-named flame demon overlord? That Zhou Yanwang is a pervert, someone muttered. And what else? The voice pressed. Fear. Terrifying fear, one student admitted. When the flame demon overlord's level appeared, I almost wet myself. Who wouldn't be scared? A level 50 monster's stats are terrifying, another student agreed. In that moment, everyone realized the truth. So, the voice concluded, the third stage tests courage. A true warrior dares to face death. Even when standing before a red-named monster, they have the courage to swing their blade. Not being scared witless is the victory. Awesome. That's insightful. Zhou Yanwang really added a twist to the trial. The seniors are so unlucky. Could they die of fright from the red-named monster? They have return scrolls. What's there to fear? Discussions buzzed around, with someone explaining, the third stage tests courage. The longer you withstand the pressure of the red-named monster, the higher your score. Ling Zhan charged into the endless challenge without hesitation, securing his rank as the city's top contender. Now, he was vying for the provincial trial leaderboard. Despite this, many students were anxious, their palms sweaty. Good luck, Senior Ling Zhan. Someone whispered encouragement. Principal Zhong, Chi Mu, and Ling Zhan's homeroom teacher all stood from their seats, eyes fixed on the big screen. Was their school finally about to produce a provincial champion? This was a miracle created by a lone student, destined to be recorded in history. Principals and leaders from other schools, attending journalists, and even regular school recruiters all held their breath in anticipation. Can he see through it? Let's hope so. This stage challenges one's resolve. It all depends on his decision. Everyone's hearts were in suspense, as if time had stood still. Fight, regardless of the outcome, someone silently urged. The flame demon overlord is just a paper tiger. Please, go and tear it apart. Another voice echoed in their mind. All eyes were on the big screen, waiting for Ling Zhan's performance, hoping for a miracle to unfold. I seem to see a lone warrior, crowned as the champion of the provincial trials leaderboard. Humans have long been oppressed by demons and monsters, and the spark of rebellion burns fiercely in their hearts. In the endless challenges, Ling Zhan encountered a formidable opponent for the first time. It was a red-named monster even more powerful than the boss, the flame demon sovereign. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and its oppressive aura, filled with violent terror, seemed poised to destroy everything. Ling Zhan struggled to stand tall, facing the monster heathen. However, the gap in their levels was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon, and the immense psychological pressure bore down on him. He felt his breath catch, and his blood seemed to stop flowing. This was the first time since entering the trials that he had felt such a terrifying pressure. Outside, everyone watched the screen intently. Even those as strong as Senior Ling Zhan seemed to hesitate. The audience anxiously shouted, "It's not real, Senior Ling Zhan." Yet, the omniscient view was completely different from the first-hand experience. They could only hope Ling Zhan would break free from his cage. The pressure grew heavier, like a mountain pressing down on Ling Zhan. His spine began to bend, and breathing became increasingly difficult. However, Ling Zhan's eyes gradually filled with fervor. He pondered to himself, "Why isn't it moving? This red-named monster is indeed a bit frightening." At that moment, Ling Zhan suddenly activated all his buff enhancements. It seemed to grant him boundless courage. Inch by inch, his bent spine began to straighten. Under the monster's oppressive aura, Ling Zhan finally stood upright, igniting his fighting spirit. The audience on the field was completely fired up. They saw Ling Zhan drenched in sweat, his expression turning fierce, his legs trembling slightly, and the veins on his arms writhing like dragons. Suddenly, Ling Zhan wielded the poisoned scorpion fang spear, and the crowd erupted. At this critical moment, someone accidentally switched the screen from Ling Zhan to another challenger. It was like a spark falling into a barrel of gunpowder, causing the freshmen to riot collectively. "Where's Senior Ling Zhan? We want to see Senior Ling Zhan." Their angry gazes pierced the careless staff member like sharp swords, making him instantly feel a chill. With a snap, Ling Zhan's image reappeared on the screen. The staff member, feeling wronged, complained to the supervisor, "Aren't you going to do something? These students just went crazy." However, the supervisor glared at him fiercely. "I swear, I want to chop your hands off." The staff member was left speechless, having to silently endure the sudden reprimand. Every challenger has a 10-second spotlight upon leaving the trial, an unbreakable rule of the test. At this moment, more than one person was leaving the trial ground. A staff member hesitated before finally gathering the courage to speak. "Director Zhou, I? Get out." Zhou Yanwang's furious shout was so overwhelming that the staff member's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to lose control. On the big screen, the figure of Senior Ling Zhan reappeared. He was radiating a red aura, all debuffs activated, yet he remained unyielding. The pressure from the red-named monster was palpable, but he stood firm against it. In the audience, students stared wide-eyed, fearful of missing any detail. "Ling Zhan is amazing. Go, Senior," someone couldn't help but shout. Then, everyone was stunned. Ling Zhan didn't crush the return scroll, but instead raised his weapon, aiming at the Flame Lord. In an instant, the entire venue erupted. Students jumped in excitement. Teachers were dumbfounded. Reporters scrambled to record the scene, and even the bystanders were invigorated by the display of bravery. All eyes were locked onto Ling Zhan's image on the screen. Principal Zhong's hands trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with pride. "This is a student from our school, facing a red-named monster, yet still daring to strike. This is the pride of our school." On the podium, Zhou Yanwang maintained his stern demeanor, but a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He quietly told the person next to him, "This student's performance is exemplary. All footage from his trial must be included in the curriculum. Remember, all of it." Suddenly, a first-year student stood up and shouted, "Kill it, Senior Ling Zhan." This cry acted as a catalyst, igniting the passion of the entire crowd. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of voices merged into a deafening roar. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Gradually, not only students but also teachers, reporters, and everyone present joined in the thunderous chant. Inside the challenge, Ling Zhan's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped the Scorpion King's tail spear tightly. He took a deep breath and stomped forcefully. Boom! The ground shattered instantly, and his figure shot up like an arrow released from a bow. The spear fell. The tip of the Scorpion King's stinger pierced into the massive body of the Flame Demon Lord, but it was as if it had punctured a giant balloon. With a soft pop, the intimidating pressure vanished instantly, and the Flame Demon Lord's body began to shrink rapidly at an incredible speed. Ling Zhan was dumbfounded, exclaiming in his mind, "It's so fragile, like paper." Driven by instinct, Ling Zhan immediately activated his archer skill to dodge, quickly following up with a series of other skills. He retreated swiftly like a flash of lightning, simultaneously using rapid shadow stealth. Emerging from his concealed state, Ling Zhan watched the Flame Demon Lord warily, clutching a return scroll in his hand, ready to teleport out of the trial at any moment. Before him, the Flame Demon Lord's large form had shrunk into a small, basin-sized four-colored magic flower, which then burst like a bubble. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to candidate Ling Zhan for successfully passing the endless trial. The trial has ended. Your performance in this trial has been recorded. Analyzing your battle performance and data to determine the final score. Ling Zhan was in disbelief. I passed? How? The final boss, that red monster, just died like that. He looked at the shattered four-colored magic flower in confusion, noticing a string of monster information above it. Monster, dreamlike magic flower. Level, 10. Skills, transformation, intimidation. Health, 100,100. Defense, 1,010. Status, dead. Quality, blue. A fake. Ling Zhan was even more puzzled. Then what's with the 99 death rate? Was it just a bluff? Before he could think further, the mechanical voice of the trial announcement spoke again. Based on candidate Ling Zhan's completion time and battle performance, the final trial rating is SSS level. Your trial results have been recorded in the provincial ranking. Additionally, your rewards for completion have been issued. Trial completion reward, level 3. Current level is 14. Trial completion reward, allocatable 4-dimensional attribute points, 38. Trial completion reward, Scorpion King's Fong Spear Purple. Trial completion reward, title, Heart of the Fearless. Trial completion reward, unlock trial talent, Magic Resonance. Rewards have been fully distributed. Ling Zhan quickly opened his personal panel to carefully check his latest status. Name, Ling Zhan. Health, 10001000. Mana, 27003000, continuously recovering. Talent, 62. Age, 18. Race, human. Level, 142920100000. Profession, none. Strength, 35. Constitution, 35. Intelligence, 35. Agility, 35. No bonuses from items or equipment. Innate talent. Equipment mastery F. Magic mastery E. Versatile F. Trial talent. Magic resonance B. Possess skills. Blazing Inferno F. Ice spell F. Shield breaking sword sweep F. Allocatable 4-dimensional points, 58. Allocatable skill points, 1018. Ling Zhan noticed the addition of a trial talent section on his panel, with his allocatable 4-dimensional attribute points increasing from 20 to 58, and skill points from 1010 to 1018. He immediately distributed the 4-dimensional attribute points evenly across all attributes. Strength, 50. Constitution, 49. Intelligence, 50. Agility, 49. As for the skill points, Ling Zhan decided not to use them for now. All his current skills were basic, and they couldn't be upgraded through ordinary means. Only system-allocated skill points could break this limitation. Ling Zhan understood well that only the system could break conventional limits and open the door to more powerful abilities for him. The system's daily task rewards and special skill points differ. Ling Zhan gained a lot from this trial, most importantly earning the trial talent reward. Trial talents are special abilities that challengers have a chance to acquire after defeating trial levels, with the probability of obtaining them directly linked to performance. The better the performance, the higher the chance, and achieving the Secret Realm's best record guarantees it. Of course, even those with average performance might trigger a rare event if they're lucky. It's important to note that each trial level's reward can only be claimed once. No matter how excellent the performance is upon subsequent completions, there will be no additional rewards. Ling Zhan carefully read the description of the magical resonance trial talent he received, Magic Resonance B. It not only reduces the cooldown time of all magic skills by 30, but also resets the cooldown time of all basic magic skills to 0. For most magic professions, the first part of this talent holds more value. However, for Ling Zhan, the latter part is the real weapon. Combined with the titles of Magic Controller and Fearless Heart, Ling Zhan's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. The Fearless Heart title not only boosts his courage, but also provides partial immunity to intimidation skills of the same level, making it a significant assurance on the battlefield. Meanwhile, outside the trial grounds, other candidates gradually exited the levels. Some appeared dejected, clearly falling short of their ideal scores, while others exuded confidence, likely having achieved satisfying results. Su Ro also emerged from the level, but those around her were engrossed in the scenes on the big screen, paying her little attention. As a well-known figure at City No. 1 High School, Su Ro not only stood out for her looks, but also attracted many eyes with her exceptional appearance. Su Ro's talent score reached an impressive 78, and as an assassin in training, she consistently ranked in the top 10 in the school's evaluations. This delicate and beautiful, yet highly intelligent girl naturally drew the attention of many admirers. At the moment, she wore a gentle smile, clearly satisfied with her performance. Almost defeated that monster, but still got an SS rating, Su Ro thought to herself. Getting into a top combat academy shouldn't be a problem. Her bright smile lit up her exquisitely carved face, which would typically leave the boys around her mesmerized. However, surprisingly, no one except her teacher was talking to her. Su Ro furrowed her brows slightly and glanced over at the candidates' seating area. Her gaze quickly locked onto Bai Wuxuang, and she felt a bit surprised. It seems this trial is indeed difficult. Even Bai Wuxuang couldn't defeat that boss monster. Suddenly, she noticed that everyone around her was looking up at the screen in the air. Huh? Is Sun Zhe dominating the field? With this question in mind, Su Ro turned her gem-like bright eyes towards the screen. However, the figure on the screen was not Sun Zhe as she had expected, but rather someone unexpected. Ling Zhan. Why is it him? Su Ro's eyebrows slightly raised, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ling Zhan was her classmate. As someone who got along well with her classmates, Su Ro knew all their names and appearances by heart. Yet, in her memory, Ling Zhan was just an ordinary student, quiet and unremarkable, always sitting in the back row of the classroom, often seen with Lei Feng. Su Ro recalled that in all their time as classmates, she had only ever exchanged a single hello with Ling Zhan, with no further interaction. This was enough to show how inconspicuous Ling Zhan was in the class. But now, this invisible student had become the protagonist on the screen, drawing everyone's attention. Su Ro's eyes flashed with disbelief, and she couldn't help but start to reassess this classmate whom she had nearly overlooked. It must have been a coincidence that the screen switched to him. It would probably return to Sun Zhe in the next second, Su Ro thought as she lightly walked to the audience and found a seat. She anticipated the director's switch on the light screen, but noticed her classmates giving her strange looks. This left Su Ro, who was usually very popular, feeling puzzled. Not wanting to overthink it, Su Ro gently tugged on the sleeve of a nearby classmate and softly asked, "Excuse me, why isn't the director switching the screen?" On the screen, Ling Zhan was receiving rewards for defeating plant-type monsters. Su Ro frowned and said, "Staring at Ling Zhan all the time is boring. Besides, why is his level different from mine?" The classmate replied impatiently, "I only watch Ling Zhan. Who's Sun Zhe? Never heard of him." Su Ro was taken aback and incredulously asked, "Why do you all only want to watch Ling Zhan? Did Sun Zhe not perform well?" "Not really," the classmate said irritably. "Oh, don't bother me. Who's Sun Zhe anyway? His combat experience is nowhere near Ling Zhan's. The key thing is, Ling Zhan is challenging the level solo, as an unclassified freelancer." Su Ro's eyes widened in shock. She had entered the level only slightly later than Ling Zhan, yet she was completely unaware of these details. Logically, Ling Zhan should have joined a team, but he chose to go solo, and as an unclassified freelancer at that. Then why is his level different from mine? Su Ro asked urgently. The male classmate looked at her strangely and bluntly said, "Because Ling Zhan isn't in the second level. So it's the first level?" Su Ro guessed. After all, he's an unclassified freelancer going solo, so it's normal if he couldn't reach the second level. But there's no volcano in the first level either. The male classmate gave her another strange look, and Su Ro couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "Could you please not look at me like that, as if you're saying, how can this girl be so clueless?" Sorry, the boy said awkwardly, scratching his head, and then replied, "Su Ro, you're wrong. Senior Ling Zhan isn't in the first level, nor the second level, but in the endless level." Su Ro was instantly stunned, her delicate features filled with shock. She stood up and quickly walked over to her homeroom teacher, Chi Mu, softly calling out, "Teacher." Chi Mu smiled and said, "Judging by the expression when you came out earlier, your results must have met your expectations." "Teacher, my results are good enough for a top combat academy," Su Ro replied happily, then asked, "Is that Ling Zhan on the screen now, in the final endless level?" Chi Mu showed a proud smile and drew out his words, That, shattered Su Ro's worldview. She felt as if a large ball of cotton had been stuffed into her heart, uncomfortable and impossible to break through, just stuck there. Su Ro noticed Bai Wuxuang standing nearby with a forlorn expression and approached him. She gently greeted, "Bai Wuxuang." Bai Wuxuang nodded in response. "It looks like you did well." "Yes, within my expectations," Su Ro said as she sat down, then asked, "By the way, can you tell me about Ling Zhan?" This question seemed to pierce Bai Wuxuang's heart like a sharp sword. A nearby female teacher noticed and pulled Su Ro aside, explaining in detail Ling Zhan's performance, from defeating small monsters, wiping out crab swarms, slaying the boss, and finally entering the endless level to take down red-named foes. As the female teacher recounted the events, Su Ro's expression shifted from mild surprise to astonishment, then to shock, and finally to a numb daze. She stood there, as if utterly overwhelmed by the astonishing news, unable to recover for a long time. This normally unassuming student stunned everyone during the trial like a bolt of lightning. Initially, Mr. Zhou was furious with Ling Zhan for his disregard of the trial, threatening severe punishment. Yet now, he was smiling at the screen, an expression rarely seen on his face. The female teacher spoke with deep emotion, while Su Ro had quietly found the best spot to watch, sitting upright. Her fair, delicate face was slightly lifted, eyes fixed on the screen, determined to ask for Ling Zhan's battle footage once the exam was over. Having encountered many geniuses, she had never seen such terrifying numbers for a red-named monster in the National Novice Trial, let alone a newcomer daring to challenge such an opponent. Ling Zhan, meanwhile, was oblivious to the commotion outside, unaware that he had gained countless admirers and that some were already recording his trial performance as a tutorial. Without hesitation, he crushed the teleportation scroll in his hand. However, when the white light of the teleportation array dissipated, he found himself not at school but in an empty plaza, all alone. Soon, the teleportation array flickered again, and a tall girl emerged. She had long silver hair as dazzling as a galaxy, and the most striking feature was her red eyes. Dressed in a school uniform, with black knee-high socks and delicate leather boots, she held a thick book in her left hand. This silver-haired, reedy beauty looked like she stepped out of an anime, her elegant appearance contrasting with the coldness in her eyes. The silver-haired girl glanced at the beginner's equipment Ling Zhan was carrying, then looked away. Over the next 10 minutes, more students, each in different school uniforms, were teleported in. Half an hour later, the teleportation stopped entirely, and a total of 100 candidates had gathered in the plaza. The last to arrive was Sun Zhe, who was initially stunned upon seeing Ling Zhan, then frowned, clearly puzzled by the appearance of this ordinary student. In the audience outside, people recognized Zhu Yaowang, known as the white-haired witch from No. 1 High School in Yunbei City, and the handsome senior Huang Bai from No. 3 High School in Xinjiang City. The top talents of Nanzhou province had gathered in this endless trial. Not only were the students shocked, but even the principals and directors on the podium were amazed, as candidates from different test centers usually couldn't enter the same endless trial. All eyes turned to Mr. Zhou, who leisurely stood up and stepped into the suddenly appearing teleportation array. While his dramatic move invited private criticism, it also drew admiration for his meticulous planning. As the overseer of the Nanzhou province educational trials, he not only perfectly managed the candidates' mindsets, but also brought together outstanding students from various districts, leaving everyone wondering what else he had in store. Reporters on-site eagerly set up their cameras, anticipating a possible showdown among the prodigies. Meanwhile, teachers from various universities observed these top-ranked talents from the provincial trial leaderboard with great interest. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Mr. Zhou finally appeared in the trial Secret Realms Plaza, facing the top 100 talents from the 234th Nanzhou provincial trial. In the center of the vast Secret Realm Plaza, the figure of Zhou Yanwang suddenly appeared. Instantly, all the gathered prodigies, startled like a herd of deer, withdrew their examining gazes and stood obediently. Zhou Yanwang's reputation in the southern province was formidable. His renowned strictness commanded respect from every student. Zhou Yanwang surveyed the surroundings, nodded in satisfaction, and his deep voice resonated across the plaza. I assume you candidates are not unfamiliar with me. So, I won't waste words. There are no monsters here. This place was established merely to bring together the top 100 of the southern province's trial rankings. As soon as he finished speaking, the prodigies relaxed slightly, but their curiosity about those around them grew. The top 100. This meant they all had the privilege of freely choosing their preferred elite academies. Zhu Yaowang, known as the white-haired witch, immediately recalled the boy who had previously failed to pique her interest. The boy, carrying a bulging bag of basic gear, exuding an ordinary aura and appearance, was also among the province's top 100. She quickly turned to find that figure. The boys swept by Zhu Yaogang's gaze immediately straightened their chests, putting on a cool and indifferent facade. They understood that fawning strategies wouldn't work with such a distinguished girl. To attract her, they needed to spark her curiosity. Thus, each boy feigned aloofness, while internally shouting, "Beauty, look at me." Zhu Yaowang soon found the ordinary boy. He was huddled in a corner, leisurely eating biscuits and occasionally sipping water, seemingly out of place in this bustling world. Zhou Yanwang continued, a rare smile appearing on his face. In fact, the reason I gathered you here is simple, to let you meet and interact with each other. After all, in the future, you will be attending various combat academies, and knowing more people might help you form an SS-level team after graduation. He further explained, currently, there are only 3 SS-level teams in the Dragon Country. The truly high-level, unknown trial secret realms are far beyond this examination trial. The monsters there are unimaginably powerful, requiring teamwork to conquer. Zhou Yanwang briefly introduced the situation of forming assault teams after graduation, with team strength ranked from E to SSS. He held high hopes for this group of prodigies, his eyes gleaming with expectation. All right, Zhou Yanwang announced. You may now interact with each other for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will announce the top 10 in the provincial rankings. The figure of King Yin quietly vanished from the square, fully aware that his presence could make the students feel uneasy. Sure enough, as soon as he left, the atmosphere lightened considerably. The top talents from the province, those who ranked in the top 100, began to engage in lively conversations. They could often guess each other's names just by glancing at their school uniforms. Figures like Zhu Yaowang, Huang Bai, and Lu Chang, frequently mentioned in the media, became the center of attention. Among these dazzling talents, Sun Zhe from Yundong City seemed somewhat inconspicuous. He quietly approached Ling Zhan, looking surprised. Ling Zhan, I didn't expect you to make it into the top 100 of the province. Although he said this, Sun Zhe felt a sense of relief inside. It looks like I won't be at the bottom. Ling Zhan must be ranked 100th, he thought, which eased some of his inferiority complex in the presence of these arrogant elites. Such is human nature. When confronted with those more powerful, one might feel inferior. But if there's someone perceived to be worse off nearby, confidence is restored. At least I'm not the worst. I'm just lucky, Sun Zhe consoled himself. Ling Zhan only responded with a muted acknowledgement, saying little else. To Sun Zhe, Ling Zhan had always been a quiet, honest person, almost invisible in class. You're pretty lucky to make it into the top 100 with me, Sun Zhe joked. Did you pray for good luck before the exams? Ling Zhan didn't offer any explanation, quietly munching on his biscuit. He had expected the final stage to be a fierce competition, but was surprised by this kind of gathering. He didn't enjoy such settings because he could keenly sense that nearly every gaze upon him carried a hint of disdain. Even Sun Zhe was no exception, though he hid it well, pretending to be a good friend. Ling Zhan had no interest in those arrogant prodigies. In his eyes, they had no connection to his future, so he naturally didn't bother to flatter them. However, life often doesn't go as planned. Just as he finished eating his homemade cookies, a subtle fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air. He looked up to find the aloof, white-haired girl standing before him. Sun Zhe, standing nearby, couldn't hide his delight, thinking excitedly, she must be here for me. A flurry of pickup lines flashed through his mind, and he settled on what he believed to be the perfect approach. Clearing his throat, he began in a deliberately lowered voice. Hello, classmate, my name is. Before he could finish, Zhu Yaowang raised her delicate hand, signaling him to stop. She didn't even glance at Sun Zhe. Her eyes were fixed on Ling Zhan, who was chewing the last bite of his cookie. This scene left everyone around them stunned, including Zhou Yanwang, who was observing from the shadows and couldn't help but smile. Zhu Yaowang spoke, her voice as cool as her demeanor. Hello, what's your name? This simple greeting halted the other eager prodigies in their tracks as they curiously speculated. Did this guy offend the white-haired witch? Ling Zhan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the beautiful white-haired girl to approach him. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied politely. Hello, my name is Ling Zhan. Zhu Yaowang. The white-haired girl introduced herself, extending her slender hand. Ling Zhan hesitated for a moment before lightly touching her hand and then withdrawing his. Zhu Yaowang looked directly into Ling Zhan's eyes and asked straightforwardly, can I ask what profession you're in? Just curious, because you're carrying so much stuff. Her bluntness caught people off guard, as she seemed entirely unconcerned with the opinions of those around her, directly asking what she wanted to know. It's no wonder Zhu Yaowang asked such a question. The scene before her was indeed quite incongruous. Gathered here were the top talents from the province, each with a distinct professional trait. Mages wielding staffs, warriors bearing shields and heavy swords, assassins playing with sharp daggers. Yet, Ling Zhan stood out, draped in an assortment of gear, resembling a hurried wanderer. Zhu Yaowang, the white-haired enchantress, initiated the conversation for a simple reason. Ling Zhan had arrived before her, suggesting his completion speed might be faster. This discovery made it impossible for her to ignore this peculiar individual. What is your profession? Zhu Yaowang asked, piquing the curiosity of the other talents, including Sun Zhe, who all perked up their ears. Ling Zhan sighed inwardly. He had intended to keep a low profile, but this cool, goddess-like beauty had singled him out. I'm a jobless wanderer, he replied truthfully. This statement seemed to hit a pause button. The square was enveloped in the sound of the night breeze. Even breathing became audible. Everyone's expressions froze. Zhu Yaowang's usually calm and beautiful face was filled with shock, and Sun Zhe was utterly dumbfounded. A jobless wanderer among the province's top 100? It was unheard of. From the shadows, Zhou Yanwang watched the bewildered group of talents with amusement. After a long silence, someone finally broke it. You must be joking, right? Ling Zhan shook his head and casually pulled up an information panel. Name, Ling Zhan. Profession, none. Talent, 62. Other detailed information such as innate talent and trial talent was hidden, as it was personal and selectively disclosed. Once it was confirmed that Ling Zhan truly was a jobless wanderer, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. How could he be in the province's top 100? Just as Zhu Yaowang was about to voice her skepticism, a round of applause interrupted the crowd. Zhou Yanwang reappeared. All right, 10 minutes are up. It's time to announce the province's top 10. This announcement immediately heightened the tension among the students. While they already knew their district rankings, the precise provincial rankings remained unknown. Each talent hoped to make it into the top 10, except for Ling Zhan, who appeared disinterested. Completing the system task was his only concern. Old Wu, start the announcement. At Zhou Yanwang's command, the light screens at various examination sites across Nanzhou province lit up, ready to witness this historic moment. On behalf of the Nanzhou Provincial Education Department, I officially announced the top 10 rankings of this year's 234th National Unified Transition Examination. Zhou Yanwang's voice echoed through the examination halls. Audiences everywhere erupted with excitement. Students at the City No. 1 high school exam site were particularly thrilled, as their seniors Ling Zhan and Sun Zhe had both made it into the province's top 100. Although everyone believed Sun Zhe had a shot at the top 10, hopes weren't high for Ling Zhan. Even Principal Zhong Wenshan shared this view. Sun Zhe might have a chance, but Ling Zhan seems unlikely. Standing atop the platform, Zhou Yanwang cast a stern gaze over the talents. Without further ado, let's announce the 10th place. His gaze settled on a petite girl, Guo Tianjiu. Profession, summoner, completion time, 5 hours, 9 minutes, and 32 seconds. This revelation took everyone by surprise. Guo Tianjiu shyly lowered her head, her delicate ears turning red. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle and introverted girl would perform so powerfully in the trial? Especially as a summonera profession not typically suited for solo combat, she managed to achieve a remarkable 10th place in the province. It just goes to show, those who appear the most fragile often fight with the greatest ferocity. After King Yan announced the 4th place, the atmosphere in the room became tense. He deliberately paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over Ling Zhan in the corner, giving everyone space to discuss. Inside the secret realm, the prodigies whispered among themselves. Who will be third? The first and second are definitely Zhu Yaowang and Huang Bai, without a doubt. That's right, the golden boy and girl, equally matched in strength. That's why the third place is the most intriguing. Huang Bai stood proudly, hands behind his back, exuding maturity and composure. As a master marksman, he had every reason to be proud. His solo capabilities were strong, with limitless potential, combining charm, dominance, and intensity. His presence was commanding, drawing the attention of everyone present, even causing some girls to gaze at him with bright eyes. The discussions outside were even more animated. Huang Bai is so handsome. I wish I could marry him. Keep dreaming. Huang Bai only likes Zhu Yaowang from their school. So who will be third? Yes, the first and second are a done deal. The third place is the real mystery. Students from City No. 1 high school were also engaged in heated discussions. Could it be Sun Zhe? Highly unlikely. Although senior Sun Zhe is impressive, surpassing so many prodigies is a stretch. Then who could it be? At this point, a junior girl softly suggested, could it be senior Ling Zhan? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Impossible. Although senior Ling Zhan is good, making it to the top 10 in the province seems out of reach for him. The ideal is rich, but reality is harsh. Suro was also speculating about the third place. She knew it couldn't be Sun Zhe, but who could it be? On the podium, the principal and directors were engaged in lively discussions. The top 3 were the real highlight, and with the first and second places decided, the third place became the biggest mystery. King Yan allowed ample time for discussion, and once the atmosphere was ripe, he flashed a meaningful smile and said, I believe all candidates are quite interested in who the third place is, aren't you? Everyone nodded in unison. The mystery of the third place indeed captivated everyone's hearts. Knowing who the first and second places are, the third place naturally becomes the ultimate suspense. Zhou Yanwang's lips curled into a faint, calm smile. His gaze swept over all the prodigies present, and his deep voice slowly spread through the air. Provincial third place, Huang Bai, profession, sharpshooter, completion time, 4 hours 59 minutes 39 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if an invisible lightning bolt had struck the scene. Everyone's expressions froze instantly, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even the usually indifferent Zhu Yaowang was momentarily stunned, her gem-like red eyes fluttering uneasily, clearly taken aback by the result. Huang Bai stood among the crowd, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, and then to unwillingness, faster than a Sichuan opera face change. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swiftly scanned the other prodigies around him, seemingly searching for the person who might have surpassed him. However, no one in his line of sight appeared to have that capability. The audience outside was even more abuzz. Comments flew like snowflakes, filled with speculation and astonishment, flooding the online space. Huang Bai is only third. Who could surpass Huang Bai? Who is the second place? These questions hammered at everyone's hearts like little hammers. Zhou Yanwang seemed to relish the atmosphere, standing there with an amused smile, deliberately delaying the announcement of the second place. This intentionally created suspense pushed the scene's atmosphere to a climax. At that moment, a soft voice broke the silence. Guo Tianjiu timidly said, could it be? Even Yaowang's sister's first place was taken? This sentence was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's hearts. Zhou Yanwang gave Guo Tianjiu an approving glance and slowly spoke. Guo Tianjiu is right. Zhu Yaowang's first place has indeed been taken. Provincial second place, Zhu Yaowang, profession, female assassin, completion time, 4 hours 57 minutes 17 seconds. This announcement was like a heavy blow, leaving everyone stunned. The scene fell into a deathly silence, followed by an earth-shattering uproar. Faces were filled with disbelief, bodies trembling involuntarily, as if they had just experienced an earthquake. Zhu Yaowang, the acknowledged genius, only secured second place? Then, who could be first? This question hung like a sharp sword over everyone's hearts, leaving them breathless, awaiting the final revelation. I must be dreaming. This thought spread like electricity both inside and outside the secret realm. Contestants from the top 100 at the provincial level and spectators from various exam venues were in a daze. The ranking announced by Zhou Yanwang was like a sledgehammer, shattering everyone's understanding. Zhu Yaowang, the white-haired, reedied, aloof genius girl, was only in second place? This news was so shocking that many people's first reaction was to doubt whether Zhou Yanwang had read the results wrong. Zhu Yaowang's name was already well known. She had won multiple championships in university joint competitions, was the goddess in the hearts of countless boys, and a role model for many girls. In fact, when she was just a freshman in high school, a prominent figure in Nanzhou province boasted that 3 years later, Zhu Yaowang would undoubtedly be the top scorer in the province's entrance trials. In reality, it didn't matter whether Zhu Yaowang participated in this trial or not. She had already secured admission offers from several prestigious combat academies. These institutions even hoped she would skip the final year of high school and directly enter university. However, Zhu Yaowang chose to participate in this nationwide career transition trial to experience the life of an ordinary high school student. Everyone thought Zhu Yaowang winning the top spot in the Nanzhou province trial was a foregone conclusion. Yet reality struck everyone hard, and amidst the shock, curiosity about the mysterious first-place winner grew strong. On the podium of City No. 1 High School, a principal couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. As the rising star of Nanzhou province, Zhu Yaowang had always been the focal point for schools. The reason was simple: what if she wanted to transfer? In fact, Zhu Yaowang had transferred schools at the end of her freshman year because she found her previous school too boring, causing a frenzy among principals trying to persuade her. Old Zhong, do you think this first place could be Sun Zhe? One principal asked. Zhong Wenshan immediately denied it. Impossible, you're overthinking it. I know my students well. I'm already satisfied if Sun Zhe makes it into the provincial top 100. No matter how high his level is, he can't surpass Zhu Yaowang. Other principals nodded in agreement. Compared to the outside uproar, the square inside the secret realm was eerily quiet. The face of each prodigy was filled with shock, as if the announcement had struck a nerve. How could Yaowang be surpassed? Huang Bai muttered, unable to accept that his perfect goddess had been defeated. Zhu Yaowang slightly furrowed her snowy brows, her red eyes flashing with a strange light. After scanning the surroundings, her gaze finally landed on Ling Zhan, who was leisurely eating his second cookie. Could it be him? This thought was immediately dismissed. After all, how could an unclassified wanderer surpass her? Thus, all eyes turned to Zhou Yanwang, hoping for further explanation. Zhou Yanwang felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by these eager young eyes. He took a deep breath and announced in a deep voice, I know you're all shocked by this ranking, but the next announcement will surprise you even more. The top scorer of the province and the winner of this Nanzhou province trial is Ling Zhan. His status is an unclassified wanderer, and he completed the trial in 4 hours and 56 minutes. This news hit everyone like a sledgehammer. Sun Zhe was left with ringing in his ears, while others felt their blood pressure spike, almost wanting to roll their eyes. Outside, Su Ro's cherry-like lips were wide open, and Bai Wushuang collapsed to the ground, mumbling, this must be a dream. This must be a dream. The cheers from the younger students came to an abrupt halt, their expressions frozen like sculptures. On the podium, Zhong Wenshan's hand holding the teacup froze, and the expressions of the other principals were just as stiff. Everyone's mind was screaming, what is happening? He's an unclassified wanderer. How did he become the top scorer of Nanzhou province? However, when the screen switched to Ling Zhan, he had just finished his second cookie, his cheeks puffed out, looking simple-minded. He wiped his hands, swallowed the dry cookie, and quickly took a bottle of water from his bulging backpack, gulping it down. He turned to Zhou Yanwang and innocently asked, Mr. Zhou, are the announcements over? Does that mean we can go home now? Everyone. Sun Zhe suddenly grabbed Ling Zhan's shoulder, his eyes as if they could devour him. All the other prodigies were staring at Ling Zhan with expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Sun Zhe had 1,000 things to say, but in the end, he only managed to squeeze out, "Ew. Don't you have anything to say?" If I had to describe Sun Ze's feelings right now in one sentence, it would be like 1,000 alpacas galloping across his heart, spitting at him as they ran by. Sun Ze stood in front of the trial rankings, his eyes fixed on the glaring name at the top, Ling Zhan. His mind was almost shutting down, unable to comprehend this absurd result. How could an unranked wanderer claim the top spot in the Southern Province trial rankings? Ling Zhan, how on earth did you do it? Sun Ze couldn't help but ask. Ling Zhan tilted his head, wearing his trademark simple smile, scratched his head, and said, "There's nothing much to it. Isn't it just a matter of having hands?" This statement hit like a sledgehammer, striking the hearts of the 99 prodigies present. What did he mean by just a matter of having hands? Wasn't he implying that they couldn't even handle the basics? Huang Bai was the first to lose his composure and turned to Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, are you sure there's no mistake in the ranking? Mr. Zhou remained expressionless. Are you questioning Ling Zhan's abilities? Yes. Huang Bai stood tall, turning to face Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan, as a student of the first high school of Dongjiang City, I challenge you to a duel. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, with all the prodigies focusing on the impending confrontation. Even the aloof Zhu Yaowang showed keen interest. However, Mr. Zhou promptly intervened to prevent a possible conflict. All right, I understand how you all feel. But now is not the time. Once you enter the key battle academies, there will be plenty of opportunities to compete in the college league. Though Huang Bai reluctantly backed down, the other prodigies continued to fix their gaze on Ling Zhan. Seeing this, Mr. Zhou said helplessly, in half a month, the official recordings of all candidates' battles will be released. Besides, Ling Zhan's performance has probably been recorded by many. Just go online and search for it today. At this moment, Zhu Yaowang, with a faint scent of osmanthus, approached Ling Zhan. Which city are you from? Her tone was naturally haughty. Before Ling Zhan could answer, Sun Zhe eagerly interjected. He's a student from the first high school of Yundong City, and my classmate. Miss Zhu, I can tell you anything you want to know about him. Ling Zhan watched this scene helplessly, thinking, Sun Zhe, you're acting like a sycophant. Zhu Yaowang gently blinked her snow-like eyelashes. If I had known the first high school had someone as unique as you, I would have transferred to Yundong City's first high school to spar with you. After Zhu Yaowang left, the petite and cute Guo Tianjiu bounced over to Ling Zhan. Hello, Ling Zhan brother, I'm Guo Tianjiu. Looking at the seemingly innocent girl in front of him, Ling Zhan's instinct told him she was a little green tea cunning person. As Guo Tianjiu turned to leave, her sweet face suddenly twisted into a sinister expression, cursing inwardly. You filthy thing. Just because you're the provincial champion, you dare to ignore me? If you ever fall into my hands, you'll regret it. This curse-like thought seemed to take effect, as Ling Zhan suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. 3 minutes later, a halo of light appeared around everyone, and they were transported back to their respective exam locations. In front of the city's #1 high school square, two figures materialized out of thin air. Sun Zhe stood confidently, chest out, his handsome face shining in the sunlight, embodying the very image of a school heartthrob. Ling Zhan, on the other hand, wore a modest smile, looking somewhat simple-hearted, a stark contrast to his decisive and fierce demeanor in the secret realm. He stood with a backpack beside the dazzling Sun Zhe, almost like his sidekick. As soon as they appeared, a thunderous applause erupted at #1 high school, welcoming the return of the outstanding students. Sun Zhe stood even taller, ready to embrace the admiration. However, the waves of screams left him frozen in place. Senior Ling Zhan, I love you. Welcome back, Godling. Senior Ling Zhan is amazing. I really like you. Truly worthy of Senior Ling Zhan. Your performance was like a god descending to earth. The cheers and praises blended into a lively scene. Sun Zhe stood motionless, inwardly sighing. Why was Ling Zhan born after me? Principal Zhong Wenshan had already called over a photographer and jogged over. He first shook Sun Zhe's hand, offering a few words of praise before turning to Ling Zhan. Grasping both of Ling Zhan's hands excitedly, he said, Ling Zhan, you've brought immense honor to #1 high school. We are so proud of you. Faced with the overwhelming praise and cheers, Ling Zhan seemed a bit at a loss. Seeing this, Principal Zhong called out to Qi Mu, who was still grinning foolishly. Qi Mu, what are you standing there for? Get over here. These two are your students. Let's take a picture together. Qi Mu hurried over, his face full of pride. He had mentored 2 students among the province's top 100, one of whom was the champion of the Southern Province's trial. There was no greater joy in life than this. Junior students flocked around, asking eagerly, Senior Ling Zhan, how did you feel when facing the boss? Senior Ling Zhan, do you have a girlfriend? Don't ask such trivial things. Women only slowed down Senior Ling Zhan's swordsmanship. Overwhelmed by the fervent adulation, Ling Zhan was even more at a loss. Seeing this, Principal Zhong immediately shouted, Stop bothering Ling Zhan. Get back to your seats. Teachers will be taking attendance, and anyone not seated will have points deducted and their parents called. With this, the students retreated, lamenting. After calming the students, Principal Zhong cheerfully said to Ling Zhan, go home and share the good news with your family. Take some time to relax and think about which prestigious university you want to attend. He knew full well that many top universities would soon come knocking. After all, Ling Zhan was the champion of the Southern Province's entrance trials, and the first in history to win as an unclassed individual. Such talent was sure to cause a nationwide sensation in the academic world. Ling Zhan politely took his leave and turned to go, leaving Su Ro, who wanted to greet him, looking disappointed. Thus, Ling Zhan's high school chapter came to a close, and he was about to embark on an even more exciting university journey, facing greater challenges. It was said that university assessments involved conquering unknown secret realms, where death was a real possibility. The dozens of students who perished in this trial realm served as a stark reminder. Choosing this path meant being ready for death at any moment. Ling Zhan's home was a modest 50 square meters, with one living room and one bedroom. When he returned, the apartment was dimly lit and silent, with only him inside. Since crossing into this world of divine professions, he had become an orphan, raised by his grandmother. Ling Zhan's parents were both schoolteachers. Over a decade ago, during a university joint exam, they led a team into a trial realm. Due to a student's inadvertent action that triggered a mechanism, the realm became disordered, and countless monsters poured in. Ling Zhan's parents bravely stepped forward to protect the students, ultimately being consumed by low-level monsters as their mana was exhausted. Ling Zhan's grandmother also passed away from illness a year ago, leaving him alone in the house she left behind. Ling Zhan went to the living room, offering incense to the memorial tablets of his parents and grandmother, softly recounting his experiences of the day. Afterward, he quietly went to the kitchen, cooked himself a bowl of noodles, and added an egg as a reward for his excellent performance. Having finished his meal, Ling Zhan took a deep breath. One must always look forward. He returned to his room, sat quietly at his desk, and reflected on the past while contemplating the future. Over the years, the compulsory combat training and poverty assistance programs implemented by the Dragon Nation had supported Ling Zhan. His basic equipment was all provided by the school. Wealthier students could purchase better gear, and even those from modest backgrounds would usually scrape together enough to buy a blue-grade weapon for the entrance exams. Ling Zhan, however, continued to wield the standard white-grade weapons as he battled through the trial realms. Ling Zhan was very satisfied with his 3 innate talents, extremely satisfied. He only revealed one to the outside world, Equipment Master F. As for Mana Master E and the system-given Omni F, he kept those to himself. Ling Zhan stood in front of the class assignment notice board, his eyes landing on the words, regular class. Despite his seemingly impressive innate talent, equipment mastery, it wasn't enough to secure him a spot in the elite class. Not far away, Sun Zhe and Su Ro also appeared relieved. Even though their talents were not weak, they too opted for the regular class. This left Ling Zhan somewhat puzzled, but he chose not to question it further. Innate talent is like a random lottery for most people. Some draw talents like Eye of Insight, which allows them to detect surroundings and labyrinth terrains, but offers little in combat. Others, however, are favored by fortune, like the top genius of Nanzhou province, Zhu Yaowang. Zhu Yaowang possesses 2 S-level innate talents, Knight Sovereign and Shadow Assassin. These talents perfectly complement her role as a female assassin. When Night falls, her attributes increase by 300. In Shadow Stealth mode, her attack power skyrockets by 500. This talent configuration seems like the heavens have handed her the best opportunities on a silver platter. In comparison, Ling Zhan's equipment mastery seems rather underwhelming to others. But to him, this talent is tailor-made for his unique system. The all-purpose strongest system evokes a wave of excitement within Ling Zhan. Finally, he has his own golden opportunity. However, the system's demands put him in a dilemma. Either give up becoming a revered mage or rely on the system's support. After much deliberation, Ling Zhan chose to compromise. He gave up changing professions and became a jobless wanderer rather, an all-purpose wanderer. With the system's support, he can learn a variety of physical and magical skills, surpassing even ordinary mages in strength. However, the path of a jobless wanderer is not an easy one. The two most apparent drawbacks are the shortcomings in 4-dimensional attributes and the inability to learn advanced professional skills. While the first issue is relatively easy to address, the second leaves Ling Zhan feeling inadequate when facing high-level dungeons. Against a level 20 rank dungeon, Ling Zhan's beginner skills feel like mere tickles to the monsters. To learn advanced skills, he has 2 options: either acquire skill books or clear special trial dungeons for rewards. This path is destined to be arduous, but Ling Zhan is determined to carve out his own path as an all-purpose wanderer. Ling Zhan stood by the window, gazing at the city as night fell. The streets began to bustle under the glow of the streetlights, but his mind was elsewhere. He exhaled softly, turned back into the room, and switched on the desk lamp. Its gentle light dispelled the room's dimness, adding a touch of warmth to the quiet space. His thoughts drifted back to the earlier discussion. The path of the jobless wanderer was deemed nearly impossible by everyone. High-level skill books often came with strict learning requirements, like being exclusive to mages or warriors. Even those without prerequisites were typically locked away in prestigious combat academies, accessible only to the most outstanding students. Acquiring high-level skills through hidden realms presented its own challenges for a jobless wanderer. Even at level 20, such a wanderer might find their attacks barely scratching the monsters. Hitching a ride with a strong team? Ling Zhan couldn't help but smile wryly. How could a jobless wanderer convince a team of elites to accept such a burden? These insurmountable obstacles made Ling Zhan's achievement of topping the Nanzhou province trial rankings as a jobless wanderer all the more sensational. Even the usually stern and severe Zhou Yanwang was visibly taken aback. However, Ling Zhan knew that despite the cheers he received in Yundong City, many secretly mocked him. They believed that a jobless wanderer taking first place in a low-level realm meant little, and by level 20, this so-called Nanzhou province trial champion would likely be exposed. In the face of such doubts, Ling Zhan remained unfazed. Whether under the watchful eyes of provincial top performers or supported by juniors, he maintained a clear and calm mind, indifferent to others' opinions. At this moment, what Ling Zhan anticipated most was the reward from the system. The delay in receiving it was likely due to his ranking not yet being officially confirmed. Everything would be settled once all candidates' results were finalized and officially announced, after which the system rewards would be distributed. For the next week, Ling Zhan rarely left his home. Apart from occasional trips to buy essentials and food, his only outings were to complete the daily challenges issued by the system. Regardless of the weather, he diligently completed these tasks, which offered generous rewards. Intelligence 5, Perception Range 5, Ice Resistance 3. As Ling Zhan was lost in thought, a crisp notification sound interrupted his recollection. Ding! System notification, reward successfully claimed. You can view the reward in your personal panel. Ling Zhan's eyes lit up. The long-awaited reward had finally arrived. Eagerly, he prepared to check this hard-earned reward, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. Every day, Ling Zhan faced daily challenges, and although he found the rewards meager, he understood the power of cumulative effort. He diligently completed these tasks and studied hard to prepare for the future. He carefully saved his skill points, avoiding spending them on basic skills that couldn't be upgraded, waiting instead for more valuable skills to appear. And so, time quietly passed, and before he knew it, it was the 8th day. That morning, Ling Zhan was barely out of bed when his phone erupted with a barrage of notifications. His old smartphone seemed to be under an information assault, with the screen flashing and vibrating incessantly. Text messages, missed calls, and social media alerts flooded in, almost overwhelming the small, outdated device. What a hassle, Ling Zhan muttered as he was about to answer a call, when a familiar notification tone chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding the challenge task issued by the system. Rewards are now being distributed. At that moment, explosive news spread like wildfire throughout Yundong City and the entire Nanzhou province. Top scorer announced. This news spread with astonishing speed through the streets of Yundong City and even reached the entire Nanzhou province. The citizens of Yundong City were left speechless and incredulous. As a quiet, third-tier city, Yundong City lagged far behind the first-tier cities of Nanzhou province in terms of educational resources and conditions. In the annual job transfer trial exams, Yundong City consistently ranked at the bottom. Although a few prodigies had emerged over the years, the best result was only 6th place in the province. But this time, not only did Yundong City produce a top scorer, but shockingly, this top scorer came from the notoriously underperforming city number 1 high school. This news instantly captured the attention of the entire city and even the entire province. Ling Zhan's name was suddenly everywhere. On TV, online, there was an overwhelming amount of coverage about him. Interviews and video clips sprang up like mushrooms after a rain. A reporter stopped a junior student at the school gate and eagerly asked, "Do you know Ling Zhan?" The junior student looked at the reporter with disdain and replied, "What do you think?" The reporter, taken aback, continued to probe, "What kind of person do you think Ling Zhan is?" With a serious expression, the junior solemnly answered, "He's not a person, he's a god." The reporter was momentarily speechless and then turned to interview a petite, adorable female student. "Little beauty, can you share your thoughts on the top scorer?" With a proud look, the female student immediately replied, "My idol is naturally the most handsome." The reporter was utterly bewildered. After interviewing for most of the day, the reporter found that the junior student's opinions of Ling Zhan were surprisingly consistent. In the eyes of the girls, he was a heartthrob. In the eyes of the boys, he was a war hero. Such bland content failed to captivate the audience. The media thrives on sensational stories, and without a hook, a news story can't grab attention. Just as the reporter was about to give up, persistence paid off when they finally encountered a normal person. "Which grade are you in?" the reporter asked, holding on to the last hope. "I'm in my final year," the student calmly replied. The reporter was puzzled and asked, "Final year? But hasn't the school year ended?" Su Ro strolled through the campus, holding a hint of anticipation in her heart. She glanced around, hoping to run into the person she wanted to consult for battle experience. Suddenly, someone who looked like a reporter blocked her path. "Hello, student. Can I ask you a few questions?" the reporter asked enthusiastically. Su Ro smiled and nodded. "Of course, my name is Su Ro." The reporter's eyes lit up. "Su Ro, do you know Ling Zhan?" "Yes, he's my classmate," Su Ro replied, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. In fact, he's the person I want to consult. The reporter rubbed his hands excitedly. What a coincidence. I'm looking to learn more about this top student. Can you share your impression of Ling Zhan? Suro pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. To be honest, before the recent career transition trial and school assessment, Ling Zhan had a very low presence in the class, like he was invisible. She recalled Ling Zhan's odd daily behaviors. He would do things that made no sense, sometimes practicing martial arts, sometimes wielding a sword, sometimes swimming. It was hard to understand what he was up to, she continued. Overall, he gives me the impression of being an honest, low-key person. The reporter probed further. So, what is Ling Zhan's profession? Su Ro shook her head. He doesn't have a profession. Seeing the reporter's puzzled expression, she added. I mean, his profession is a freelance unemployed. The reporter's eyes widened, and he rapidly fired off a barrage of questions about Ling Zhan, from ordinary assessment scores to talent values, covering everything. Su Ro patiently answered each one. After the interview, the reporter dashed back to the newspaper office, looking like he'd stumbled upon a major scoop. Soon, a series of eye-catching headlines appeared in online news. The explosion of an honest man, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Sudden thunder on flat ground, winning the championship in one go. In the eyes of boys, he's a god of war. In the eyes of girls, he's a male god. Let's uncover the secret of this top student. These sensational headlines were expertly crafted to grab attention, each one acting like a hook, wildly drawing readers to click into the articles. The most sensational headline read, Shock, shock, and more shock. The top of the Nanzhou province trial list is, a freelance unemployed. These 4 words, freelance unemployed, were like a bombshell, instantly igniting everyone's curiosity. Countless people speculated on how a freelance unemployed managed to surpass talents like Zhu Yaoguang and Huang Bai to claim the top spot in the Nanzhou province trial list. For a time, Ling Zhan became a hot topic of conversation. Some even suggested conducting a personal investigation to find Ling Zhan's home address and organize a stakeout operation. This media storm, triggered by a chance interview, was sweeping through the entire Nanzhou province at an unimaginable speed. As per tradition, the champion of the provincial trials always receives generous rewards. This time, King Zhou personally gifted Ling Zhan with a grade skill book with no class restrictions, which is invaluable. Although the financial resources of his alma mater, Yizhong, are limited, Principal Zhong Wenshan generously awarded Ling Zhan 1 million in cash, along with a set of level 15 purple-grade defensive equipment. The Dragon Nation has always been supportive of combat professions, especially for those who achieve top honors. However, the most amusing turn of events was that several well-known tycoons set their sights on making Ling Zhan their son-in-law, hoping to ingratiate themselves by offering their daughters to this provincial trial champion. Ling Zhan unhesitatingly declined these proposals and also politely refused all support and rewards from strangers and organizations. His reasoning was simple. Accepting favors creates obligations, and he didn't want to owe anyone. As night fell and the city lights began to shine, in the courtyard of the Zhu family villa in Shangyun City, Nanzhou province, a group of young individuals who had just undergone the school entrance trials gathered for a barbecue party. Among them, stood out for their striking appearances, Guo Tianjiu, with her cute and lively looks and cheerful personality. Her sister, Guo Fuliu, exuded gentle elegance, her eyes always carrying a warm smile. Huang Bai, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, had a handsome face with an air of arrogance, resembling a prince on a white horse. Qin Can, on the other hand, was polished and courteous, dressed impeccably, with deep, captivating eyes that drew others in. Everyone else centered their conversation around these 4, showering them with flattery. Guo Fuliu sipped her red wine delicately and softly asked, Huang Bai, is it true that Ling Zhan is an unclassed freelancer? Huang Bai nodded in confirmation, though a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Yes, he is indeed an unclassed freelancer. However, he will definitely choose a class in the future. This time, he only came first because of the low-level benefits of being unclassed. Guo Tianjiu, holding her sister's arm, giggled. Sis, don't believe Huang Bai. Ling Zhan is really impressive. Even Yao Guang is impressed by him. Qin Can, who had been focused on the barbecue, looked up at this. Huang Bai snorted. Yao Guang just finds Ling Zhan a bit peculiar. You know her personality. She's always interested in new things. Once she gets to know Ling Zhan, she won't be interested anymore. Guo Tianjiu continued to tease. I don't think so. What if Yao Guang really falls for Ling Zhan? Wouldn't you be heartbroken, Huang Bai? Huang Bai rolled his eyes, unfazed. Tianjiu, you're not going to provoke me. Do you think the esteemed Miss Zhu would fall for someone who got first place by luck? Don't be ridiculous. Others chimed in to support Huang Bai's view, making the atmosphere even more lively. Among this group of prodigies, perhaps only Huang Bo and Qin Can are worthy of Miss Zhu. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, The topic quickly shifted to Chin, Kansas. Someone mentioned that Chin had recently been visiting major combat academies and had even joined senior students in training in a level 20 secret realm. This statement left many present in awe, with some remarking that Ling Zhan paled in comparison. An unemployed wanderer? Huh, someone scoffed. He's just someone who takes advantage of low-level benefits and plays tricks. The discussion continued, and someone began to recount Chin's impressive achievements. Among the graduates of Nanzhou province, Chin was undeniably a prominent figure, his fame comparable to that of Zhu Yaoguang. Like Zhu Yaoguang, Chin had already secured a spot in a prestigious university. It was said that even Tianyin Academy, one of the top 10 prestigious schools in Longhua, had extended an invitation to him. Faced with numerous offers, Chin decided to use this time to personally experience the teaching atmosphere at various top combat academies before making a final decision. This explained why he hadn't participated in the current trial and entrance examination. Listening to the praises for Chin, Huangbo couldn't help but let out a dissatisfied grunt, but he ultimately said nothing. He knew that Chin was indeed slightly better than him, yet he still believed he had a chance to win over Zhu Yaoguang. Amid the lively discussion, a melodious voice suddenly chimed in. "What are you all talking about?" Everyone turned at the sound, momentarily stunned. Zhu Yaoguang stood there, wearing a white princess dress and a delicate tiara, poised and graceful. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes like stars, and her stunning beauty left everyone thinking she belonged in the heavens. Just by standing there, she became the most dazzling presence, outshining even the bright lights. "Wow, Yaoguang's sister, why are you wearing a princess dress? You really look like a princess," Guo Tianjiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she skipped over to Zhu Yaoguang and affectionately hugged her arm. Seeing this, both Chin and Huang Bo thought to themselves, how great it would be to be as close to Zhu Yaoguang as Guo Tianjiu. "My mom insisted I wear it," Zhu Yaoguang explained helplessly. Her lively, childlike mother often left her feeling exasperated. Hearing this, both the boys and girls present couldn't help but laugh. It was well known that the usually aloof and cool Zhu Yaoguang had a mother with a starkly different, lively personality. Many imagined that a celestial being like Zhu Yaoguang would have a regal and dignified mother. Little did they know, her mother was quite the opposite. "Yaoguang, I grilled your favorite potatoes, try my cooking," Chinkin said, offering her a freshly grilled potato skewer with a smile. "Thank you," Zhu Yaoguang replied politely. "Yaoguang, have a glass of juice first," Huang Bo chimed in, handing her a glass of juice. Zhu Yaoguang thanked him as well. Chin and Huang Bo exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a spark of rivalry. Guo Tianjiu's eyes darted around mischievously as she suddenly asked, "Yaoguang's sister, now that the stressful entrance exams are over and it's summer break, where do you plan to vacation?" As soon as Guo Tianjiu spoke, the atmosphere in the classroom became lively. Huang Bai and Chin's eyes focused on Zhu Yaoguang like spotlights, and the other students perked up their ears, eager for gossip. In past vacations, this white-haired, reedy princess either honed her skills in secret realms or stayed home. Now that the college entrance exams were over, everyone hoped she would take some time to relax. "How about the beach?" someone suggested, eyes sparkling with anticipation. The boys were already imagining Zhu Yaoguang in a swimsuit, which made Guofuliu shake her head in exasperation at their thoughts. However, Zhu Yaoguang shook her head, dispelling their fantasies. "I don't plan to travel right now. I'm planning a trip to Yundong City." "Yundong City?" someone exclaimed. "Isn't that where the unemployed wanderer lives?" Huang Bai's expression darkened as if clouds had suddenly covered the sky. Chin remained outwardly calm, but a flash of coldness crossed his eyes. The name Ling Zhan had left a deep impression on him. "Yaoguang, you're not seriously thinking of dealing with that unemployed wanderer, are you?" Huang Bai asked incredulously. Guo Tianjiu pouted and complained. "Yeah, that guy is so arrogant. Even when I tried to talk to him, he was indifferent." Guofuliu squinted her eyes, curious about this Ling Zhan who could prompt Zhu Yaoguang to visit. Zhu Yaoguang calmly explained, "I just want to understand the gap between us." She still couldn't comprehend how he had surpassed her. Even as an unemployed wanderer, enjoying low-level advantages, how could he have surpassed her without solid skills? Chin gently advised, "Yaoguang, there's no need to concern yourself with him. An unemployed wanderer becomes powerless in a level 20 secret realm. He's probably just taking advantage of the unemployed wanderer's perks to get through the college entrance exams." Others chimed in. "Yaoguang, people like him are just opportunists. Even though the college entrance exam secret realm is a level difficulty, basic professional skills are still useful there." "Exactly, he's just seeking attention. I bet no top battle academy would want to enroll this top scorer." "Right. If I were in the admissions office, I wouldn't admit someone who exploits loopholes to become the provincial trial list leader." These comments had some validity. Becoming the provincial trial list leader as an unemployed wanderer was unprecedented. However, the admissions offices of top battle academies have long-term vision, and few would want to enroll an unemployed wanderer, even if they're the provincial leader. They might even force Ling Zhan to change professions as unemployed wanderers are seen as burdens in high-level secret realms, not fit for the spotlight. Zhu Yaowang nodded in agreement. You make a good point. Everyone smiled, thinking they had convinced her. However, Zhu Yaowang then asked, but let me ask you this. If you took the college entrance exam as an unemployed wanderer, could you guarantee surpassing me? This question hit them like a heavy blow, leaving everyone speechless. Attempting the exam as an unemployed wanderer and simply passing would be a miracle, let alone surpassing Zhu Yaowang. The classroom fell silent as everyone pondered deeply. Zhu Yaowang's words hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the confidence of Huang Bai and Qin Kansas. She coldly questioned, think you can surpass me? Don't be ridiculous. People like you, without any affiliations, probably can't even make it into the top 100 at the provincial level. The air seemed to freeze momentarily. Huang Bai and Qin Kan were left speechless, their faces etched with embarrassment and disappointment. However, Zhu Yaowang wasn't finished. Her eyes, resembling rubies, sparkled with curiosity as her tone softened unexpectedly. That's why I want to understand where exactly the gap between him and me lies. This emotional shift only occurred when she encountered something or someone truly intriguing. Huang Bai quickly adjusted his mindset and nonchalantly said, then I'll go too. Not wanting to be outdone, Qin Kan smiled and added, I'm pretty bored anyway. Tagging along sounds good. Zhu Yaowang shook her head gently, a hint of teasing in her tone. If you want to go, find your own connections. I'm going with my uncle. Huang Bai and Qin Kan were once again left in an awkward silence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ling Zhan was uninterested in the chaos of the outside world. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the anticipation of the system's rewards. Finally, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Commencing distribution of achievement task rewards. Congratulations on receiving 3 rare chests and 1 legendary chest. Congratulations on acquiring 30 points of 4-dimensional attributes. Congratulations on gaining 182 skill points. All rewards have been distributed. Please check. Ling Zhan's heartbeat quickened, his eyes gleaming with joy. Despite being mentally prepared, seeing these rewards in reality was thrilling. He couldn't wait to uncover what treasures lay within these rare and legendary chests. Without any hesitation, Ling Zhan immediately commanded, System, open the 3 rare chests. As the system notifications sounded again, the contents of the 3 rare chests were revealed one by one. Ding. 3 rare chests opened. Congratulations on acquiring the Everlasting Set. Congratulations on obtaining the red grade item Sacrificial Scarecrow. Congratulations on acquiring the Strength Trial Talent Undying Body. Ling Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the rewards. He quickly opened his inventory and information panel to examine the details of each reward. The Everlasting Set was a purple grade 3-piece armor set, including the Wild Top, Blue Belt, and Swift Leggings. Ling Zhan carefully read the attributes of each piece. Wild Top, purple grade, grants 10 strength and 10 agility when equipped. Usable from level 12, no class restrictions. Has a 3 chance to restore 3 of maximum health upon attack. Blue Belt, purple grade, grants 10 intelligence and 10 agility when equipped. Usable from level 12, no class restrictions. Has a 3 chance to restore 3 of maximum mana upon attack. Ling Zhan's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This set would significantly enhance his combat abilities, and the Strength Trial Talent, Undying Body, filled him with anticipation. He couldn't wait to test these newfound powers and see what changes they would bring to his capabilities. Ling Zhan gazed at the swift-wind leg guards in his hands, a piece of purple tire equipment emitting a soft glow. He carefully examined its attributes. 20 agility upon equipping, wearable by characters level 12 and above, with no class restrictions. The most thrilling aspect was its special effect of 5 chance to enter a swift as wind state when struck, increasing movement speed by 20 for 10 seconds. These leg guards completed the Endless Life, set with the 2 other pieces he had obtained earlier. Ling Zhan recalled the set bonuses. With 2 pieces, after 3 seconds in combat, 1 gains the Vibrant Life buff, restoring 1 of maximum health and mana per second. With 3 pieces, 30 of the damage dealt is converted into energy, forming a shield when health drops to 30, lasting 5 seconds, and gradually diminishing. If I were to sell this set, people would go crazy for it. Ling Zhan mused. He knew that in this world, 90 were ordinary students. For someone like him, from a poor family, even affording blue-tier beginner gear was out of reach, let alone purple. He recalled the embarrassing situation during the high school entrance exam dungeon, when he charged in without wearing any armor, and he chuckled bitterly. The white-tire armor provided by the school had long worn out during routine evaluations, and new white-tire armor costeth the sand a fortune for him. Although his homeroom teacher, Old Chi, would certainly offer help generously, Ling Zhan was reluctant to owe favors. Money is easy to repay, but favors aren't, he muttered to himself. Now, not only did this purple tire beginner set have set bonuses, but it could also fetch a fortune if sold. Ling Zhan's gaze shifted to the red tier item, the substitute scarecrow. This passive item could activate when he was in dire straits, putting him in an invincible fake death state and teleporting him miles away after 10 seconds. Though it could only be used once, it might be a lifesaver at a critical moment. Finally, Ling Zhan examined the strength trial talent, Undying Body. Despite its brief description, rapidly heals your injuries, Ling Zhan understood that the power of its strength talent was extraordinary. He speculated that its healing ability might surpass the skills of typical healing professions. For a moment, he considered testing it himself, but quickly dismissed the absurd notion. Chopping off my own arm to test it? That's not just stupid, it's brainless, he thought, mocking himself. With his heart racing, Ling Zhan's gaze fell on the final legendary chest. The previous rewards had already thrilled him, and he couldn't help but anticipate the surprises this chest might hold. Would the host like to open the legendary chest? The system prompt sounded. Yes. Ling Zhan replied firmly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ding. The legendary chest has been opened. Congratulations, host. On triggering a double reward, the system announced again, making Ling Zhan's heartbeat quicken as he eagerly awaited the revelation of the rewards. Ling Zhan's eyes lit up with excitement as he gazed at the system interface. The description of the newly acquired god-level skill Solar S and the talent enhancement orb thrilled him. This skill not only inflicts massive damage on enemies, but also comes with a crucial desperate state effect. He recalled the tense moment facing a boss with powerful regenerative abilities in the Gaokao secret realm. If he had this skill back then, he wouldn't have been so on edge. In the desperate state, enemies cannot receive any healing or buffs, and this state cannot be dispelled, making it the ultimate weapon against tough opponents. Eagerly, Ling Zhan checked the details of his innate talent, now enhanced by the talent enhancement orb. Equipment Mastery B. This passive talent allows him to expertly handle any weapon below level 30 across all classes, regardless of quality. Astonishingly, he can switch equipment in just 0.3 seconds. Magic Mastery B. This talent significantly boosts his magical capabilities, increasing his base mana recovery rate and maximum mana by 50, while reducing skill cooldowns by 30. Omnipotence B. All class skill levels are raised by 3 tiers, up to a maximum of level. This means every skill he possesses becomes significantly more powerful. The system's rewards perfectly aligned with Ling Zhan's development path. The enhancement in omnipotence led to a qualitative leap in his skills. Explosive Arrow jumped from F to a level, with its power and attack range increased by 15, and the bow-drawing speed noticeably faster. The Shield-breaking Sword Sweep upgraded from F to a level, originally reducing enemy defense by 10, now capable of reducing it by 25. Excitingly, there's also a 10 chance to inflict a Battle Spirit Weaken debuff on enemies. Ling Zhan felt a significant leap in his strength, and these enhancements would undoubtedly give him a greater advantage in future challenges. He clenched his fist, eyes gleaming with anticipation for the adventures ahead. The power of Zhan Yi's roar surged dramatically, and Ling Zhan felt the overwhelming energy coursing through him. The quadruple stacking effect not only enhanced the skill's destructive power, but also added a disorienting effect on the enemy's mind. The duration of the Earth Prison spell's confinement was extended, and after it ended, it would leave the enemy in a slowed state for 3 seconds. The intensity of the Sandstorm spell increased, as if it could whip up a sandstorm in an instant. The speed boost from Flash Thunder doubled, soaring from 15 to 30, making Ling Zhan as nimble as lightning on the battlefield. The silence duration of Dark Priest's mute skill was extended, rendering enemies unable to cast spells for a longer period. With the support of the omnipotent talent, each of Ling Zhan's skills experienced a qualitative leap. This meant that even when facing opponents who had already changed professions, he could still gain the upper hand in skill clashes. What was even more exciting was that the Mana Master talent allowed Ling Zhan to cast spells like a magical machine gun on the battlefield, continuously unleashing skills. Ling Zhan stared at the information panel, took a deep breath, and a look of uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. Awesome. Absolutely awesome, he shouted in his heart. The system is incredible. The rewards from this college entrance exam secret realm are simply too generous. For Ling Zhan, the enhancement of his innate talent was the most precious. He had already decided to follow the path of a jobless wanderer, so in the future, no matter what profession-restricted secret realm he encountered, he could challenge them. No wonder it's a legendary chest. Ling Zhan lay contentedly on his bed, grinning from ear to ear, his excitement palpable. The achievement task released by the system this time had rewards so generous that it left him speechless. But it also further solidified his determination to walk the path of a jobless wanderer. The tranquil life of being offline for several days was about to end, and Ling Zhan knew it was time to face reality. He picked up his phone, and as soon as he turned it on, a flood of missed calls and messages poured in. Countless unfamiliar numbers, concern from teachers and classmates, and 99 unread messages and friend requests on social media. Fame comes with its issues, Ling Zhan muttered to himself, then began responding to the messages. He explained in detail to his close friend Lei Feng the reason for his absence, and seriously replied to his diligent class teacher, Mr. Chi Mu. Suddenly, a call came in. It was the academic director from number 1 high school, informing Ling Zhan to come to the school in 3 days to discuss school selection matters. The director specifically reminded Ling Zhan to maintain a humble and gentle attitude because teachers from prestigious schools would be interviewing outstanding graduates. Although Ling Zhan was the top scorer in the Nanzhou province trials, those teachers from combat-focused schools had high standards and often carried a sense of arrogance. The academic director's reminder was to prevent any conflict between Ling Zhan and the recruitment teachers. Those key combat schools typically had 3 levels of attitude towards students. For ordinary students, their attitude was take it or leave it. For top students, they would be slightly more enthusiastic. And for the most exceptional talents, their attitude would make a complete 180-degree turn, becoming extremely welcoming. Though Ling Zhan had become the top scorer in the Nanzhou province trials, as a jobless wanderer, many people doubted his future potential. This could affect those prestigious school teachers' attitudes towards him. However, Ling Zhan didn't mind. He solemnly assured the academic director that he would arrive on time in 3 days. 3 days later, at 8 a.m., Ling Zhan finished washing up and was ready to leave. However, when he glanced out the window, he was stunned. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance of the neighborhood, making it impassable. Ling Zhan took a closer look and saw that these people were holding phones or cameras, clearly in an interview setup. The residents of the community were also shocked, only now learning that Ling Zhan had clinched the top spot in the Nanzhou province trials. Reporters asked anyone they saw, "Do you know Ling Zhan? As the neighbor of the top scorer, what do you think of him? Does Ling Zhan have a girlfriend? Does Ling Zhan have any explicit magazines hidden in his room?" These questions left the aunts and uncles in the community dumbfounded. Ling Zhan decisively decided not to leave through the front door, or he would undoubtedly be surrounded like a spectacle. He shot a grappling hook from his 10th floor window and slid down the rope. For Ling Zhan, who was already far beyond ordinary, this height was not a problem, but he chose this relatively low-profile method to minimize commotion. After climbing over the wall and leaving the community, Ling Zhan put on a baseball cap and mask and quickly headed towards the school. Meanwhile, in a spacious office at the number 1 high school in Yundong City, every seat was occupied. The school's leaders and teachers were cautiously yet excitedly hosting guests, including several teachers from the top 10 key combat schools. These teachers all had a high and mighty demeanor, appearing particularly arrogant. There were also quite a few students in the office, accompanying their teachers to assist. Universities also had a credit system, and some students with less stable grades needed to help teachers more to accumulate credits. Some students even had to enter secret realms to help teachers collect materials in exchange for credit rewards. Ling Zhan's class teacher, Mr. Chi Mu, and Sun Zhe were also present. Sun Zhe had arrived early, following the class teacher, with a look of pride on his face. But suddenly, the thought that Ling Zhan might steal his spotlight made Sun Zhe's expression turn sullen. The attention that was supposed to be his had now been taken away by Ling Zhan. The names of the top 10 elite combat academies are well known: Huaqing, Canjing, Tiandong, Tianyin, Bingpa, Haston, Haowu, Luocheng, Qixing, and Fanzhou. These academies surpass the ordinary ones in both faculty strength and teaching environment. It's no wonder the admissions officers from these prestigious schools carry an air of superiority. They have every reason to be proud. Even the students who accompany them can't help but exhibit a similar sense of arrogance. However, the atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat unusual. 2 admissions officers from key academies were absent: Tianyin Academy and Haston Academy. This situation left the leaders and teachers of Yizhong frowning. They were all thinking, could it be that these 2 academies don't want to recruit the top students? That seems impossible. In previous years, these combat academies would fiercely compete for the top students from each province. Why are 2 missing this year? It's very unusual. Amidst the confusion, Mu Yutian, the admissions officer from Huaqing Academy, spoke up. In a detached tone, he said, "Oh, I almost forgot to inform Principal Zhong that the admissions officer from Haston Academy called me to say they won't be coming." Principal Zhong Wenshan was taken aback and quickly asked, "Mr. Mu, may I know why Haston Academy is not coming?" Mu Yutian gently placed his teacup down, crossed his hands under his chin, and smiled slightly. "I'm not sure about that. However, let me clarify my position. If this professionless drifter wishes to join Huaqing Academy, they must agree to 2 conditions. First, accept reassignment. Second, change their profession immediately. If they can't accept these terms, Huaqing Academy won't even bother considering them." Upon hearing this, the faces of Yizhong's leaders and teachers darkened. The other prestigious academy teachers raised their eyebrows slightly. Although they remained silent, it was clear that their thoughts aligned closely with Mu Yutian's. It's a widely acknowledged fact that a professionless drifter has no future. Everyone knows that they cannot learn advanced skills, as 95 of high-level skills have profession restrictions. For example, the advanced skill Sunset Star, it can only be learned by an elemental mage after their second profession change. This means a professionless drifter can only rely on basic skills in battle. In the low-level trial secret realms of entrance exams, basic skills might still be useful, but that's only in low-level trials. Once in university, the secret realms they face might start at level 20. At that point, what could a professionless drifter possibly do? Just scratch the monsters? Although Ling Zhan's achievement of topping the Nanzhou province trial rankings as a professionless drifter amazed many, the teachers at these universities have a more forward-looking perspective. They prioritize students' future development over their current accomplishments. Therefore, in their eyes, Ling Zhan's status as a professionless drifter is nothing more than a joke. Well, that's not entirely accurate. Ling Zhan's performance did indeed catch Mr. Zhou's attention and earned high praise. Principal Zhong Wenshan forced a smile, a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he attempted to restore his student's dignity. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a hint of pride. Mr. Zhou's compliments for my student were endless. Chimu immediately caught on, nodding in agreement. That's right, Mr. Zhou spoke very highly of Ling Zhan. However, Mu Yutian gently shook his head, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Looking directly at Zhong Wenshan and Chimu, he spoke calmly but firmly. All right, there's no need to use Mr. Zhou as a shield. Admissions are our responsibility, not his. He paused, turning his gaze to the crowd. By the way, doesn't your school have another student, Sun Zhe, who made it into the provincial top 100? Personally, I'm more interested in him. With those words, the atmosphere in the meeting room shifted. From within the crowd, a figure straightened and stepped forward. It was Sun Zhe, wearing a confident smile and meeting Mu Yutian's gaze with determination. Hello, Mr. Mu. I'm Sun Zhe. Mu Yutian looked Sun Zhe up and down, a glint of approval in his eyes. Not bad. The archer profession excels in solo play and can be a key damage dealer for a team. Your ability to handle this role suggests a high talent level. Sun Zhe humbly lowered his head, though his lips couldn't help but curl upward. It's not that high. My talent score is only 90. Despite his modest tone, his eyes couldn't hide his pride. The confidence that Ling Zhan had once overshadowed seemed fully restored. Mu Yutian continued to explain, the talent score essentially reflects a person's proficiency with their profession. The higher the score, the deeper the mastery, and the easier it is to learn skills. A high-talent student might grasp a skill in 2 hours, while a lower-talent one might take 2 or 3 days. Simply put, the talent score equates to potential. He paused, surveying the room. Of course, this doesn't mean someone with a high talent score is automatically superior, but they do have more potential for development and are more likely to become powerful. At that moment, the meeting room doors suddenly swung open. A petite figure rushed in, slightly out of breath. Sorry, there was something at home, and I'm late. Hello, teachers. All eyes were drawn to the unexpected entrance. It was Su Ro, and her arrival caused the male students in the room to hold their breath, their gazes fixed on her. Today, Su Ro wore light gray pants and a t-shirt with a wolf head print. Her twin ponytails swayed in the breeze, giving her a youthful and lively appearance with a hint of boldness. Her rosy cheeks were as tempting as freshly picked apples, making the boys present want to take a bite. Chi Mu's eyes lit up, and he quickly introduced her to the admissions office staff, saying, Everyone, this beautiful junior is Su Ro, also my student. She achieved an S-level rating in the recent job trial. With these words, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Some recruitment officers from prestigious schools lost interest, while others from top-tier schools perked up. Just as they were about to make their moves, Mu Yutian spoke calmly and confidently. Student Su Ro, may I ask what your profession is? Teacher, I am a female assassin, Su Ro replied. And what is your talent score? 78. Mu Yutian beamed. Excellent. You're a promising talent. You and Sun Zhe are far superior to that Ling Zhan. Would you be interested in attending Huaqing Academy? These words immediately changed the expressions of the other teachers present. They silently cursed. Damn, this Mu Yutian, trying to take both promising students. How shameless. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Old Mu, isn't that a bit much? Suddenly, a competition to recruit Su Ro and Sun Zhe began. A teacher from Haowu Academy offered enticing conditions. Student Su Ro, we're willing to provide you with a set of purple-grade beginner equipment and a level female assassin skill book if you join us. Tiandong Academy wasn't to be outdone. Student Sun Zhe, we're willing to offer you a level resource secret realm and AB level archer skill book if you come to us. Mu Yutian sneered. Enough, Tiandong Academy and Haowu Academy. Haven't you both been at the bottom of the league rankings in recent years? You have the title of prestigious schools, but can't even compare to top-tier ones. How dare you speak? The teacher from Song'ing Academy joined the fray. I say, choose Song'ing Academy. We're willing to offer 2 additional level 20 purple-grade weapons on top of what they offer. The admission scene was instantly in an uproar, with all the prestigious school's teachers vying for Sun Zhe and Su Ro. Meanwhile, Ling Zhan, the provincial trial champion, seemed forgotten, with no one paying him any attention. Su Ro stood at the enrollment site, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before her. She never imagined that she would become the object of competition among top universities. In her mind, although her grades were good, getting into one of the 10 prestigious combat academies seemed challenging. She had thought that the best outcome might be accepting an assigned placement without the freedom to choose her own team. Yet now, she found herself being eagerly courted by many recruitment teachers. Looking around in confusion, Su Ro gently tugged on the sleeve of Sun Zhe beside her and quietly asked, "Where's Ling Zhan? Shouldn't they be more interested in the top scorer?" Sun Zhe chuckled smugly and leaned in to explain, "Ling Zhan? The teachers aren't interested in him. Although he's quite skilled, as a wanderer with no fixed class, he won't get far. These prestigious academies want him to change his class before they consider recruiting him. Plus, they just heard from Teacher Chi that Ling Zhan's talent score is only 62, which really dampened their enthusiasm. They probably think the reason he hasn't changed his class is because his talent score is too low, and he's afraid he won't master a class specialization." Su Ro frowned slightly and said softly, "But I watched Ling Zhan's combat recordings at home and thought he was really impressive." She didn't tell Sun Zhe that she had tried to find out where Ling Zhan lived, hoping to ask him for some combat tips. Unfortunately, Ling Zhan's phone was off, and he kept a low profile, so she never managed to meet him. Sun Zhe waved dismissively. "Su Ro, you're still too young. He looks impressive because he can use many skills. After we change classes, we can't use skills from other professions." Buoyed by the teacher's praises, Sun Zhe felt quite proud, convinced that Ling Zhan's success was merely due to his use of multiple skills. But what's the point? Basic profession skills barely scratch level 20 dungeon monsters. Su Ro shook her head gently, not arguing. She had witnessed Ling Zhan's entire battle and knew his prowess wasn't just because he could use multiple skills. If she had to participate in the entrance exam as a wanderer, she definitely wouldn't be as adept as Ling Zhan. Not far away, Zhong Wenshan and Qi Mu exchanged a glance, their eyes full of helplessness as they watched the recruitment teachers argue passionately over Sun Zhe and Su Ro. The scene was both comical and ironic. The top scorer was right at their school, yet these recruiters showed no interest in him. Just then, the doors suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the doorway, where a tall but slightly lean boy stood. "Ling Zhan, you're here," Zhong Wenshan said, forcing a smile as he went to greet him. When Su Ro saw Ling Zhan's figure, her eyes lit up with anticipation. Sun Ze's gaze was shadowy and uncertain, as if hiding some unspeakable emotion. Just then, Principal Zhong entered the conference room. Ling Zhan immediately straightened up, a simple smile appearing on his face as he politely greeted Principal Zhong. Seeing this, Chimu led Ling Zhan to the conference table and warmly introduced him. "Since you're here, come and have a seat. These are the admissions teachers. Say hello and introduce yourself." Ling Zhan smiled and nodded at the teachers present, his voice clear as he said, "Hello, teachers. My name is Ling Zhan." As soon as he finished speaking, a few university students beside Mu Yutian began to whisper among themselves. Though their voices were low, they were particularly jarring in the quiet conference room, and everyone could hear them clearly. "So you're the top scorer from Nanzhou Province's trials. Not impressive at all." "Yeah, I thought you'd be someone remarkable, but you're just this?" "I seriously doubt the credibility of this year's entrance trials." These scornful remarks hit like a heavy blow, instantly making Zhong Wenshan's face darken. As the principal, he felt as though the school's reputation had been slapped in the face. After all, Ling Zhan was a student who brought honor to the school, yet he was being mocked. Zhong Wenshan was about to react when he inadvertently met Mu Yutian's cold gaze. That look was like a bucket of cold water poured over him, instantly quelling his anger. He realized that as a teacher from Huaxing Academy, Mu Yutian far surpassed the teachers and students of City No. 1 High School in every way. Acting rashly now would only bring humiliation upon himself. Helpless, Zhong Wenshan turned his gaze to Ling Zhan, hoping the student would stand up for him. However, to his surprise, Ling Zhan continued to wear that simple smile, nodding repeatedly as he said, "What the seniors said is true. I was just lucky to get the top score." Chimu sighed at this scene. Su Ro looked puzzled, not understanding why Ling Zhan reacted this way. Meanwhile, Sun Zhe smirked secretly, thinking that if Ling Zhan didn't even have this much spirit, how could he ever become strong? Having the courage to accept criticism is indeed a commendable trait. Mu Yutian nodded expressionlessly, his gaze sharp as he looked at Ling Zhan, his tone calm, yet leaving no room for doubt. "Ling Zhan, your talent score is really too low. Even if you switch professions in the future, it's unlikely you'll achieve greatness. If you're determined to enter a top academy, you'd better make the switch. However, I can only offer you a spot in the adjustment program. As for those precious resource realms, you can forget about them." As soon as Mu Yutian finished speaking, the other recruitment teachers from the top academies also nodded slightly, acknowledging the decision. This was indeed the best offer they could provide. However, it must be said that Ling Zhan was probably the most unpopular provincial trial champion in history. Not a single top combat academy was willing to accept him. Ling Zhan glanced around, his gaze sweeping over all the recruitment teachers present. With a faint smile on his face, he asked calmly. So, it seems none of the other teachers want me either? The silence from the other teachers said it all. All right, then I'll apply to a second-tier academy. Ling Zhan nodded, his expression as calm as ever, showing no inner turmoil. Ling Zhan, Zhong Wenshan said regretfully, just about to speak. At that moment, with a loud bang, the door was suddenly kicked open. The first to enter was not a teacher, but a dazzling young girl. She was like a brilliant star, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The girl had waist-length snow-white hair tied into a flowing ponytail, cascading down from the back of her baseball cap. Her bright red eyes shone with a proud light, as if she were looking down on all. She wore a black leather jacket over a fitted short t-shirt. Her lower half was clad in blue denim shorts, her long legs wrapped in black over thinny socks, and she wore pristine white sneakers. With her hands in her pockets and casually blowing bubblegum, her exquisite features combined with her white hair gave her a regal appearance like a princess. Yet, her attire added a cool edge, like a proud little leopard ready to take on any challenge. After kicking open the door, her first words were filled with authority, resonating throughout the room. If you don't want Ling Zhan, Tianyan Academy does. Ling Zhan, having lived 2 lives, was long past the age of youthful impulsiveness. When he claimed the top spot on the provincial trial leaderboard as an unaffiliated wanderer, he anticipated the skepticism and disdain he would face in the future. At that moment, the admissions officers from the prestigious combat academies gave him cold looks, while showering Sun Zhe and Su Ro with enthusiasm. Ling Zhan felt a twinge of annoyance, but refrained from lashing out. He knew he was still relatively weak and understood the importance of biding his time. Ling Zhan remained indifferent towards these so-called prestigious combat academies. He inwardly scoffed, thinking, with my system, do I really need your educational resources? Dream on. However, surprises often come unexpectedly. A girl he had only met once appeared suddenly, and to everyone's shock, she declared, if you don't want Ling Zhan, then Tianyan Academy does. The room erupted in astonishment, not just because of Zhu Yaoguang's sudden appearance, but because she claimed to represent Tianyan Academy. The other admissions officers from the key academies were visibly upset, thinking, Zhu Yaoguang is the true champion of the provincial trials in their eyes, and yet she chose Tianyan Academy? As everyone stood in shock, a calm male voice came from behind Zhu Yaoguang. Yaoguang, don't make a scene. All eyes turned to see a distinguished-looking man in his 40s, dressed impeccably in a suit. Zhu Xiaoshan, someone recognized him. What is the head of admissions from Tianyan Academy doing here? Mu Yutian rose in surprise, feeling, like the other teachers, that Zhu Xiaoshan's presence in this small third-tier city was unexpected. Zhu Xiaoshan looked at Zhu Yaoguang indulgently and explained, it's all because my niece insisted, fearing that the top provincial trial champion would be snatched by another academy. He turned to the other teachers. So, from what I gather, none of your academies are interested in this top student? Before Mu Yutian could respond, a student named Fong Bo interjected. Mr. Zhu, you might not know, but this Ling Zhan is just a clown seeking attention, choosing to be an unaffiliated wanderer to garner interest. Which academy would want someone with such a bleak future? Even if he were admitted, he'd likely be a deserter on the front lines of the Dark Knight Plains. Fong Bo's words dripped with contempt, clearly trying to impress in front of the beauty. Zhu Xiaoshan frowned slightly. I see. I thought it was someone extraordinary surpassing my niece, but it turns out to be an unaffiliated wanderer. Qi Mu stepped forward, defending Ling Zhan with a steady voice. This student is indeed an unaffiliated wanderer, but he is by no means an attention-seeking clown. I witnessed his performance firsthand. He is very strong. I hope everyone refrains from slandering others without understanding the situation. Fong Bo, unfazed, pressed on. Where did I slander him? I'm just stating facts. Even the teachers from Haston Academy didn't come, likely because they're not impressed by this provincial champion. We're only here because Yundong City managed to produce a provincial top 100 student. His words were an obvious jab at Ling Zhan's reputation and a slight against Yundong City. Sun Zhe, feeling smug, silently mocked Ling Zhan. You thought you were something special, but even as the top student, no academy wants you. Zhong Wenshan's face darkened, while Zhu Xiaoshan turned his gaze to Ling Zhan, who had remained silent. Zhu Yaoguang's bright red eyes blinked as she glanced at Ling Zhan, who still kept silent, sneering inwardly. Still playing dumb? I've already stood up for you, and you remain quiet. Don't blame me then. Casually, she suggested, since everyone doubts Ling Zhan's abilities, why don't we have this senior spar with him? Let's see just how much of a sham this champion really is. No way. Zhong Wenshan and Qi Mu immediately protested. Fong Bo was a sophomore at Huaxing Academy, with a level of at least 20, and his equipment and skills were undoubtedly superior. Ling Zhan, at level 14, with presumably average equipment, stood no chance in such an unfair match. Fong Bo, feeling more confident, taunted. So quick to refuse? I told you he's nothing but trash, with no real strength. He looked disdainfully at Ling Zhan, adding cruelly. I bet this provincial champion's parents are failures too. Otherwise, how could they have produced such an attention-seeking clown? His words were excessively harsh, making even Zhong Wenshan, Qi Mu, and the other teachers, including Zhu Xiaoshan, look displeased. At that moment, Ling Zhan, who had been quietly looking down with a seemingly simple demeanor, suddenly raised his head. His clear, bright eyes locked onto Fong Bo like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey, radiating an intense murderous intent. Zhu Yaoguang and Su Rou, who had been observing Ling Zhan closely, felt a shiver run through them at the terrifying aura he emitted. It dawned on them that this seemingly simple young man was actually hiding a fearsome dragon within. Ling Zhan adhered to a simple yet firm principle. If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If they offend me, I will give way. If they offend me again, I will eliminate the threat completely. However, at this moment, he was like a lone wolf, all by himself. His parents heroically sacrificed themselves to save students, and his grandmother passed away due to illness. Those so-called relatives, when he called them, would hang up harshly before he could even finish saying his name. From that moment, Ling Zhan realized his situation clearly. He had no one to rely on and could only depend on himself. Faced with his own vulnerability, Ling Zhan chose to endure. He silently bore mockery, slander, contempt, insults, and bullying. Yet, some things, even a lone wolf cannot tolerate. That would be harm against his loved ones. When Fong Bo insulted Ling Zhan's parents, an unprecedented murderous intent surged within Ling Zhan. The temperature in the entire conference room seemed to drop suddenly, causing everyone to shiver. They turned to look at Ling Zhan, only to see a pair of terrifying eyes, furious, cold, hateful, murderous. All kinds of negative emotions intertwined, and his formerly simple expression was replaced by a murderous look. Qi Mu, who knew Ling Zhan well, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking that even when facing those terrifying monsters, Ling Zhan had never shown such a terrifying expression. Fong Bo was also startled by Ling Zhan's reaction, but quickly regained his arrogance. In his eyes, Ling Zhan was nothing more than a jobless wanderer, an insignificant ant. What could his anger possibly achieve? What? You seem unhappy with what I said. Fong Bo sneered. Yes, I'm very unhappy, Ling Zhan murmured, his head lowered, murderous intent gathering wildly in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the murderous intent instantly subsided, his expression returning to calm. However, beneath this calm, a fierce dragon slowly raised its head, revealing a menacing face. And then, what do you intend to do? Fong Bo asked more mockingly. Ling Zhan raised his head, staring coldly at Fong Bo, and slowly uttered two words, death match. The room erupted in shock. As if afraid that everyone present hadn't heard clearly, Ling Zhan announced once more in an extremely cold voice. Ling Zhan, a senior student of City No. 1 High School, formally requests a death match with Fong Bo, a freshman of Huaqing Academy. No one expected the situation to escalate to this point. A student who had appeared simple and honest moments ago had now transformed into a god of death, with only kill in his eyes. Qi Mu wanted to intervene, but was held back by Principal Zhong Wenshan. Other teachers and Su Rou looked worried, while Sun Zhe secretly rejoiced. Only Zhu Yaoguang, the fearless young lady, watched Ling Zhan with sparkling eyes. Mu Yutian stood up, trying to mediate. Ling Zhan, Fong Bo's words were indeed excessive. I'll make him apologize, and we can put this matter to rest, okay? Teacher, I didn't say anything wrong, and I won't apologize. Fong Bo immediately retorted. Shut up, Mu Yutian shouted sternly. Mu Yutian knew well that Fong Bo was in the wrong. However, he didn't want the situation to escalate to a death match. In this world, conflicts between the strong often cannot be constrained by ordinary laws. To balance the situation, the Dragon Kingdom established the deathmatch system. In a simulated realm, both parties can duel unknown, 3-3, or 5-5 until one party perishes or both agree to dissolve the deathmatch contract. Ling Zhan said coldly. Teacher Mu, stopping me won't help. There will always be opportunities in the future. Even in low-level entrance trial realms, people can die, let alone in the Battle Academy League. Even if Fong Bo doesn't participate in the league, it doesn't matter. He will eventually graduate. After graduation, he will have to join a team, right? He will have to enter trial realms to slay monsters, right? I will keep an eye on him until I kill him. This statement made everyone gasp. They finally realized that this seemingly simple boy was actually a viper. Once provoked, he would relentlessly hunt down his enemies. Mu Yutian slammed the table in anger, shouting, Ling Zhan, don't go too far. I'm stopping you because I'm worried you'll die. Don't be ungrateful. Fong Bo was also infuriated and said loudly, Teacher, don't stop me. If he wants death, I'll send him there. Everyone has seen it. It's this ignorant guy who initiated the death match. And he even threatened that if I don't agree now, he'll hunt me down to death. If I refuse now, it will disgrace Huaqing Academy. In the future, when people mention Huaqing Academy, they'll mock us, saying the Academy students are afraid of a jobless wanderer. Teacher Mu, I implore you to allow me to engage in a death match with this reckless boy. After weighing the situation, Mu Yutian finally nodded in agreement. Fine, I agree to let you and Ling Zhan engage in a death match. At this moment, the atmosphere in the university interview meeting room suddenly became tense. Ling Zhan's decision to apply for a death duel shocked everyone, and the room was filled with a charged atmosphere. Zhong Wenshan and Shi Mu exchanged a worried glance, fully aware of Ling Zhan's character and knowing that persuasion would be futile. You should contact Ling Zhan's parents and have them talk to him, Zhong Wenshan whispered to Chi Mu. Chi Mu shook his head with a wry smile. Principal, Ling Zhan's parents passed away many years ago. Zhong Wenshan fell silent upon hearing this. He finally understood why Fong Bo's insults towards Ling Zhan's parents provoked such an intense reaction. Normally, no matter how much ridicule he faced, Ling Zhan always wore a simple, cheerful smile. But when it came to his parents, he became like a fierce beast ready to attack. This was his Achilles heel. Mu Yutian's forehead veins bulged as he angrily said to Fong Bo, "Go get your parents to sign and explain the situation to them." Accustomed to students' respect, Mu Yutian was naturally furious when faced with Ling Zhan's disregard. Fong Bo nodded repeatedly and was about to take out his phone to contact his parents when Zhu Xiaoshan spoke up. "Everyone stop. As long as I'm here, this death duel won't be approved." This statement was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the tense atmosphere. The teachers present secretly breathed a sigh of relief, not wanting to be responsible for this escalating further. Zhu Xiaoshan continued, "How about this? You two can have a sparring match, and I'll be the referee. Stop when it's necessary, and whoever loses must apologize. How does that sound?" The other teachers nodded in agreement. This kind of sparring could resolve the dispute without causing serious harm. "I agree," Fong Bo responded without hesitation, looking at Ling Zhan with a cold smile. "Isn't this what you wanted? Here's your chance." Ling Zhan once again displayed his simple, harmless smile, but this time no one believed he was truly harmless. "Fine, I'll collect a little interest first," he said casually. The group then moved to the city's first high school's simulated realm. After Chi Mu cleared the area, Fong Bo and Ling Zhan stepped onto the 1v1 arena. News spread quickly, attracting a crowd of students to watch. Fong Bo, wearing his Hua Qing Academy uniform, gracefully leaped onto the stage, a blue-grade dagger appearing in his hand out of thin air. Ling Zhan, on the other hand, walked onto the stage unhurriedly, taking out his purple-grade Crab King Fong spear. Despite Ling Zhan wielding a purple-grade weapon, the audience generally believed he was bound to lose. After all, Fong Bo was a top student who had studied at Hua Qing Academy for a year, a level far beyond that of an ordinary high school student. "Senior Ling Zhan, go for it. I believe you can win." The younger students from City First High School cheered enthusiastically for Ling Zhan. Even though deep down they doubted his chances of winning, it didn't dampen their support for him. Ling Zhan's impressive performance in the entrance trials had thoroughly won over these young hearts. However, the surrounding university students couldn't help but shake their heads and sneer at the cheers. To them, these high schoolers seemed naively optimistic. Despite Ling Zhan being the top scorer in the Nanzhou province trials, Fong Bo was a student about to enter his sophomore year at Huaxing Academy. If Fong Bo lost, not only would he be embarrassed, but the reputation of the entire academy would be at stake. In the eyes of these university students, Fong Bo's victory seemed inevitable. At that moment, a self-proclaimed handsome student from Bingpa Academy approached Zhu Yaowang politely. "Hello, beautiful lady. May I have the pleasure of knowing you?" Zhu Yaowang's white eyelashes fluttered gently. Instead of answering directly, she asked, "Who do you think will win?" Without hesitation, the young man replied, "Naturally, Fong Bo will win." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yaowang suddenly smiled. Her smile was like a wildflower blossoming on a cliff, captivating everyone around her. So beautiful. The thought arose spontaneously in everyone's mind. Yet, Zhu Yaowang was indifferent to their reactions and fell silent after smiling. At the edge of the arena, Zhu Xiaoshan asked calmly, "Are you both ready?" Fong Bo replied confidently, "Mr. Zhu, I'm ready whenever." Ling Zhan simply nodded earnestly. "All right, I'll count to 3, and you may begin. 3, 2, 1. Start." As Zhu Xiaoshan's voice fell, Fong Bo's figure vanished like a ghost. The next second, a dark shadow appeared behind Ling Zhan. A sinister gleam flashed in Fong Bo's eyes. He knew this sparring match couldn't be lethal, but severing an arm shouldn't be too much, right? With this thought, his blue-grade dagger sliced through the air, aiming directly for Ling Zhan's arm. Seeing this, the younger female students gasped and covered their mouths, while the male students shut their eyes, unable to watch. The other university students smirked, and Mu Yutian wore a mocking expression. This was the difference between students from a top combat academy and high schoolers. Fong Bo had used the basic assassin skill, Shadow Sneak F, transforming into a shadow and entering stealth mode, significantly boosting his agility and concealing his presence. To him, defeating Ling Zhan didn't require advanced skills. Sun Tze watched with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. The glory of City First High School should have been his. but it was taken by this unassigned wanderer. Now, with his arm ruined, let's see how arrogant he can be. However, just as Fong Bo's dagger was about to hit its target, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Strange, why do I feel threatened? The thought barely crossed his mind when his dagger fell, but the expected sensation didn't follow. A fake shadow. Damn it, it's a fake shadow. Fong Bo realized in shock that his opponent had used the fake shadow skill, leaving a lifelike illusion in place. But he hadn't seen any incantation from Ling Zhan, which made him extremely uneasy. As Fong Bo was about to retreat and regroup, he found himself unable to move. Looking down, he saw his legs bound tightly by earth and ice. Earth prison and ice bind. Where was his incantation time? Fong Bo roared internally. Just as he intended to use his dagger to break free from these basic skills, two vines burst from the ground, wrapping around his arms like venomous snakes. With his limbs completely restrained, Fong Bo's expression finally changed. This series of skill combinations left him utterly powerless, like a fish on a chopping board. An unassigned wanderer. How can he be this terrifying? Impossible. Impossible. Fong Bo's mind screamed, but he had to admit he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Just as he was about to concede, a scorpion-tailed spear suddenly struck. With a thud, a severed arm flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Aya! Fong Bo let out a piercing scream. Ling Zhan raised his spear again, ready to strike once more. Enough! Stop! Zhu Xiaoshan's thunderous shout rang out, accompanied by a strong psychic shock. Everyone present felt their eardrums pound and their minds blur. Even Ling Zhan on the platform was forced to halt his attack. Zhu Xiaoshan appeared on the stage instantly, his gaze stern and serious as he looked at Ling Zhan. After that outburst, Ling Zhan realized Zhu Xiaoshan was likely a high-level warrior, no less than level 60. Healer, come stop the bleeding. Zhu Xiaoshan commanded sharply. The university students snapped out of their shock, and a trembling girl climbed onto the stage to use healing magic on the screaming Fong Bo. However, all eyes were fixed on the figure standing proudly with a spear, no one sparing a glance at Fong Bo's miserable state. Is there any advanced healer here? Zhu Xiaoshan asked the group of recruitment teachers. Receiving negative responses, he shook his head in regret. We've missed the best time for healing. The severed arm can't be reattached. He looked at the severed arm with a clean cut, already tainted by scorpion venom, and sighed. Fong Bo's arm is completely ruined. No one expected this 1v1 duel to end with Fong Bo's defeat. On the stage, Ling Zhan stood proudly with a spear in hand, like a war god. On the other side, Fong Bo lay on the ground, clutching his injured arm, crying out in agony. A female healer leaned over, offering him words of comfort, though tinged with helplessness. This stark contrast left everyone present stunned, their minds buzzing. Ling Zhan's cold voice cut through the silence. Don't rush to wail in pain. This is just a bit of interest collected early. At the Academy League, don't let me see you, or else. His words were sharp, piercing everyone's ears. Once, many ridiculed Ling Zhan for overestimating himself. But now, no one dared to accuse him of overstepping. Zhong Wenshan shook his head with a wry smile, but his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This kid really keeps us on our toes. Qi Mu suppressed his excitement, mindful of Mu Yutian's feelings, refraining from jumping up and cheering. The younger students were thrilled, shouting. Senior Ling Zhan succeeded in challenging beyond his level. Senior from the Elite Combat Academy? Huh, just so-so. They finally felt vindicated and proud. On the other side, the university students who had mocked Ling Zhan were ashamed. Their heads hung low. They cursed inwardly. Embarrassing. Truly embarrassing. Getting slapped in the face so hard. It's all Fong Bo's fault. The admissions officers watched Ling Zhan with keen interest, finally realizing their mistake. A level 14 unaffiliated individual had easily defeated level 21 Fong Bo. They marveled at Ling Zhan's potential, analyzing his skill execution. Shadow Clone, Earth Prison, Frost Spell, Binding Vines. 4 skills seamlessly connected, exclaimed one teacher. Normally, Earth Prison would bind a level 21 like Fong Bo for only a second, but he managed 3. His innate talent must be extraordinary. Are you suggesting he concealed his innate talent? Another teacher pondered. Very likely. Which top-tier talents in history have fully disclosed their innate abilities? This kid is smart. They discussed Ling Zhan's skill execution, amazed at his ability to perform feats typical of an elemental mage without incantations. The teachers had detailed profiles on Ling Zhan, Su Ro, and Sun Zhe, but it was clear now that Ling Zhan had hidden the truth. This kid is cunning, hiding his innate talent, one teacher concluded. He might even have dual innate talents. The teachers found it reasonable that Ling Zhan would conceal his innate talent. After all, it involved personal privacy and national security. Longwa faced threats from rift monsters and other countries, making it crucial to protect such vital information. Qi Mu remarked, this little guy even fooled me. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he felt relieved by Ling Zhan's caution. Realizing Ling Zhan's potential, the admissions officers quickly set aside their pride and began vying for his attention. Ling Zhan, it was our mistake earlier. Tiandong Academy formally invites you, offering a level 20 gold grade weapon, one teacher enthusiastically stated. Huh, is Tiandong Academy trying to shortchange you? Kanjing Academy will add a set of level 20 gold grade armor, another teacher retorted. Kanjing Academy is always at the bottom in the Academy League. What right do you have? Hawu Academy is the best choice for Ling Zhan. We at Qixing Academy are willing to offer Ling Zhan a level A skill book. The scene became lively, with the teachers' attitudes drastically changing. Only Mu Yutian remained silent, too embarrassed to change his earlier stance, placing his hopes on Sun Zhe and Su Ro. Sun Zhe, Su Ro, what are your choices? Mu Yutian asked them. I'd love to attend your esteemed academy. Sun Zhe replied excitedly, then turned to Su Ro, hoping she would join him at Huaqing Academy. Although rumors suggested they were a couple, Sun Zhe knew Su Ro saw him only as a study partner. Now, he hoped Su Ro would choose Huaqing Academy with him. Sun Zhe believed that as long as he got into Huaqing Academy, he would have a chance to win over the beautiful Su Ro. Moreover, he couldn't think of any reason why Su Ro would refuse an invitation from Huaqing Academy. After all, it was Huaqing Academy, a top 3 institution even among the top 10 elite schools. However, when Su Ro gently shook her head and glanced subtly at Ling Zhan before quietly replying, I'm sorry, Mr. Mu. I have made another choice. Sun Zhe's face fell. All right, I respect Su Ro's decision, Mu Yutian said stiffly, his voice filled with reluctance, as he turned to leave with a group of students who were too ashamed to look up. Before leaving, Sun Zhe shot a fierce glare at Su Ro and Ling Zhan, his eyes burning with jealousy and hatred. That bitch. And Ling Zhan, that bastard. Just wait. When I rise to the top, I'll make both of you kneel and lick my shoes. Sun Zhe raged internally, his fists clenched tightly. Once Mu Yutian and his group departed, the atmosphere on the field became lively. Students swarmed around Ling Zhan, their eyes filled with admiration as if they were looking at an idol. Ling Zhan, I didn't even see you take out your wand, yet you cast 3 spells. How did you do that? One excited boy asked. Ling Zhan, you're my idol. Can I have your autograph? A girl shyly handed over her notebook. Ling Zhan is so cool. He made those elite university students cry. The younger students were all smiles at Fong Bo's plight, their admiration for Ling Zhan growing even stronger. Ling Zhan scratched his head, looking helpless in the face of their enthusiasm. Seeing Ling Zhan's awkwardness, Principal Zhong Wenshan strode over, his face stern as he scolded. Don't you all have training to do? Get back to your platforms now. The students groaned in protest, but reluctantly dispersed, their desire to interact more with their idol unmet. Once the crowd of fans cleared, the recruiters from elite universities immediately surrounded Ling Zhan again. The recruiters from top-tier schools were filled with regret. Had they known the potential Ling Zhan had, they would have recruited him when others dismissed him. Now it was too late for regrets. Just as the recruiters were about to speak, a cool voice interrupted. Teachers, have you forgotten how you previously dismissed Ling Zhan? The speaker was a dignified and spirited white-haired girl. She crossed her arms, a smirk on her beautiful face, her bright red eyes glimmering with amusement. Her words left the recruiters in an awkward position. Even more embarrassing was the fact that they dared not retort because she was Zhu Yaowang, someone with an illustrious background and immense potential. She was destined to become a formidable powerhouse. Beside her, Zhu Xiaoshan chuckled and said, It seems like you didn't think much of Ling Zhan before, but that's okay. We at Tianyan Academy are open to all kinds of talents. Ling Zhan, what is your decision? Through this battle, Zhu Xiaoshan's opinion of Ling Zhan had completely changed. It wasn't just Ling Zhan's impressive combat skills, but also his ability to instantly cast 3 spells in a second that amazed him. While most teachers only noticed Ling Zhan's instant spells, Zhu Xiaoshan saw more. For example, after using a phantom move, Ling Zhan employed the basic archer skill, Flash, and in that split second, switched to his wand. Then, without any chant time, he instantly cast Earth Prison, Freeze, and Binding Vines. It's worth noting that Binding Vines has 2 forms. The first is a turret that shoots seeds, which root into binding traps. The second is a wrap that binds opponents without seeds. It's a basic summoner skill, but since summoners also use wands, Ling Zhan could seamlessly transition between Earth Prison, Freeze, and Binding Vines. What also shocked Zhu Xiaoshan was Ling Zhan's decisive nature and excellent reflexes. The moment Fong Bo made a move, Ling Zhan had already devised a counter-strategy. This guy is a natural-born warrior, Zhu Xiaoshan thought, impressed. And the key is that he's a dual talent holder. As the recruitment director of Tianyan Academy, Zhu Xiaoshan recognized Ling Zhan's dual talents, as did other teachers. This student was a must-have. Mr. Zhu, we simply misjudged earlier, and we've apologized to Ling Zhan. A teacher from Hawu Academy said with a smile, then turned to Ling Zhan sincerely. Ling Zhan, if you choose our school, we offer an 11 unrestricted skill book and a set of level 20 gold quality armor. Ling Zhan. Other teachers began to make offers, but Ling Zhan shook his head slightly, saying calmly, I'm sorry, teachers, but I've already made my choice. His words left the teachers disappointed, their faces darkening. But it was to be expected. How does the saying go? Today, you ignore me. Tomorrow, you'll be out of my league. And your choice is? Tianyin Academy, Ling Zhan replied firmly. Ling Zhan was always one to distinguish between gratitude and resentment. He remembered clearly the disdain and mockery from these people earlier, and he would not shamelessly seek further education at their institutions. In truth, for him, the choice of academy wasn't crucial since he had a system. But recalling Zhu Yaowang's bold declaration, you don't want Ling Zhan, we'll take him at Tianyin Academy, he felt he owed her a favor. You treat me with respect, and he'll repay you tenfold. Zhu Xiaoshan nodded in satisfaction at this answer. Zhu Yaowang snorted softly, leaning against the wall with her hands in her pockets, her sharp chin lifted high. The thought of the seemingly gentle yet ruthless Ling Zhan at Tianyin Academy amused her. Students at Tianyin Academy were no different from those at other elite schools, arrogant and condescending. Ling Zhan, entering as an unclassed freelancer, would face the same disdain and ridicule. Yet Zhu Yaowang eagerly anticipated such scenarios. It promised to be quite entertaining. Mr. Zhu, I also want to apply to Tianyin Academy. Is that possible? A gentle voice suddenly asked. The teachers turned to see Su Ro, and their expressions turned even more sour. This trip to Yundong City had yielded them nothing. Zhu Xiaoshan beamed with a welcoming smile as Su Ro applied. His gaze lingered on her for a moment, nodding inwardly. This girl not only met the academic requirements, but her talent value was astonishingly high, promising limitless potential for the future. Once Ling Zhan and Su Ro made their choices, the other teachers came forward to offer their congratulations before departing Yundong City. Ling Zhan and his group returned to the principal's office to discuss the specific terms. Zhong Wenshan and Qi Mu were so thrilled that their smiles nearly reached their ears, their faces full of joy. Zhu Xiaoshan looked at Su Ro with a warm tone. Su Ro, thank you for choosing our school. We are willing to offer you a level secret realm resource, along with an additional level female assassin skill book, and a set of level 15 purple grade armor. Are you satisfied with these terms? Su Ro nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice, satisfied. Then Zhu Xiaoshan turned his gaze to Ling Zhan, with a subtle change in tone. Ling Zhan, what conditions do you have in mind? This obvious difference in treatment drew everyone's attention to Ling Zhan, curious about his request. Ling Zhan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I want beginner skill books for all professions, including those from abroad. Zhu Xiaoshan was taken aback, incredulous. That's it? He calculated inwardly, realizing that this request was a trivial matter for Tianyin Academy. After all, the academy had exchange programs with many prestigious schools abroad, making it easy to obtain these skill books. Yes, that's my only condition, Ling Zhan affirmed with a nod. Zhu Xiaoshan chuckled wryly, and then said seriously, Ling Zhan, if other academies find out we secured you with just some beginner skill books, they might say Tianyin Academy is being stingy. So, in addition to that, we will offer you an A-level resource secret realm and a custom weapon suited for a jobless wanderer. How about that? All right, Ling Zhan agreed concisely, naturally not refusing the additional gifts. With the terms settled, Zhu Xiaoshan announced, since everything is agreed upon, please report to Tianyin Academy in a month. With that, he left with Zhu Yaowang. Notably, Zhu Yaowang didn't glance at Ling Zhan again. Su Ro, however, took the initiative to catch up with Ling Zhan as he was about to leave the campus. Ling Zhan's face returned to its usual harmlessly honest expression, the epitome of a straightforward person. Su Ro, is there anything else? If not for today's events, Su Ro might have continued seeing Ling Zhan as an easygoing person. But now, she realized that beneath the surface of this seemingly ordinary boy lay a fierce dragon ready to rise at any moment. This contrast didn't deter Su Ro. Instead, it sparked a keen interest in someone she had never truly paid attention to before. Ling Zhan brushed past Su Ro, and the bond they had shared as classmates for 3 years seemed unusually distant in that moment. Su Ro caught up with him, a gentle smile playing on her lips, and said softly, Ling Zhan, we've been classmates for 3 years. There's no need to be so distant. Just call me Xiao Ro. Her smile was like a spring breeze, inviting and warm. Most guys, faced with such a charming girl, would likely be flustered, perhaps even thinking she had a special interest in them. However, Ling Zhan, having lived 2 lifetimes, saw through this facade of gentleness. He replied coolly, Su Ro, we're not really acquainted. If I recall correctly, this is our first conversation, isn't it? Su Ro wasn't bothered at all, her twin ponytails bouncing lightly as she kept pace with Ling Zhan. She laughed and said, true, it's our first chat, but didn't we apply to the same prestigious university? We'll still be classmates, isn't that fate? Ling Zhan sighed in resignation and asked, so, Su Ro, why are you following me? Is there something you need? In truth, he was quite averse to girls with this kind of gentle demeanor. His past experiences had taught him that such girls treated everyone with kindness, often leading people to mistakenly believe they were special. But when the illusion shattered, the initial joy and excitement turned into a heavy blow to the heart, leaving one wishing they could disappear. Even worse, if he rashly confessed his feelings, the inevitable rejection would only add insult to injury. Su-ro served as the vice class president and had excellent relationships with her classmates, making her a social butterfly. The boys in the class, whenever treated kindly by her, would often wear expressions of self-satisfied delight, believing themselves to be especially favored. Over time, not only in her own class, but even boys from other classes found Su-ro to be incredibly charming. Her striking appearance and gentle demeanor drew attention like a magnet. Many boys secretly fantasized about how wonderful it would be to become her boyfriend. However, this charm made Su-ro the target of many confessions. Unfortunately, each declaration of affection was politely declined, and these failed attempts quickly became the topic of gossip among classmates. Ling Zhan observed all this with a detached attitude, wanting nothing to do with Su-ro. He knew that getting involved with a girl like her would only lead to more trouble. Scenes from cliched web novels played in his mind. If he got too close to Su-ro at Tianyin Academy, it would surely attract foolishly jealous individuals. Despite having read such mindless plots countless times in his past life, Ling Zhan only wanted to quietly develop himself in this life, avoiding unnecessary trouble. However, the more indifferent he acted, the more challenging he seemed to Su-ro. It's not that Su-ro was particularly fond of Ling Zhan, but being someone who was always pursued, encountering a guy who was immune to her charms sparked a desire to conquer him. Her initial intention was simple: to learn combat skills and experience from Ling Zhan during the summer break. After watching recordings and observing him in action today, Su-ro realized there was a vast difference in their combat abilities. Ling Zhan, I just want to be friends with you. Is there a need to be so cold? Su-ro said, her pretty face showing a hint of grievance, her voice tinged with confusion. Ling Zhan's response remained indifferent. But I don't want to be friends with you. Why? Su-ro pressed, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. No reason, I just don't like people like you, Ling Zhan replied bluntly. With a small gasp, Su-ro felt as if her heart had been stabbed. She stared at him in disbelief. That's too much. I just wanted to be friends, and now you're pushing me away? Even a pretty girl has her pride, you know. Su-ro huffed, her cheeks flushed with anger, resembling a startled, bristling kitten. She put her hands on her hips, her eyes shining with defiance. Ling Zhan, you've offended me. In the premier villa district of Yundong City, a furious scream shattered the tranquil afternoon. Arg! I'm so mad, I'm so mad. Ling Zhan, I'm holding a grudge, let me tell you. As soon as Su-ro entered the house, she headed straight to her room, slamming the door with a loud bang. In the living room, Su's father, who was enjoying tea, was startled by the sudden noise, nearly dropping his cup. Su's mother was also alarmed. She quickly put down her younger daughter, Su-wan, her face full of confusion and concern. What happened to our daughter? Was she bullied? Su's father jumped up from the sofa, his brow furrowed. Who dares to bully my daughter? His voice was filled with anger. As the chairman of Yuanzheng Enterprises, Su Jingwo was known in Yundong City for being under his wife's thumb and doting on his daughter. Such a prominent figure, who would dare to touch his precious daughter? Ling Zhan, Su's father muttered to himself, the name sounding somewhat familiar. Su's mother gave her husband a look and explained helplessly, Rower's classmate. I heard he's the top student in the province this time. Su's father suddenly understood. Lately, Ling Zhan's name was everywhere, with the internet, TV, and newspapers all buzzing about this top student. Yuandong Enterprises was even planning to leverage the publicity, and he had personally signed off on the investment plan. So what? Just because he's the top in the province, he can bully my daughter. Su's father was indignant, ready to take action. Oh, calm down. It's not what you think. Su's mother grabbed her husband, lowering her voice. Yesterday, when our daughter wasn't home, I went to clean her room. Guess what I saw? What? That brat Ling Zhan was hiding in our daughter's room. Su's father bristled immediately. Oh, listen to me. Su's mother quickly explained. Not a person, but how should I say this? Our daughter has been locking herself in her room for days, plastering it with photos of Ling Zhan, playing his videos on repeat, and she even made a thick notebook all about him. Tell me, when has our daughter ever cared so much about a male classmate? Su's father's face turned from black to green, a mix of emotions swirling inside. Was his precious daughter about to be taken by someone else? Su's mother sighed, reluctant but understanding that their daughter was growing up. You should have a heart-to-heart with her. If necessary, let her bring that classmate home so we can meet him and look out for her. Su's father calmed down, feeling that his wife's assumption might not be entirely accurate. His daughter had always been particularly independent and strong-willed. I think we can't jump to conclusions. What if our daughter doesn't have those feelings? Su's father murmured, his eyes showing a hint of hope and concern. Standing in front of his daughter's room, Mr. Su hesitated for a moment before gently knocking on the door. Sweetheart, it's me, Dad. Could you open the door? Silence filled the room. 10 minutes later, a scream pierced the night. Ah, Dad, you don't say that. I didn't. Instantly, the sound-activated lights of the entire villa complex flickered on, as if awakened by the sudden outburst. Mrs. Su could no longer sit still. She placed little Juan on the sofa to watch cartoons and hurriedly rushed to her daughter's room, pressing her ear against the door. Mr. Su stood awkwardly in the middle of the room, at a loss for what to do. He hadn't meant to blurt things out, but the way his daughter's room was decorated left much to the imagination. The walls and headboard were covered with countless photos, numbering in the thousands. On the TV screen, highlights of Ling Zhan's dramatic battles were playing on repeat. With his daughter's permission, Mr. Su leafed through her notes. They were filled with detailed observations on combat techniques, along with comments from teachers and leaders. The rest were Su Ro's reflections and insights on these techniques, each word carefully chosen. At that moment, Su Ro was so embarrassed that she jumped onto her bed and wrapped herself tightly in a thick down comforter. Even so, she could feel the heat on her face, and her exposed ears were burning red. Mr. Su stood there awkwardly, finally realizing it was all a misunderstanding. I was wrong, he said softly. But, if you weren't interested in that way, why have you been hanging around that Ling Zhan classmate so much lately? From beneath the covers, Su Ro's muffled voice replied. I just wanted to ask him for advice. But after spending some time with him, I found Ling Zhan seems different from other boys. Oh, Mr. Su raised an eyebrow. It's not what you think, Su Ro hurriedly explained, though she struggled to articulate her thoughts. It's just. She was at a loss for words. Normally, whether at home or school, Su Ro was the center of attention. But when it came to Ling Zhan, she felt an unprecedented sense of confusion and attraction. Su Ro was well aware that she was just an ordinary student. Even though some boys at school tried to win her favor or acted aloof to capture her attention, she remained indifferent. But Ling Zhan was different. She approached Ling Zhan, even at the risk of being persistent, which others might perceive as infatuation or calculation. However, this wasn't the case. For the past few days, Su Ro stayed up late every night, repeatedly watching Ling Zhan's combat videos from the assessments. Her eyes were slightly red from exhaustion, yet they still sparkled with excitement. He's truly amazing, Su Ro murmured to herself, her fingers unconsciously mimicking Ling Zhan's movements on the table. Even more impressive than I imagined. To her, Ling Zhan's fighting style wasn't just about technique. It was like a meticulously crafted piece of art. Every move, every strike, was like a masterpiece from a painter's brush, breathtakingly beautiful. Su Ro was enthralled, and she unknowingly began to imitate Ling Zhan's techniques. However, the results were not as she hoped. Su Ro frowned, biting her lip in frustration. She decided to personally seek Ling Zhan's guidance and approached him under the pretense of friendship to be cautious. Despite the initial difficulties, Su Ro was not discouraged. She resolved to use immense patience and effort to gradually win over this seemingly unresponsive young man. Dad, I have to get stronger. Su Ro suddenly threw off her blanket, clenched her small fists, and her eyes shone with determination. Why is it always the boys who come first in the assessments? I refuse to accept that. Even though Ling Zhan seems like a block of wood, I will never give up. One day, I will prove to him and everyone else that we girls can be the best too, and earn everyone's admiration and respect. A fire burned brightly in Su Ro's chest. Her determination was like a star in the night sky, shining bright and unwavering. Father Su awkwardly scratched his head, his brows furrowed. He couldn't understand why his daughter harbored such resentment. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that he hadn't been attentive enough to her? That must be it, he regretted silently. Although he had his reservations about the boy named Ling Zhan, he decided to swallow his pride for his daughter's sake. Father Su racked his brains to come up with ideas for his daughter. He pulled out a bank card from his pocket and slapped it into Su Ro's hand. There's 10 million dragon coins on this card, he explained. Your mother told me that Ling Zhan's family isn't well off. You could give him the money and ask him to tutor you at home. How about that? Su Ro looked at the card in her hand, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. She had to admire her wealthy father's unique way of thinking. It won't work, she shook her head. Ling Zhan doesn't seem interested in money. Is that so? Father Su mused, stroking his chin. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I've got it. I could try to get high-level equipment, weapons, or potions from the black market. As a professional, he should be interested in those, right? Su Ro shook her head again. From what she'd observed, Ling Zhan was so low-key, it was almost extreme, and he seemed to want for nothing. She worried that if her father tried to throw money or high-level gear at him, it might backfire and make Ling Zhan feel insulted. That won't work either, Father Su said, growing impatient. I can't have my precious daughter kneeling to him and asking to be his disciple, can I? He muttered. That kid is really hard to deal with. A disciple? Su Ro's eyes suddenly brightened. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? She jumped up excitedly, hugged her father's neck, and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. Dad, you're amazing. This unexpected display of affection left Father Su stunned. He stood there in a daze, mumbling to himself. Did my daughter just kiss me? Then he snapped back to reality and yelled excitedly, "Honey, come quick. Our daughter kissed me. Ha ha ha." However, he quickly remembered something and said seriously, "Becoming a disciple is fine, but no kneeling. My precious daughter shouldn't have to endure that." Su Ro nodded obediently, already deciding that if becoming a disciple didn't work, she'd resort to persistent persuasion until Ling Zhan agreed to teach her. "Be brave, Ro Ro. Don't fear difficulties. Keep going," she cheered herself on internally. The next morning, Su Ro was ready to set off. Her parents, with dark circles under their eyes, escorted their precious daughter out the door. They had spent the entire night discussing the plan. "I still think it's unreliable," her mother said worriedly. "Don't worry. Don't you trust your own daughter?" Father Su reassured her. The unexpected kiss had kept him too excited to sleep well, and he kept waking his wife to say, "Did you know? Our daughter kissed me." His wife rolled her eyes. "You've said it 8,000 times. How could I not know?" As their daughter's figure was about to disappear, Sue's mother suddenly realized, "Wait a minute. Didn't I ask you to go to her room and advise her against early romance? How did you end up sending her to a boy's house?" Father Su blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. "Su, Jian, what?" Sue's mother shouted, furious. "Ah, don't hit me, don't hit me." Father Su quickly dodged. "Ouch, take it easy on my ears. Don't worry, don't worry. I have another plan." In a hurry, Father Su rushed back inside, scooped up his younger daughter Su Wan from the sofa, and instructed, "Xiao Wan, follow your sister. Remember, you're a little spy now. Don't let any bad boys bully your sister, okay? Be good, and Daddy will buy you a huge doll." Su Wan, her little face dazed, nodded blankly, and then ran off in the direction her sister had gone. Su's father finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Su's mother put down the rot tin cane, her arm sore from the prolonged scolding. They watched the backs of their two daughters receding into the distance, both wearing a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Ling Zhan was fully focused on completing his daily system tasks, unaware of everything happening around him. He wielded a long sword in the courtyard, sweat dripping down his forehead. "Swing the sword 100 times, completed." The system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ling Zhan took a deep breath and continued swinging. "Swing the sword 1,000 times, completed." Next was archery practice. Ling Zhan picked up a bow and arrow, aiming at a distant target. The arrows flew through the air, each one hitting the bullseye with precision. 100 arrows. 1,000 arrows. As the last arrow was released, the system prompted again. Ding. Daily challenge task completed. 3 options appeared before Ling Zhan. 10 to free attribute points. A random professional skill book. An increase in skill points for a random skill. Ling Zhan chose option without hesitation. Although the random skill book sounded tempting, the system only rewarded domestic ones, and those foreign beginner skill books would have to wait until he reached Tianyin Academy. Ling Zhan sighed inwardly, a bit regretful. After completing the daily tasks, Ling Zhan closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into the system's simulated secret realm. This was one of his favorite features. Here, he could train freely, with effects much better than those in external simulated secret realms. Ling Zhan practiced many beginner professional skills here, but he could not experiment with his level trial talent, the immortal body. While Ling Zhan was absorbed in training, a sudden urgent knocking sound came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Ling Zhan furrowed his brow and exited the simulated secret realm. He had set his phone to airplane mode during this time to avoid harassment from companies. Many companies offered astronomical sums to have him endorse their products. For instance, a forging company offered 20 million dragon coins just to have him endorse a beginner weapon. Ling Zhan recalled the cringe-worthy ad slogan, "With this, I became the provincial trial leaderboard champion." He shook his head, having no interest in such flashy promotions. Offers for endorsements from pharmaceutical companies came flooding in, but Ling Zhan politely declined each one. He only accepted the accolades from the Education Bureau of the Nanzhou province, a reward of 6 million dragon coins, and a level unrestricted skill book, and a set of level 20 purple grade armor. The 6 million dragon coins were enough to ensure Ling Zhan's financial comfort, but he showed little interest in the level 20 purple grade armor. Although it was of a higher level than his everlasting set, its individual attributes and set effects were inferior. Ling Zhan understood well that the value of equipment lay not just in its level, but in how well its attributes matched his needs. He casually tossed the purple grade armor into storage, letting it gather dust for the time being. What truly caught Ling Zhan's attention was the A-level unrestricted skill book. However, faced with numerous choices, he found himself unable to decide which skill to learn. Just as Ling Zhan was deep in thought, a knock on the door interrupted him. "Didn't I hang a do not disturb sign?" he muttered, reluctantly dragging his feet to answer the door. The scene outside left Ling Zhan momentarily stunned. Su Ro, the girl known for her gentle demeanor towards everyone, was standing at his doorstep, looking charming in a pure white dress, with minimal makeup and softly curled hair that highlighted her girl-next-door charm. Ling Zhan was about to put on a fierce expression when his attention was caught by the small figure beside Su Ro. A little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, with cute pigtails and wide, curious eyes, was gazing up at him with innocence. This unexpected young visitor made Ling Zhan swallow the scolding that was on the tip of his tongue. Su Ro, noticing his awkwardness, had a fleeting look of disappointment in her eyes but quickly regained her resolve. For the sake of getting stronger, I can endure. Su Ro silently reassured herself, preparing for the conversation ahead. Xiaowan, say hello to the big brother, Su Ro gently reminded her little sister, patting her on the head. Hello, big brother, the little girl chirped, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, his expression slightly awkward. Just then, Su Ro extended her hand and said with forced composure, let's introduce ourselves properly. Hi, I'm Su Ro. Ling Zhan hesitated for a moment, but then shook her hand. I'm Ling Zhan. Nice to meet you, Miss Su Ro, who seems a bit out of her mind. Hearing this, Su Ro was instantly infuriated, but before she could react, Xiaowan piped up. Big brother, my name is Su Wan, and this is my sister, Su Ro. Please take good care of us. She bowed adorably, making Ling Zhan's heart melt. Looking at Xiaowan, Ling Zhan couldn't help but think of his own little sister, who was only 1 or 2 years old before he traveled to this world. Memories flooded back, and his expression softened unconsciously. I'm sure. Just then, Xiaowan innocently asked, Big brother, can I come play at your house? Su Ro quickly corrected her sister. Xiaowan, you've just met him. It's a bit forward to ask to play at someone's house right away. Seeing Xiaowan's crestfallen face, Ling Zhan rubbed his temples and finally relented. All right, you can come in if you'd like. Thank you, big brother. Xiaowan thanked him loudly, bouncing happily through the door. As Ling Zhan turned around, he was filled with a sense of helplessness. Watching Xiaowan obediently take off her shoes and curiously explore the room, he couldn't help but wonder if their parents knew they were here. After offering the sisters some tea, Ling Zhan asked directly, Su Ro, what exactly do you want? Just call me Xiao Ro, Su Ro replied with a cheerful smile. And me too, Xiaowan chimed in. Big brother, you can call me Xiaowan. Do you know how to write the character for Wan? I can teach you. Many of my friends don't know how to write my name. Ling Zhan smiled warmly at Xiaowan. Of course, I know how to write it. But would you like to watch some cartoons? Yes. Xiaowan shouted excitedly. Ling Zhan led Xiaowan to the living room to watch cartoons, then turned to Su Ro, waiting for her to explain her intentions. Su Ro's expression became serious as she stated, I've seen your videos in the Trial Secret Realm and the scene where you easily defeated the students from Huaqing Academy yesterday. I am convinced that your combat skills are far superior to mine, even surpassing the teachers and tutors at school. So, I'd like to learn from you. Of course, I'm not naive enough to think our relationship is so good that you'd teach me for free, Su Ro said directly, her eyes shining with determination. I'll pay you, and I want to be your disciple. Ling Zhan heard this, frowned slightly, and fell into thought. His gaze inadvertently swept over Su Ro's delicate face, and he sighed inwardly. To be honest, he really didn't want to get too involved with girls, not because he disliked Su Ro, but because he inherently found it troublesome. Sensing Ling Zhan's hesitation, Su Ro continued to explain. There are tutoring classes here, but they focus on combat training instead of academics. Only wealthy families can afford to send their children because the instructors are high-level external fighters, all at least level 30. As Ling Zhan listened, an image popped into his mind. A group of students in lavish attire surrounding an imposing instructor, seriously learning combat skills. He muttered softly, Forget about being a disciple, I might be younger than you. Although his voice was low, Su Ro, sitting nearby, heard him clearly. She widened her eyes in disbelief, thinking, this guy? Is he implying I'm old? Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, Su Ro forced a slight smile. Ling Zhan, you'll be single forever with that attitude, you know? Ling Zhan ignored her teasing and sighed helplessly. All right, I'll teach you, but only for 3 hours. Beyond that, you can't appear in front of me. And you have to promise that once you get to Tianyin Academy, you won't approach me again. Deal. Su Ro agreed without hesitation, a sly glint in her eyes. But privately, I'll still call you master. In front of others, I'll call you Ling Zhan. Is that okay? Ling Zhan didn't reply, just waved his hand. Fine, training starts tomorrow. You and your sister should head home now. Little Wan, who had been engrossed in her cartoon, pouted and walked over to Ling Zhan with a face full of grievance. Her gem-like eyes welled up as she asked pitifully, Big brother, do you not like Xiaowan? Seeing her adorable, pitiful expression, Ling Zhan's heart softened. He quickly squatted down and patted her head. No, you can play here as long as you like. Big brother won't mind. What I said earlier was just out of frustration. Really? Xiaowan asked curiously, tilting her head. Ling Zhan was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. He couldn't exactly say, your sister is just troublesome, could he? Finally, he just said, be good, Xiaowan. Go back to watching your cartoon. Watching this interaction, Su Ro laughed like a sly little fox. Ling Zhan shot her a glare and said, you win, I surrender. But let me make it clear, I'm just teaching you combat skills. We're just classmates, nothing more. You shouldn't refuse payment. It's what you deserve. Su Ro insisted. Ling Zhan sighed, accepting defeat. He allowed the sisters to stay in the living room while he retreated to his room. To his surprise, Su Ro followed him, curiously looking around and softly remarking, "So this is what a guy's room looks like." Ling Zhan was engrossed in his book when he suddenly felt an unsettling gaze. Looking up, he saw Su Ro mischievously staring at him, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief. "I heard that boys hide some adult magazines in their rooms. Is that true?" Su Ro asked with a teasing smile, her tone full of jest. Ling Zhan immediately lost his patience and retorted, "Get out of here." Instead of leaving, Su Ro exacerbated the situation. She confidently walked into the room, plopped down on Ling Zhan's bed, and crossed her legs without any reserve. Picking up a book, she pretended to read it. Ling Zhan shook his head helplessly. How had this once well-mannered, gentle, and beautiful girl next door turned into such a cheeky character? He couldn't do much about her, so he decided to leave the room and join the little girl to watch cartoons. As soon as Ling Zhan left, Su Ro put the book down, her face full of triumphant satisfaction. "I knew I could handle you," she thought to herself. However, as she glanced around, she noticed the room's sparse and even shabby furnishings. After a moment's hesitation, she took out her phone and made a call. "Hello, Uncle Zhao," she said softly. "I have an address for you. When you have time, could you buy some furniture like beds and sofas from the mall and send them over? They don't need to be fancy, just comfortable. Yes, please don't tell my dad, or he'll overthink it. Thank you, Uncle Zhao." With the addition of Su Ro and her younger sister, Su Wan, Ling Zhan's calm life began to ripple with change. However, when it came to the clearly expensive furniture, Ling Zhan firmly refused. Even when Su Ro nearly argued with him, he stood by his principles. He understood that Su Ro simply wanted to help without any ulterior motives. He also hoped their relationship would remain as simple as that of classmates. In the simulated secret realm at City Number 1 High School, the 1v1 arena match between Ling Zhan and Su Ro caught the attention of many younger students. Is Senior Ling Zhan sparring with Senior Su Ro? I remember Senior Su Ro is also a top student, achieving S-level scores. It seems more like Senior Ling Zhan is coaching Senior Su Ro rather than just sparring. Indeed, it was more like a coaching session. Ling Zhan's voice rang out repeatedly. "Su Ro, human weaknesses aren't just the neck. There's also the heart, abdomen, and head. Stop fixating on attacking my kidneys. A shadow assassin stealth isn't just for sneak attacks. You can use the initial invincible frames to dodge critical enemy skills. When facing agile and elusive opponents, don't rely solely on high man upgrade skills like Shadow Strike or Thunder Flash. Use minor skills to chip away and bait the opponent, then strike decisively." After 3 hours of training, Ling Zhan remained composed, while Su Ro was breathless and drenched in sweat. Her battle suit was torn in several places, revealing her fair skin. Su Ro felt secretly grateful for having persistently asked Ling Zhan to coach her. In just 3 hours, she had uncovered many of her own weaknesses and realized the terrifying extent of Ling Zhan's skills. Against him, she was utterly defenseless, unable to inflict any harm despite her best efforts. Ling Zhan moved across the arena like a phantom, each of his actions executed with breathtaking precision. Although he only used basic skills, his mastery over them, along with his control of movement and perfect timing for dodges and counterattacks, showcased his exceptional combat abilities. Su Ro, having experienced the despair Fong Bo once felt, found herself learning a lot from the duel. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, rolled her eyes playfully, and couldn't help but pout, saying, "I think you could be our school's combat instructor." However, Ling Zhan was unmoved by her compliment. He responded coldly, "3 hours are up. Farewell." With that, he swiftly jumped off the stage. As the younger students were about to approach him, Ling Zhan vanished in a flash, leaving without looking back. Su Ro watched Ling Zhan's retreating figure, her cheeks puffed and her teeth clenched, her face flushed with anger. She couldn't understand why Ling Zhan avoided her like the plague. Time flew by, and soon there were only 2 weeks left until the start of the semester at Tianyan Academy. That day, the Academy finally delivered a new weapon crafted especially for Ling Zhan's breaking array, Thousand Change Ring. This gold-tier ring emitted a faint silver glow, and its attributes were astonishing. It increased strength, intelligence, stamina, and agility by 30 points each, could be equipped at level 14, and had no class restrictions. More excitingly, it could switch between 5 forms, each offering unique benefits. 1. Greatsword and Shield Mountain form. Enhances defense and increases threat level to attract enemies. 2. Longsword Frenzy form. Boosts physical damage and penetration, and inflicts vulnerability on enemies. 3. Staff Falling Sun form. Significantly boosts magic damage and penetration, causing continuous burning damage. 4. Bow and Arrow Doom form. Increases physical damage and armor penetration, and can break enemy armor. 5. Dagger Dark Knight form. greatly enhances agility and critical damage, extending enemy hit stagger time. Each form's special effects last for 10 seconds, providing Ling Zhan with more tactical options in battle. What thrilled Ling Zhan even more was that this weapon possessed two remarkable features. Firstly, it was an embryo capable of continuous upgrades. Secondly, it had as many as 15 enchantment slots, which was extremely rare for a weapon. Standing in his room, Ling Zhan examined the exquisite silver ring in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He understood that while some weapons on the market could switch forms, one capable of 5 transformations was extremely rare due to the lack of demand. The two features of this weapon particularly excited Ling Zhan. As an embryo, it meant it could be upgraded by high-level blacksmiths and rare materials, enhancing its attributes and ensuring it wouldn't easily become obsolete. The 15 enchantment slots offered unlimited potential for future enhancements. Ling Zhan was secretly delighted, knowing that while many might not be thrilled with a low-tier gold weapon, he was aware that its potential far exceeded ordinary expectations. It was not only powerful at this stage, but was destined to grow with him, becoming a reliable ally in his future battles. Ling Zhan stood in the open training field, gripping the golden grade weapon gifted by Tianyan Academy, filled with anticipation. This weapon was not only of excellent quality, but also had an impressive number of enchantment slots, meaning it could potentially transform into 15 different forms. For Ling Zhan, a jobless wanderer, it was the perfect top-tier equipment. Eager to test its power, Ling Zhan immediately infused magic into the ring, feeling a remarkable connection. The ring transformed into a silver-white longsword, appearing in his hand. He could clearly sense a significant boost in his physical attack and armor penetration abilities. He swung the sword, unleashing the beginner swordsman skill Sword Chi Slash. 5 fierce sword energies roared out, slicing into the wooden stake before him. As splinters flew, Ling Zhan saw the damage value of 960 appear on the screen. Even more surprisingly, the stake was enveloped in a faint gray glow, indicating it was in a vulnerable state. This damage is incredible, Ling Zhan exclaimed. He distinctly remembered that the stake's defense was comparable to the boss in the advancement trial secret realm. If he had this weapon back then, he probably wouldn't have needed to use his berserk skill to easily defeat the boss. Ling Zhan couldn't help but admire the generosity and thoughtfulness of Tianyan Academy. This golden quality weapon was not only powerful, but also had strong growth potential, capable of being upgraded through forging and enchanting, ensuring it wouldn't become obsolete. He then tried the weapon's other forms, all of which impressed him with their damage and effects. He even considered using this weapon as a base and gradually collecting materials to enhance it, unless the system rewarded him with something better. Thinking about having to wait until school registration to receive the basic skills for overseas professions, Ling Zhan chuckled. Was Tianyan Academy worried he might run away? Suddenly, Ling Zhan decided to test the effect of his undying body. He gritted his teeth, transformed the ring into a long sword, and without hesitation, stabbed it into his arm. With a squelch, blood gushed from the gaping wound. The intense pain hit him instantly, but before Ling Zhan could react, the pain vanished abruptly. Looking down, he saw the grotesque wound had miraculously healed without even leaving a scar. Ling Zhan stared in disbelief at his perfectly intact arm. The effect of the undying body far exceeded his expectations. This terrifying regenerative ability, does it mean that as long as I'm not killed instantly, I can completely recover? Ling Zhan looked at his arm with sheer delight. The gruesome wound had healed perfectly, without even leaving a scar. This trial talent is truly astonishing. As for the sunlight skill, a divine-level offensive ability, Ling Zhan decided to hold off on testing it for now. Once he reaches the Tianyan Academy, there will be plenty of opportunities. He was quite satisfied with his current situation. In terms of survival, he had the everlasting life set and the level trial talent of a mortal body, along with his daily rigorous training. In unknown combat, he figured there were few peers who could match him. Ling Zhan's attributes were now extremely balanced and high. Strength 90, Intelligence 90, Agility 90, and Constitution 90. When completing the system's daily tasks, he no longer focused solely on these attributes. Previously, he chose them to raise his baseline, as one of the major drawbacks of being a non-class wanderer was having fewer attribute points upon leveling up compared to other class-transferred strong individuals. To ensure he could utilize each profession's characteristics, his attributes needed to be balanced. Ling Zhan's attribute values were now absurdly high, completely overshadowing Su Ro. Even if Su Ro allocated all her free attribute points to agility, she couldn't surpass Ling Zhan. Because of this, Ling Zhan started choosing skill points to prepare for future access to unrestricted high-level skills at Tianyan Academy. With Ling Zhan's current combat level, he could easily take down 10 people like Fong Bo in an instant. Thinking about the forthcoming life at Tianyan Academy, Ling Zhan's eyes burned with excitement. Although he preferred to develop quietly, he also yearned to battle strong opponents. Only by facing them, experiencing both failure and success, could he truly improve and grow stronger. Of course, Fongbo's name wasn't on Ling Zhan's sparring list. It was prominently on his death list. As days passed, Ling Zhan's life settled into a fixed routine, completing system tasks, teaching Su Ro, self-training, and watching cartoons with the little girl Su Wan. Strangely, the Su sisters had a TV and computer at home, yet they insisted on coming to Ling Zhan's place to watch. Each time, Su Ro would also cook for Ling Zhan, using the excuse that it was her guidance fee. It must be said, Su Ro's cooking skills were indeed impressive, even though she hadn't developed a secondary profession as a chef. A month flew by. Su Ro's parents finally appeared, a middle-aged couple with gentle smiles. "Hello, Ling Zhan. I'm Su Ro's father. Thank you for looking after my two daughters this past month," Mr. Su said cheerfully. Mrs. Su also smiled politely. Ling Zhan responded politely. "It was nothing. It seems like you had a pleasant trip." "Trip? What trip?" Mr. Su asked, puzzled. Mrs. Su looked equally confused. Ling Zhan frowned. "Weren't you both on a trip together?" Beside him, Su Ro had already picked up her sister, running away with a peal of joyful laughter. Mrs. Su gently explained, "We've been quite busy, with no time for traveling." In an instant, Ling Zhan realized he had been tricked by Su Ro. The whole story about her parents traveling and her taking care of her sister was just an excuse to freeload meals at his place. Ling Zhan sighed in resignation, thinking that once he went to Tianyin Academy, he wouldn't have any ties with her. Ling Zhan was used to being a loner and didn't want to get too involved with others. He was even prepared to solo dungeons during his university years. This approach might be unconventional, but he truly didn't want too many entanglements with others. Where there are people, there are conflicts, and even in a 5-person team, disagreements are inevitable. Recalling the bullying he faced in high school, the backstabbing and slander when he first entered the workplace, and the humiliation of being a pushover for someone he liked, Ling Zhan couldn't help but slap himself twice. "Damn it. In this life, I refuse to be a doormat. I refuse to be a pushover," he silently vowed. Ling Zhan solidified his principles. In college, he would avoid forming teams unless absolutely necessary. Even for academic tasks that required teamwork, he wouldn't join a fixed team. And he definitely wouldn't be a pushover again. Downstairs, Su Ro walked hand in hand with Su Wan, smiling sweetly. Although Ling Zhan usually had a serious demeanor towards her, his earlier bewildered expression amused her. "Sister, big brother said once you go to college, you'll be like strangers." "What does that mean?" Su Wan asked innocently. "Being like strangers means staying away from each other, going separate ways," Su Ro explained. "Why would you do that?" Su Wan asked again. "I don't know," Su Ro shrugged. "Will you really stop talking to big brother?" Su Wan pressed. "I won't talk to him. Who wants to talk to him? If I didn't need his guidance, who would bother with him?" Su Ro replied haughtily. "Sister, when you promised not to steal my pudding, you were just as confident, yet you still ate it," Su Wan said with a look of disdain. "You?" Su Ro was at a loss for words and couldn't help pinching her sister's nose. "It's just a pudding. I'll buy you another one now." "Hooray. Pudding time." Su Wan cheered, bouncing happily. Watching her sister's adorable figure, Su Ro muttered to herself, "Who would want to talk to you? You narcissist." On August 30th, Ling Zhan packed his luggage and stood in front of his parents' and grandmother's memorial tablets, silently bidding farewell. Then, he stepped out the door, filled with anticipation. "The world is my oyster. The sky's the limit." Ling Zhan hailed a taxi, and as the door opened, he swiftly got in. "Please take me to the B-zone teleportation point," he politely requested, placing his backpack at his feet. The driver glanced at Ling Zhan through the rearview mirror, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "Ah, heading to university, are you?" "Which one?" he asked enthusiastically as he started the car. Ling Zhan hesitated for a moment, but then answered honestly, "Tianyin Academy." This response hit the driver like a bolt from the blue, causing his hands on the steering wheel to pause momentarily. His expression shifted from surprise to suspicion, his brow furrowing. "Isn't Tianyin Academy one of the top 10 prestigious academies? And you managed to get in?" Noticing the driver's doubt, Ling Zhan quickly gave a thumbs up and offered an awkward smile. "You've got a sharp eye, but I was just kidding. I actually got into an ordinary academy." The driver relaxed, restarting the car with a relieved expression. "I thought so. You're not in the top 100 of the provincial trial list, are you?" he said, reassuringly. "But it's fine if you got into a regular academy. Just keep training and working hard, and you'll have a bright future. My son will be preparing for his career advancement trials next year too." As the car smoothly traveled along, Ling Zhan's thoughts drifted to the changes in the world. It was well known that the flight routes in Longhua had undergone drastic changes. Before the mutations, planes could fly directly to any city or province in Longhua. But since the game covered the world, natural disasters occurred, rifts appeared, and the landmass of the real world expanded exponentially. Many secret realms shattered, with their maps filling the real world, causing many countries' territories to expand significantly. For instance, long ago, Yundong City and Shangyun City were only a few hundred kilometers apart, easily reachable by plane or high-speed train. But since the calamity, with secret realms emerging, a vast forest suddenly appeared between the two cities, inhabited by countless monsters. This was clearly a secret realm that had shattered, bringing its monster-filled forest into the real world. As a result, flights over this vast forest were banned to avoid monster attacks. However, the forest's periphery has now become a popular training ground for students. This phenomenon of map segments filling in not only occurred between Yundong City and Shangyun City, but also throughout Longhua and worldwide. Numerous countries' maps were forcibly altered, initially causing significant casualties as monsters attacked and devoured human cities. Some of these monsters were both powerful and high-level. Fortunately, over the years, with organized human suppression and defense, these newly emerged unknown maps have gradually stabilized. Of course, this doesn't mean new secret realms won't appear in reality in the future. To ensure humanity can quickly reinforce and suppress monsters when such phenomena occur, teleportation arrays were developed. The profession of creating teleportation arrays is known as a spirit array master, a highly specialized secondary profession. Its uniqueness lies in two aspects. First, a spirit array master can be seen as both a production and auxiliary profession. Second, it has no secondary or tertiary advancement. Sometimes, teams venturing into secret realms will bring along a spirit array master. Once inside, the spirit array master can set up teleportation array points in safe zones, providing the team with extra security. When the team encounters danger, the array's light suddenly flares up, instantly teleporting the members to a safe location. Some highly skilled array masters can even create functional arrays with abilities such as attacking, healing, or boosting defense, playing a crucial role in critical moments. Ling Zhan's destination is Zone B, which is closely guarded by the soldiers of Longhua. Within this zone stands a massive teleportation array capable of instantly transporting people to various cities across Longhua's provinces. This teleportation array is not only a vital tool for responding to sudden mystical occurrences, but also key for emergency support throughout Longhua's regions. To protect these valuable arrays from being damaged by monsters and prevent misuse by criminals, Longhua's authorities maintain round-the-clock surveillance. Not everyone can use the teleportation array. It requires official authorization from Longhua. This year's university entrants have been granted special permits, as they are the future stars of Longhua, and reaching their universities safely is crucial. Traveling by plane would involve cumbersome transfers, be time-consuming, and more importantly, pose the risk of monster attacks during the journey, with potentially dire consequences. Ling Zhan presented his permit to the soldiers guarding the teleportation array. After a thorough check, the soldiers nodded in approval, and Ling Zhan stepped into the zone. The scene before him was a bit surprising. Many boys and girls his age gathered in small groups, their faces lit with excitement and anticipation, and their laughter filled the air. These were fellow freshmen, just like Ling Zhan, preparing to report to their universities. Zone B features 10 teleportation points, named after the 10 heavenly stems: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Xian, Ren, and Gui. The teleportation points Wu, Ji, Geng, Xian, Ren, and Gui were bustling with students, forming long lines. Ling Zhan learned that these points primarily led to provinces with second and third-tier universities. The Jia teleportation point was empty, quietly awaiting the elite students destined for the top 10 universities. The Yi, Bing, and Ding points had sparse traffic, with the occasional student walking briskly through. These were the gateways to first-tier university cities. Ling Zhan stood amidst the crowd, feeling the tension and anticipation around him, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement for the university life that awaited him. The students waiting in front of the 3 teleportation points were exuding an air of pride. They had been accepted into top-tier universities, and their pride was evident. Ling Zhan, not wanting to attract attention, chose to wait outside and did not enter the teleportation point A. Suddenly, a clear voice broke the silence. Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan's mouth twitched as he turned to see Su Ro standing elegantly in a light blue dress. Beside her was a young man in a white shirt with an air of sophistication. Sun Zhe. Sun Zhe frowned slightly when he saw Ling Zhan and let out a subtle snort. Ling Zhan ignored Sun Zhe's disdain and instead looked at Su Ro with displeasure, lowering his voice. We agreed not to talk. Su Ro smiled gently. When did we agree on that? I remember we only said we wouldn't talk at Tianyin Academy, not in Yundong City. Ling Zhan was about to say something when Sun Zhe interrupted. Su Ro, let's go. The teleportation time is approaching. We should wait inside. With that, he stepped into the waiting area of teleportation point A. All right. Su Ro nodded and gracefully followed him. The surrounding students noticed the handsome couple and immediately erupted into chatter. Sun Zhe is so handsome. I heard he was even featured on Yundong City's news. Top 100 in the province, professional marksman. His future is limitless. Su Ro looks stunning today, my dream goddess. Su Ro and Sun Zhe make such a perfect pair, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Listening to the compliments, Sun Zhe couldn't help but hold his head high with pride. However, someone suddenly remarked, but honestly, Sun Zhe is still a bit lacking compared to Ling Zhan. Sun Zhe's expression instantly fell. At that moment, Su Ro suddenly turned around, waving enthusiastically at Ling Zhan in the distance, and called out playfully, "Hey, Ling Zhan, the top scholar. Everyone here is talking about you. Aren't you coming over?" Ling Zhan sighed helplessly. The students who were gossiping looked at Ling Zhan in surprise and skepticism. "No way. That gloomy guy with the baseball cap and his head down is Ling Zhan." Voices of astonishment rippled through the crowd. For Ling Zhan, students across the entire Nanzhou province were certainly familiar with him. However, when they saw the boy in front of them, wearing a baseball cap and keeping his head down, none of them expected him to be the famed top scorer of the provincial trial rankings. In an instant, the students surged towards Ling Zhan like a tide. Witnessing this, Ling Zhan cursed inwardly but had no choice but to deal with the swarm of admirers. "Senior Ling Zhan, I've watched your video of passing the entrance trial. It was amazing," one boy exclaimed excitedly. "I heard you had a duel with a top student from Huaqing Academy, broke their arm, and still won. Is that true?" a curious girl asked. "Senior Ling Zhan, how will you handle the level 20 dungeon as a jobless rogue?" another student eagerly inquired. Questions poured in from all directions. Ling Zhan wanted to ignore them, but seeing the genuine admiration on his peers' faces, he felt refusing would be almost sinful. Just then, the soldier in charge of the Alpha Gate transfer point shouted, "The Alpha Gate transfer is about to begin. Please prepare." Feeling relieved, Ling Zhan quickly stepped into the transfer area. Those who didn't get answers looked visibly disappointed. Sun Zhe, watching Ling Zhan enter, snorted and turned away. He was filled with jealousy and confusion. This spotlight should have been his, and he couldn't understand why Su Ro chose Tianyin Academy. Ling Zhan couldn't be bothered with Sun Zhe's hostility. He thought to himself, not settling scores now doesn't mean not settling them later. Fang Bo from Huaqing Academy, he'd deal with him eventually. As for Sun Zhe, if he knew what was good for him, fine. If he dared to provoke, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with him too. Even the most patient person has their limits. Turning to Su Ro, Ling Zhan said seriously, "I hope you keep our agreement." Su Ro playfully smiled, blinking innocently. "Did we have an agreement? I don't remember." "You," Ling Zhan began, but was interrupted as icy blue runes appeared beneath his feet. A dazzling light flashed, and the three of them vanished instantly. Tianyin Academy is located in the northern suburbs of Heiyuan City, the capital of Dongling Province, covering an expansive area. As one of the top 10 combat academies in Longhua, it boasts unmatched faculty and educational resources. To the east of the academy lies the renowned Haiyan Mountain Range, the primary training ground for Tianyin students. The outer areas of the mountains are relatively safe, but the inner regions harbor high-level monsters with red names, comparable to quasilords, with levels far beyond what ordinary students can handle. The architecture of the entire academy is diverse, blending classical charm with modern elements, showcasing the heritage and strength of this top-tier institution. The Tianyin Academy, a sanctuary where ancient and modern scholarship converge, is adorned with traditional pavilions and magnificent palaces, creating a unique scene. Within one of its grand halls, a sudden flash of blue light heralded the arrival of Ling Zhan and Su Ro. As they took in their surroundings, the unfamiliar yet majestic palace silently confirmed that they had reached their destination, the Tianyin Academy. Just as they were adjusting to this sudden change, a familiar voice broke the silence. "So you two finally made it." At the entrance, a middle-aged man greeted them with a smile. It was their teacher, Zhu Xiaoshan. "Teacher Zhu." Ling Zhan and Su Ro quickly greeted him, their faces full of respect and anticipation. Zhu Xiaoshan wasted no time with pleasantries and handed them each a thick handbook. "This is the new student guide for Tianyin Academy. You can find everything you need to know in there. Go ahead and get registered." He paused, his eyes reflecting a deeper meaning as he continued. For several years, Tianyin Academy has held the championship in the Academy League, attracting countless top students. This year's freshman class is said to be the best yet. His tone became more serious. "Here, you'll find the top 100 students from each province of Longhua, even the top scholars. Moreover, due to our collaboration with top international universities, there are also many outstanding international exchange students." He gave them a meaningful look. "So, you must be cautious at school. Avoid conflicts if possible. After all, you are adults now and must be responsible for your actions." With that, Zhu Xiaoshan turned and left, leaving Ling Zhan and Su Ro standing there with increasingly serious expressions. Though Zhu Xiaoshan's words were straightforward, they carried a profound warning. This was no longer high school. It was an institution filled with top talents from both home and abroad. Here, everyone could be a potential rival or a future ally. In this environment teeming with hidden talents, any rash action could lead to unnecessary conflicts. If conflicts arose, as long as they didn't violate school rules or laws, the academy wouldn't intervene. What friendly competition might evolve into is anyone's guess. Ling Zhan and Su Ro exchanged glances, each seeing caution and determination in the other's eyes. They understood that from the moment they stepped into this palace, their lives had turned a new page. In the opportunity-rich and challenging Tianyin Academy, every step must be taken with care, and every decision could shape their future. No wonder Tianyin Academy is one of the top 10 combat-focused schools. The campus is vast and intricate. Even with the new student guidebook map in hand, Ling Zhan and Su Ro spent half a day navigating through 5 colleges and 7 major areas before finally reaching the new student registration area. The scene before Ling Zhan was a feast for the eyes. The registration area was bustling with people, many of whom were attractive female students. He was secretly delighted, thinking that the quality of this year's new students was indeed impressive. He was already imagining the possibility of getting contact information and ending his single life. However, it was Su Ro's appearance that truly caused a stir. Her presence immediately drew the attention of the surrounding male students, causing quite a commotion. In fact, every year, the freshman reception attracts many senior students who volunteer with various intentions, mainly hoping to catch a glimpse of the handsome and beautiful newcomers. "Hey, let me help you with your luggage." A senior with a bright smile quickly approached. Su Ro smiled and nodded. "Thank you, senior." The senior confidently took the cute pink suitcase, but his arm immediately felt its weight, and his expression turned slightly awkward. He muttered to himself, wondering if it was filled with bricks because it was so heavy. Today, he had already assisted 10 female students, each with surprisingly heavy suitcases. As a mage, he had allocated all his attribute points to intelligence and agility to better kite in battles, which left his strength and physique relatively weak. Now, holding this deceptively light, yet heavy suitcase, he could only grit his teeth and persevere, unwilling to lose face in front of the pretty freshman. In stark contrast stood Ling Zhan beside Su Ro. Despite being right there, none of the senior students paid him any attention. Ling Zhan couldn't help but inwardly scoff. In both his past and present lives, this was undeniably a world that favored appearances. Ling Zhan sighed softly as he carried his luggage alone towards the registration desk. Behind the desk sat a refined senior from the student council. She glanced at Ling Zhan, whose ordinary appearance and honest face didn't catch much attention, and lazily handed over a form, saying, "Fill this out." Ling Zhan took the form and filled it out quickly. When the senior took it back and scanned through it, she suddenly exclaimed, "Ling Zhan, are you the top scorer from the provincial trials in Nanzhou province?" Her words were like a thunderclap, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding student volunteers. The term top scorer always caused a stir, especially in such a prestigious institution. The students turned to look at the seemingly unremarkable Ling Zhan. Voices of discussion rose among the crowd. Is this honest-looking guy really Ling Zhan, the one who topped the Nanzhou provincial trials as an unclassified freelancer? Someone exclaimed in surprise. He doesn't look like anything special. As one of the top 10 combat academies in Longhua, Tianyin Academy naturally paid special attention to the top scorers from each province. This month, Ling Zhan was undoubtedly the most talked about among them. He made history by being the first unclassified freelancer to participate in the National Career Transfer Trials and achieve the top score. However, not everyone was impressed by Ling Zhan. Some muttered in disappointment, "I thought he'd be a handsome guy." Others dismissed his achievement, saying, "He just took advantage of the low-level skills available to freelancers." What's so impressive about that? Amidst the discussions, Ling Zhan quickly completed his registration as a new student. Unexpectedly, the refined senior stood up and offered, "I'll take you to the freshman dormitory and introduce you to some important rules of Tianyin Academy." On the way, she couldn't help but ask, "Ling Zhan, why did you choose the path of an unclassified freelancer? It's not an easy road." She smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ling Zhan thought to himself, "Because I have a system." But outwardly, he paused for a moment before answering. "Choosing this path makes it easier to achieve good results in the entrance trials." Hearing this, the senior's face instantly showed disappointment. She thought, is what they say true? Is this top scorer from Nanzhou province just seeking attention and grades by choosing the freelancer path? Suddenly, she lost all interest in Ling Zhan, assuming that the reputation of this year's top scorer from Nanzhou was indeed overrated. Ling Zhan keenly sensed the change in her attitude, but he said nothing more and quietly followed her towards the dormitory area. Ling Zhan chuckled inwardly, but maintained a composed demeanor. This senior student wasn't particularly interested in him, which suited him just fine. She led Ling Zhan to the freshman dormitory area, but had no intention of accompanying him inside. Before parting, she quickly advised, "Freshman, I must warn you, at Tianyin Academy, people like you without any affiliation should avoid causing trouble, or the consequences could be dire. To live comfortably, you need to earn Tianyin points. These points are valuable. You can exchange them for equipment, skill books, and various items. You earn points by completing tasks assigned by the instructors. Well, I hope your university life continues to be outstanding. Goodbye." Before she finished speaking, the senior had already turned and left, not even bothering to introduce herself. Clearly, she saw Ling Zhan as an insignificant presence, even if he was the top performer in the provincial trials. Despite understanding her mindset, Ling Zhan politely thanked her. Turning to face the so-called dormitory area, Ling Zhan was taken aback. It wasn't a dormitory at all, but a cluster of villas. 100 three-story villas were neatly arranged in 5 rows and 20 columns, creating an impressive sight. Each villa, though not tall, was well equipped. The spacious yards were perfect for stretching exercises. The interior design was also quite thoughtful. The first floor housed the kitchen, the second floor had a gym and recreation room, and the third floor was the bedroom. Beside the villa complex were 2 special areas. One was the entrance to a simulated secret realm, and the other was the entrance to a free training ground. Although these 2 areas appeared similar, they were fundamentally different. The simulation realm is a competitive arena where students test their skills against each other, while the training ground serves as a place for individuals to hone their equipment and abilities. Ling Zhan glanced down at the freshman guidebook, his eyes landing on the page about accommodations. The text revealed the school's unique policy. Dormitory assignments for freshmen are closely tied to their rankings. The top 100 students are eligible to stay in the luxurious A-grade dormitory area, which features fully equipped 3-story villas for single occupants. Ling Zhan raised an eyebrow as he carefully considered this regulation. He realized that these living conditions were not fixed, but would fluctuate based on a student's performance at the school. A thought crossed his mind. If his scores slipped out of the top 100 in the next assessment, this comfortable villa might have to be handed over to someone else. As he continued reading, Ling Zhan learned that the dormitory areas were divided into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D. A grade offered coveted single luxury villas. Grade consisted of double rooms. Grade accommodated 4 people, and grade housed 8 individuals in 1 room. Such a stark meritocracy was almost unimaginable in Ling Zhan's previous life's university. Some might question whether linking accommodations so directly to performance could undermine certain students' self-esteem. The answer was undoubtedly yes. However, in this world where strength commanded respect, though laws provided some constraints, power indeed brought more privileges. Without strength, one had to endure less favorable conditions. The school's intent was clear: to encourage students to train diligently and continuously improve themselves. Ling Zhan secretly calculated. Within the school, lacking strength might only result in living in less desirable dorms. But in the real simulation realm, insufficient strength could mean facing the threat of death. With this in mind, a smile played on Ling Zhan's lips. Maintaining a spot in the top 100 seemed like the most basic goal for such luxurious accommodations. However, he quickly reconsidered, thinking that perhaps this goal was set too low. Ling Zhan stood in front of Villa 015, silently calculating his ranking. The school considered 14 other freshmen to be more outstanding than him, but he knew the upcoming freshman trial would change everything. This freshman speed trial was not only the school's way to assess the newcomer's abilities, but also everyone's sole opportunity to compete for benefits. Excelling in this trial would not only make them stand out among their peers, but also earn them precious equipment and items rewarded by the academy. With the transformation of Blue Star, the Dragon Country had been redivided into 48 provinces. Freshmen from all over the country were arriving at Tianyin Academy. Preparing for the opening ceremony on September 1st, Ling Zhan pushed open the door and stepped into the villa that would soon become his new home. The interior was impressive. The backyard's automated warehouse was equipped with auto-sorting cabinets for convenient storage of various items. The gym was filled with an array of equipment that was tempting to try out. The soft, plush bed in the bedroom seemed like it could melt anyone into it. Ling Zhan took a deep breath, inhaling the refreshing, invigorating air. Standing on the rooftop, Ling Zhan overlooked the entire dormitory area. As night fell, the lights sparkled brilliantly. Even the lowest-tier dormitory, the Ding class, was akin to a high-end apartment building. As one of the top 10 key academies, Tianyin Academy was indeed impeccable in its accommodation offerings. Suddenly, Ling Zhan remembered he hadn't completed his daily tasks yet. After hastily settling in, time had slipped away. Without hesitation, he entered the spatial simulation realm to begin his challenges. Drawing a bow and shooting 1,000 times, lifting 500 pounds 50 times, these were no challenge for him. The final task of swimming 5 kilometers with weights seemed daunting, but in the simulation realm where scenarios could be changed at will, it became manageable. Ling Zhan chose a sunny noon, donned a backpack filled with special small iron stones, put on his swim trunks, and leaped into the water. Splashing around, he swam forward with determination. The task completion notification sounded, and the system promptly awarded him 5 to strength attribute, a random blue-grade weapon bag, and 20 shooting accuracy. Ling Zhan contentedly reviewed these hard-earned rewards. The system's daily challenges varied widely, encompassing everything from physical training to academic exams. The rewards also adjusted according to the task nature, with physical tasks enhancing physical attributes and academic ones boosting intelligence. This comprehensive training model was the key to Ling Zhan's continuous progress. The daily challenge tasks in the system are becoming increasingly difficult, and the rewards are harder to obtain for free. Ling Zhan had just completed a task and returned to the real world, with beads of sweat still on his forehead. He was about to step out for some fresh air when a strikingly white figure caught his attention. Not far away, the silhouette of a tall girl stood out. She was wearing a white t-shirt, blue skinny jeans, and pristine white sneakers, with a small backpack adorned with a cute rabbit design slung over one shoulder. A lollipop was tucked between her rosy lips, and her snow-white hair was particularly conspicuous in the night, complemented by her bright, blood-red eyes. It was Zhu Yaowang. At this moment, two handsome senior students were eagerly standing in front of Villa 002, enthusiastically explaining the school's rules to Zhu Yaowang. Their attitude was in stark contrast to that of the senior who had received Ling Zhan earlier in the day. Clearly, in their eyes, Zhu Yaowang was the true genius, while Ling Zhan was merely a lucky opportunist. Zhu Yaowang caught a glimpse of Ling Zhan from the corner of her eye and surprisingly waved at him. Ling Zhan nodded slightly in response, then quickly retreated to his small villa. This scene, however, made the two seniors wary Zhu Yaowang had actually greeted a stranger. What happened next shocked them even more. Zhu Yaowang nonchalantly told the two seniors, "Just leave my suitcase at the door. Thank you." With that, she gracefully walked towards Villa 15. The two seniors opened their mouths to speak, but ended up exchanging a look full of frustration instead. "Who is that guy?" Zhu Yaowang actually went to his dorm. "No idea, let's find out." Ling Zhan had just closed the door when he heard a knock. Opening it, he was greeted by a gentle osmanthus fragrance. Zhu Yaowang stood at the door, her blood-red eyes shining with curiosity as she sized up Ling Zhan. "Is there something you need, Zhu?" Ling Zhan asked, feeling a bit uneasy in front of this girl who seemed as noble as a princess. Her personality was hard to pin down, sometimes aloof, sometimes domineering, and now, surprisingly cute. She furrowed her snowy brows, tilted her head slightly, and looked at Ling Zhan with a puzzled expression. After her scrutiny, Zhu Yaowang resumed her noble, indifferent demeanor and said, "I came to remind you that you might face some trouble at the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. Thanks for the heads up." Ling Zhan politely thanked her, though he found it odd. They weren't familiar with each other, so why go out of her way to warn him? Soon, Zhu Yaowang revealed her true purpose. With a serious expression on her delicate face, she said, "Also, do you have time for a match with me?" "No, I'm not going to fight." Ling Zhan refused without a second thought. Such a thing was of no benefit to him. Winning would attract more attention, and losing would give those students who didn't respect him more reasons to attack. It was utterly pointless. Zhu Yaowang pouted and tossed her ponytail, striding away without hesitation. The air was left with a trace of intoxicating osmanthus fragrance. Ling Zhan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she wasn't like Su Ro, who liked to cling persistently. This proud swan clearly had her own dignity. Back in his room, Ling Zhan took a shower and was about to enjoy a good night's sleep when suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding! A new challenge mission has been issued. The host must dispel everyone's doubts and prove the strength of an unclassified wanderer. Completion reward, a rare treasure chest. Exceeding the challenge task will grant level movement skill. Ling Zhan's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, what the heck? Isn't the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow? How is there a new student speed trial? He shook his head, deciding not to think too much about it. Since the task had arrived, he would complete it. For that level movement skill, he was determined to take first place. Ling Zhan's expression became serious. Initially, he just wanted to lead a low-key college life, but the system task and the skills he desperately needed forced him to take action. More importantly, he didn't want to miss out on the Yari skill. Meanwhile, in the first double room of the grade dormitory area, a group of new students from Jianzhou province gathered. Their eyes were all focused on a handsome boy with a somewhat delicate appearance. If this ponytailed boy were to wear a skirt, no one would doubt his gender. This boy, named Qianming, was the top student in this year's Jianzhou province trial, and his profession was a puppet master. His eyes were indifferent, but a sense of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. 10 years ago, Jianzhou province suffered a great catastrophe when a ghost cave's secret realm shattered and descended, severely depleting the province's vitality. Although the disaster had passed, it would take time to restore its former prosperity. This also placed Jianzhou province's educational strength at the bottom nationwide. Qianming had no issues with the top 100 geniuses from other provinces, except for one person, the unclassified wanderer ranked 15th. In Qianming's view, that person was just someone who knew how to make a spectacle of themselves during the trials. Why should they rank higher than him, the top student of Jianzhou province? In front of the new dormitory area at Tianyan Academy, a group of students from Jianzhou province gathered, their faces filled with dissatisfaction and disappointment. Standing at the center was Qianming, the top scorer of their trial, a boy with a clear, feminine voice. A faint scent of perfume wafted from him, catching the attention of some nearby boys. "Brother Ming, this is so unfair," one student said indignantly. "The top scorers from other provinces, even those in the top 100, get to live in the grade A dormitories. Why can't our province's top scorer?" Qianming smiled calmly, Don't be upset. Our province's educational strength is indeed weak, so it's normal to be underestimated. Don't worry, I'll soon show those elite students who truly has the strength. Just then, a cheer erupted from the crowd. A freshman excitedly waved his phone. Brother Ming, look. The protest post I started on the Tianyin Academy forum has over 10,000 likes and shares. Qian Ming took the phone and quickly browsed through the comments. Voices of support were plentiful, and even some senior students joined the discussion. Suddenly, a comment caught his attention. Guess what? Qian Ming read aloud. Someone spotted a freshman without any rank living in the grade A dormitory area. If they can get in, why can't we? As the group buzzed with conversation, Qian Ming noticed another important piece of information. Look, the student council president, a senior, said she would personally suggest to Dean Zhou. The freshmen erupted in cheers, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. We don't need to protest, Qian Ming said calmly. With the student council president involved, we just need to wait for the news. Meanwhile, in the spacious and bright office of Tianyin Academy's student council, a girl wearing a black and white robe sat at a desk, staring intently at a computer screen. She wore glasses and had braided pigtails. Her delicate face was marked by indifference, yet she exuded an aura that irresistibly compelled others to conquer. Interesting, she murmured to herself, a faint smile playing on her lips. The annual drama has arrived especially early this year. She reached for the phone on the desk and expertly dialed Dean Zhou's number. A busy tone came from the other end, and she waited patiently, her eyes shining with intelligence. This incident might just become the highlight of the new semester. Dean Zhou, the student council has reported a strong sense of dissatisfaction among the new students. It's like a powder keg, and if not handled properly, it might lead to a backlash. In the meeting room on the 7th floor of the main building at Tianyin Academy, a teacher entered with a smile, reporting the latest situation. Inside, 5 key figures were already seated: the deans of the 5 major colleges: the Combat College, the Magic College, the Shadow College, the Prayer College, and the Art College. Each had its own strengths, but none restricted career choices. The dean of the Combat College, Zhou Hongfu, a kind-hearted man in his 50s, responded with a calm smile. This year's freshmen are the best we've ever had, with 15 of the top students from 48 provinces joining us. It's normal for new students to have conflicts around this time. Dean Li Manshun of the Magic College inquired. So, what do you suggest, old Zhou? Zhou Hongfu replied seriously. Let's stick to the tradition of Tianyin Academy. Let them have their fill of competition. However, we should add a twist. Instead of a ring fight, let's have a freshman speed trial. Schedule it for the opening ceremony day. Dean Han Xiao of the Shadow College, a voluptuous and elegant woman, lazily played with a dagger in her hand. No one better try to take Zhu Yaoguang from me. Dean Luo Yang of the Prayer College chuckled. I won't compete with you. I only want Ji Wuming from Fengtian Province. Li Manshun immediately countered. Old Luo, dream on. Ji Wuming belongs to the Magic College. Dean Wang Shi of the Art College remained silent throughout, quietly sipping his tea. Zhou Hongfu concluded. All right, everyone, let's not argue. The choice of college is up to the students themselves, and we must not interfere. Soon, an announcement for the freshman speed trial was pinned to the top of the school's official forum. The news caused a stir throughout the freshman dormitory area. Finally, we can really go all out. Dream brother. Crush all the top 100 geniuses. Restore the pride of our Jinzhou province. Qian Ming's eyes burned with determination, resolved to break into the top 100 and surpass Ling Zhan. Freshmen from the C and D dormitory areas were also eager for a chance to rise. Meanwhile, everyone's attention was focused on Ling Zhan, the jobless wanderer assigned to the A dormitory area. At the same time, 4 people stood in front of Villa 002, the petite and adorable Guo Tianjiu, her sister Guo Fuliu, Qin Can, and Huang Bai. They were Zhu Yaoguang's friends, and except for Guo Fuliu, who was in her sophomore year, the others had followed Zhu Yaoguang to apply to Tianyin Academy. Guo Tianjiu called out sweetly, Sister Yaoguang, we're here to visit. The door opened to reveal Zhu Yaoguang in cute bunny pajamas, her long, soft white hair adding a touch of lazy charm. As the 4 entered the villa, they noticed another young man inside. He greeted them with a bright smile and introduced himself. Nice to meet you all. I'm Ji Wuming, Yaoguang's childhood friend. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Ji Wuming, the top of the trial rankings in Fengtian Province, ranked number 1. And he was spending the night at Zhu Yaoguang's villa? Huang Bai and Qin Can felt a heavy weight in their hearts, unable to breathe. They wanted to face Ji Wuming with pride, but knowing his formidable strength, they couldn't muster any arrogance. Guo Tianjiu blinked innocently and deliberately asked, Brother Wuming, you didn't spend the night here with Sister Yaoguang, did you? When Guo Tianjiu asked this question, Ji Wuming instantly became the center of attention. Guo Fuliu looked at him with curiosity. Huang Bai's eyes sparkled with fiery determination, while Qin Can had a serious expression on his face. Facing the varied gazes, a wry smile appeared on Ji Wuming's handsome face. I would love to stay the night at Yaoguang's place, but she has to agree to it. Ji Wuming said casually. This remark made both Huang Bai and Qin can breathe a sigh of relief, but then they realized it implied Ji Wuming did have an interest in Zhu Yaoguang. Their expressions instantly turned serious again. However, Ji Wuming responded to their stern looks with a faint smile. This smile seemed gentle and polite at first glance, but it also carried a hint of disdain and arrogance, as if he didn't take Qin Can and Huang Bai seriously at all. Zhu Yaoguang was already accustomed to her companion's petty rivalries and didn't bother to pay attention. She was about to pick up her breakfast bread when a notification sound interrupted her. Ding. Except for Guo Fuliu, who was already a sophomore, the 4 people present received a text message on their phones simultaneously. Zhu Yaoguang glanced down, and a meaningful smile appeared on her attractive lips. September 1st, 7 a.m. The campus of Tianyin Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. Although it wasn't yet time to gather, many freshmen were already geared up, eagerly waiting in the plaza. In the center of the field floated nearly 1,000 red stone tablets, which could transport anyone who touched them into the trial realm. This was a level 1420 trial realm, with S-level difficulty. It's well known that the difficulty of realms ranges from SSS, SS, S, A, B, to C, with the corresponding colors being rainbow, gold, red, purple, blue, and white. An S-level trial realm for levels 1420 means that even a level 20 expert would find it challenging to clear. Some might wonder if a level 25 expert could easily pass this realm. The answer is yes. However, realms have strict level restrictions for entry. Unlike the real-world demon invasion scenarios, trial realms only allow people within specific level ranges to enter. For example, this level 1420 realm cannot be entered by those below level 13 or above level 21. If anyone violates the rules, the realm's protective mechanism will immediately eject the intruder. If a top-level expert attempts to forcibly enter, the realm will collapse, causing all the monsters to manifest in the real world. Many speculate that this realm protection mechanism was intentionally set by the supreme deity who created the realms, as unbreakable as truth itself. Some even guess that the world's transformation into a game-like state, triggering the Great Catastrophe, was orchestrated by this mysterious supreme deity. Whether a supreme god truly exists in this world remains an unsolved mystery. At this moment, the entrance exam for new students is about to begin. The area is crowded with people, and the air is filled with a mix of tension and excitement. The freshmen are dressed in various gear, wielding weapons, their expressions focused and expectant. Among these newcomers, 2 individuals stand out like dazzling stars, capturing everyone's attention. Ji Wuming, clad in sleek black armor, stands tall and distinguished. His chiseled features are as if sculpted by a master artist, exuding a clean-cut charm. His indifferent gaze and noble demeanor make him the ideal prince in every girl's heart. Whether it's senior female students or new female classmates, they can't help but fix their eyes on this man. In contrast, there's Zhu Yaoguang, wearing a silver-white battle dress that accentuates her alluring figure. Her long snow-white hair is styled in twin tails, and her delicate face radiates captivating allure even without makeup. She leans against the wall with her arms crossed, casually blowing bubblegum. Her bright, gem-like red eyes occasionally scan the surroundings, causing any boy who meets her gaze to experience a quickened heartbeat. Zhu Yaoguang is a woman who is both heroic and enchantingly feminine. The pairing of Ji Wuming and Zhu Yaoguang is like a prince with a snow princess, a perfect match of talent and beauty. The crowd erupts in admiration. Ji Wuming is so handsome. I'm in love. How can there be such a good-looking man? If Ji Wuming weren't there, I'd confess to Zhu Yaoguang right away. The freshmen and senior students look at these 2 dazzling prodigies with both envy and a touch of heartache. Nearby, Guo Tianjiu cheerfully pats the shoulders of Huang Bai and Qin Can, teasing, "You guys better step up your game." Huang Bai snorts dismissively, while Qin can remain silent. Besides these 2 standouts, others attracting attention include the top scorers and top 100 from various provinces. For instance, Lu Chang, the top scorer from Haizhou Province, Gao Yao, who ranked 5th in the Fengtian Province trials, and Qi Baiyu, the top scorer from Quanzhou Province. Even Qian Meng, the top scorer from Dianzhou Province, known for its weaker educational resources, has drawn considerable attention. Hey, where's Ling Zhan, the one who chose the jobless wanderer role? This sudden question shattered the silence in the plaza, pulling everyone back to reality from their amazement. Among the nearly 1,000 new students, many harbored dissatisfaction with the so-called top contenders. This freshman speed trial was not only a chance to prove their own strength, but also to witness firsthand the true abilities of these so-called prodigies. Ling Zhan, the jobless wanderer, naturally became the center of attention. He was assigned to Villa 015, a piece of information that had already spread widely. Immediately, countless eyes began searching for his figure in the plaza. Finally, in the most secluded corner of the plaza, people spotted a figure so ordinary it almost blended into the background. Ling Zhan, finally found you, someone murmured, sparking a stir. Suddenly, numerous hostile, disdainful, and contemptuous gazes locked onto this seemingly unremarkable young man. Unlike the other prodigies who appeared tall and imposing or strikingly impressive, Ling Zhan was rather lean, standing in stark contrast to the likes of Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaoguang, and Gao Yao, who were lightly equipped. He wore heavy armor, complete with a belt and leg guards, and a bulging pouch hung from his waist, likely filled with potions and various tools. His face bore a simple smile, appearing harmless and as if he could be trampled at any moment. This attire, appearance, and demeanor only intensified the disdain and scorn in the eyes of the onlookers. Is this the legendary top of the Nanzhou province trial rankings? This guy surpassed Zhu Yaoguang. Looking at that silly smile of his, I just want to punch him. Such scornful whispers echoed among the crowd. Despite the overwhelming ridicule, Ling Zhan's expression remained unchanged. He neither angrily retorted nor furiously shouted back. Instead, his eyes were as calm as water, as if these words couldn't touch him at all. Yao Guang, is this the interesting person you mentioned? He doesn't seem all that impressive to me. Ji Wuming smiled gently, his gaze dismissively sweeping over Ling Zhan before quickly losing interest. Zhu Yaoguang didn't argue, instead quietly watching Ling Zhan's figure with an inscrutable expression in her eyes. Huang Bo and Qin Can, like Ji Wuming, didn't take this seemingly ordinary man seriously. They exchanged disdainful glances as if to say, is this it? Guo Tianjiao, seeing Ling Zhan being mocked by the crowd, had a mischievous glint in her eyes as a schadenfreude smile appeared on her cute face. Not far away, Su Ro hesitated, wanting to approach but remembering her agreement with Ling Zhan, she sighed helplessly. She could imagine that if she approached now, Ling Zhan would not be pleased and might even be angry. So she remained where she was, silently observing the scene. In the crowd, the androgynous-looking Qian Meng finally stepped forward. With a face full of arrogance, he looked down at the seemingly naive figure before him. Are you Ling Zhan? His voice dripped with contempt. Qian Meng was secretly surprised. He hadn't expected the top candidate of the Nanzhou provincial trials, whom he saw as a rival, to appear so ordinary. He couldn't help but wonder what the school was thinking to rank such an incompetent person at 15th. Before meeting Ling Zhan, Qian Meng was already filled with dissatisfaction, and now, seeing him, this dissatisfaction burned like fire. Ling Zhan simply looked at him calmly, saying nothing, his expression unchanged. This composed demeanor only fueled Qian Meng's anger further. Just as Qian Meng was about to further challenge Ling Zhan, a commotion interrupted the crowd's mockery. The Dean Zhou is here, and other deans and teachers too. Someone whispered in surprise. On the ceremonial stage in the center of the square, the 5 deans led the teaching staff in a solemn entrance, followed by several student council members. The new students quickly noticed that among these student council members, several had appearances that clearly weren't human. Even more surprising, among the deans and teachers, there were non-human races. The dean of the Shadow Academy, Han Xiao, was a regal dark elf, with long, pointed ears, a voluptuous and alluring figure, and skin as dark as night, with silver hair cascading like moonlight. The warrior instructor from the Prayer Academy was a burly, green-skinned orc, standing beside a petite, cute catgirl teacher with fluffy cat ears. The freshmen whispered among themselves, discussing this diverse world of races. Some praised the catgirl teacher, while others showed great interest in the beast-eared lady. However, these discussions were quickly silenced by a stern cough. Dean Zhou slowly raised his hand, and the chatter immediately ceased. My name is Zhou Hongfu, and I am the dean of the Combat Academy, he announced in a powerful voice. This year's freshman speed trial will be hosted by me. I don't like to waste words. In previous years, freshmen settled their differences through 1v1 duels. But this year, I want to see your actual combat skills against monsters. So, we're holding a freshman speed trial. No more talk. The entry begins in 5 minutes. Prepare yourselves. As soon as Zhou Hongfu finished speaking, the freshmen erupted in excitement. They appreciated his straightforward leadership style. In the brief preparation time, everyone was busy getting ready, leaving no time to mock Ling Zhan further. Notably, no one wanted to form teams. Each person was confident, as if forming a team would be a sign of weakness. At this moment, the eyes of the deans and teachers on the main stage simultaneously fell on Ling Zhan. Compared to the dazzling talents of Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaoguang, and Gao Yao, these educators seemed more intrigued by the dark horse, Ling Zhan. They exchanged meaningful glances, clearly curious about this exception who had entered a prestigious academy as an unassigned individual. Even more puzzling was why Dean Zhou had initially ranked Ling Zhan at 15th. This question lingered in everyone's minds, yet no one had an answer. As time passed, the freshman speed trial was about to begin, and a challenge that could change destinies awaited everyone. From an orc's perspective, Ling Zhan seems quite ordinary and definitely too frail. He looks like he lacks any sense of power. On the field, the teacher's eyes were all fixed on the new student, Ling Zhan, whispering among themselves. This young man appeared unremarkable, with a simple and honest smile on his face, fully equipped as if he feared getting hurt in the secret realm. He looked no different from any other new student, showing no trace of the arrogance one might expect from the top of the provincial trial leaderboard. It was hard for everyone to believe that such an ordinary-looking young man had surpassed Zhu Yaoguang to become the champion of the trials in the southern province. As the teachers murmured, 5 minutes quietly passed. Suddenly, the redstone tablets on the field emitted a roaring sound, and deep red light poured out like a waterfall. Each stone tablet was marked with a number, arranged according to the new students' dormitory numbers. The new students only needed to walk to the door corresponding to their number to view all the information about the current secret realm. Without hesitation, Ling Zhan strode over to the redstone tablet marked with number 015. As he focused, an information template appeared before his eyes. Trial Secret Realm, Millennium Snow Cave. Trial Difficulty, Level. Secret Realm Task, None. Equipment Restriction, None. Item Restriction, None. Secret Realm Introduction. A desolate land of eternal snow, filled with countless ice caves housing massive human and beast shadows. Their favorite food is human flesh and blood. Clearly, this trial secret realm had no specific task. It was purely about speed. It's all about speed. In an instant, the noisy field became silent and empty. The new students entered the secret realm one by one, without hesitation, displaying full confidence. This was not surprising, as Tianyuan Academy, being one of the top prestigious academies in the Dragon Nation, attracted students who, if not all prodigies, were at least top scholars in their regions, making confidence a given. Soon, a giant screen appeared high above the square, with images constantly switching to show the performances of various new students. A male student with the number 729 had just entered the secret realm, greeted by a scene of endless ice and snow. Holding a staff, he was about to cast a spell when the snow-covered ground suddenly crackled, and dozens of snow wolves with fierce eyes emerged. Facing the attack, this summoner remained calm and began chanting. Immediately, spirit creatures appeared beside him. Attack! He shouted with a wild grin, and the spirits charged at the snow wolf pack. In another scene, a seemingly delicate girl stood in the icy wilderness, confronted by a dozen roaring giant white bears. She slowly put on her gloves, and her demeanor instantly transformed, full of fighting spirit. She dove into the bear group, battling the beasts with her bare hands. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch landed with force, flesh and blood flying. The white bears screamed in pain, with some having their heads smashed, white brains splattering. This adorable girl, less than 1.6 meters tall, had chosen the most hardcore combat profession, wreaking havoc among the beasts. In the dozens of scenes on the screen, each new student showcased incredible strength, highlighting their prowess as prodigies. This freshman exam might be the most spectacular and competitive in Tianyuan Academy's history. Even the 900th ranked freshman demonstrated impressive abilities. Zhou Hongfu sat on the podium, watching these scenes with great interest. The other teachers also watched intently, their eyes glued to the shifting screen, searching for the most suitable new students for their colleges. For the new students, this was a chance to prove themselves. For the teachers, it was a great opportunity to select talent. Han Xiao's beautiful eyes were fixed on Zhu Yaoguang's scene. Zhu Yaoguang, dressed in a white battle dress, moved like a light shadow among the monsters, decapitating several with each pass. She didn't even use any skills, effortlessly slaying these monsters with just her combat techniques, looking elegant and breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, Han Xiao noticed another scene. A girl moved like a phantom, skillfully blending into the monster group. With a flash of silver light, the monsters fell. Her every skill was precise and deadly. Her body movements and timing in exploiting the monster's attack recovery were impeccable. After seeing the girl's badge with the number 524 and the name Su Ro, Han Xiao frowned, puzzled. Strange. Why is this girl's ranking so low? Her combat skills are clearly outstanding. What Han Xiao didn't know was that after a month of guidance from Ling Zhan, Su Ro had made significant leaps in combat skills, response to battle situations, timing of exploiting recovery, and skill application. Although her rank was only 524, her real combat power was on par with the top 200 prodigies. The Academy's ranking was based solely on exam scores, which is why Su Ro was only ranked 524. Everyone was engrossed in the impressive performances of the new students. Their strength was indeed remarkable. The teachers watched eagerly, searching for Ling Zhan's scene. As the first ever non-professional individual to enter a prestigious combat academy, and having beaten Zhu Yaoguang in the entrance exam, Ling Zhan naturally attracted a lot of attention. The teachers were curious to see what extraordinary qualities this non-professional individual possessed to have defeated Zhu Yaoguang. There it is, in the top right corner. Suddenly, a teacher shouted. Instantly, all the deans and teachers turned their eyes to the top right corner of the screen. The gigantic aerial screen was divided into dozens of frames, each showcasing a new student battling bravely on a snowy battlefield. Suddenly, the frame numbered 015 in the upper right corner appeared, but instead of the expected snowy white, It was a stunning sea of blazing red. In the shot, an endless inferno consumed the entire view. The audience was left speechless as they watched the previously underestimated unclassified wanderer furiously wielding his staff, unleashing a continuous stream of high-temperature flames like a fountain. What's going on? How is it possible that the inferno has no cooldown? Oh my gosh, 50 consecutive shots? Isn't he afraid of running out of mana? The audience buzzed with confusion and disbelief. Some scoffed, dismissing it as a mere spectacle. Even though it's a speed trial, overexerting like this will lead to exhaustion by the second round. It's like a marathon. You need to pace yourself. Even the teachers on the podium shook their heads and sighed at Ling Zhan's extravagant fighting style. To be so reckless just to clear the first round, this student seems to be overrated. I wonder how he managed to defeat Zhu Yaoguang. A few seconds later, the camera gradually cleared up. Tiny snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, refocusing to reveal a shocking scene. Within 100 meters, the ground was charred black, like a hellscape scorched by countless fires. Beyond that, it remained snow-white, creating a stark contrast. Scattered across the scorched earth lay the bodies of snow wolves, white bears, and ice-toothed tigers. Their fur had completely melted away, exposing charred bodies that were hard to look at. The audience could almost smell the scent of roasted meat in the air. Suddenly, a slender figure slowly rose from the silent, burnt ground. He casually brushed the dust off his armor, hands in pockets, and calmly walked towards the next challenge. Although he appeared at ease, most of the audience believed he wouldn't get much further. However, some keen observers noticed something amiss. They began to question, why was Ling Zhan's inferno so powerful? Why was there a roaring sound accompanying it? These phenomena were beyond their understanding. In contrast to the students' confusion, other teaching staff watched the screen with grave expressions, beginning to delve deeper into analysis. The power of this kid's inferno is indeed abnormal. Could he be disguising it, actually casting a high-energy fireball spell? One teacher questioned. But the problem is, he's an unclassified wanderer. The only fire spell he should know is Inferno. Its power shouldn't be this overwhelming. How could it create such a cataclysmic scene? The teaching staff fell into deep thought, clearly encountering such a situation for the first time. They continued their in-depth discussion, trying to unravel this mystery. The professors at the Magic Academy exchanged puzzled glances, unable to explain the astonishing scene before them. Their eyes collectively turned to Dean Ling Zhan, hoping that this authority in the magical world could provide a reasonable explanation. Ling Zhan felt the weight of their expectations but couldn't help but twitch his lips. The situation baffled him as well. The dazzling flames obscured most of the view, and only a vague silhouette could be seen continuously unleashing a fiery inferno. Once the scene returned to normal, all the monsters had turned to ash, and the air was thick with the essence of fire elements. The dean took a deep breath, trying to think clearly. He wanted to say that the young one used the high-level mage skill Meteor Blaze, but that explanation clearly didn't hold water. Ling Zhan was just an unclassified wanderer. How could he possibly master a high-level skill exclusive to mages? Ladies and gentlemen, Ling Zhan addressed the other deans with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Did any of you discern what other skills this youngster might have used? The other 4 deans exchanged wry smiles, their expressions saying it all they didn't know either. This left all the professors astonished. A freshman using a technique that even the deans couldn't explain was unheard of. We probably started observing too late, one professor speculated, missing the crucial moment of his spellcasting, which is why we're so perplexed. Another professor chimed in. From now on, we must watch this youngster closely. We won't miss any of his actions again. Everyone nodded in agreement, determined to uncover the mysteries surrounding Ling Zhan. What other secrets does this seemingly ordinary wanderer hold? The faculty and students of the Magic Academy were filled with anticipation for the upcoming evaluations. Zhou Hongfu gently said, all the clues fit together perfectly. As soon as he finished speaking, the others quickly nodded in agreement, as if the words of the old headmaster were absolute truth. Since the headmaster said so, it must be true. Yes, it must be, they said in unison, their eyes filled with curiosity about Ling Zhan's skills and frustration at their inability to see through them. Zhou Hongfu turned to one of the staff members and quietly instructed, keep a close eye on Ling Zhan and record his performance. The staff member immediately complied and hurried to the monitoring room. As the first basic test progressed, the freshman's performance was impressive. Ling Zhan passed with ease, while other outstanding students were not far behind. Ji Wuming and Zhu Yaoguang crossed the finish line almost simultaneously, just 5 seconds behind Ling Zhan. Following closely were Gao Yao, Lu Chong, and Qi Biyu, who also performed remarkably. Surprisingly, Su Rou kept pace with Qian Meng, the top scorer from Jinzhou province, and they finished together. These young ones are quite impressive, Zhou Hongfu remarked with a satisfied smile, his eyes shining with hope for the future. At that moment, Wang Shi, the head of the Shu Dao Academy, said with a smile, previously, many doubted Ling Zhan, but it seems he was the first to pass the basic test. It appears this child isn't as overrated as some thought. No sooner had he spoken than a teacher couldn't help but counter. Dean Wang, this is just the basic test. It doesn't prove much. Other teachers nodded in agreement, eager to express their views. Mr. Lee is right, another teacher added. This is just a warm-up for the freshmen. The second test is where the real challenge begins. The other outstanding students are just starting to gain momentum. So Dean Wang, your comment is a bit premature. Yes, I'm afraid he might not even surpass Qianming. Someone muttered quietly, their tone full of doubt. Clearly, even though Ling Zhan was the first to pass the basic test, he had not yet earned the teacher's approval. Their eyes flickered with skepticism and anticipation, as if they awaited either a greater surprise or the disappointment they expected. Overall, the scene was indeed quite peculiar. Ling Zhan, a jobless wanderer, displayed such astonishing destructive power that it plunged the teachers present into a whirlpool of confusion and speculation. Dean Wangshi of the Magic Arts Institute focused intently on Ling Zhan, his keen observational skills capturing every detail of the young man. Ling Zhan's demeanor was calm, his movements precise, clearly a person of extreme composure and strong combat instincts. But this raised more questions. How could a jobless wanderer cause such massive destruction? Moreover, Ling Zhan showed no signs of fatigue, as if his energy reserves were abundant. It was all baffling. The other teachers voiced their opinions. Some believed Ling Zhan had merely used a clever trick to pass this stage, asserting he would inevitably face difficulties in subsequent challenges. This deep-rooted bias against jobless wanderers was like an insurmountable mountain. Wang Shi turned to the other deans to seek their views. Li Manchun, dean of the Magic Academy, only smiled faintly, tacitly agreeing with the teacher's opinions. Han Xiao from the Shadow Academy gently shook her head, indicating that Ling Zhan was not suitable for her academy. Luo Yang, dean of the Prayer Academy, recalled the entrance exam recordings and pointed out that Ling Zhan seemed not to have used any auxiliary skills. Faced with the tepid reactions from the other deans, Wang Shi almost laughed and hastily expressed his intention to recruit Ling Zhan. However, just then, Zhou Hongfu suddenly spoke up, breaking the seemingly settled situation. Meanwhile, Ling Zhan found himself on a battlefield filled with the aroma of barbecue. Outsiders speculated he had used multiple instances of raging fire, but in reality, he only employed two basic skills: the mage's raging fire and the demolition expert's liquid petroleum bomb. The clever combination of these two skills produced unexpectedly powerful effects. After passing the first stage, Ling Zhan arrived at the foot of a towering snowy mountain. Inside the mountain was a complex labyrinth of snow caves, dark and deep, with strange sounds echoing. As Ling Zhan stepped into the entrance, he experienced a series of changes: blurred vision, weakened hearing, dulled sense of smell, and slowed touch, with all attributes reduced by 20. This was evidently a carefully designed challenge by Tianyan Academy for new students. In such adverse conditions, Ling Zhan could sense more ferocious monsters lurking around than in the first stage. Yet, faced with such a predicament, Ling Zhan not only remained unflustered but even showed a faint smile, as if he was looking forward to the upcoming challenge. Ling Zhan's smile vanished in an instant as he pulled a small orb from his pocket and casually tossed it. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the icy cavern, and the blinding light dispelled the surrounding darkness. This tiny orb was merely a lure to attract enemies. As expected, the explosion drew in nearby creatures. 3 massive snow wolves appeared before Ling Zhan. Compared to the basic level snow wolves, these were bulkier, with larger and sharper fangs. The 3 wolves bared their teeth, standing just 5 meters away from Ling Zhan. Their 6 blood-red eyes fixated on the human, filled with intense hunger and murderous intent. Ling Zhan immediately activated his appraisal eye, and the snow wolf's information appeared before him. Creature, Elite Snow Wolf. Level, 16. Skills, Brute Force, Basic Regeneration, Claw Assault. Secret Realm Endowment, Berserk. Health, 700,700. Defense, 500. Status, Berserk, Hungry. Quality, Blue. Note: in Berserk state, all attributes increase by 150. Ling Zhan noticed an additional section in the creature's description: Secret Realm Endowment. This was clearly a special skill bestowed by the Secret Realm, indicating that all creatures in this ancient icy cavern possessed this ability. Before Ling Zhan could ponder further, the 3 elite snow wolves charged at him, eager to devour the human's tender flesh. In response to the sudden attack, Ling Zhan quickly synced with the breaking formation Thousand Mechanisms Ring, and the Sunfall Staff form manifested instantly. This was an elegant, slender staff with a fiery red gemstone suspended at the top. The gem emitted intense heat, its red glow flickering like a miniature star embedded in the staff. Earth Prison, Ling Zhan shouted. Although the secret realm suppressed the challenger's senses, it did not affect spellcasting. Heavy soil transformed into a cage, firmly trapping the 3 elite snow wolves. Ling Zhan then retreated 2 steps, and the breaking formation thousand mechanisms ring swiftly shifted into the heavy sword and shield you mountain form. Battle roar. An invisible sound wave emanated from Ling Zhan's mouth, sweeping past the elite snow wolves' ears. They howled in pain. Their attempts to break free from the earth prison suddenly halted, and a hint of stupor appeared in their blood-red eyes. This was the effect of a mental strike. Thanks to the evolution of his all-round talent, all basic skills not only increased in level, but also gained additional effects. Besides reducing defense, the battle roar had a slight mental strike effect. Taking advantage of the elite snow wolves' brief mental lapse, the breaking formation thousand mechanisms ring quickly returned to its original form. Ling Zhan extended his right hand, aiming at the three elite snow wolves, as a peculiar mental wave spread out. Tame. Tame E, a beginner-level Beastmaster skill. It consumes mana and emits mental waves to enter the beast's mental world, imprinting a mental contract to forcibly control it. Once tamed, the beast's vision, smell, memory, and other senses are shared with the Beastmaster, who can independently terminate the control contract. Beastmaster Ling Zhan stood at the entrance of the snow cave, facing three elite snow wolves with watchful eyes. He knew well that the essence of a Beastmaster's combat lies in taming powerful creatures and turning them into formidable allies. Given that his taming skills were still in the early stages, Ling Zhan decided to proceed with a cautious strategy. He first cast a binding spell, instantly restricting the wolves' movements. Then, an invisible wave of mental energy surged from his palm, directly targeting the wolves' consciousness. Under this dual assault, the three snow wolves fell into a dazed state, making the success rate of taming them nearly 100%. Under the influence of the mental wave, the wolves' gaze shifted from ferocious to submissive. They prostrated themselves at Ling Zhan's feet, their tails wagging furiously like loyal servants. By sharing memories with the snow wolves, Ling Zhan quickly grasped the layout of the surrounding snow cave and the distribution of monsters. Upon learning that this level was mainly filled with blue-named minor monsters, and the gatekeeper boss was a rare gold-named monster, Ling Zhan made a swift decision. Since it was a speed challenge, wasting time on minor monsters was unnecessary. Directly confronting the boss was the wise choice. Without hesitation, Ling Zhan mounted the most robust of the snow wolves. These three fully tamed elite snow wolves were not only his mounts, but also his reliable aids in this debuff-laden level. With the wolves' keen senses, Ling Zhan was no longer wandering aimlessly. Every subtle change around him was clearly conveyed to his mind. Despite the snow cave's labyrinthine passages, Ling Zhan easily avoided all traps and dead ends with the help of these local guides. His heartbeat quickened as he drew closer to the boss's location. Finally, in front of a spacious ice cavern, Ling Zhan reined in the snow wolf. The target was in sight, and he was ready to face the challenge. Ling Zhan cautiously navigated around the monster-infested areas without engaging any enemies and arrived at a narrow snow cave passage. Suddenly, a deafening heartbeat echoed from deep within the passage, causing the entire cavern to tremble. With the extraordinary vision of the elite snow wolves, Ling Zhan clearly saw a massive ice-sealed door at the end of the passage, its surface etched with deep grooves from the passage of time. In front of this ancient door, a towering figure, 5 meters tall, leaned against the cave wall, its dark green skin barely visible in the dim light. The creature's blood-red eyes slowly opened, like two crimson lanterns illuminating the darkness. The thunderous heartbeat emanated from this gigantic figure. Beside it, a menacing tumtor-long spiked club stood silently on the ground, exuding a chilling aura. A thought flashed through Ling Zhan's mind. Giants? No, this is clearly a cannibal. He quickly corrected his assessment. Although the two races had similar physiques, giants had their own civilization, whereas cannibals were classified as secret realm monsters. Go. Ling Zhan gestured lightly, a hint of determination in his eyes. He knew full well that this enormous creature was likely the boss guarding the second checkpoint. Defeating it would open the path to the next stage. Responding to the command, the three elite snow wolves howled in unison, their cries echoing through the cavern. Without hesitation, they lunged at the slumbering cannibal, their claws drawing sharp arcs through the air. The howls roused the slumbering ogre, who flew into a rage. How dare a bunch of blue-named monsters roar at me? It scoffed, grabbing its spiked club with a massive hand and swinging it mercilessly. Thud! The three elite snow wolves were like paper in front of this boss, instantly crushed into a bloody mess. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scent of iron filled the cavern. The blood-soaked scene seemed to awaken the cannibal's ferocity, making it even more violently excited. It turned, intending to charge at the seemingly delicious human, ready to devour him. However, when it glanced at the spot where the human had been, it found no one there. What are you looking for? A light chuckle suddenly came from behind the cannibal, laced with a hint of mockery. The cannibal felt a chill run up its spine, its scalp tingling. Instinctively, it raised its arm, intending to swing the spiked club behind it. But it was too late. Just as its arm began to rise, a sharp weapon, gleaming with a dark light, ruthlessly tore through the back of its neck. Foul, dark green blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering across the cavern walls, leaving mottled stains. Before the ogre could enter its berserk state, Ling Zhan delivered a fatal blow. Life drained away like a receding tide, and the massive 5-meter turtle body crashed to the ground. The collapsing form was so powerful that it even crushed the sturdy frozen gate. Having succeeded with his strike, Ling Zhan swiftly and stealthily withdrew from the battlefield. In his hand was the dagger in its black twilight form, gleaming with a dark sheen, both elegant and razor-sharp. Unlike ordinary daggers, the black twilight form was more exquisite, with its tip covered in fine serrations. When this dagger pierced the creature's body, the serrations caused a tearing sensation that instantly destroyed the surrounding organs. This is the quintessential weapon for an assassin, designed for a lethal strike to inflict maximum damage. In the black twilight form, the wielder's agility increases by 40, critical damage surges by 80, and attacks can apply a spine-breaking buff to enemies. When the 3 elite snow wolves charged at the ogre, Ling Zhan had already employed shadow stealth, silently approaching. As the ogre swung its spiked club to kill the wolves, Ling Zhan successfully maneuvered behind it. Without hesitation, he executed the classic assassin backstab, hitting the vital point with precision. It's worth noting the unique situation at hand. As the game world merges with reality, every creature and structure displays a health bar, but taking damage not only reduces health points, but also inflicts corresponding real injuries. For instance, if an arm is severed, health decreases, and the arm is truly lost and cannot regenerate. Similarly, decapitation, throat slashing, or heart piercing results in instant death and 0 health. This might lead some to wonder, what's the use of health points if lethal injuries lead to death? Wouldn't the health bar become redundant? Could players just focus on hitting the heart, throat, or head to defeat bosses instantly? This introduces the concept of vital points. Almost every creature and dungeon monster has vital points that, when hit, can bypass the health bar and end life directly. However, boss-level monsters have special protective mechanisms and lack true vital points. Of course, attacking a boss's critical areas still inflicts greater damage. It's important to note that non-vital parts like limbs, horns, and tails are not protected by these mechanisms. Once severed, they cannot regenerate unless the boss possesses regenerative recovery skills. At this moment, Ling Zhan maneuvered to assassinate the boss of the 2nd level from behind. Although he struck a vital point, due to the boss's unique protective mechanism, it only lost a significant amount of health, but did not die instantly. Unless Ling Zhan's backstab can deal damage exceeding the current health of the ogre, this gatekeeper boss won't go down easily. Although it didn't immediately end its life, the strike did inflict significant damage. Backstab E, as a basic skill of an assassin, allows Ling Zhan to instantly move behind the enemy and deliver a deadly blow. This skill not only guarantees a critical hit, but also includes a 15 armor penetration effect. Combined with the 80 critical damage boost from Black Dawn, the power of this strike is astonishing. However, as a gatekeeper boss, the ogre's defense and health far exceed those of ordinary blue-named monsters. Even after such a fierce attack, it still retains some fighting capacity. The spinal fracture effect from the backstab made the ogre fall heavily to the ground, unable to get up for the moment. Intense pain radiated from the back of its neck, causing the ogre's eyes to become bloodshot, and anger erupted like a volcano in its heart. It let out a deafening roar, struggling to stand. As its rage escalated, a dense red glow began to envelop its entire body, a sign that its berserk state was about to be activated. As a gatekeeper boss, its berserk ability is evidently more terrifying than that of ordinary blue-named monsters. While normal monsters' berserk state can only increase all attributes by 150, once this ogre boss enters its berserk state, all attributes will increase by 200. However, would Ling Zhan give it the chance to fully activate this skill? Suddenly, a sleek and elegant white sword appeared in Ling Zhan's hand. The blade began to vibrate intensely, emitting a humming resonance, with sharp sword energy seemingly capable of slicing through anything. At this moment, wielding the sword of frenzy, Ling Zhan appeared like a god of death emerging from hell. This was his long sword frenzy form, where Ling Zhan's attack power underwent a qualitative leap. This formidable attack power is the perfect weapon to reduce the boss's health. The ogre's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the long sword, exuding an aura of terror. An unprecedented sense of impending death swept over it. An overwhelming fear instantly consumed its mind. In the next moment, Ling Zhan made his move. Sword dance. With a low shout, countless sword lights wove into a net in the air, enveloping the ogre. In that instant, the entire world seemed to be filled with sharp sword energy. The sword swung, and the sharp blade aura sliced through the air like lightning, striking the ogre's head with precision. At such close range, the massive beast had no time to react. The lethal energy pierced its skull instantly, splitting it in half. However, the boss's protection mechanism suddenly activated. The severed head began to slowly reassemble, with flesh writhing as it attempted to heal the wound. A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Zhan's eyes. Such a sturdy health bar? Well, let's see how it handles a few more strikes. The sword gleamed again, and Ling Zhan unleashed a relentless assault like a torrential storm. In the dark, cold passage of the ice cavern, the sword's energy raged, filling the cave with a suffocating aura of death. Under this furious onslaught, the ogre's life force rapidly dwindled until the protection mechanism finally failed. The beast's head turned into a lifeless pulp, devoid of any vitality. Ling Zhan stepped over its corpse, calmly advancing to the third stage. The guards of the second stage rushed over upon hearing the commotion, only to find the massive, headless body lying still on the ground. Far from being disappointed, they howled with excitement and began greedily devouring the fresh carcass. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, although the other students were performing admirably, the eyes of all the deans and teachers remained fixed on the screen, displaying Ling Zhan's progress. They were intensely curious about the unique methods of this classless wanderer. Ling Zhan had effortlessly cleared the basic warm-up stages, and now everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to Ling Zhan's screen. They were eager to discover what set this so-called classless wanderer apart from the rest. The deans and teachers fixed their eyes on Ling Zhan, pondering silently. If they were to enter the second level as a jobless wanderer, how would they pass? Surprisingly, these seasoned educators found themselves at a loss. This wasn't due to a lack of ability, but rather because their understanding of basic skills was minimal. To most, basic skills seemed almost useless, especially after transitioning to a specific profession where they were completely overlooked. These university professors had never taught middle or high school students. They had come directly to teach at this prestigious institution upon graduation. Additionally, professional barriers existed. For instance, a teacher specializing in assassins wouldn't go out of their way to learn all the basic skills of a demolition expert. They might study advanced skills of other professions, but would never pay attention to basic skills they deemed worthless. As a result, their knowledge of basic skills in other professions was extremely limited. Even the four deans Zhou Hongfu, Han Xiao, Luo Yang, and Li Manchuncalm devised a flawless plan for passing the level. Only Wang Shi, the dean of the Strategy Academy, smiled with narrowed eyes. As a general responsible for battlefield layout, command, and operations, he knew the importance of thoroughly understanding the skills of all professions, including basic ones. This was essential for perfectly arranging tactics and strategies. How could one lead a battle without understanding their own soldiers? With his vast experience, Wang Shi had already simulated at least 10 strategies suitable for a jobless wanderer to pass the level. As the dean of the Strategy Academy, his capabilities were undoubtedly formidable. Nonetheless, he eagerly anticipated Ling Zhan presenting a plan that would surprise and satisfy him. In the scene, Ling Zhan finally took action. Just as everyone thought he was about to rush forward, he threw a spark orb. With a boom, an explosion erupted with sparks, and howling sounds echoed from the snow cave. What is he doing? Luring monsters right away? This junior is being a bit reckless. The senior students were puzzled by the scene. Only the delicate and charming catgirl teacher, Lena, widened her beautiful eyes slightly, as if she had realized something. Ms. Lena, what's up? The green beastman teacher beside her noticed her expression and asked curiously. I know what he's doing, Lena said softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi raised an eyebrow slightly, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. The other deans and all the teachers immediately focused their attention on Lena. As a teacher of the beast taming department at the Shadow Academy, this was the first time Lena found herself in the spotlight. She instinctively lowered her head, a cute blush appearing on her face, so shy that she couldn't even speak. Don't put pressure on Lena, the Shadow Academy dean, Han Xiao, glared at the teachers, then gently said to Lena, Lena, go ahead. What is this young fellow planning to do? He wanted to use a beginner-level beast taming skill to make the monsters obey. Lena whispered softly, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She continued to explain that his plan was to use these tamed monsters to lead him to the checkpoint gate. As soon as she finished speaking, a teacher from the Magic Academy frowned and questioned. But the taming skill level is too low, right? The monsters in this stage are all blue named. How can he possibly tame them? Hearing this, teacher Lena lowered her head, her voice even softer. I don't know. She thought to herself that if it were her, she would have used an advanced beast taming skill to subdue them. But how an unemployed wanderer could tame them, she really couldn't guess. Han Xiao spoke softly. We'll see soon enough. Her words carried a hint of anticipation and curiosity. Everyone's eyes were once again fixed on the screen. On the screen, 3 elite snow wolves appeared as expected. Their fierce aura and berserk state were terrifying, as if they could pounce on their prey at any moment. The teacher from the Magic Academy couldn't help but speak again. If they were white-named monsters, the probability of taming them would be high. But these 3 elite snow wolves are blue-named, and they're in a berserk state. It's hard for a beginner skill to affect them. However, Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. On the screen, Ling Zhan moved with fluid grace, using his elegant staff to instantly cast Earth Prison. He then seamlessly switched to a heavy sword and shield, unleashing a warrior's battle roar. Everyone clearly saw that the three snow wolves, previously in a state of extreme frenzy, were instantly bound by the Earth Prison. What was even more surprising was that the moment the roar swept through, their eyes rolled back, and they appeared dazed, as if they had lost all will to attack. Then, Ling Zhan extended his right hand, and a strange mental wave spread out. Without any surprise, the three elite snow wolves quickly regained their senses, but immediately lay down on the ground in a submissive posture. He actually tamed them. The audience was filled with murmurs of shock. Suddenly, a Sharpie teacher noticed a crucial detail and exclaimed, "Wait, there's something odd about that battle roar he just released. It seems to have a mental strike effect." This revelation plunged everyone present into even deeper astonishment, as they began to realize that this unemployed wanderer's abilities far exceeded their expectations. The tall, green-skinned orc warrior instructor stared intently at the screen, his brow furrowed. In a deep voice, he analyzed, "There's no doubt that what we just saw was the warrior's basic skill battle roar. However, the effect of this skill is unusually different. It not only enhances the defense reduction, but also astonishingly adds a mental strike effect. This is definitely not an ordinary battle roar, but an advanced version of it." The orc instructor turned to his colleagues, a sharp glint in his eyes. This young fellow's innate talent is far more than just being an equipment master. His gaze suddenly fixed on Zhu Xiaoshan, who was leisurely sipping tea, with a hint of reproach in his tone. "Mr. Zhu, if I'm not mistaken, you were the one who recruited this young fellow, right? Why didn't you inform us of this crucial information?" As a teacher at a prestigious academy, especially as the leading instructor responsible for the warrior profession at the Prayer Academy, the orc instructor had an exceptionally keen eye. He instantly recognized the uniqueness of Ling Zhan's battle roar. It's important to note that in this world, the warrior profession is classified as a support role under the Prayer Academy. There was a previously established notion. The level of all basic skills for any profession is fixed, and neither equipment nor items can alter the effects of basic skills. However, there is one factor that can break this rule: innate talent. Innate talent, like a mysterious gift from the heavens, often defies logic and creates miracles. Many top-tier strong individuals have reached the pinnacle by relying on their unique innate talents. While others were still processing this information, Zhu Xiaoshan, who had been leisurely sipping tea, was caught off guard by the orc instructor's questioning and choked, inadvertently spitting out his tea in shock. As the admissions director, he never expected to be caught off guard in such a manner. Faced with the questioning gazes of his colleagues, Zhu Xiaoshan quickly realized the issue. He widened his eyes in disbelief and turned to Principal Zhou Hongfu, his voice filled with astonishment. "Principal Zhou, you mean to say you didn't inform the other principals and teachers about Ling Zhan's details?" His words were like a bolt from the blue. All the principals and teachers present immediately directed sharp, piercing stares at Zhou Hongfu. Principal Zhou's face twitched, and he awkwardly stammered, "Ahem. Well, I just haven't had the chance to tell everyone yet." In response to Principal Zhou's clumsy excuse, everyone present simultaneously had the same thought. That old rascal. Before the school term even began, the detailed profiles of each student were already placed on the desks of the deans and teachers. Among these, Ling Zhan's file stood out with a single prominent note: top of the Nanzhou province trial rankings. In stark contrast, the profiles of prodigies like Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaowang, and Gao Yao were marked with various special annotations, particularly in the section for innate talents, which boldly stated confidential. These confidential students naturally became the focal point for the deans and teachers. However, Ling Zhan's innate talent section merely stated equipment master, leaving everyone who reviewed the files puzzled about what made this young man special. In their confusion, some teachers even went to Zhou Hongfu's office to question the decision. Although Ling Zhan topped the Nanzhou province trial rankings, was it appropriate to rank him 15th? Zhou Hongfu responded with a knowing smile. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoshan suddenly realized something and couldn't help but smile wryly. He remembered that after recruiting Ling Zhan, he had shared everything he knew with Zhou Hongfu, including the speculation that Ling Zhan might possess 2 or more innate talents. At the time, Zhou Hongfu had solemnly instructed, "I will inform the other deans, but this is a serious matter, Teacher Zhu, and you must keep it confidential to prevent any leaks." Zhu Xiaoshan had readily agreed, not realizing that the old fox had deliberately withheld this crucial information. Recalling how Wang Shi had been extremely optimistic about Ling Zhan, Zhou Hongfu had even pretended to argue against it, when in fact, the old fox had already set his sights on this young man. This realization caused the expressions of the 3 deans, Li Manchun, Han Xiao, and Luo Yang, to darken instantly. Seeing this, Wang Shi quickly reminded them, "You 3 deans promised not to compete with me for this young man." Ugh! It felt as if a massive stone pressed against their chests. leaving the three deans breathless. They could only comfort themselves internally. It's fine, don't get upset. There are still Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaowang, and other prodigies. Even if Ling Zhan's innate talent is indeed formidable, he should still be slightly inferior compared to these prodigies. At that moment, a green orc teacher named Nat suddenly asked, Teacher Zhu, can you tell us which aspect Ling Zhan's innate talent involves? This question immediately caught everyone's attention, eager to know what the old fox had been hiding. Zhu Xiaoshan hesitated, glancing at Zhou Hongfu. This action further angered the other three deans. Han Xiao couldn't help but say impatiently, Teacher Zhu, stop covering for the old fox, just tell us. Li Manshun, the bald elder with a Buddha-like smile, cheerfully chimed in. Yes, Teacher Zhu, go ahead and tell us. If it's confidential, just give a vague description. Just as Wang Shi and Luo Yang were about to speak, the room fell into a tense silence. All eyes were fixed on Zhu Xiaoshan, waiting for him to unveil the mystery. At this moment, Zhou Hongfu straightened his old back, stroked his beard, and smiled with a hint of mystery. He glanced around the group and said in a relaxed tone, All right, since everyone is so eager to know what's special about this young fellow, why not just keep watching? As his strength grows, these secrets will naturally come to light. After all, none of you here are blind. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoshan nodded thoughtfully. His eyes flickered as if he could already see a scene from the future. That's true. For now, Ling Zhan can still hide the details of his innate talents, but that's only temporary. Once his strength advances further, those extraordinary abilities won't stay hidden. By then, even a simple spell from him will have the power equivalent to others' full-force Starfall Flame spell. Such a disparity can't be concealed. The other deans and teachers, although still visibly dissatisfied, had to suppress their impatience under the old dean's authority and continue observing. However, their gazes towards Ling Zhan had subtly changed. The previous disdain had vanished, replaced by intense scrutiny and curiosity. Everyone was speculating about how many more secrets this young man might be hiding. On screen, Ling Zhan's actions only confirmed their suspicions. He effortlessly tamed 3 elite snow wolves as if it were a trivial task. Following that, he seemed to navigate the dark snow cavern with ease, quickly locating the location of the gatekeeper boss. Meanwhile, other screens showed the various challenges faced by the freshmen. Some were in dire straits, others hitting dead ends. Particularly noteworthy was the girl in boxing gloves practicing Sanda. She wandered through the maze-like snow cavern, unable to find the gatekeeper boss. As time ticked away, her frustration simmered like a volcano ready to erupt. Her delicate face twisted with rage, transforming her into a demon-like figure. She knew that to pass this level, she had to defeat the gatekeeper boss, but where was it? In a fit of rage at not finding the exit, she unleashed indiscriminate attacks on all the monsters in the cavern. Wherever she went, her fists whistled through the air, and monsters fell one after another. Yet, this violent output brought no breakthrough. She remained trapped in the maze, unable to find the right direction. This highlighted the downside of the Sanda profession. Pure melee violence often falls short in levels requiring wisdom. Clearly, this girl's predicament would persist for some time. But she wasn't the only one struggling. Many other freshmen were also grappling with this level. Each person's performance became a critical point of observation and evaluation for the teachers. Many melee-focused classes find this level quite challenging. However, Ling Zhan navigates it effortlessly. Other classes also show their unique strengths. The Beastmaster adopts the same strategy as Ling Zhan. The illusionist uses hypnosis to control monsters and guide the way. The summoner calls forth a night spirit, sharing its senses to see as clearly as in daylight. Geniuses like Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaowang, and Gao Yao handle the situation with ease, without any pressure. In the scene, Ling Zhan is the first to find the passage to the next level, taking the lead. He is about to face the gatekeeping boss with golden qualifications, sparking heated discussions among the audience. The senior students speculate that while this boss isn't extremely powerful, it's no pushover either. They predict that Ling Zhan might be overtaken by Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaowang, and others at this point. These seniors, who have only seen Ling Zhan's high school battle videos, inevitably underestimate his capabilities. They merely praise Ling Zhan's excellent combat skills and seemingly endless mana, overlooking other crucial factors. In their view, relying solely on mana and combat skills isn't enough. If the skills lack power, causing only negligible damage, it's hard to achieve significant success. They hold on to their biases, believing that the basic skills of a jobless wanderer might suffice for high school exams, but would certainly fall short in a level 20 dungeon. With such preconceptions, how could they possibly have confidence in Ling Zhan? They anticipate watching him struggle helplessly against the gatekeeping boss. However, the brief 10-second battle that follows completely overturns everyone's expectations. The onlooking students are left speechless, their expressions frozen, their minds blank. Ling Zhan's performance far exceeds their imagination, leaving everyone in a state of shocked silence. In the scene, Ling Zhan's battle with the gatekeeping boss erupts in an instant. In the first second, he signals, and the elite snow wolves, as swift as arrows, charge at the ogre. By the third second, the elite snow wolves are reduced to a blood mist under the ogre's iron fists. In the fourth second, Ling Zhan seizes the moment and delivers a lethal backstab with precision. In the fifth second, the massive ogre crashes to the ground. By the sixth second, Ling Zhan draws his longsword, aiming directly for the enemy's head. In the seventh second, the sword's edge splits the skull. By the eighth second, the fierce sword energy tears through the boss's head, ending its life. By the 10th second, the battle concludes, and Ling Zhan moves on to the next stage without hesitation. The entire process is clean and efficient, with no unnecessary movements, perfectly wrapped up in just 10 seconds. The senior students watching are left speechless, their throats seemingly blocked by something. Ling Zhan's strength is worlds apart from the rumors, making it hard for them to accept. If it were Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaowang, or other prodigies performing like this, they might not be so shocked. But how could Ling Zhan achieve such a level? What puzzles them most is Ling Zhan's exquisite combat skills and the astonishing power of his sword energy. Some can't help but wonder if he has already transitioned from a jobless wanderer to a swordsman. Compared to the students' shock, the teachers remain much calmer, their eyes full of appreciation. They had long noticed Ling Zhan's uniqueness. A female teacher from the Shadow Academy remarks, "Did you notice? His agility in shadow stealth surpasses some of our assassin students. His timing for backstabbing is impeccable. It's a pity this little guy isn't in the Shadow Academy." The Mage Academy teacher immediately counters, "Miss Lee, you're mistaken. Look at this little guy's wildfire attack. Its power is already beyond basic skills. And his impressive spellcasting speed and abundant mana show he's clearly more suited for the Mage Academy. In my opinion, this little guy is more suited for the Combat Academy." That's nonsense. As the teachers continue to argue, the 5 deans remain unfazed. This kind of competition for outstanding students happens every year. They are long accustomed to it. They no longer hold it against Zhou Hongfu for withholding information. After all, true talent will eventually be recognized, and Ling Zhan's strength will be acknowledged. When the teachers witness Ling Zhan's near-perfect combat performance, they naturally realize their previous judgment was incorrect. They simply had a bias against jobless wanderers, not a lack of understanding. Once that bias is removed, they begin to appreciate this exceptionally talented young man. Even a few deans find themselves interested in Ling Zhan. Zhou Hongfu suddenly turns to Teacher Zhu and asks, "By the way, Teacher Zhu, did Ling Zhan go to the library to receive skill books for foreign professions?" Zhu Xiaoshan nods and replies, "He did. The little guy came on the 30th and got his student ID on the 31st to collect them." Zhou Hongfu responds with a thoughtful nod. The gatekeeping boss isn't particularly strong, and after Ling Zhan, most new students who find the gate pass through smoothly. Notably, Zhu Yaowang defeats the ogre in just 1 second. She uses a high-level skill Thunder Shadow instant prison kill. The assassin profession is adept at one-hit kills, and at the same level, assassins indeed resolve single targets faster than other professions. Although the boss has a mechanism to protect vital points, it still falls instantly under high damage. However, despite Zhu Yaowang's quick kill of the ogre, she took longer to find the gate than Ling Zhan, so her final score didn't surpass his. Inside the secret realm, Ling Zhan steps through the door, and the view opens up. No longer a narrow corridor, but a snow cave palace as grand as a mighty palace. Towering ice-blue transparent pillars connect the ceiling and the floor. A strong stench assaults Ling Zhan's senses, making him frown. Suddenly, a low growl echoes. Soon, a pair of scarlet eyes flicker in the darkness. Then 2 pairs, 3 pairs, a dense mass of scarlet pupils all fixate on the doorway. This scene could make anyone with a fear of crowds faint on the spot. Ling Zhan, expressionless, takes a crystalline staff from his waist and lightly flicks it. The staff embeds firmly in the ceiling, emitting a bright light. The dim, cold snow cave palace is instantly illuminated, revealing the true forms of those scarlet-eyed Creaturisa group of ogres. At that moment, a loud noise erupts from the back of the monster group. 3 enormous skeletal thrones stand there, and in front of them, 3 gigantic figures, 6 meters tall, wielding huge axes, rise slowly. Dust and rubble slide off their robust bodies, and their bulging muscles signify terrifying power, while their heavy armor makes them appear impervious to weapons. Ling Zhan's appraisal eye quickly activates, revealing the information panels for the ogre group. Monster, ogre leader. Level, 18. Skills, weapon throw, intermediate healing, war stomp, leader command. Secret realm endowment, berserk. Health, 30003000. Defense, 1100. Status, berserk, hungry. Rating red. Note: in berserk state, this monster's attributes increase by 250. Monster, ogre shaman. Level, 17. Skills, sacrifice, purification, healing, summon insects. Secret realm endowment, berserk. Health, 15001500. Defense, 500. Status, Berserk, Hungry. Rating, Purple. Note: in Berserk state, monster's attributes increase by 200. Monster, Ogre Warrior. Level, 16. Skills, Brute Force, Charge, Basic Healing. Secret Realm Endowment, Berserk. Health, 700,700. Defense, 600. Status, Berserk, Hungry. Rating Blue. Note: in Berserk state, monster's attributes increase by 150. However, the group of ogres doesn't give Ling Zhan any time to assess. The scent of human flesh and blood is too enticing for them to resist. Overwhelmed by hunger and desire, they go completely berserk. Hundreds of ogre warriors surge forward like a tide, carrying a strong stench, charging maniacally at Ling Zhan. The dense footsteps shake the entire snow cave, as if it's about to collapse at any moment. The grand scene of a horde of demons charging forward didn't stir any emotion on Ling Zhan's face. His eyes remained calm and serene, while the formation-breaking artifact, Qianji Ring, in his hand had once again transformed into the fiery, elongated staff known as Falling Sunday. Ling Zhan calmly raised the staff, triggering a remarkable transformation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violent sandstorm erupted within the snow cavern, resembling a miniature sandstorm sweeping through the cave. This was the Wind Mage's basic skill sandstorm technique. Enhanced by his versatile abilities, the sandstorm became even more ferocious and dense, not only disrupting the enemy's vision, but also suppressing their senses. Caught off guard, the ogre warriors found themselves in a predicament. The blinding sandstorm stung their eyes, and the strong winds drove the tiny sand grains into their eyes. They raised their arms in pain to shield their eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. The ogres, in their frenzied charge, couldn't stop immediately. The momentum caused the frontline warriors to collide and trample over each other, causing their once orderly formation to collapse instantly. Moreover, the ogre shamans positioned slightly behind were equally affected by the sandstorm. Despite possessing magical powers, these frail beings, akin to human mages, lacked the defense and resistance to abnormal conditions compared to the ogre warriors. At the very back, the three ogre leaders shielded their eyes with their massive hands, but the fine sand had no effect on these boss-level entities. They had already settled back onto their thrones, dismissive of the threat posed by this insignificant human. However, they were unaware that this underestimation would soon exact a heavy toll. During the 5 seconds of the sandstorm's rampage, Ling Zhan didn't remain stationary. His gaze locked onto the dozens of ogre shamans howling in pain. In less than 2 seconds, he had maneuvered through the screaming ogre warriors and arrived in front of the shamans. An observer might have expected Ling Zhan to seize the opportunity to strike down these elite adversaries. After all, only boss-level monsters possess the protection of fatal point mechanisms, and these purple elite monsters didn't have such privileges. Logically, this was the perfect moment to eliminate these troublesome ogre shamans. However, unexpectedly, Ling Zhan didn't directly slay the group of ogre shamans. Instead, he let out a fierce roar, and a powerful battle intent surged outward instantly. The ogre shamans, blinded and disoriented, not only suffered a significant drop in defense, but also experienced a mental blow. Ling Zhan seized the opportunity, waving his hands as a peculiar psychic wave spread out again. This time, it wasn't about taming but a mass charm, an entry-level skill of the succubus, a profession unique to Western countries. The effect of mass charm was immediate, throwing dozens of ogre shamans into chaos. Just then, the effect of the flash spell wore off, and they lowered their arms that had been shielding their eyes, eagerly searching for the pesky human. What they saw, however, was a stunningly attractive female ogre. In the shaman's eyes, this female ogre was breathtakingly beautiful, her allure overwhelming. Their brains were instantly flooded with a powerful mating desire, longing to pin this exquisite creature beneath them and lavish her with affection. Their reason was completely drowned by the surging tide of lust, trapping them in a seductive fantasy. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the shaman's dream. It was the charge horn of the ogre warriors. Having regained their sight, the warriors began to scour the area for signs of the human, ready to launch a fierce attack. Ling Zhan did not employ mass charm on these warriors. First, because there were too many of them, and second, because the shaman's purification skills could easily dispel the charm effect. He focused his attention on those few dozen ogre shamans, and this strategy quickly proved effective. When the shamans saw the warriors charging at the female they fancied, their fury ignited. In the monster world, the hierarchy is exceedingly strict. The audacity of these lowly warriors to covet the female favored by the noble shamans was utterly unforgivable. Driven by anger, the shamans chanted in unison, and black rings of light rose and hovered at their feet. In no time, a swarm of black venomous insects appeared out of thin air, rushing madly to bite the ogre warriors. The charging warriors were dumbfounded. They never imagined their own shamans would turn against them. However, Their deeply ingrained respect for the hierarchy left them unable to resist the venomous insects, helplessly watching themselves fall into peril. In ancient human societies, humble subjects faced noble emperors. If the ruler demanded a subject's death, the subject had no choice but to comply. On the battlefield, a grim scene was unfolding. Countless ogre warriors screamed in agony as venomous insects bit them, causing their bodies to convulse and collapse. The poison spread swiftly, draining life like sand through an hourglass. The ground was soon covered with corpses, and the blood stained the earth a dark red. Three ogre leaders, observing from a distance, widened their eyes in shock. They watched in disbelief as their shamans suddenly turned against their own, directing the venomous insects to attack their comrades. "Shamans, stop!" cried the red-skinned ogre leader seated on the central throne, its voice raspy, speaking in the strange ogre language. However, the shamans appeared to have lost their minds, their eyes filled with bizarre affection as they continued to command the insects in a frenzy, as if possessed by some madness. "I command you to stop!" the red leader roared again, this time with a powerful aura. With the sound of the raspy syllables, an invisible force swept across the battlefield. The leader's command. This was an exclusive skill of leader-level creatures, using their bloodline power to forcibly command their subordinates. As the skill activated, dozens of shamans suddenly snapped back to reality, as if waking from a nightmare. They were drenched in cold sweat, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. When they saw the scene before them, they were horrified. An endless sea of their kin lay dead on the ground, a shocking sight. The poison of the insects was extremely lethal, capable of killing an ogre warrior with a single bite. Coupled with the warriors' reluctance to defy their superiors, they didn't dare to even step on the insects, resulting in hundreds of bodies lying on the ground in a short time. The shamans' faces twitched, turning pale. As a group capable of wielding magic, their intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary ogres. At that moment, they finally realized they had been beguiled by that damned human. "Damn it! Damn it!" Dozens of shamans roared in rage, their voices filled with regret and hatred. They wished to tear that vile human to pieces to vent their anger. Just then, a light chuckle suddenly interrupted the shaman's outcry. "Don't be so quick to bark. Relax, I'm merciful. Soon, I'll send you to join your comrades." Before the words had fully settled, a razor-sharp flash of black light shot out, aiming directly for the shaman's throats. Rip! A streak of darkness cut through the silence as the sound of flesh being torn by a sharp weapon echoed. A shaman's eyes bulged, and a hoarse whimper escaped its throat, its face filled with despair and disbelief. Its grotesque features twisted as it fell, life ebbing away like the tide. The surrounding shamans quickly turned their heads to see a figure slowly emerge from the shadow of their fallen comrade. Ling Zhan, holding the dagger Black Twilight, watched as dark green, foul-smelling blood dripped from its blade. This was his usual single-target kill combination, shadow stealth followed by backstab. With the all-encompassing enhancement, backstab gained an additional 15 armor penetration, and shadow stealth not only extended invincibility time, but also significantly boosted agility. Ling Zhan was undetectable, leaving the shamans momentarily without a target. After effortlessly dispatching one shaman, he wore a mocking smile as he looked at the grotesque creatures. Though the shamans couldn't understand human language, the derision hidden beneath his seemingly innocent expression was unmistakable. Shame. Pure shame. To be shamans, and yet toyed with by a mere human. Rage burned in their dark green eyes, their filthy, ugly faces contorted with fury. Kill. All the shamans simultaneously activated their berserk state, increasing all their attributes by 200. Their bodies began to emit a dense red glow, their frail frames swelling as muscles bulged. The shamans, initially only 2 meters tall, suddenly became towering and robust. At the forefront, the ogre shaman, with a grim face, raised its filthy, withered staff, preparing to summon those hideous venomous insects. However, Ling Zhan had no intention of engaging them further as they wished. Without hesitation, he transformed the 1,000 mechanisms ring from its black twilight form to the staff of falling sun form. With a light point of the staff, a bolt of lightning enveloped him, instantly increasing his speed by 30, a move known as Thunder Flash. Ling Zhan then swiftly maneuvered to maintain a safe distance from the frenzied creatures. Originally, Ling Zhan intended to use the charm on the shamans to massacre the group of ogre warriors, easily dealing with these minions. But he hadn't anticipated the ogre leader's leader command skill, which could forcibly instruct its subordinates to do anything. Sometimes, even knowing the skill's name, its exact function remained elusive. This forced Ling Zhan to change his strategy. Currently, all the new recruits were undergoing a secret realm assessment, which was also a life-and-death race. Although nearly 1,000 recruits were participating, the ranking gaps were not vast. Among this batch of recruits were many prodigies, making the competition exceptionally fierce. The difference in completion times among the new students was only a matter of seconds, yet this slight gap was enough to create a ranking disparity of hundreds of places. Ling Zhan realized that the original plan was no longer viable, and continuing with it would only waste time and drag down his performance. At this moment, the real test was his ability to adapt to the changing battlefield. The battlefield was ever-changing, and Ling Zhan understood that things couldn't always go as planned. He quickly adjusted his mindset and decided to go all out. Just as he was creating some distance, the ogres, who had suffered at his hands before, were clearly unwilling to give this cunning human any more chances to outsmart them. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the icy cavern. Following that, several blinding red lights shot up into the sky, and a violent aura filled the space. Astonishingly, more than 200 ogres all activated their berserk skills simultaneously. Their muscles swelled rapidly, and their bodies became even more imposing. Their health, basic stats, and resistances doubled. It was important to note that the berserk skill could only enhance their basic attributes, having no effect on those granted by their equipment. The ogres' resistances primarily came from their seemingly ragged but actually indestructible armor, which ordinary weapons couldn't penetrate. Therefore, the resistances, health, and stats provided by the equipment wouldn't be enhanced by the berserk state. For instance, an ogre warrior with an original defense of 600 wouldn't suddenly jump to an astounding 1200. Ling Zhan watched all this unfold and sighed inwardly. These ogres had gone mad. He hadn't expected his actions to provoke such a frenzy among the entire group. However, to him, it didn't matter whether these creatures went berserk or not. At this moment, a groundbreaking plan was brewing in his mind, ready to give these berserk monsters a massive surprise. Ling Zhan's hands swiftly reached into the bulging pouch at his waist, executing the move with practiced precision. This seemingly insignificant pouch has raised many questions. Why, unlike others who conquer dungeons without one, does Ling Zhan carry this cumbersome item that not only hinders movement, but also affects his image? The answer lies in a crucial game mechanic in internal space. As the game manifested into reality, everyone gained an internal space, akin to a game backpack. This space unlocks a new slot with every 5 levels gained, each slot capable of storing one type of item, with a maximum capacity of 999 items. However, expanding internal space isn't solely dependent on leveling up. Wealthy families can procure item expansion packs for their children through various means, significantly increasing storage capacity. Coming from a humble background, Ling Zhan, despite having a scholarship from the southern province, can only afford his daily expenses, let alone purchase valuable expansion packs. Moreover, these rare items are often traded through bartering or favors, with no shortage of cash buyers. As a result, Ling Zhan currently has only 2 slots unlocked. In contrast, prodigies like Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaowang, and Gao Yao, who hail from noble families, may have their internal spaces expanded to hundreds of slots. This is why they do not need to carry external containers like Ling Zhan when tackling secret realm dungeons. Necessary items are all stored within their readily accessible internal spaces. At present, Ling Zhan is at level 14, with only 2 slots in his internal space. One slot is filled with an item called liquefied petroleum bombs, maxed out at 999. Due to the limitations of his internal space, Ling Zhan is compelled to use this seemingly clumsy method of storing additional supplies in the pouch at his waist to face unknown challenges. Inside the icy cavern, a thrilling battle was unfolding. Over 200 ogre warriors, driven into a frenzy, had lost all sense of reason. Their eyes burned with immense hatred as they charged at Ling Zhan with fierce determination. But they missed their mark. Ling Zhan had anticipated this. With a light push from his toes, he leapt into the air like a hawk. The Dayfall staff in his hand shimmered with a mysterious glow, surrounded by a pale blue aura that granted him 5 seconds of levitation. This was the levitation spell under the omnipotent blessing, reducing his falling speed and allowing him to float freely in midair. Seeing this, the ogre warriors on the ground reached for their bows. But Ling Zhan wouldn't sit idly by. Before they could draw and aim, a violent sandstorm suddenly erupted within the cavern. The entire cave transformed into a desert, with sand and wind howling relentlessly. Ah! The ogres cried out in pain. Blinded by the sandstorm, their senses were severely impaired. These foolish creatures were caught off guard, all temporarily blinded. Their frenzied state only intensified their agony. The ogre warriors swung their axes and swords wildly, fearing an attack from the despicable human. However, their indiscriminate attacks resulted in a disastrous outcome. Their companions were accidentally killed by their own hands. The dozens of ogre shamans, however, were prepared and began casting purification spells as soon as the sandstorm arose. Yet their efforts were in vain. Ling Zhan hovered above, looking down indifferently at the chaotic monsters. With a snap of his fingers, 999 liquefied petroleum bombs from his internal space descended into reality. Crackling, countless bombs rained down on the ogres. With a crack, the casings burst open, and a black, oily liquid sprayed out like a fountain. In an instant, Over 200 creatures were covered in a thick layer of liquefied petroleum, emitting a nauseating stench. The sticky liquid didn't extinguish the ogre's fury. Instead, it made them even more frenzied. Just then, Ling Zhan's levitation spell was about to expire, and his body began to descend slowly. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind came from behind. Ling Zhan didn't bother to look back. Relying on his extraordinary combat instincts, he twisted midair and delivered a graceful spinning kick. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the cavern. A massive, blood-stained battle axe was sent flying back, its sharp blade embedding deeply in the cave wall. It turned out that the Crimson Ogre leader, enraged by seeing its kin toyed with by this human, couldn't hold back any longer and hurled its giant axe at Ling Zhan. However, it had clearly underestimated Ling Zhan's uncanny combat intuition. This scene not only showcased Ling Zhan's extraordinary prowess, but also hinted that the fierce battle was just beginning. The atmosphere in the icy cavern grew more tense, with all eyes fixed on this mysterious and powerful human, eagerly anticipating his next move. Countless system-simulated secret realm trainings had made Ling Zhan intimately familiar with every subtle change on the battlefield. As he finally landed, the ogre warriors and shamans, just recovering from dizziness, eyed him like hungry wolves spotting prey, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. The sticky liquefied petroleum clinging to their bodies did nothing to dampen their fighting spirit. Suddenly, the shamans began chanting in unison, and countless venomous insects appeared out of thin air, producing a chilling, buzzing sound. These disgusting little creatures were faster than the ogres, and in the blink of an eye, they were heading towards Ling Zhan. Faced with this hair-raising scene, Ling Zhan didn't retreat. Instead, a confident smile curved his lips. He swiftly sprinted forward a few steps, and then spun around, touching his right thumb to his forefinger. True art is an explosion, Ling Zhan murmured, excitement flashing in his eyes. Snap! With a flick of his fingers, a small explosive device, which Ling Zhan had discreetly planted on one of the ogres while scattering the liquefied petroleum bombs, detonated. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the snow cave. The small explosive device reacted violently with the liquefied petroleum, unleashing energy waves that swept out like a tsunami. Blinding flames instantly engulfed the entire ogre group, and the intense heat caused the surrounding massive ice pillars to shatter. The entire cavern shook violently, as if the apocalypse had arrived. A small mushroom cloud rose slowly amidst the inferno, and over 200 ogres, along with the venomous insects, were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have time to scream, nor did the fear of death flash in their minds before they met their end. Ling Zhan had offered these ugly, brutal creatures a grand and spectacular explosion of art, a magnificent funeral of flames. Fortunately, the snow cave was spacious, allowing Ling Zhan to easily avoid the scorching blaze. However, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a dangerous presence suddenly attacked from behind. Ling Zhan spun around, not because of any cliché about real men never look back at explosions, but because the Crimson Ogre leader had already charged towards him like an arrow released from a bow. The ogre leader watched in horror as its followers perished at the hands of this contemptible human, and its rage erupted like a volcano. Its grotesque and menacing face twisted in fury as it roared in a series of strange ogre language. Arg! Damn human! A massive figure loomed, blocking out the sun, as it yanked a giant axe embedded in the cave wall. Activating its charge skill, its entire body was instantly enveloped in a protective aura. The enormous axe, weighing hundreds of pounds, was swung effortlessly in its hands like a toy, slashing down with unstoppable force towards Ling Zhan. Clang! The giant axe struck the ground heavily, seemingly splitting Ling Zhan in two. Yet, the ogre leader showed no signs of satisfaction. Its blood-red eyes widened, but the expected scene of flying flesh and blood was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh! The cleaved figure suddenly vanished without a trace. An illusion, the ogre leader roared. You filthy rodent! Enraged and without a target, it swung its giant axe wildly at the ground, trying to vent its fury. Not far away, two other ogre leaders joined the fray, one green and one blue, each wielding a giant hammer and a spiked club. However, just as they were about to strike, their expressions suddenly changed. From the shadows behind the Crimson Ogre leader, a figure emerged like a ghost. In the darkness, a glint of cold steel flashed, and a drop of purple liquid silently dripped from the blade. Heglo, watch out, the green ogre tried to warn, but it was too late. Thud! The sound of a blade piercing flesh was unmistakable. The dark figure drove the blade deep into the Crimson Ogre leader's carotid artery. Instantly, blood spurted like a fountain. Arg! The Crimson Ogre leader let out a piercing scream, its massive hand slapping at its neck. However, the figure had already vanished like smoke, silently withdrawing from the battlefield. It might sound unbelievable, but to Ling Zhan, those three massive, menacing ogre leaders seemed easier to handle than the group of minions. The reason was simple. The leaders were classified as red tier, indicating they were only quasi-boss level creatures, not true bosses. This meant they did not possess the deadly point protection mechanism, which secretly delighted Ling Zhan. However, this setup raised a question: why were such formidable ogre leaders only red tier, while the elite ogres in the second stage were gold tier? This was actually a part of the meticulous planning by the school's exam creators. The first stage served as a basic warm-up, with moderate difficulty. In the second stage, most monsters were blue tier, allowing freshmen to avoid battles through various means. To increase difficulty and delay the time it took for freshmen to clear the stage, the gatekeeping boss was set as gold tier. After all, the examination couldn't be too easy, or it would lose its purpose of testing the students. The third stage was the main course and the focus of this assessment. It comprehensively tested the students' output capability, adaptability in battle, endurance, and decision-making skills. This stage cleverly mixed blue tier, elite, and red tier monsters, with just the right level of difficulty. In past assessments, a gold tier monster often appeared in the third stage. However, considering this year's freshmen had not yet undergone advanced training at the academy, their abilities might be somewhat lacking, so the exam creators downgraded the ogre leaders to red tier. If these prodigies had been training at the academy for a month, both their skills and mindset would have significantly improved, justifying a gold tier boss in the third stage. But for now, these freshmen were still rookies. Although they had immense potential, high school courses were merely foundational in the eyes of university professors. Only by entering the academy could they truly grow stronger. Taking all these factors into account, the exam setters, namely, the 5 deans, unanimously agreed to replace the gold tier boss in the third stage with a red tier quasi-boss. This decision aimed to prevent the freshmen from feeling overwhelmed by the exam's difficulty. However, these deans clearly underestimated the strength of this year's incoming class. There are some essential rules and knowledge about secret realms worth mentioning. In secret realms that have not yet descended into reality, no matter how many monsters are slain by the adventurers, all creatures will respawn once they exit the realm. Interestingly, if an adventurer discovers an untouched wild secret realm and successfully clears it, they can gain control of that realm, becoming its master. All the secret realms used for student assessments, including the university entrance exam realms, were conquered and controlled by predecessors and modified by the school for examination purposes. At this moment, outside the secret realm, the freshmen had finally reached the third stage. Even though the gold tier boss monster was temporarily replaced with a red tier quasi-boss, the challenge remained quite high, considering the freshmen had not yet trained at the academy. On the podium, the teachers wore smiles as they engaged in lively discussions, seemingly full of anticipation for the upcoming assessment. With intense focus, Ling Zhan stepped into the third level. This stage would truly test the freshmen's abilities and was a pivotal moment for faculty members to scout for talent. However, all eyes, including those of the senior students who came to watch, were fixed on a single screen: Ling Zhan's battle footage. The camera panned to reveal a dense horde of ogres, causing the audience to gasp. "Whoa, here we go," a senior student muttered with a frown. Last year, it was the nest of flesh-eating worms. We thought this year's eternal snow cave might be better, but this third stage is just as disgusting. Ugh, another senior covered her mouth. Now that you mention it, I remember those slimy, foul-smelling worm swarms. These ogres are even worse. Someone pointed at the screen. Look closely, there are festering wounds on them, crawling with maggots. The seniors expressed their disgust, clearly still haunted by last year's nest of worms. Suddenly, someone shouted, "He's moving." Everyone's attention snapped back to the screen. As Ling Zhan raised his staff, a powerful yellow sandstorm erupted, completely obscuring the camera's view, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Even though the scene was obscured, the audience could feel the intensity of the battle. The effects of skills like war cries, backstabs, shadow stealth, and sandstorm techniques were far beyond the basic level, flickering amidst the sandstorm. It seems this kid indeed has a natural talent for enhancing basic skill levels. Noting the unusual blinding effect and duration of the sandstorm technique, many teachers nodded, confirming their earlier suspicions. At that moment, everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. What will this kid do next? If it were me, I would seize the moment while the sandstorm spell was still affecting them, quickly approach the cannibal shaman, and take him out instantly. However, it turned out that the Shadow Academy teacher only guessed the first step correctly. After the intense white light faded, the figure in the footage indeed appeared in front of the ogre shamans. But what happened next left everyone utterly stunned. Ling Zhan did not immediately start a massacre. Instead, he let out a sharp howl, with sonic waves of battle intent spreading like ripples. Dozens of ogre shamans, still in a dazed state, rolled their eyes back and convulsed uncontrollably, an evident effect of a psychic assault. Then, Ling Zhan extended his hands, and a peculiar, enchanting mental wave emanated from within him. The ogre shamans affected by it opened their eyes and stared at Ling Zhan with eyes full of lust, as if he were the most alluring being in the world. This bizarre scene shocked everyone present. Dozens of grotesque, disgusting creatures were lusting after a human, eager to pin him down and lavish him with affection. The sight was downright horrifying. The female teachers got goosebumps, and even the male teachers were dumbfounded. Is this a mass enchantment from a succubus profession? Someone exclaimed. Everyone was astonished. They initially thought Ling Zhan would continue using assassin skills to take the shaman's lives, but instead, he used a mass enchantment on a group of hideous creatures. This move was not only unexpected but utterly jaw-dropping. It must be said that this skill had an incredibly astounding effect at that moment. The ogre shamans were completely mesmerized by Ling Zhan's charm, losing their minds, and began summoning countless poisonous insects to attack their own warriors. In just a brief moment, the defenseless ogre warriors lay scattered on the ground, the scene both bloody and bizarre. Wow, is this even possible? Someone couldn't help but curse. This is so impressive it makes my scalp tingle. Despite an overwhelming urge to critique, they had to admit that Ling Zhan's prowess was truly awe-inspiring. The expressions on the faces of the seniors were a mix of shock, admiration, and a complex array of emotions that were hard to describe. Simultaneously, a thought surfaced in everyone's mind. Cherish life, stay away from maniacs. This seemingly joking notion also revealed their respect and awe for Ling Zhan, a strong individual with unpredictable and eerie methods. The intelligence and cunning of this junior were truly astonishing. He cleverly used his charm skills to successfully win over the shaman with purification abilities. However, if he thought this alone would allow him to easily pass the third stage, he underestimated the meticulous planning of the deans. After a brief moment of surprise, some seniors who had experienced the freshman speed trial quickly reacted. They knew well that relying solely on charm would never be enough to clear such a stage. Considering that there were talented students among the freshmen who chose the illusionist profession to balance the difficulty, not only the shamans, but even the leaders were granted skills to counter abnormal statuses. Moreover, the ogre leader had an extremely high resistance to such statuses. Without these settings, illusionists could easily make the ogre leader hallucinate and cause them to fight among themselves, making it unfairly easy to pass. As expected, just as the seniors finished speaking, the massive ogre leader on the screen unleashed the leader's command skill, instantly restoring the shaman's sanity. Furthermore, the ogre shamans and warriors humiliated by Ling Zhan were furious and collectively activated their berserk skills. Deafening roars echoed through the snow cave as the berserk aura from over 200 ogres surged into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. They charged at Ling Zhan like a tidal wave, filled with intense murderous intent and madness. This was undoubtedly the scene all candidates dreaded the most, everyone going berserk. On the podium, teachers who had previously admired Ling Zhan now shook their heads with wry smiles. In this stage, gaining the upper hand was crucial. When first entering the stage, the monsters wouldn't immediately go berserk, providing the best opportunity to clear out the minions. Missing this chance meant the minions would go berserk, with their base attributes significantly increased, making them even harder to deal with. Most prodigies would seize this moment, using large-scale, high-damage AoE skills to try and wipe out all the minions at once. Clearly, Ling Zhan had missed this golden opportunity. Such a basic mistake should not have occurred with someone who topped the provincial trial rankings. The dean of the Magic Academy, Li Manshun, asserted, "No need to watch further. This kid will definitely be overtaken by the other prodigies." Other teachers nodded in agreement. Even Wang Shi and Zhou Hongfu, who had high hopes for Ling Zhan, were now frowning. Could it be they had misjudged him? In this life-and-death race, any mistake could erase the lead gained earlier. If Ling Zhan were a mage, it might still be manageable, just chug a large mana potion and unleash a powerful attack on the monsters. But he was merely an unclassed freelancer. One of the fatal weaknesses of unclassed freelancers was the lack of large-scale, high-damage AoE skills. Facing this horde of berserk ogres, even if Ling Zhan could eventually deal with them, the time consumed would allow other prodigies to catch up and surpass him. With this thought, the teachers' evaluations of Ling Zhan inevitably dropped. Many even shifted their focus to the windows of other prodigies, no longer paying attention to Ling Zhan. However, surprises often come when least expected. Just 10 seconds after everyone had shifted their attention, a thunderous explosion erupted from the screen. Numerous frames shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Following this, the explosive sound effects swept in like a volcanic eruption, drowning out all other Windows sounds. Some windows even started to lag and flicker due to the intense commotion. The deafening explosions left all the teachers and students momentarily dazed. What the heck happened? Where did that explosion come from? Someone exclaimed. Ling Zhan. The noise is coming from his window. With a shout, all the teachers and students, including the deans, had no choice but to refocus on Ling Zhan's screen. Then, the familiar sea of fire appeared before everyone's eyes again. But this time, the scale of the fire was even more breathtaking than in the first stage. The vast flames seemed endless, devouring everything within the snow cave. Even through the screen, one could almost feel the terrifying heat within. This was no longer a snow cave. It had become a fire cave. And as for the over 200 ogres, where were they? All of them had perished in this overwhelming sea of fire. Previously certain that Ling Zhan would be overtaken, Ling Zhan now wore a truly spectacular expression. The rest of the teachers and students were left speechless, filled with questions and shock. Yet, this time, Ling Zhan didn't give them time to marvel. The camera shifted from the vast sea of fire, once again focusing on that slender figure. At that moment, a massive shadow appeared above Ling Zhan like a mountain, exuding a strong sense of oppression. A giant axe came whistling down toward Ling Zhan. Crack! Ling Zhan's figure was split in two. Just as all the teachers and students widened their eyes and furrowed their brows, they suddenly saw that the bisected figure vanished. Then, a ghostly silhouette emerged from the shadow behind the ogre leader's head like a phantom from the depths. Without hesitation, a dagger emitting a purple glow was plunged into the fatal spot at the back of the ogre leader's neck. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the ogre leader collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ling Zhan floated away effortlessly. Everyone was silent, deathly silent. Words could no longer describe the shock in their hearts. In just a few seconds, Ling Zhan not only annihilated over 200 berserk monsters, but also perfectly counterkilled the incoming red-named leader monster. It was utterly beyond belief. On the podium, all the teachers swallowed hard. In the other frames, prodigies like Zhu Yaoguang and Ji Wuming had just stepped into the third stage, but Ling Zhan had already cleared all the minions and even severely injured an ogre leader. Wait, no, not just injured. He had slain it. Everyone suddenly saw that the ogre leader, who had been trying to cover its neck wound and rise, suddenly froze. Then, the skin on its massive neck turned from crimson to an eerie purple. Finally, this powerful red-named leader monster, under everyone's watch, rolled its eyes back and collapsed dead. It even foamed at the mouth, emitting only breath in and no breath out. These monsters were utterly destroyed by Ling Zhan. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire examination site in flames. Ling Zhan, the unassuming freelancer underestimated by many, staged a spectacular comeback against all odds. What on earth is happening? One teacher exclaimed in disbelief. This is unbelievable. Who said freelancers have no future? Another teacher excitedly slammed the table. Stand up. Do you remember how you belittled and criticized freelancers back in the dorm? After a brief silence, the examination hall burst into a flurry of heated discussions. On the podium, Wang Shi wore a satisfied smile as he glanced at the stunned teachers. Li Manchun opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Seeing this, Zhou Hongfu quickly stepped in to ease the awkwardness. He chuckled and said, I bet none of you saw how this little guy turned the tables in such a dire situation, did you? The teachers all nodded in agreement. In this high-stakes examination, missing the initial advantage could mean instant defeat, especially with this cohort of outstanding freshmen. Ling Zhan, as a freelancer, lacked powerful AoE skills to swiftly deal with rampaging monsters. Xiaowang, why don't you explain to everyone? Zhou Hongfu turned to Wang Shi. Wang Shi nodded and smiled calmly. Actually, his method was quite simple. Simple. The teachers were incredulous. What simple method could cause such a terrifying explosion and sea of fire? Wang Shi explained. He used just two basic skills, liquefied petroleum bomb and small targeted mine. The key was the quantity 999 liquefied petroleum bombs. The teachers gasped in shock. They finally understood that the earth-shattering explosion was a result of a simple quantitative change leading to a qualitative transformation. All right, let's continue watching. Wang Shi pointed to the surveillance screen. He's already used poison coating and backstab to take down an ogre leader. At this moment, the snowy cave in the secret realm had turned into a sea of fire. The blinding flames illuminated the entire cavern as if it were daylight. The crimson ogre leader lay lifeless, with purple toxins surging from the wound on its neck, spreading throughout its body and destroying each organ. As Wang Shi mentioned, Ling Zhan had used the backstab combined with poison coating skills. Poison coating is a basic skill of the street brawler class, allowing a weapon to be coated with deadly poison. Once it hits the target, the poison guarantees a 100 chance of poisoning the enemy within 1 second. Ling Zhan's venom skill, enhanced by his all-around abilities, could now affect the level 18 ogre leader. This was far beyond its original effectiveness, which was only against level 10 monsters. In the game, the poison state was similar to bleeding, causing health points to drop. However, in this harsh reality, poisoning was far more deadly than bleeding. Much like the venomous creatures summoned by the ogre shamans, a single bite could cause the toxin to spread swiftly to the kidneys, ignoring health points and instantly taking life. Even Ling Zhan, with his undead body, could not resist such abnormal states. Stun, dizziness, and demoralization could also affect him, rendering his undead body powerless against these effects. The poisoned ogre leader didn't even have the chance to use its mid-level regeneration skill before its bodily functions were completely destroyed. It could never have imagined that this human, whom it deemed lowly, had coated his weapon with such lethal venom. Even more shocking was that its prized high resistance to abnormal status effects failed entirely. Roar! The other two ogre leaders, witnessing their comrade being slain by such lowly means, let out deafening roars of rage. The one with blue skin instantly charged at Ling Zhan. Wielding a massive iron hammer, it raised it high without hesitation, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Ling Zhan. Even before the hammer fell, Ling Zhan could feel the terrifying power behind the strike. The ogre leader's muscular arms swung with immense force, and the whistling wind from the hammer attested to its great power. Lowly human die. The heavy hammer descended with earth-shattering force. The ogre leader's heart was filled with glee, a sinister smile on its face. It was convinced that no human could withstand such a blow. However, clang! A crisp and melodious metallic clash suddenly echoed in the cavern. The ogre leader was startled to find its giant hammer could not continue its descent. Looking down, it was astonished to see the tiny human in front of it, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, blocking the devastating strike that could crush mountains and stones. Great sword and shield, mountain form. Impossible. How could a mere human withstand its heavy hammer? The ogre leader was utterly shocked. In that instant, a strange sensation surged in its mind. Looking down, it suddenly felt a momentary weakness, completely unable to grip its weapon. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ling Zhan used his shield to launch a sharp upward thrust. Clang! With Ling Zhan's exceptionally clever upward counterattack, the ogre leader felt a numbness in its arm, and the 1,000-pound hammer was sent flying through the air. Notes: 1. If there is a significant gap in level, strength, or output between the user and the opponent, it will be ineffective in blocking the opponent's attack. 2. Disarm mechanism. After successfully blocking, the enemy enters a disarmed state for 0.01 seconds. During this time, the user can seize the moment to skillfully swing the shield and send the enemy's weapon flying. In Ling Zhan's past life, such a disarm mechanism was present in Souls-like games. When opponents clash swords, successfully using a shield counter skill could disarm the opponent. Now, this game mechanic was perfectly applied in this real world. A fleeting opportunity to disarm, gone in the blink of an eye. Ling Zhan, with his almost supernatural combat intuition, had trained millions of times in simulated environments to perfect this technique. Not only did he need to seize this ephemeral moment precisely, but he also had to skillfully control his strength to deflect the enemy's weapon with a counterforce. At this moment, the green-skinned ogre leader was disarmed, its weapon slipped from its grasp, and its arms were numbed by the force of the deflection. It exposed a critical vulnerability, presenting a perfect chance to strike. However, Ling Zhan did not rush to attack. The reason was simple. Another blue-skinned ogre leader was poised to strike nearby, ready to crush any reckless human into pulp with its massive spiked club. Yet, this blue ogre underestimated Ling Zhan's comprehensive combat capabilities. Ling Zhan executed a quick sidestep, retreating a significant distance. At the same time, a dark blue bow, speckled with star-like patterns, appeared in his hands. The arrow, coated with vivid purple poison, was ready to unleash its deadly force. Without hesitation, Ling Zhan drew the bowstring, and with a swift release, the poisoned arrow shot like a meteor across the sky towards the neck of the green ogre leader. The blue ogre leader sneered, raising its club to swat the arrow away like a baseball. The arrow shattered against the club, as expected, but before the blue ogre could revel in its triumph, a sudden chill spread through its groin. With a sharp thud, an arrow had embedded itself firmly in its lower body, the sharp tip buried deep in flesh. A piercing wail echoed, shaking loose snow from the cavern walls. The blue ogre leader collapsed, clutching its groin in agony, its face contorted with rage and humiliation. Despicable human! Despicable human! It raged internally, unable to accept such a disgraceful attack. In truth, Ling Zhan hadn't intentionally aimed for that spot. These ogres lacked any sense of modesty, wearing armor everywhere except for a thin cloth over their groins. When they attacked, the cloth would lift, exposing an unsightly sight that aggravated Ling Zhan's nerves, leading him to unconsciously target that area in battle. The first arrow was a mere distraction. The true strike was in the second arrow. Ling Zhan's strategy succeeded, though the manner of victory left him slightly uneasy. Nonetheless, in this life-and-death struggle, any effective tactic was worth employing. The second arrow was originally aimed at the ogre leader's neck, but at the last critical moment, it altered its course to strike a vital target. This shot was not only precise, but also incredibly ruthless. The arrow pierced through the ogre leader's groin like lightning, instantly robbing the giant creature of all its fighting capability. The battlefield echoed with the ogre leader's cries of agony, his twisted face a mask of indescribable humiliation and pain. This strike inflicted not only excruciating physical pain, but also an unforgiving blow to his pride. On the platform, The teachers were about to applaud Ling Zhan's perfect parry technique when the astonishing scene before them left them in shock. All the male spectators, from the esteemed teachers to the lively students, involuntarily crossed their legs, shivering as if they could feel the impact themselves. The female teachers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of helplessness. The Catwoman teacher, Lena, blushed deeply and quickly lowered her head, unable to look at the battlefield again. Who would have thought Ling Zhan would choose such an unconventional method of attack? However, one had to admit that the strike was surprisingly effective. The burly ogre leader was immediately thrown into violent convulsions, clearly showing signs of poisoning. Ling Zhan had once again demonstrated his unique combat intelligence by coating the arrowhead with poison. While this poison technique might only be effective against low-level creatures in the hands of ordinary people, Ling Zhan managed to maximize its potential, even incapacitating a formidable foe like the ogre leader. Zhou Hongfu, a respected elder, could only nod in reluctant admiration, saying, "This was indeed impressive." The expressions of the other deans were equally remarkable, surprised by Ling Zhan's boldness yet unable to deny the effectiveness of his tactics. Only Dean Wang Shi, known for his eccentricity, was beside himself with excitement. He leaped from his seat, clenched his fists, and cheered loudly. "Well shot. This kid is truly gifted. Though the method is somewhat underhanded, there's no denying the impressive outcome. Students in the Tactical Guidance Academy are all about strategy and having a strong heart. It's a waste for this student not to join our academy." As soon as Dean Wang Shi finished speaking, all the other deans turned their attention to him. The atmosphere was tense, as if a confrontation was imminent. "Dean, don't say that. We're not heartless," protested the students from the Tactical Guidance Academy, their faces full of dissatisfaction. Zhou Hongfu frowned, his tone displeased. "All right, Wang, you're blatantly trying to poach here. Students should choose their academy based on their own free will." At that moment, Li Manchun, the smiling Buddha, cleverly interjected, "The old dean is right." He then changed his tone, his eyes gleaming. "However, from my observation, this young one has significant talent in magic, especially with his deep mana pool and unique spell power. He seems more suited for my magic academy." Dean Luo Yang of the Prayer Academy gloomily countered, "Dean Li, you're mistaken. Ling Zhan is both brave and wise, staying calm in the face of danger. In our support roles, a cool head is always needed, so he's better suited for the Prayer Academy." Han Xiao, the voluptuous and alluring dark elf noblewoman, wasted no words. She got straight to the point. "I won't bother arguing with you all. This young one is coming to our Shadow Academy." Wang Shi felt betrayed, his face full of disbelief. "Didn't you three say you wouldn't compete for this young one with me?" Li Manchun feigned innocence and looked at Han Xiao. Did we say that?" Han Xiao glanced elsewhere, her tone indifferent. "No, we didn't." Luo Yang chimed in. "I have a bad memory, but I don't recall saying that." Wang Shi trembled, his expression shifting from shock to anger to resignation, as if experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. Seeing this, Zhou Hongfu tried to mediate with a cheerful smile. "All right, everyone, besides Ling Zhan, there are other talented individuals. Why focus on just one young one?" However, his words didn't have the desired effect. The other four deans watched Zhou Hongfu warily, their eyes filled with suspicion. They hadn't forgotten how this old fox had deliberately concealed information about Ling Zhan. Meanwhile, as the deans bickered intensely, the students' attention was on the screen. On it, only the final ogre leader remained. One student whispered, "Why do I feel like that ogre leader is trembling?" In the hidden realm, only one ogre leader remained, isolated and helpless. Its gaze darted between the corpses of its two poisoned companions and the hundreds of subjects melted in the sea of flames, and for the first time, it felt an emotion called fear. Perhaps instinctively, its left arm subtly shielded its lower body, as if protecting itself from a shattering blow. However, as time passed, anger gradually overshadowed fear. Realizing there was no retreat, the ogre leader decisively activated its berserk skill. Instantly, its massive body was enveloped in a dense red glow, and a furious aura surged skyward. Hot white mist emanated from its body due to its boiling blood, resembling a small volcano on the verge of eruption. War Stomp followed. In its berserk state, the ogre leader's base attributes were fully enhanced, and its sanity plunged into madness once more. It charged at Ling Zhan with devastating force, each step causing the ground to erupt with soil, like a giant missile plowing a ragged path through the earth, unstoppable. Yet, in Ling Zhan's eyes, this ogre leader, which should have been imposing, seemed unusually small and pitiful. He thought, if these three ogre leaders were set at a gold level, it might have been challenging. Unfortunately, they were only at a red level. It seemed the creators of the realm underestimated the strength of this year's newcomers. Even without further training at the academy, their combat power was formidable. Facing the charging ogre leader, Ling Zhan remained composed. With one hand behind his back, he extended his index finger with the other, drawing a pale yellow talisman in the era binding talisman. This was an introductory skill of a rare profession, the Taoist, in the Dragon Kingdom, capable of immobilizing a target for 5 seconds, with the exact duration depending on the monster's level and resistance. The moment the talisman's markings melded into the air, a yellow talisman paper appeared on the forehead of the ogre leader in the midst of its war stomp. Its charge came to an abrupt halt, and its entire body froze like a statue. Despite its red level, the ogre leader's high resistance and its 4-level advantage over Ling Zhan made it difficult for the immobilization effect to last 5 seconds. After only 1 second, it felt the binding force weakening, allowing it to barely twist its body. However, Ling Zhan had anticipated this. As soon as the talisman stuck, he had already drawn his bow again. The arrow shot out, carrying armor-piercing and poison effects, piercing through the ogre leader's left arm and embedding precisely into its vital spot. Howl! The last ogre leader let out a tragic wail. Its massive body crashed to the ground, and after a few seconds of convulsions, it lay lifeless. With this, the 3 ogre leaders and over 300 ogre minions of the 3rd stage were completely wiped out. Ling Zhan had passed the 3rd stage with overwhelming force. Suddenly, the fiery snow cavern shook violently. 3 withered stone thrones crumbled, revealing the final senia. 5 maternal ancient doors slowly opened, indicating that the entrance to the 4th stage was now open. The ultimate challenge of the newcomer speed trial was about to begin. Outside the hidden realm, the teachers observing the screen couldn't help but twitch their lips at Ling Zhan's performance. The words of praise they had been ready to give were swallowed back. In their years of teaching, they had never seen such an unconventional freshman. Clearly, he could have used more elaborate methods to defeat the monsters, but Ling Zhan chose the most direct approach. The teachers couldn't help but wonder, didn't this kid know so many people were watching him? Looking at the performances of other prodigies in different windows, with their dazzling skills, was a feast for the eyes. Nevertheless, the teachers had to admit that Ling Zhan's performance was impressive, even flawless. Even those teachers who were usually exceptionally strict with students couldn't find anything to criticize, ultimately only managing to dryly comment that the boy was unconventional. However, all the teachers knew that while Ling Zhan's methods might not have been glamorous, they were the least consuming and most efficient. This perfectly aligned with the principle they often taught: achieving the greatest results with the smallest effort. On a real battlefield, such unflashy yet effective methods could often have surprising effects. It seems we underestimated the level of this year's newcomers and shouldn't have altered the 3rd stage setup, Zhou Hongfu remarked. The other deans nodded in agreement. If he doesn't make mistakes in the final stage, Ling Zhan is undoubtedly the top candidate for 1st place in this exam, Wang Shi stated confidently. Other teachers also agreed. No one expected an unassigned freelancer to lead the race, leaving behind prodigies like Zhu Yaoguang and Ji Wuming. Thinking back to Ling Zhan standing alone on the plaza, mocked by others, the teachers had complex expressions, shaking their heads with wry smiles. He's entered the next stage. As the door in the screen opened, that slender figure stepped decisively into the final stage, heading towards the ultimate challenge. Within the secret realm, Ling Zhan stepped through the ancient door and was instantly captivated by the scene before him. In stark contrast to the 3rd stage's dim, cold, and foul-smelling environment, the 4th stage revealed a completely different world. A magnificent ice palace stood imposingly in front of him, the vast space immaculate and awe-inspiring. The palace seemed distinct from the previous stages, existing in its own realm. The crystalline ice walls reflected a gentle light, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. At the center of the palace, a towering ice throne exuded an aura of majesty. Ling Zhan's gaze was drawn to the figure seated on the throne. Unlike the towering 3 or 4 meter tall ogre warriors he had encountered before, this figure appeared unusually small and frail, barely reaching 1.7 meters. However, its appearance was terrifying. It had a grotesque face with a single eye and a mouth full of menacing fangs. Its body was clad in armor made from beast bones, and its skin was a strange golden hue. Despite its thin, muscleless frame, it wore a golden crown, signifying its noble status. More astonishingly, beside this diminutive figure stood a massive golden greatsword larger than itself. Although it appeared weak, an intense and violent aura emanated from it. Ling Zhan immediately realized that this was the fabled Ogre King. He quickly activated his identification eye skill, and the monster's information appeared. Monster, Ogre King. Level, 20. Skills, Secret Realm Endowment. Health, Defense. Status, Calm, easily enraged, potentially berserk. Aptitude, Gold. Note: as the king of the ogre race, it possesses not only high intelligence, but also unparalleled strength. Ling Zhan noticed that the crucial attributes of skills, Secret Realm Endowment, Health, and Defense were all marked as question marks. Clearly, this was intentionally done by the Academy to increase the challenge. Without this information, Ling Zhan couldn't tailor his strategy to the monster's skills or gauge the effectiveness of his own skills. At that moment, The small figure on the throne slowly opened its single eye. A hoarse, indifferent voice echoed through the spacious palace. After a year, I can finally savor the delicious flesh and blood of humans again. This statement not only confirmed that the boss had been endowed with the ability to speak human language, but also revealed a chilling fact. It had not been slain in the previous freshman trial, but had devoured the newcomers who entered the secret realm. The Ogre King's greedy gaze locked onto Ling Zhan, as if savoring an imminent delicacy. It slightly opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, creating a chilling scene. However, Ling Zhan had no interest in conversing with this doomed monster. He had already devised a battle plan in his mind upon entering this stage. With a thought, Ling Zhan transformed his 1,000 mechanisms ring into a greatsword. A massive, jet-black, sharp sword materialized beside him. At the same time, he opted not to manifest a shield, fully committing to the fierce battle ahead. Frenzy, Ling Zhan shouted, unleashing the Berserker's exclusive beginner skill once more on this stage. Frenzy E. Sacrifice 60 of the user's maximum health to double all attributes for 30 seconds. Note, after 30 seconds, the increased attributes disappear and the user receives a debuff. Ling Zhan's body began to change dramatically, muscles swelling, eyes bloodshot, and a violent aura erupted from within him. The battle was about to commence, marking the start of a life-and-death confrontation in the 4th stage of the secret realm. With the enhancement of his omnipotent abilities, the Berserk skill underwent a significant transformation. The health sacrifice was reduced, all attribute boosts increased to 100, and after 30 seconds, the attributes lost were only 80. However, under the debuff state, the user would lose 80 of their attributes and could not receive any healing or buffs for 120 seconds. Ling Zhan activated Berserk without hesitation. Instantly, a dense blood-red aura enveloped his entire body, and his skin turned a fiery red as his blood boiled. His once ordinary arms suddenly bulged with muscle, and fierce power surged through his body. He exhaled a cloud of white mist from the corner of his mouth, resembling a blood demon that had just awakened, emitting a chilling aura of brutality. With one hand, Ling Zhan lifted a tremendously heavy greatsword, a manic and ferocious grin spreading across his face. At this moment, he resembled a fearsome monster even more than the Ogre King. The spectators were stunned, unable to believe their eyes as Ling Zhan immediately activated Berserk. Holy crap, he's going all out right from the start. Although not familiar with the beginner skills of other classes, they were well acquainted with this signature self-destructive skill of Berserkers. Is he insane? Berserk only lasts for 30 seconds. Does he think he can take down the boss in 30 seconds just like in the entrance exam? Someone exclaimed. That's naive. The difficulty of the freshman speed trial is exponentially higher than the entrance exam. How can he dare to do this? But Ling Zhan dared. At this moment, he was at an unprecedented peak. His eyes glowed with excitement, and he seemed to be in an intense state of exhilaration, completely immersed in this unparalleled power. Bang! In an instant, the ground suddenly caved in, and Ling Zhan's figure, wild like a bloodthirsty demon, vanished from sight. His sudden attack caught the Ogre King, seated on the throne, completely off guard. Roar! The Ogre King let out an earth-shattering bellow, its face twisted in rage. Its bloodshot eyes scoured the surroundings for the lowly human daring enough to challenge it. With a swift motion, it seized the massive golden sword by its side, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Ling Zhan. However, just as the Ogre King was about to swing its sword, an invisible force struck its mind like a heavy hammer. This unexpected impact caused the giant creature's eyes to roll back, its body to go limp, and its consciousness to plunge into darkness. This was Ling Zhan's Mental Hammer. Mental Hammer is an grade single-target skill that delivers a mental blow to the target, causing a 3-second loss of consciousness. The skill has two key features. First, it ignores the target's resistance to abnormal status. Second, if the target possesses equipment, passive skills, or buffs that grant immunity to abnormal statuses, the skill becomes ineffective. This rare, unrestricted skill was a special reward given to Ling Zhan by the top leader of the Nan Province education trial. Among the 3 grade rare skills, Ling Zhan chose Mental Hammer precisely because of its ability to catch opponents off guard. However, the skill also has a clear weakness. If the target is pre-equipped with immunity to abnormal statuses or has been granted an immunity buff by a priest, Mental Hammer loses its effect. Therefore, Ling Zhan must keep the existence of this skill a secret to maximize its surprise and power at critical moments. At this moment, the Ogre King clearly did not possess complete immunity to abnormal statuses through equipment or passive skills. After all, it already had exceptionally high resistance to abnormalities. If it also had immunity through equipment and passive skills, other professions relying on abnormal status skills wouldn't stand a chance against it. Ling Zhan's Mental Hammer expertly exploited the Ogre King's weakness, laying the groundwork for a crucial advantage in the battle to come. 3 seconds is a short time, but for Ling Zhan, it was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. In an instant, Ling Zhan's entire body was enveloped in a crimson blood mist, with eerie black flames suddenly igniting. The intertwining of black flames and blood mist transformed him into a bloodthirsty, berserk black flame blood demon. This was the first time Ling Zhan had unleashed this divine-level attack skill, and also the first time he truly felt the power of the flame god. The searing black flames coursed through his body, and Ling Zhan's attack power skyrocketed instantly. At this moment, all his attributes reached their peak state. Right before him, the Ogre King was within reach. Without hesitation, Ling Zhan executed his signature skill Bloodthirsty Frenzy Slash. Although it was a basic skill for a berserker, its power was astounding. He swung his heavy sword, preparing to strike 15 consecutive blows. Each strike would not only cause significant stagger to the enemy, but also stack a grievous wound status, up to 5 layers. Using this skill, Ling Zhan would consume 50 of his current health. The U-mountain form of the heavy sword did not provide Ling Zhan with additional attack power or armor penetration, but the support from the flame god and the berserk state had already elevated his destructive capability to a jaw-dropping level. Coupled with the stacking of grievous wounds and the relentless assault, it nullified all the Ogre King's buffs and healing effects, even erasing any attribute boosts from its equipment. This is the terrifying nature of divine-level skills. Ling Zhan's heavy blade, wrapped in overwhelming bloodlight and black flames, began to fiercely slash at the Ogre King. When the third strike fell, the massive creature finally awoke from its state of unconsciousness. It glared at the audacious human attacking it, eyes filled with disdain and contempt. The Ogre King recalled the unfortunate girl it devoured last year, who similarly hacked at it but failed to breach its defenses. In the end, she was mercilessly toyed with and devoured like a delicacy. It assumed this young man's fate would be no different. However, when the fifth strike landed, the Ogre King suddenly realized something was amiss. The immense stagger from the frenzied slashes rendered it immobile, and it could clearly feel the damage it was taking steadily increasing. Worse still, all its beneficial attributes were plummeting as they came into contact with the black flames. What the Ogre King found most unbearable was the excruciating pain searing through its body, reaching its very bones. It watched helplessly as its health rapidly dwindled under the assault of black flames and the heavy sword slashes. Given the situation, the Ogre King decided to fight back. It intended to deploy healing and purification skills to see if this insignificant human could truly kill it. A piercing shriek erupted as the Ogre King prepared to activate its passive skills. It aimed to heal its injuries and dispel the negative effects of the black flames. Advanced regeneration. Advanced purification. The Ogre King roared in its mind, willing its intentions to manifest. The body of the Ogre King suddenly glowed with a vibrant green light, indicating life force. But this power was as futile as a stone sinking into the sea. Its ugly single eye widened in disbelief. Its advanced regeneration skill had failed. The intense burning pain clung to it like a parasite, and the deadly black flame buff was firmly attached, impossible to dispel. Human, what have you done? The Ogre King roared, its voice filled with fear and despair. However, Ling Zhan, having transformed into a scarlet flame demon, paid no heed. His heavy sword struck like a storm, landing the 10th blow in the blink of an eye. The once invincible Ogre King was now covered in wounds, with blood gushing out like a fountain. The proud beast bone armor was shattered into pieces under the fierce slashes. At that moment, Ling Zhan suddenly realized the terrifying nature of the sun skill. The black flame not only burned the living but also affected the non-living. When the black flame attached to the Ogre King's beast bone armor, all the armor's beneficial attributes were instantly nullified. This meant that anything touched by the black flame would temporarily lose all its enhancement effects. Ling Zhan was overjoyed, his fighting spirit soaring. In the first few strikes, the Ogre King still struggled to resist. But now, it had completely given up, only letting out cries of despair. Its limbs were shattered under the sharp blade, and its wounds were deep, exposing bone and glimpses of its internal organs. The spurting blood evaporated before it could touch Ling Zhan, consumed by the raging black flames. With the 14th strike, the tip of the heavy sword pierced the Ogre King's heart. Endless black flames surged in, burning its internal organs. The Ogre King's breath weakened to the extreme, yet it still clung to life. Finally, the 15th strike. Ling Zhan's final blow was powerful and decisive, cleaving the Ogre King's body and head in two. The black flames furiously consumed the loathsome head, and at the same time, the icy throne beneath the Ogre King shattered with a thunderous crash. The terrifying blade aura spread around, and the scorching black flames began to melt the entire ice crystal palace. Ling Zhan planted his heavy sword into the ground, pausing to catch his breath. The berserk state had only 10 seconds left. Just then, the black flames dissipated, and the blood fog retreated. Before the side effects of the berserk state could take hold, a pillar of radiant light shone down on Ling Zhan. The blessing of the secret realm. A clear and pleasant system notification echoed throughout the palace. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Millennium Snow Cave's secret realm. Congratulations on successfully clearing the level. The system notification sounded in Ling Zhan's ear. Time taken, 15 minutes and 21 seconds. The difficulty level of the secret realm was great. Your achievement has been recorded in the Academy's archives and is being uploaded to the database for ranking calculations. Before the message finished, a magnificent golden aura enveloped Ling Zhan. The warm and comforting sensation instantly dispelled his fatigue, making the side effects of berserk mode seem as if they had never existed. This was the blessing that followed clearing the secret realm, capable of healing all injuries and removing any negative status effects. Ling Zhan looked around and noticed that the other teachers were also unharmed. He suddenly realized the miraculous nature of the secret realm's blessing. Even those on the brink of death could be restored to peak condition if they cleared the level in the final moment. Of course, this blessing only favored the living victors, while those who fell midway had no chance of revival. Outside the secret realm, Ling Zhan's initial decision to trigger berserk mode drew skepticism from onlookers. As an unclassified freelancer, he lacked decisive high-damage skills, making his actions appear reckless. Although the teachers witnessed Ling Zhan's mysterious innate talent significantly enhancing basic skills, the possibility of him instantly defeating the powerful Ogre King remained slim. In the teacher's view, Ling Zhan should have adopted a more cautious strategy. In contrast, if prodigies like Zhu Yaoguang or Ji Wuming went all out from the start, it wouldn't be surprising, as they possessed high-level skills capable of vanquishing a boss in seconds. Every profession had similar enhancement skills to berserk mode, but their effects and costs varied. A mage's elemental surge increased spell power, but drastically consumed mana. A warrior's battle frenzy boosted defense and survivability, but made them unable to receive healing. A summoner's spirit frenzy strengthened summon creatures, but reduced their own speed. These skills had relatively mild side effects, but their enhancement effects were also limited. Only the berserker's berserk mode stood out. Extremely high amplification coupled with significant risk. When other prodigies activated their profession enhancement skills, the teachers anticipated witnessing their maximum output. Even if they couldn't deliver a one-hit kill, they still had the resilience to continue the fight. However, when an unclassified freelancer lacking high-damage skills chose the costly berserk mode, the situation became intriguingly complex. The teachers initially considered this student to be extremely reckless, practically courting disaster. However, the scene before them completely overturned their assumptions and challenged their prejudices against the jobless wanderer. In the scene, Ling Zhan was cloaked in black flames and wielded a blood-red sword, resembling a war god from the underworld. With every swing of his sword, the Ogre King was left in agony, unable to retaliate. When Ling Zhan delivered the final blow, swiftly ending the Ogre King's life, the entire observation room erupted in astonishment. "Well done!" exclaimed Wang Shi, the head of the Magic Guidance Academy, as he stood up, clapping his hands in admiration. The other deans also couldn't help but show their excitement, their breath becoming heavy. Ling Zhan's prowess far surpassed that of any of the new students present. Han Xiao, the dark elf noblewoman, chuckled softly and remarked, "This kid has quite a few secrets. Not to mention the mental strike that left the boss dazed for 3 seconds. Just that strange black flame on him is something I've never heard of." Luo Yang, the head of the Prayer Academy, analyzed seriously. These black flames are indeed peculiar. Under their influence, all of the boss's healing, enhancement, and purification skills were rendered ineffective. The level 20 golden beastbone armor was cut to pieces under the flames. This suggests that these black flames can also nullify the benefits provided by equipment. Zhou Hongfu, the foremost of the 5 deans, with his extraordinary skill and experience, immediately recognized the unusual nature of the black flames. His insights left all the deans and teachers astounded. "Is it really that powerful?" someone whispered in amazement. "If these flames are so terrifying on monsters, what if they burn a person? Where did he get such a skill?" Another teacher couldn't help but ask. Zhou Hongfu waved his hand, a broad smile appearing on his aged face. Regardless of where he acquired this skill, fundamentally, he is still a student of our Tianyan Academy. For such a prodigious talent, our job is not to investigate, but to protect. The old dean is right. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. "So, let's leave this little guy's protection to the Magic Guidance Academy. There's no need to trouble everyone else." As soon as he said this, the other deans and teachers began to clamor. For them, Ling Zhan had become an even more desirable prize than any other prodigy. "Dean Wang, I can't agree with that. If anyone's going to protect him, it shouldn't be your academy," said Li Manchun, the smiling Buddha, as he finally dropped his smile. "Nor should it be your Magic Academy." Luo Yang stood up, determined to win over the student. "Enough talking." Han Xiao rose from her seat, her voluptuous figure wrapped in a black cheongsam, though no one dared to glance improperly. "Let's fight it out. Whoever wins gets the student." The surrounding teachers were dumbfounded by this scene. Normally, it was the teachers who competed for students, but now, even the deans were ready to personally step in for the sake of recruiting Ling Zhan. As tensions rose among the four deans, the other teachers instinctively looked to the esteemed elder dean, hoping he would intervene and stop the spectacle. Surprisingly, the elder dean's face showed a complex expression of wanting to jump in himself, but restrained by his age to maintain decorum. Reason ultimately prevailed. The elder dean gently admonished, "Enough. Let's not continue this charade. With so many young ones watching, what kind of example are we setting?" His words prompted the four deans to reluctantly return to their seats. Stroking his beard with a smile, the elder dean continued, "I've always said that students should choose their academy based on their own will. Arguing here is pointless. The key is whether that young person wants to join your academy. So, if you wish to win over this student, think carefully about what offers might entice him." The four deans fell into deep thought, clearly contemplating the enticing offers needed to attract the talented young man named Ling Zhan. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Ling Zhan's final results were announced. Ding! The system notification sounded. Combining candidate Ling Zhan's completion time, combat performance, and other factors, the final comprehensive evaluation for this freshman assessment is SSS grade. In the solo mode leaderboard for the freshman assessment, this candidate ranks first. Congratulations to candidate Ling Zhan for breaking the historical solo completion time record in this trial's secret realm, becoming the fastest solo completer. Rewards are being issued. Hearing this announcement, Ling Zhan was initially stunned, then realized the rankings were split into two, team and solo. He wondered to himself, "I wonder where my score ranks in the historical team leaderboard." Ling Zhan shook his head, dismissing the thought. Breaking records didn't excite him much. To him, it was just a matter of having the skill. As a jobless freelancer, he didn't face the typical restrictions. He understood that certain professions had their challenges. For instance, an assassin would struggle with group battles in the third stage. Even someone as talented as Zhu Yaowang would be delayed. Meanwhile, mages could use high burst, high AoE skills to clear mobs, but faced mana issues, needing constant potions to replenish it. Ling Zhan felt fortunate. In the game, characters could endlessly consume mana potions, but in reality, excessive consumption would lead to discomfort or worse, immediate collapse. Even drinking too much water can be dangerous, let alone overdosing on mana potions. Every profession has strengths and weaknesses, but Ling Zhan, he only had strengths. He chuckled to himself. "I'm versatile." To Ling Zhan, breaking records was just another task. With the system's support, if he couldn't even achieve this, he might as well dig a hole and bury himself. At that moment, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Secret Realm completion rewards are being issued. Secret Realm completion reward, 40,000 experience points. Ling Zhan's lips curled into a slight smile as he anticipated more rewards to come. As the rewards for completing the Secret Realm flooded in like a tide, Ling Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He carefully examined each prize: 60 free attribute points, 60 free skill points, the golden greatsword of the Ogre King, the title Conqueror of the Snow Cavern, a level no class restriction skill book, Grip of the Underworld, and the most eye-catching trial talent, Battle Frenzy. Ling Zhan's performance surpassed all previous records for clearing the Secret Realm, making these generous rewards unsurprising. His gaze lingered on the Battle Frenzy talent, feeling secretly delighted. This talent not only significantly boosts his speed in 3 aspects, but also increases his attack power by 20. Ling Zhan understood that the key to maneuvering effortlessly among groups of monsters and showcasing exquisite agility lies in speed. With this talent, he would be able to navigate battles with ease, dodging enemy attacks and exploiting their weaknesses. A golden, resplendent pillar of light enveloped Ling Zhan once again, as vast information and insight instantly merged into his mind. In an instant, Ling Zhan's mastery of the Battle Frenzy talent reached an exceptional level. He calculated privately that with such a substantial speed boost, he would undoubtedly shine in combat. Next, Ling Zhan began to tally his other spoils. The 40,000 experience points propelled him directly from level 14 to 16, leaving him just 80 points short of level 17. Unlike other professions, jobless individuals only gain 2 points of 4-dimensional attributes and skill points per level, which is a significant disadvantage. However, Ling Zhan was not an ordinary jobless individual. With this level up and the Secret Realm rewards, he gained a total of 64 4-dimensional attribute and skill points. After distributing them evenly, Ling Zhan's 4-dimensional attributes all reached 106 points. As for skill points, he now accumulated a total of 1364 points. Ling Zhan had not rushed to allocate these skill points, partly because they couldn't raise the level of basic skills, and partly to reserve them for more powerful skills like Radiance. However, when he learned that enhancing Radiance required 100,000 skill points, he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Ling Zhan realized that at his current rate of collection, amassing 100,000 skill points would take a long time. He decided that once the new student speed trial ended, he would need to find more ways to acquire skill points. After all, who wouldn't want to become the formidable flame god? Ling Zhan's eyes shone with determination. He knew the road ahead was long, but he was willing to put in every effort to become stronger. Ling Zhan contentedly counted his rewards, his gaze falling on the golden weapon, Ogre King's golden greatsword. Despite its impressive stats, 25 strength, 30 stamina, 15 HP boost, 10 duel resistance, and 25 abnormal resistance, the level 18 requirement and warrior class restriction made it rather useless to him. Worse still, the note indicated it couldn't be used as a base for upgrades, marking it as merely transitional gear. He sighed, storing the greatsword in his inventory space, planning to sell it later in the trading district of Tianyin Academy. After all, dungeon rewards couldn't perfectly suit everyone's needs, making student trading essential. Next, he examined his newly acquired skill, Grip of the Underworld. This rank single-target skill opens a netherworld gate, releasing an energy beam that suppresses the target for 3 seconds. While the suppression effect could be cleansed by same-level purification skills, it wasn't affected by equipment. Higher-level targets would experience shortened duration. Most crucially, suppressed targets couldn't attack, cast spells, move, or even trigger passive abilities and on-hit skills. Reflecting on his battle with the Ogre King, Ling Zhan marveled at the skill's power. Even under his berserk/combo, the boss had maintained access to advanced regeneration and advanced purification abilities that would be rendered useless against Grip of the Underworld. Finally, he glanced at his new title, Snow Cave Conqueror. Though it only provided 15 ice resistance, it was better than nothing. After finishing his inventory check, Ling Zhan stood to leave. Approaching the Ogre King's corpse, he found it completely incinerated by black flames, even the bones reduced to powder. He shook his head in frustration. He'd hoped to salvage some materials. Suddenly, an idea struck him. While this corpse was unusable, the third boss's Ogre Chieftain corpse remained intact. As a Quasilord-level monster, its materials would be at least red-grade quality, worth considerable Tianyin ranking points. Remembering his summers of frugal part-time work to afford basic equipment, Ling Zhan became more determined to collect materials. Even with his new system abilities, his thrifty habits remained ingrained. He dusted himself off and unhesitatingly set off to backtrack. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, spectators watched in confusion, wondering why Ling Zhan was heading backward instead of exiting after clearing the dungeon. Their attention quickly shifted when a stone monument in Tianyin Square suddenly trembled. With a soft sound, a graceful figure emerged from the spatial ripples, Zhu Yaowang, with her snow-white twin tails swaying. As the first freshman to exit the instance, Zhu Yaowang's crimson eyes coldly swept the area, noting no other newcomers present. Just as she was about to check the projection screen, a clear, mellow voice spoke beside her. Yaowang, you're still as impressive as ever. Ji Wuming followed, mere seconds behind. Despite losing first place, his handsome face maintained its gentle smile. To him, Zhu Yaowang was not just a childhood friend, but destined for greatness. Other prodigies emerged in succession. The mountain-like Chibi Yu candidly exclaimed, "Damn, you two are still monsters. I've got to hand it to you." Gao Yao, Lu Chong, Qin Kan, Huang Bai, Gua Tianjiu, and others appeared subsequently. Notably, Qianming and Su Rou exited simultaneously. When Qianming glimpsed Su Rou's number 524 badge, he was startled. This confirmed his suspicion that the initial rankings were arbitrarily assigned by the Academy Dean. Someone ranked 524th keeping pace with him, provincial champion at 101st, and both among the first 100 to exit. This spoke volumes. While Qianming savored his satisfaction, his eyes unconsciously searched for that classless wanderer. As time passed without sight of him, Qianming smirked inwardly, assuming the wanderer had fallen to the level 20 boss. His satisfaction grew as dozens more emerged without any sign of Ling Zhan. By now, over 100 new students had gradually emerged into the square, their faces a mix of exhaustion and excitement. Despite seemingly vast differences in rankings, their times to complete the challenge were quite similar, with some even exiting the secret realm simultaneously. The strength of these prodigies was evident, with the gaps in the top 100 likely only a matter of milliseconds. Ji Wuming turned to Zhu Yaoguang with a smile, teasing, "Yaoguang, that interesting person you mentioned hasn't shown up yet, has he?" Huang Bai, standing nearby, scoffed dismissively. "I've said it before, Ling Zhan might have decent combat skills, but a jobless rogue is ultimately not the right path. He might handle the smaller monsters fine, but facing the Ogre King without high-level skills? That's impossible." The surrounding prodigies nodded in agreement, with someone even mocking, "A jobless rogue ranked 15th, higher than me. This just shows how ridiculous the initial rankings were. Now he's shown his true colors, not even making it into the top 100. Haha. Looks like he'll have to move out of the grade dormitory area, maybe not even making it to the grade." Forget the dormitory area. Among the 5 academies, maybe only the Art of Guidance Academy would take him. He should just switch professions already. The atmosphere grew more lively. with those who initially ranked over 200 but now made it into the top 100 venting their dissatisfaction through ridicule. Qi Baiyu and Gao Yao remained silent, unwilling to speak ill of people behind their backs, especially since they weren't familiar with Ling Zhan. Zhu Yaoguang's brows furrowed slightly, puzzled. How could someone who surpassed her in the entrance trial fall out of the top 100? Could she have misjudged? Amidst the crowd's chatter, Su Ro remained calm. She thought, the attitude towards Ling Zhan was so reminiscent of how Mu Yutian was treated at Huaqing Academy. And in the end, weren't they all proven wrong? Su Ro didn't know why Ling Zhan hadn't appeared yet, but she was certain his score couldn't possibly drop out of the top 10. Just the thought of the pressure Ling Zhan exerted on her during training was enough to wake her from countless nightmares. It felt like facing not a jobless rogue, but a demon ready to devour her at any moment. Thanks to Ling Zhan's guidance, she had managed to break into the top 100 in today's freshman assessment. Suddenly, Qianming excitedly shouted, "Ha! Look, it seems he's just now getting through the third stage." Everyone's eyes were drawn to the screen. Indeed, in the top left corner, a figure was carefully cutting the carcass of an ogre leader, gingerly extracting the foul-smelling bones and placing them into a bag. Wow, it looks like he's collecting monster bone materials. Haha, maybe he knows he can't get through the fourth stage and is just gathering what he can. Does he not even have the courage to enter the fourth stage? The disdain for Ling Zhan grew stronger, and these comments reached the ears of the dean, teachers, and senior students, whose expressions turned peculiar. Wang Shi remarked blandly, "These youngsters clearly haven't been proven wrong enough." Li Manchuan's smile was strange. "I just wonder what their faces will look like once they see the results." At this moment, Zhou Hongfu slowly stood up and addressed the freshmen. "The exam isn't over yet. Please remain quiet and await the final rankings." The freshmen quieted down, though their expressions still brimmed with pride and defiance. Zhou Hongfu scanned the square below with authoritative eyes. "What? It seems like you're still not over the initial rankings." Qianming replied loudly, "Dean, we are indeed not over it, because the rankings were unfair and unreasonable." Most freshmen nodded in agreement, their faces still showing pride and defiance. Zhou Hongfu chuckled, "Good. I like students full of pride." Then he turned and said, "Teacher Zhong, forcibly remove Ling Zhan from the secret realm." "Understood." The invigilating teacher Zhong immediately locked onto secret realm number 015. Ling Zhan, who was engrossed in his task, was suddenly enveloped by a purple beam of light. He frowned, finding himself in darkness, his body feeling weightless. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a crowd, all eyes fixed on him as if ready to devour him. Ling Zhan was bewildered. Wasn't I happily gathering materials? Why was I forcibly removed from the secret realm? And why are these people staring at me like that? Ling Zhan, come to the stage. Dean Zhou's authoritative voice suddenly called out. Ling Zhan made his way through the crowd, full of confusion, to the front of the stage. However, when he stood on the stage, he realized that not only did the students below seem ready to consume him, but even the 4 deans and various teachers looked as if they wanted to devour him whole. As Ling Zhan stepped onto the stage, the eyes of the freshmen below pierced him like daggers, filled with deep-seated prejudice, disdain, and arrogance. He squinted slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Clearly, these fellow freshmen still regarded him as an easy target. Zhou Hongfu stood nearby, hands behind his back, deliberately waiting for a few minutes. During this brief period, the remaining freshmen from the secret realm emerged unscathed. The deans and teachers nodded subtly at this sight. The quality of this year's freshmen was indeed the highest ever, with no fatalities. At this moment, Dean Zhou's authoritative voice resounded. "First of all, I congratulate all of you on successfully completing this freshman speed trial. I know you're all curious about the overall rankings. Teacher Zhong, please adjust the screen to reveal the final rankings of this exam." As soon as he finished speaking, the screen that had been divided into numerous segments merged into one. A massive display unfolded, and strings of data appeared as if by magic. Within seconds, the complete ranking list was presented to everyone. Wow! The crowd erupted instantly, but the commotion only lasted a few seconds before turning into a wave of skepticism. Ling Zhan ranked first. Didn't he get forcibly removed before even passing the fourth stage? Everyone else's ranking seems fine, but Ling Zhan's completion time is outrageous. 15 minutes and 21 seconds? He beat Zhu Yaowang by a whole minute. This is blatant favoritism. They're not even trying to hide it. The freshmen's voices of doubt rose one after another. Except for the record breakers, others only knew their completion time and rewards after clearing the secret realm, unaware of their specific rankings. The ones who found this result hardest to accept were Ji Wuming, Huang Bai, Qin Can, and Qianming. Zhu Yaowang initially appeared astonished, but soon regained composure, secretly deciding to find an opportunity to compete with Ling Zhan. As for Su Ro, her eyes were already sparkling as she stared at the figure on the main stage. Silence. Zhou Hongfu gestured for calm. Once the faces filled with doubt, unwillingness, and frustration settled down, The old dean smiled slightly. I anticipated you would question Ling Zhan's results. But no matter, at Tianyan Academy, strength is paramount. If there's doubt, it must be dispelled. If there's favoritism, it must be exposed. Moreover, if anyone feels that my position as dean is undeserved, they can challenge me. If I lose, I will step down without hesitation. As Zhou Hongfu finished speaking, the atmosphere became even more charged. He then announced, to prove the fairness of this ranking, we will now hold a challenge match. Ling Zhan will be the defender, and you, nearly 1,000 freshmen, can select 5 challengers to take him on one by one. You question the fairness of the rankings? Here's your chance to prove yourselves. These words completely ignited the emotions of all the freshmen, especially those who harbored prejudices against Ling Zhan. Their eyes were filled with excitement, eager to rush up and give Ling Zhan a beating. Zhou Hongfu turned to Ling Zhan with a smile. Young man, do you have any objections to this arrangement? The other deans and teachers also focused on Ling Zhan, curious to see how this prodigy, who had performed perfectly in the secret realm, would respond to the challenges from these elites. However, they were disappointed. Ling Zhan showed no signs of panic, replying calmly, I have no objections, but I want to add a condition. Haha, whatever condition you want, discuss it with the challengers. Zhou Hongfu chuckled, handing the microphone to Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan took the microphone without hesitation. In fact, he had long wanted to teach these self-righteous individuals a lesson. They spent their days finding a sense of superiority by pointing fingers, and he had endured it long enough. Ling Zhan's sharp gaze swept over the freshmen below as he spoke. I know you've all been looking down on me, but it doesn't matter. To me, your mockery is nothing more than the barking of dogs. The crowd was in an uproar, exclaiming, how bold! He dares to openly challenge so many people, especially Qian Ming, whose clenched fists and furious expression turned his delicate face a shade of pig liver. Ling Zhan continued, no need to be angry. When you mocked me, I wasn't angry. Now that I'm mocking you, you're upset? Anyway, let's take this opportunity to make a bet. The stakes are simple. In the upcoming challenges, whoever loses must hand over all their Tianyan ranking points and items from this speed trial. If you're not brave enough to accept this bet, then don't bark in front of me again. After the freshman speed trial, Tianyan ranking points are awarded based on rankings. The top prize is 10,000 points, 5,000 for the top 10, 3,000 for the top 50, 2,000 for the top 100, with rewards decreasing for those beyond the top 100. The rewards for those in the top 100 are indeed substantial. However, Ling Zhan's words didn't deter the crowd. Instead, they became even more exhilarated. Even Gao Yao and Qi Baiyu, who intended to watch the spectacle, felt tempted. After all, defeating Ling Zhan would earn them 10,000 points. I accept your bet. Get out of the way. Let me challenge first. To hell with it, I called it first. The freshmen below eagerly raised their hands to sign up. Even those with lower rankings were eager to try. The deans exchanged amused glances, a playful look in their eyes. They thought, it won't be long before these eager freshmen will be grateful they didn't make it onto the stage. By this time, Ling Zhan had already begun to walk towards the arena that had risen in the center of the square. The scene before them was truly absurd. The top contender of the freshman speed trial was now seen as an easy target, even for competitors ranked beyond the 500 mark who were eager to take a shot at him. Enough, just shut up. You guys ranked outside the top 100 aren't even qualified to challenge, said Qian Ming, who had been silent until now, breaking the tension with his cold voice. His words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly quelling the fervor among the freshmen. Despite their dissatisfaction, a glance at Qian Ming's rank of 45 on the screen silenced them all. In this arena where strength ruled, the strongest was king. While everyone accepted the rankings of others, they were skeptical of Ling Zhan being first. They had witnessed him being forcibly removed by teachers before even clearing the 4th level. Yet here, he was at the top, which seemed like a colossal joke. I, Qian Ming, will be the first challenger, he declared coldly, and perhaps the last. With that, he strode towards the stage, and the crowd parted to make way. The top 10 prodigies, who had initially intended to step forward, held back to see if Ling Zhan was truly deserving of his rank. Outside the arena, it was packed with people. Not only were freshmen gathered, but even seniors had come to watch. Unlike the dismissive freshmen, the seniors had a different gleam in their eyes. As Qian Ming stepped onto the stage, he looked at Ling Zhan, who remained calm. Just as he was about to taunt him, Ling Zhan cut him off impatiently. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't waste my time. Coming up here with a bunch of useless talk. What's your problem? Qian Ming's face turned red and white, like a piece of half-cooked liver. The referee briefly announced, both sides ready. Starting in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown ended, Qian Ming immediately distanced himself, with countless fine transparent threads winding around his hands, a hallmark of a puppeteer. This profession had 2 combat styles, summoning and controlling puppets or setting up thread traps to bind opponents. Perhaps due to his anger clouding his judgment or underestimating his opponent, Qianming didn't summon a puppet, but directly used the skill Thread Trap. This level skill required a 2-second chant to integrate threads into the air, allowing him to control an opponent if it hit, unless the opponent was more than 10 levels above him. Just then, with a swoosh, an arrow shot towards his lower body like lightning. Forced to interrupt his chant, Qianming leaped to dodge. Before he could catch his breath, a fireball was already heading his way. Looking down, he found his legs entangled by vines. In a critical moment, Qianming calmly activated Thread Shield B, instantly weaving a white thread semi-spherical defense shield before him. The fireball hit, but didn't damage a single thread. This wasn't surprising, as Ling Zhan had only used basic white-grade weapons, not even employing his newly acquired trial talents, seemingly to avoid overwhelming his opponent. With the talents of equipment mastery and magic resonance enhancing him, Ling Zhan's speed in switching weapons and casting was astonishing. Yet, despite 3 consecutive attacks, Qianming remained unscathed, which made him even more dismissive. Huh, is that your attack? It's nothing, but before he could finish, someone from the crowd shouted, Ming, watch out. It was too late. With a dull thud, an arrow embedded itself firmly in Qianming's backside. His eyes widened as he let out a sharp, high-pitched scream that echoed throughout the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the dean and teachers. The burly Qi Baiyu muttered to himself. Is this even possible? He wasn't shocked by Ling Zhan's archery skills, but by his cunning. Turns out, the first arrow wasn't a feint. The fireball and vines were the distractions, and the real attack was the returning tracking arrow. The most baffling part was, with so many places to aim for, why choose that particular spot? Qianming was defeated, and it was by the hands of a seemingly insignificant wanderer he had always looked down upon. On the platform, Qianming was sprawled on the ground, an arrow lodged in his rear, his face a mix of disbelief and humiliation. Though he still had the strength to fight back, the arrow severely hampered his agility, and continuing the battle would only make his defeat more disgraceful. As a puppeteer, he knew all too well that, like a mage, his greatest fear was close combat. At this moment, he had to confront his vulnerability. A human without armor is more prone to injury than a monster in battle. Ling Zhan stood not far away, expressionless as he looked at his fallen opponent. Oddly enough, dealing with these so-called prodigies was easier than facing the monsters in the freshman trial secret realm. In fact, he hadn't intentionally aimed for that area. He merely wanted to test the passive shield of Qianming's equipment with a tracking arrow. However, all the seemingly luxurious armor, greaves, belts, necklaces, and rings Qianming wore lacked any shield functionality. The audience was left speechless, struggling to accept the outcome. No way. He lost just like that? That was too fast. Is this all the 45th ranked master has to offer? Quiet murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The referee, unfazed, announced, in this bout, Ling Zhan wins. Healer, come over and tend to him. A sweet-looking female healer stepped onto the platform, and upon seeing Qianming's sorry state, couldn't help but chuckle. This undoubtedly added insult to injury, but she quickly proceeded with the healing. A green glow enveloped the wound, and it healed instantly. Qianming walked off the platform with his head down, his pale, delicate face flushed red with shame, wishing he could disappear. The strange looks from those around him felt like needles on his back, stirring up indescribable emotions within him. Distress, the urge to cry, the desire to live in another city. In the audience, Qin Kan and Huang Bai couldn't help but comment, what a pity. Qianming has talent, but his lack of proper defense gear cost him. If he had a passive shield, that tracking arrow wouldn't have done any damage. Ling Zhan just got lucky, Huang Bai added indignantly. Many around them nodded in agreement, feeling that Qianming's defeat was indeed frustrating. However, what they didn't know was that the deans on the podium had a very different take on the fight. The kid held back. He didn't even poison the arrow. One dean remarked softly. Another dean sighed and shook his head. When will this kid stop aiming for people's lower bodies? The battle had ended, but its impact was just beginning. For Qianming, it was a painful lesson. For Ling Zhan, it might just be a small step on his path to prominence. The outcome on the platform was decided, but greater challenges awaited them. Look at these despicable and dirty tactics. I told you, this kid is perfect for joining our Academy of Arts. On the stage, the referee's gaze swept over the new students below like a hawk, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He asked, so, who's going to challenge next? As soon as he finished speaking, a pale, jade-like arm shot up, drawing everyone's attention. It was none other than the renowned white-haired, reedy prodigy Zhu Yaoguang. Referee, Qin Kan and Huang Bai want a challenge. Zhu Yaoguang's clear voice rang throughout the arena. Qin Kan and Huang Bai were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Zhu Yaoguang's cold gaze swept over them as she asked indifferently, what? Are you scared? This simple question hit the two prodigies' pride like a sledgehammer. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation. They roared internally. How could they be afraid of a mere rogue? Unlike Qianming, who couldn't even afford a full set of gear, they wouldn't be caught off guard by a mere tracking arrow. With this in mind, Qin Kan and Huang Bai stepped forward almost simultaneously, eager to declare. In that case, I'll be the one to take the challenge. Qin Kan announced. Qin Kan, let me go first. You're ranked after me. Let me go first, Huang Bai retorted. The two bickered back and forth, their faces flushed with frustration. The referee on stage frowned slightly, clearly losing patience with this spectacle. At that moment, Ling Zhan calmly walked to the edge of the stage. His expression was serene, his gaze sharp, cutting through their argument. His voice was steady, each word like a nail. You two can stop arguing. Just come up together. Before he finished speaking, Ling Zhan's gaze swept like a sword towards Ji Wuming and Zhu Yaoguang. And you two, stop pretending. I'm in a hurry, so why don't the four of you form a team and challenge me? The crowd erupted in astonishment at his words. The audience was overwhelmed by the audacity of his statement. Arrogant. Incredibly arrogant, someone shouted, echoing the sentiments of everyone present. Even the deans on the podium exchanged bewildered glances, completely taken aback by the audacity of this young man. Even the seasoned Dean Zhou Hongfu, who had weathered countless storms, found his thoughts momentarily halted by Ling Zhan's words. This little guy doesn't see these prodigies as anything special, Wang Shi remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head. The other deans frowned, but chose not to intervene. After all, they were all adults, and one must be responsible for their own words. Ling Zhan's words landed like a heavy hammer on the hearts of everyone in the arena. The once simple and honest face had faded, replaced by a cold, aloof expression. This long-dormant tiger finally revealed its sharp claws in front of everyone. All four prodigies at once. The audience erupted in gasps. Everyone, including the upperclassmen who had witnessed Ling Zhan's victory over the boss, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. They shook their heads, thinking Ling Zhan's words were arrogant and reckless. Indeed, Ling Zhan had emerged as the top freshman, a force to be reckoned with. But everyone present knew the formidable strength of Ji Wuming and Zhu Yaoguang. Did Ling Zhan really think of himself as a big boss, hoping to challenge the four prodigies as a team? The reactions of the four named prodigies varied. Huang Bai and Qin Kan flushed with anger, clearly feeling deeply insulted. Zhu Yaoguang remained calm, her beautiful face betraying no emotion. Ji Wuming merely smirked, adopting a superior and disdainful stance. However, they underestimated Ling Zhan's ability to provoke. Once this lone wolf shed his gentle facade, all that remained was ruthless determination. Ling Zhan's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the crowd towards the noble prodigy who stood like a princess among them. His voice was icy, echoing across the silent arena. Zhu Yaoguang, do you dare to make a wager with me? The entire audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the two. If I lose, Ling Zhan continued, each word dripping with venom, I'll be your servant for life, without a word of complaint. He paused, a cold smile playing on his lips. And if I win, I'm not asking for much. You'll serve me for a month, pouring tea and making my bed like a maid. Ling Zhan's voice rose sharply, like a sword pointing directly at Zhu Yaoguang. Do you dare to take this bet? In his past life, Ling Zhan held on to a profound truth. Better to strike first than to suffer 100 blows. Faced with oppression and contempt from his enemies, he knew that only by fighting back could he stand his ground. Now, Ling Zhan was fed up with the scorn and ridicule from others. He burned with anger, thinking to himself, just because I'm an unranked wanderer, you think you can look down on me? Around the arena, the audience buzzed with conversation, all eyes on this defiant wanderer. Ling Zhan scanned the crowd, his eyes filled with determination. Taking a deep breath, he boldly declared words that shocked everyone, igniting the entire venue. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense. Huang Bai and Qin Kan, two sycophants, looked furious, glaring at him. Meanwhile, Ji Wuming, the top of the Fengtian province trial rankings, radiated intense hostility. Even though he knew Ling Zhan was deliberately provoking him, Ji Wuming couldn't suppress his anger when it came to the woman he admired. Fine, if you're so eager for a beating, I'll oblige, Ji Wuming said coldly, stepping onto the stage. This scene thrilled the spectators, who shouted excitedly. Ji Wuming is finally making a move. Teach that insolent wanderer a lesson. Someone recognized Ji Wuming's identity and whispered, his profession is a rare overseas Oni bloodthirsty warrior. His father is from the Dragon Kingdom, but his mother is from the Vampire Clan. Qin Kan and Huang Bai also wanted to challenge Ling Zhan, but were stopped by a single glance from Ji Wuming. Despite their unwillingness, they lacked the courage to compete against such a prodigy. Zhu Yaoguang intended to accept Ling Zhan's challenge, as she had never been provoked like this before. However, with Ji Wuming stepping up first, she had to stand down. Besides, she preferred a fair, unknown duel with Ling Zhan. On the stage, Ling Zhan and Ji Wuming locked eyes, the tension between them palpable. Ling Zhan was secretly pleased. Ji Wuming was the perfect example to set. Even if all four prodigies came at him, he would not be afraid. The crowd's excitement was at its peak. marking this as a clash of titans. Ling Zhan, the top of the Southern Province trial rankings, versus Ji Wuming, the top of the Fengtian Province trial rankings. The first in the freshman speed trials versus the third, the unranked wanderer versus the bloodthirsty warrior. As the referee's countdown ended, both of them moved simultaneously. Whoosh! In Ji Wuming's hand, a sword with an extremely slender blade appeared out of thin air, its blood-red patterns flowing along the sword and spreading to his pitch-black light armor. This set of golden-grade equipment exuded an extraordinary aura, and its amplifying effects were astonishing. As Ji Wuming's aura surged, the crowd below held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Ji Wuming transformed into a streak of blood-red light, appearing instantly before Ling Zhan. Without hesitation, he thrust the blood-colored blade towards Ling Zhan. Before the audience could react, a loud explosion echoed through the air. Bang! This was not the sound of Ling Zhan being pierced, but rather the shattering of the protective shield on the stage. Despite the referee's prior efforts to set up a sturdy protective barrier to safeguard the audience, it was breached by Ji Wuming's strike. However, what was even more astonishing was Ling Zhan's response. Faced with such a fierce attack, he merely sidestepped slightly. The sharp blade grazed the edge of Ling Zhan's garment, as if dancing on the knife's edge. Any slight miscalculation could have resulted in a bloody wound on his body. The audience was left in shock, with someone exclaiming, "Wow, this guy's playing with his life." Ling Zhan's perilous dodge not only showcased his extraordinary reflexes, but also heightened the tension of the duel to its peak. Although Ji Wuming's attack was fierce, it failed to land, instead revealing his own ferocious nature. This first clash between the two hinted at a thrilling and intense battle to come. I have to admit, Ling Zhan does have some skills. The audience was in awe, murmuring that if they were in his place, they would have already met their demise against Ji Wuming's strike. However, the battle was far from over, and the attacks on stage became increasingly fierce. Ji Wuming's violent blood assault was dodged, but he didn't stop there. He stayed close, his moves relentless. The blood-red blade in his hand transformed into countless sword flowers, sweeping towards Ling Zhan like a violent storm. This move, Blood Rain and Pear Blossoms, was an impenetrable barrage, leaving no room for escape. At this moment, Ji Wuming's expression was extremely serious. Although his opponent was merely a wandering rogue he looked down upon, his father's teachings echoed in his mind. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. He was determined to show this nobody the vast gap in their power. A slight smirk appeared on his lips, as if he had already envisioned his opponent's body being pierced by countless blood blades. Facing the oncoming storm of blood and wind, Ling Zhan chose not to meet it head-on. His figure dissolved instantly, turning into a shadow that quietly slipped away. This move, Shadow Stealth, was perfectly timed. Trying to hide again? Ji Wuming sneered. As the top scholar of the Fengtian province, he wouldn't be shaken off so easily. The attack of Blood Rain and Pear Blossoms came to an abrupt halt, but without any delay, the blood blade in his hand morphed into a spear. Without hesitation, he hurled the spear directly at the shadow. The spear lit up the sky with a dazzling blood-red glow, like a crimson meteor streaking through the heavens, aiming straight for the shadow. Yet Ji Wuming's assault didn't stop there. He skillfully mitigated the recoil of the spear throw, immediately following with the next move, Blood Shadow Bind. This explosive mobility skill allowed him to keep pace with the thrown blood spear. This series of seamless moves and assaults exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The audience below finally realized this was the true strength of the top contender of the Fengtian province trials. Compared to the previous Qianmeng, it was like night and day. The moment Ji Wuming entered the arena, he showcased the formidable suppressive power of a bloodthirsty warrior. His skill, Blood Rage Flexibility, allowed him to interrupt his moves at will during skill execution, with no lag or delay, and even boosted his power by 20. As a rare class, a bloodthirsty warrior mastered various weapons, from rapiers to great swords, shields to battle axes, and even spears, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly on the ever-changing battlefield. At this moment, Ji Wuming's spear shot forward like an arrow, carrying the force of splitting stones and piercing metal. Simultaneously, he executed a blood shadow entangle, swiftly closing in on his opponent, with a blood-patterned sharp battle axe appearing in his hand. The terrifying pressure of this dual assault made the audience hold their breath, hearts pounding. Ling Zhan's invincibility from Shadow Stealth had expired, and without quick action, he would be severely wounded by the sharp spear and axe. On the podium, the dean and teachers straightened up, eyes fixed on the ring. Everyone speculated. How would Ling Zhan counter this oppressive dual assault? Or would he face defeat? Amidst the attention, Ling Zhan emerged from the shadow pool, his face as calm as ever. Surprisingly, the weapon in his hand wasn't the Array Breaker, Thousand Machines Ring, but a purple-gray battle spear he obtained during the entrance trial. This move silently declared, dealing with Ji Wuming doesn't require the Thousand Machines Ring. Seeing this, Ji Wuming burned with anger. He snarled, "Ling Zhan, You'll pay dearly for your arrogance. Dot. With that, his giant axe and the airborne spear formed a deadly pincer attack. At this critical moment, light blue array patterns suddenly illuminated the ground. Caught off guard, Ji Wuming felt a violent sense of weightlessness. His attack interrupted, lifting him into the air. This was the Spirit Array Master's basic skill levitation array. It could set up an array in a specific area, lifting all enemies within into the air, suspending them for 3 seconds, enough to change the battle's course. Ji Wuming's face darkened, realizing his carefully planned assault was easily thwarted. What puzzled him more was when Ling Zhan set up the array. He saw no preparation or chanting. Quickly regaining composure, Ji Wuming's dark armor emitted a gentle glow, canceling the levitation in less than a second. He landed heavily with a thud. When Ji Wuming's eyes locked onto Ling Zhan again, he found his opponent had ended his defensive stance. In the moment Ji Wuming was lifted, Ling Zhan had swiftly raised his spear, perfectly deflecting the sharp spear. It spun in the air before embedding in the ground with a thud. The teachers on the podium were full of praise for this scene. They marveled at Ling Zhan's exceptional combat intuition and adaptability, astonished that he had even mastered a Spirit Array Master's basic skill and could perform it without chanting. Most impressive was that Ling Zhan neutralized Ji Wuming's great skill attack with just 2 basic skills. As the teachers discussed, the audience erupted into chatter. Ling Zhan was starting his counterattack. After deflecting Ji Wuming's deadly assault, Ling Zhan remained expressionless, swiftly switching his battle spear for an unremarkably plain white great staff. This move caused gasps among the audience, who thought Ling Zhan was courting death. How could a white-grade weapon break through Ji Wuming's gear shield? Seeing Ling Zhan pull out a white-grade weapon again, Ji Wuming's face darkened further, feeling utterly disrespected. However, Ling Zhan gave him no chance to vent his anger. The staff lightly tapped the air, releasing a vast, powerful wave of magical energy. In the blink of an eye, a dozen bright red flowers sprouted from the ground around Ling Zhan. This was a summoner's basic skill mist flowers. These plant-type spirits could emit a mist when their petals opened and closed, capable of confusing and suppressing an enemy's senses. Ji Wuming looked at the delicate mist flowers, unable to suppress a mocking sneer. Huh, Ling Zhan. Even if my gear's purification enchantment is on cooldown, do you think these few flowers can put me in a daze? Isn't that a bit naive? For Ji Wuming, these dozen plant-type contract spirits were nothing more than entities that could be destroyed with a single powerful axe swing. However, Ling Zhan's plan extended far beyond that. Indeed, these delicate flowers are of no use to you. So, I'll make them a bit stronger. Ling Zhan smiled faintly as his staff emitted a dazzling emerald glow. Rapid growth. Ling Zhan cast a druid's basic skill. In an instant, the small flowers, under the emerald light, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The slender stems thickened, and the vibrant petals expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, those dozen mist flowers had grown taller than Ling Zhan. The enormous mist flowers began to spew out dense fog, quickly enveloping the entire arena in a thick white mist. Due to the protective barrier, the fog couldn't disperse, but it also prevented the audience from seeing what was happening inside. Ji Wuming was engulfed in the pervasive white mist. Although he didn't fall into a trance, his perception was limited to a 10-meter radius. Ling Zhan took advantage of this, concealing his presence and quietly lurking. Despite being at a disadvantage, Ji Wuming remained calm. He took a deep breath and activated the vampire clan's racial talent blood sense. Instantly, he detected Ling Zhan's position and could even feel the temperature of his opponent's blood. However, Ling Zhan had silently maneuvered behind him. Ji Wuming quickly retrieved a pitch-black shield from his inner space and turned to assume a perfect defensive stance. But Ling Zhan was quicker, sidestepping Ji Wuming's defense with a deft move. Rising Dragon. Ling Zhan flicked his spear, sending Ji Wuming and his shield flying. Even in midair, Ji Wuming did not panic, trusting his gold-grade armor to withstand the attack. However, Ling Zhan's combo was just beginning. Battle Roar. Ling Zhan roared 4 times, each reducing Ji Wuming's defense by 5 and causing mental disorientation. Swiftly, Ling Zhan switched to a white-grade heavy sword and shield, executing a shield breaker sword sweep, further reducing Ji Wuming's defense by 25. Ling Zhan's assault was relentless, like a tidal wave. He continuously switched weapons, interweaving various class skills, keeping Ji Wuming suspended in the air. This complex combo far exceeded the capabilities of a typical melee class, and if not for the mist obscuring the arena, it would have left the audience in awe. When Ji Wuming's overall defense was reduced by 85, he finally realized the danger. But it was too late. He couldn't escape the airborne state, and could only watch as Ling Zhan's final attack approached. Dragon Spear Strike. Ling Zhan's Scorpion King's tail needle spear transformed into countless sharp glints, piercing Ji Wuming's abdomen. The poison rapidly spread through Ji Wuming's body, his skin turning purple, eyes wide open, and entire body paralyzed. Ji Wuming could clearly feel his internal organs being ravaged by the toxin. For the first time, Ji Wuming experienced the feeling of being on the brink of death. His vision began to blur, his limbs weakened, and each breath felt as if he was walking on the edge of a knife. The poison rampaged through his body, shattering the proud demeanor he once held. Help me. Ji Wuming managed to squeeze out these words, tears welling up in his emerald eyes, his face etched with a pitiful plea. This favored child of heaven, always the ultimate victor, now resembled a dying beast, curled up on the ground, struggling desperately. Ling Zhan looked down at the dying Ji Wuming and sighed softly. Although they were not mortal enemies, the scene before him stirred a trace of reluctance. The mist shrouded the arena, obscuring the situation from the outside world, and the referee did not stop the match. If no help was given, Ji Wuming might truly perish here. Decisively, Ling Zhan raised his white staff and chanted softly, "Purify." A gentle emerald light flowed from the staff, enveloping Ji Wuming. Instantly, Ji Wuming's purplish-red skin returned to normal, and the poison was completely dispelled. Following this, Ling Zhan cast Life Heal. The emerald glow enveloped Ji Wuming again, and the gunshot wound on his abdomen healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. While enjoying the healing, Ji Wuming was secretly alarmed. This healing speed was stronger than other priests of the same level. Yet, a deep bitterness followed. Ji Wuming realized he had lost, completely and utterly. If this had been the stage of a university league rather than a school assessment, he might have already met his end. After the healing was complete, Ji Wuming slowly got up, bowing his once proud head. "I lost. I apologize for my previous inappropriate words." His attitude shifted from initial disdain to genuine admiration and respect. In a world that revered strength, Ji Wuming chose not to be stubborn and showed no trace of resentment or humiliation. Ling Zhan responded calmly, "You're too kind. It was just luck that I won." Hearing this, Ji Wuming managed a smile that was more pain than tears. Luck? This was clearly a crushing defeat. Throughout the match, Ling Zhan only used basic skills and, aside from that deadly arrow, wielded a white-grade weapon and a purple-grade spear. This guy hadn't even exerted his full strength. Realizing this, Ji Wuming felt even more frustrated and bitter. Seeing Ji Wuming concede, Ling Zhan turned and raised his hand, waving the staff. Suddenly, dozens of enormous mist flowers appeared out of thin air, absorbing all the mist on the arena, and then with a pop, they vanished. At that moment, all the spectators outside finally saw clearly what had transpired on the arena. Ji Wuming slowly lowered his head. A girl at the edge of the arena couldn't help but exclaim, "Ji Wuming." He's bowing to Ling Zhan. This scene was like a heavy blow, shattering the audience's understanding in an instant. Questions surged like a tide. Did Ling Zhan win? Did Ji Wuming lose? Was the outcome decided in just a minute? Some keen-eyed spectators noticed something unusual about Ji Wuming's armor. Look closely, Ji Wuming's armor. It seems like there are a few holes on his stomach. The referee stepped onto the platform, his gaze shifting between the bowed Ji Wuming and the calm and composed Ling Zhan, his face full of disbelief. A match expected to last at least a dozen minutes had ended in the blink of an eye. The mist Ling Zhan had released became the biggest mystery. The audience could only hear faint sounds of fighting, unable to discern what had occurred within the fog. Quickly regaining his professional demeanor, the referee announced, "I declare, in this duel, Ling Zhan is the victor." Ji Wuming expressionlessly jumped off the platform. A loss was a loss, and he chose to accept reality calmly, secretly vowing to surpass him one day. Qin Kan and Huang Bai were dumbfounded, struggling to accept the result. Ji Wuming, defeated by a mere wanderer. What exactly did Ling Zhan do to earn such respect from Ji Wuming? After taking a few steps, Ji Wuming suddenly turned around, solemnly warning, "As Yao Guang's friends, I kindly advise you, don't provoke Ling Zhan again." This remark caused a stir among the freshmen. Was it really that serious? On the podium, the deans remained composed. In their eyes, Ling Zhan's victory wasn't surprising. Luo Yang, the dean of the Prayer Academy, softly sighed. It seems the freshman speed trial should come to an end. However, Han Xiao, the dean of Shadow Academy, gently shook her head. "No, it's not over yet." While everyone was puzzled, a tall figure leapt onto the platform. With short, chic hair and a black training suit outlining her graceful figure, Yao Gao. Ji Wuming wasn't surprised by this. He knew Yao Gao's relentless spirit. Facing a stronger opponent in Ling Zhan, she wasn't afraid but rather excited for the challenge. She craved to fight strong opponents, even if it meant facing defeat. Ling Zhan watched the spirited short-haired girl without saying much, merely nodding slightly to the referee, indicating he was ready. As Yao Gao put on her gloves, she asked, "Are you sure you don't need to recover a bit?" Her style was Sonda, promising a thrilling match ahead. Faced with Gao Yao's proposal, Ling Zhan calmly shook his head in refusal. With the innate talent of a magic controller, his mana had never run dry. More importantly, neither Qian Meng, the top scorer of Jianzhou province, nor Ji Wuming, the leader of the Fengtian province trial rankings, had shown any strength that posed even a slight challenge to Ling Zhan. To him, these opponents were not as troublesome as the final boss of the Millennium Snow Cave. Seeing this, Gao Yao nodded to the referee to signal readiness. The referee began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. With the last count, Gao Yao's tall and alluring figure shot out like an arrow. She executed the basic movement skill of the Sanda profession instant step. The Sanda profession aims for the limits of physical prowess and is regarded as one of the best in terms of power burst among all professions. Gao Yao's power burst was indeed astounding. Even though instant step was just a basic skill, her immense strength made her speed comparable to lightning. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Ling Zhan, her eyes sharp, and her right fist poised for a heavy strike. Chengquan Bi, Gao Yao shouted, unleashing a vast and mighty punch force. However, her fist hit nothing but air. Ling Zhan's figure had vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a heavy, creepy breathing sound came from behind Gao Yao. She shivered, goosebumps rising instantly. Without hesitation, she spun around and leapt, her long legs executing a flawless dragon tail sweep. Bang! A loud crash followed by a spray of blood and brain matter. It turned out that what Gao Yao's kick had smashed was the head of a goblin warrior spirit, summoned without anyone noticing. The scene was simple and bloody, like kicking open a watermelon. The male students in the stands took a collective sharp breath, pulling their necks back. Whoa, what a violent woman. That terrifying power burst. If she gets close, yikes. What are you yikesing about? If she gets close, she gets close. They'll just drop dead for her. Someone joked, though their tone couldn't hide their fear of Gao Yao. On the platform, the headless goblin warrior spirit collapsed. Ling Zhan reappeared in front of Gao Yao. She spat, wiped the blood off her face, and was about to close in again. However, Ling Zhan had already calmly raised the white staff in his hand. Just as Gao Yao warily anticipated a powerful spell, a blinding light burst from the staff's tip, like a glaring sun suddenly rising. Flash technique. The entire Tianyan Square was instantly flooded with intense white light. The audience erupted in cries of pain. My titanium dog eyes. Shameless. Ling Zhan, you scoundrel. How dare you blind me? Some students fainted on the spot, not even comprehending what had happened. Even the deans and teachers on the podium had to shield their eyes with their arms to avoid injury from the sudden brightness. No one expected Ling Zhan to release such a simple, yet surprising skill at that moment. This move not only disrupted Gao Yao's rhythm, but also drastically changed the entire competition's dynamics. The protective barrier on the arena can only defend against physical attack skills. Techniques like the intense light spell, which disperses light like an invisible blade, easily penetrate the barrier's shield. After all, if light couldn't pass through, how could the audience witness the intense battles inside the arena? Ling Zhan's intense light spell not only swept across the arena, but also affected the new students below. Gao Yao, who was closest to Ling Zhan, bore the brunt of it. Clad in a simple set of blue-grade armor, she appeared vulnerable in the face of the blinding light. As a practitioner of Sanda, Gao Yao strives for physical perfection, longing for the visceral path of hand-to-hand combat. Even without armor, the dual resistance of a Sanda professional far surpasses that of other professions. This is thanks to a powerful growth passive skill Steel Bones. Steel Bones, at grade B, hones one's physique to the extreme, significantly enhancing both dual resistance and health points. This passive skill, which can be upgraded with skill points, allows Gao Yao to easily clear the freshman speed trial's secret realm, even without top-tier armor. However, due to her reliance on this skill, Gao Yao lacks a purification equipment passive that Ji Wuming possesses. Caught off guard, her eyes were directly exposed to the intense white light. Instantly, Gao Yao was blinded, her mind went blank, and she even suffered from a dizziness debuff. With a thud, Gao Yao, in a state of dizziness, fell straight onto the arena like a toppled statue. Seconds later, the dazzling white light finally dissipated. All the onlooking students struggled to their feet, tears streaming down their faces. However, their expressions were not of emotion but of anger towards Ling Zhan, wishing they could give him a good beating. Damn it, someone cursed under their breath. That bastard Ling Zhan really played us. Even the referee teacher, standing nearby, was left dizzy. Although the teachers certainly have high levels, leveling up only grants attribute points and skill points, making it difficult to fully resist the sudden impact of such intense light. As for enhancing one's resistance to magical attacks, alternative methods must be sought. Humans typically rely on equipment for such resistance, and the referee at the moment clearly wasn't wearing any armor. This isn't surprising since no one expects to get involved in the arena battle they're officiating. Of course, the teachers have their gear stored in an internal space, ready to arm themselves in case of emergencies. However, this flash spell was so sudden, with no incantation, that it caught the referee off guard. The deans on the podium were further away, giving them time to react, so they weren't affected. On the stage, Gao Yao slowly awoke from her dizziness, her body trembling slightly. She opened her eyes to find the tip of a spear, laced with scorpion venom, poised at her slender, fair neck. Meeting Ling Zhan's cold gaze, she let out a bitter smile and conceded, "I lost." Below the stage, Ji Wuming's equipment had just finished cooling down its purification enchantment, sparing him from the effects of the flash spell's blinding light. Unfortunately, Zhu Yaoguang wasn't as lucky. Her armor lacked such an enchantment, leaving her to suffer the spell's full impact. She rubbed her eyes while cursing someone under her breath, a rare sight. At that moment, Ji Wuming finally understood why Ling Zhan dared to say, "Come at me all at once." It wasn't just a few opponents. Even 100 challengers would likely be decimated by half under such an unexpected flash spell. This realization led Ji Wuming into deep thought. He contemplated whether he should use the remaining enchantment slots on his armor to add more purification effects. After all, battling a ruthless prodigy like Ling Zhan without sufficient purifications might mean he'd never know what hit him. Gao Yao was defeated even faster than Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming managed to hold his ground in the ring for barely a minute, while Gao Yao's fight ended in less than 30 seconds from the countdown. However, the most pitiful was Qian Meng, who lost in under 10 seconds from the start. Ling Zhan withdrew his battle spear from Gao Yao's trembling neck, his expression still cold and calm. He said a simple, "Thank you for letting me win." Then his icy gaze swept across all the new students below the stage, his voice devoid of any emotion. "If anyone else questions my strength, feel free to challenge me." A hush fell over the crowd. Those who had mocked Ling Zhan as useless were now flushed with embarrassment, forced to lower their proud heads in silence. In that moment, they realized the deans responsible for the initial rankings had made a grave error by placing Ling Zhan too low. Ling Zhan's prowess had already far surpassed the top students from other provinces. After this challenge, no one dared to question his abilities. Observant onlookers might even notice that some students gazed at Ling Zhan with a mix of awe and admiration. Clearly, his victories over 3 prodigies had convinced many newcomers of his strength. They weren't foolish. To continue underestimating Ling Zhan after such an impressive display would be sheer stupidity. Below the stage, 2 students whispered to each other, "It's a shame we couldn't see how Ji Wuming lost. Yeah, I bet Ling Zhan used some incredible technique in those few seconds we missed. Why not ask Ji Wuming about it? That's like rubbing salt in the wound." Guo Tianzhou playfully turned to Zhu Yaoguang. "Yaoguang, aren't you going to give it a try?" Zhu Yaoguang retorted, "Why don't you go?" Guo Tianzhou rolled her eyes. "That guy is ruthless." Qian Ming got shot in the rear, Gao Yao nearly blinded, and only brother Wuming lost with some dignity. "If I went up there, I'd just embarrass myself." "No way." Ji Wuming overheard and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Dignified? That was far from dignified. He was not only suspended by the Rising Dragon technique, but also nearly lost his life. At this moment, Ji Wuming could only thank the mist flowers that obscured his defeat. If the audience had witnessed his humiliating loss, the sympathy would be for him, not Qian Ming. Suddenly, Zhu Yaoguang turned to Ji Wuming and asked, "If it were nighttime, who would have a better chance against him, me or him?" Ji Wuming replied without hesitation, "Him." Zhu Yaoguang was taken aback by this answer. Guo Tianzhou and her sister Guo Fuliu were also full of surprise. Was it really that astonishing? In a nighttime battle, Zhu Yaoguang could easily defeat Ji Wuming because of her overpowered innate talent, which boosted all her attributes by 300. Yet, in Ji Wuming's eyes, she still couldn't beat Ling Zhan. Guo Tianzhou's adorable face was brimming with curiosity. "Brother Wuming, what did he do to make you so afraid of him?" Truly curious. Before facing Ling Zhan, Ji Wuming was as proud as a crane. But after his defeat, he seemed to have transformed. Zhu Yaoguang, Huang Bai, and Qin Can were all equally curious, especially Huang Bai and Qin Can, who couldn't comprehend it. Ji Wuming sighed and asked, "Do you know the Rising Dragon technique?" "Of course," they all replied in unison. "Isn't chaining skills after an uppercut a basic technique?" Ji Wuming thought to himself. However, when he recalled his own experience, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "You might not understand," Ji Wuming said with a look of utter despair, his voice filled with suppressed anger, "what that guy did to me in just a few seconds. He launched me into the air and then bombarded me with countless skills like I was a punching bag. Weapons from every profession rained down on me, and my defense was brutally reduced by 85. As soon as he finished speaking, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock and sympathy. 85, someone exclaimed. That's even more effective than a professional defense-reducing warrior. Ji Wuming nodded, a painful memory flashing in his eyes. Yes, it was just short of stripping me bare. Hearing this account, the top-ranking freshmen, who had been eager to challenge, hesitated. They quietly congratulated themselves for not acting rashly, realizing their points on the Sky Evolution leaderboard might have been at risk. At that moment, Zhou Hongfu stood up, his voice resonating through the arena. All right, this challenge ends here. It seems no one has any objections to the rankings for this assessment. In that case, I declare the freshman speed trial officially over. He looked around, seeing that no freshman dared to challenge Ling Zhan, and continued. First, congratulations to all of you for successfully completing this trial. I must say, the strength of this year's freshmen is the highest we've seen. In past trials, there were always some who were eliminated, but this time not one of you was knocked out. It's truly gratifying. Zhou Hongfu's gaze swept across the arena, his tone becoming more encouraging. To those who achieved excellent results, keep up the good work. For those whose performance wasn't as expected, don't be discouraged, keep striving. Now, without further ado, let's begin the academy allocation. As soon as he finished, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Both the teachers and deans on the platform and the freshmen below were thrilled. For the newcomers, choosing an academy is crucial for their future development. For the deans and teachers, recruiting talented students directly impacts the overall strength of their departments. Zhou Hongfu's eyes immediately focused on Ling Zhan, who was still standing in the ring, his old eyes gleaming with anticipation. He announced loudly, Ling Zhan, first, congratulations on becoming the top of this freshman speed trial. If you choose the Battle Academy, I will personally be your mentor and present you with an Agrade elixir, the Fire Fusion Pill. The Fire Fusion Pill is an Agrade Eternal type pill. Upon consumption, it permanently boosts the damage of one's fire-based magic skills by 30. As soon as the old headmaster mentioned this condition, the new students were astonished, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at Ling Zhan. In this world where the game has become reality, Eternal type pills are extremely rare. Even acquiring a Agrade pill is difficult, not to mention an Agrade pill that permanently enhances attributes. In contrast, there are temporary type pills, which have short-lived effects and are mainly used in everyday dungeon strategy. Eternal type pills are so precious not only because of their permanent enhancement effects, but also due to the rarity of their formulas and ingredients. Even a Agrade Eternal type pill formula is cherished by master alchemists, let alone the Agrade Fire Fusion pill. It's likely that Zhou Hongfu paid a huge price to have a god-tier alchemist craft it. Hearing this condition, Ling Zhan's eyes brightened, clearly intrigued. At that moment, the headmaster of the Magic Academy, Li Manshun, couldn't sit still. He immediately offered even more generous conditions, a Minghui pill, a Thunderbolt pill, and an Agrade unrestricted magic skill book. This announcement once again caused the students to gasp. The Minghui pill and Thunderbolt pill are both Agrade Eternal type pills, permanently increasing intelligence and agility attributes by 20 each. The later these pills are consumed, the better the effect, because the higher the base attributes, the greater the increase. Coupled with an Agrade unrestricted magic skill book, this offer was truly astonishing. The students marveled at the Magic Academy's wealth, living up to its reputation as the richest among the 5 major academies. They discussed the characteristics of the mage profession: fragile, requiring quality armor, consuming a lot of potions, and needing a team to support them in battle. Because of this, many mages take up alchemy as a secondary profession to earn money. Faced with Li Manchuan's generous offer, the Shadow Academy's headmaster, Han Xiao, and the Prayer Academy's headmaster, Luo Yang, fell silent. Only Wang Shi, the headmaster of the Art Academy, seemed conflicted, as if about to make a difficult decision. Just as Ling Zhan was about to nod in agreement, Wang Shi suddenly shouted, "Wait!" All eyes instantly focused on the usually inconspicuous headmaster. He looked at Ling Zhan with a meaningful expression and asked, "Ling Zhan, have you ever heard of the blood of omnipotence?" This question left the students puzzled, not understanding what the blood of omnipotence was. However, the expressions of the other headmasters and teachers on the stage changed dramatically, indicating that they were not unfamiliar with the name. Most freshmen, including Ling Zhan, are completely unaware of the blood of omnipotence. However, when this artifact is mentioned, the expressions of prodigies from prestigious families like Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, and Gao Yao change dramatically, mirroring those of the dean and teachers. A hint of seriousness flashes in their eyes because they know that the blood of omnipotence does not originate from an ordinary secret realm, but from the Wanma Abyss, one of the 4 forbidden lands. Hundreds of years ago, a game became reality, and cataclysm swept through. Secret realms shattered, and the world's landscape was turned upside down. Various races struggled to defend their territories against the tide of monsters emerging from these realms. Even today, despite the increased strength of all races, they remain on the defensive. All of this is due to the existence of the 4 forbidden lands. The first forbidden land, Wanma Abyss, lies on the border between the Dragon Kingdom and Ross Country. It is home to the terrifying demon tribe and is classified as a calamity-level threat. Hundreds of years ago, it descended upon the Grassland Nation, wiping out its entire population in just one day. The Dragon Kingdom's ruler and the Ross Emperor urgently convened a joint meeting, each dispatching 5 SS-level teams to investigate. Ultimately, only 2 teams returned with valuable intelligence. All secret realm monsters in the Dragon Kingdom and Ross Country were subservient to this terrifying place. The second forbidden land, Takamagara, is situated east of Fusan Country. It is the domain of the 100 Ghost tribe, and is also considered a calamity-level threat. On the day it descended, the Ghost Lord led the 100 ghosts to sweep across Fusang, nearly destroying the nation in 3 days. The ruler of Fusang was forced to humbly seek aid from the Free Federation. Even with reinforcements, they continued to suffer defeats under the Ghost Lord's onslaught. Suddenly, the Ghost Lord inexplicably halted the attack and withdrew to the eastern island. This unexpected turn left the Fusang ruler in shock, prompting an immediate request for the Free Federation to station troops as a safeguard against another invasion by the 100 ghosts. To this day, little ghosts from Takamagara continue to harass Fusang's borders, slaughtering citizens at will. Ironically, the ruler behaves like a coward, lacking the courage to even fight the little ghosts, leaving them unchecked. Ultimately, it was the freelance strong individuals from the populace who formed the Ghost Extermination Team, bravely standing up to repel the invading ghosts. Now, the Ghost Extermination Team is gaining fame in Fusang, rivaling the authority of the ruler. The third Forbidden Land, the Devil's Nest, is located south of the Free Federation. It is the domain of the Demon Tribe, and is also ranked as a calamity-level threat. However, this secret realm is the most mysterious of all. After its descent, there was no mass slaughter, and even the presence of demons is hard to trace. The Free Federation has sent more than 20 SS-level teams to investigate, some of which have met with complete annihilation. The results of the expedition into the Forbidden Zones were astonishing. Some teams returned safely, even bringing back valuable demon profession change books, with the succubus profession being particularly noteworthy. However, the fate of other teams was chilling. They either lost their sanity or became fanatical demon followers, their eyes gleaming with zeal. Notably, a formidable new force has emerged in the Free Federation, the Demon Advocates. This organization venerates the Demon Nest as the abode of heavenly truth, and its members are exclusively demon-class professionals. Their presence has stirred a clandestine unrest within the Federation. The fourth Forbidden Zone, the Terrifying Mountains, is named aptly to instill fear. It lies at the border between the Orc King's court and the Elven Kingdom, acting as a natural barrier between the two races. The origin of this Forbidden Zone dates back several centuries, when a mysterious realm suddenly manifested in this area. What makes the Terrifying Mountains unique is that no one has ever witnessed any monsters there. Yet, elite teams sent by both the Orc King's court and the Elven Kingdom have invariably been annihilated, with not a single piece of information making it back. This eerie silence is more terrifying than any known danger. To this day, the Terrifying Mountains stand imposingly, yet no one dares to venture there lightly, and its truth remains an unsolved enigma. Among the 4 Forbidden Zones, the Terrifying Mountains are renowned for their mystery, while the Demon Nest is noted for its uniqueness. The Abyss of Demons is currently the most understood Forbidden Zone by various races, as it offers frequent monster activity, providing ample opportunities for researchers to observe. According to the latest intelligence, killing purple-named monsters in the Abyss of Demons offers a high chance of obtaining the precious Omniblood item. However, one must not underestimate the strength of these purple-named elite monsters. In terms of combat power, these elite monsters are comparable to a human's 4th-turn powerhouse. Successfully defeating one of these elite monsters in the Abyss of Demons requires the concerted effort of at least 2 SS-level teams. As for the red-named monsters in the Forbidden Zones, the advice from the Dragon Nation to all expedition teams is summed up in one word: run. This simple yet powerful warning underscores the terrifying nature of these monsters. Even the most elite teams are left with no choice but to flee when confronted with them. If you encounter them, just run. Save as many as you can. This isn't cowardice. It's the only wise choice when facing the red-named monsters of the Forbidden Land. For centuries, only 5 red-named monsters have appeared in the Demon Abyss, each with the terrifying power to destroy small nations. It took the combined forces of various races to barely defeat one, at a tremendous cost. It was an earth-shattering battle. For the first time, Dragon Nation and Ross Nation issued a global call, urging countries to temporarily set aside their differences and dispatch their strongest warriors to form dozens of SS-ranked teams. On the Dark Sun Plains, they engaged in a desperate fight against the 5 red-named monsters and their endless minions. The battle was brutal. In the end, only a dozen out of 50 SS-ranked teams survived, while SS and S-ranked teams suffered heavy casualties. A-ranked teams weren't even qualified to participate, although they managed to kill one red-named monster, leaving the others severely wounded but escaping. This victory was nothing short of a Pyrrhic one. All major races, humans, vampires, giants, elves, orcs, and others were not spared, all suffering significant losses in strength. This battle not only exposed the terrifying nature of the Forbidden Land's elite monsters, but also sparked a chilling thought. If one day the bosses of the 4 Forbidden Lands united and descended, would the races face the threat of extinction? However, these alarming details were tightly sealed by nations and never made public. Only those with extensive connections and top-tier warriors were privy to these shocking secrets. For ordinary people, such information would only cause panic, hence it was deliberately concealed. It was against this little-known backdrop that when Wang Shi presented the blood of omniscience as a condition, the other deans and teachers were so shocked. They understood the incredible value and potential enormous risk behind it. Ling Zhan stood on the stage, his gaze sweeping across the crowd below, his expression calm. Wang Shi smiled and spoke with an unhurried voice. Ling Zhan, you don't need to know the origin of the all-purpose blood. Just know that its value far exceeds the conditions offered by the previous two deans. For an unattached individual without a profession, it's a treasure that is almost impossible to come by. Wang Shi turned to Teacher Zhong beside him and said softly, "Please, Teacher Zhong, display the information on the public screen for everyone to see." Teacher Zhong nodded in agreement and tapped gently on the control panel. Instantly, the screen that had been displaying the leaderboard flickered and the data vanished. Replacing it was a striking item description. All-purpose blood S, a transcendent potion that allows one to break through the limitations of bloodline rules. As soon as this information appeared, a murmur spread through the crowd below. Most students displayed unimpressed expressions, and some even sneered. That's it. This level label is certainly intimidating, but its effect is quite underwhelming. If it were up to me, I'd still choose Dean Li Manchuan's offer. Breaking through bloodline limits. Doesn't that mean being able to learn other races' bloodline talents? It's useless. Those talents are already deeply guarded secrets. How would you even obtain them? The students' reactions were expected. After all, they had already chosen their professions, and even breaking through bloodline limits wouldn't allow them to switch to rare professions of other races. Moreover, bloodline talents are closely guarded secrets among the races, not easily acquired. Take the Shinnong's innate talent. For example, it's immensely powerful. But to fully harness its potential, it requires a substantial foundation of eternal-type elixirs. Want to mass-produce them with a god-level alchemist? Sure, but can you find enough materials? The ingredients for eternal-type elixirs are rare and precious, and without them, even the most skilled alchemist is helpless. The supreme figure who rose to power thanks to the Shinnong talent certainly benefited from it, but his personal abilities were undeniably exceptional. However, his talent value was reportedly only 55, which is rather low. Thus, for the students present, the all-purpose blood seemed somewhat underwhelming. For those who had already transitioned into prestigious professions like Zhu Yaoguang and Ji Wuming, it was utterly useless. Yet, they were all certain that Ling Zhan would choose the Academy of Techniques. The reason was simply he was an unattached individual without a profession. It's well known that certain professions in this world have bloodline requirements. For example, Ji Wuming's bloodthirsty warrior requires one to be of the vampire race. Similarly, higher demon professions require consuming demon blood to become part of the demon race before transitioning. However, lower demon professions like succubus or wraith butcher don't require such bloodline transformations. In addition, there's the existence of bloodline talents. For instance, Ji Wuming's perception was previously suppressed, relying on his bloodline talent, hot blood perception, which senses Ling Zhan's blood temperature to determine his location. The giant race has the power of rage bloodline talent, which significantly enhances their strength. The elf race possesses natural affinity, which allows them to draw on natural forces to enhance themselves or assist teammates. Of course, each race's bloodline talents are not singular but varied, with different levels of hierarchy. These details will be elaborated on later. In other words, if Ling Zhan were to consume the all-purpose blood, with this ability, he could break free from the limitations of his bloodline, gaining access to the rare skills and innate talents of all races. A flicker of excitement flashed in Ling Zhan's eyes as he recalled the extraordinary powers granted by the system, filling his heart with endless possibilities. The enhancement brought by the Omni Blood far surpassed what a few pills could achieve. Ling Zhan took a deep breath and said without hesitation, "Thank you, Dean Wang, for your kindness. I am willing to choose the Academy of Arcane Arts." With Ling Zhan's choice, the new student selection trial finally came to an end. Only the top 50 prodigies were actively sought after by the deans. Zhu Yaoguang, Su Rou, and Qin Can entered the Shadow Academy. Ji Wuming and Gao Yao chose the Combat Academy. Qi Baiyu and Guo Tianzhou joined the Prayer Academy, while Huang Bai and Qian Ming were recruited by the Magic Academy. Notably, among the top 50, and even the top 400 prodigies, not a single one chose the Academy of Arcane Arts, except for Ling Zhan, who made this unprecedented choice. Many prodigies speculated privately, believing Ling Zhan's decision to choose the Academy of Arcane Arts solely because of the Omni Blood was short-sighted. They thought that with his extraordinary combat intuition, joining any other academy would offer him greater advancement opportunities. Choosing a department focused on theoretical guidance might hinder his growth. Amidst the crowd's confusion, Dean Wang on the podium cheerfully waved and said, "Students, come over here." Clearly, successfully recruiting Ling Zhan, a versatile combat genius, into his department put him in a good mood. Ling Zhan led the way to the stage, followed by other students who also chose the Academy of Arcane Arts. The new students looked at Ling Zhan with curiosity, admiration, and awe. Among them, the lowest ranked was last, and the best ranked was only 423rd. They couldn't understand why such a formidable figure would choose this perpetually bottom-ranked academy. Dean Wang turned to a quiet female teacher beside him and said, "Teacher Li, since everyone is here, let's go." The quiet female teacher gently raised her hand, and bright formation patterns appeared beneath everyone's feet. The light of the teleportation array enveloped them all, and a feeling of weightlessness hit as their figures instantly vanished from the podium. When the light returned, Ling Zhan and the others found themselves standing at the entrance of a grand and magnificent academy. Even the lowest-ranked Academy of Arcane Arts boasted architecture that was truly awe-inspiring. The entire academy resembles a medieval castle, with its ancient stone walls and spire-topped towers exuding an aura of mystery. As Mr. Li led the other students around for a tour, Ling Zhan was called aside by Wang Shi. This special treatment did not incite jealousy among the other students. They merely looked at Ling Zhan with envy. In this world where strength reigns supreme, it is an accepted rule that the strong naturally receive preferential treatment. Ling Zhan followed Wang Shi through the dim corridors, eventually reaching the top floor of the main teaching building. As they walked, torches on either side lit up automatically, as if guiding their way. Finally, they stopped in front of a gigantic crystal door. Flanking the door stood two three-meter-tall skeletal guards, clad in heavy armor and wielding massive axes that gleamed with a cold light. Even in death, these skeletons exuded a chilling aura of menace. Ling Zhan couldn't help but feel a shiver of caution. In Wang Shi's hand, a finely crafted crystal staff appeared out of thin air. Without any incantation, he simply waved it lightly. Instantly, the eye sockets of the skeletons glowed with a crimson light, as if brought back to life. They turned to face the crystal door, their bony claws lightly touching its surface, instantly activating a complex array of magical patterns. These patterns interlocked and rotated like intricate gears, eventually producing a soft click as the crystal door slowly opened. Ling Zhan's eyes flickered with surprise. He immediately recognized this as the work of a necromancer. However, he knew that the strength of the dean before him was far beyond this display. Ling Zhan considered using his appraisal ability to uncover more, but he also understood that as a low-level figure, he couldn't hope to glean information about such a high-level powerhouse. His display would likely show nothing but a series of question marks. "Let's go," Wang Shi said calmly, stepping through the door first. Ling Zhan took a deep breath and followed closely behind, stepping into the unknown space beyond. This was an old but spacious house, and the overwhelming smell of dust was completely different from the grandeur Ling Zhan had imagined. As he looked around, he realized it resembled more of a neglected warehouse, with shelves filled with various items, all covered in a thick layer of dust. However, Ling Zhan quickly noticed something unique about this warehouse. All the items were arranged in a perfectly symmetrical manner, almost obsessively so. Every item on one shelf had an identical counterpart on the opposite shelf, positioned with exact precision. Ling Zhan's gaze shifted to Dean Wang, and he was surprised to see the same symmetry reflected in the elder's appearance. The creases in his suit, the spacing of his steps, and even the parting of his hair were all meticulously symmetrical, to the point of absurdity. This extreme attention to detail made Dean Wang appear somewhat comical, and Ling Zhan couldn't help but wonder if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. Wang Shi seemed oblivious to Ling Zhan's scrutiny and led him straight to the center of the room. There, a plain bottle was quietly placed. Wang Shi casually picked up the bottle and tossed it to Ling Zhan without hesitation. "This is the omnipotent blood," Wang Shi said nonchalantly. "Just drink it, don't worry about any side effects. Think of it as a beverage." Ling Zhan was momentarily speechless, finding it hard to believe that this glass extraordinary drug could be treated so casually. Seeing his confusion, Wang Shi explained, "Although it's a class drug, it's useless for those who have already transitioned. It's only used by noble families when cultivating rare professions. For us, it's more of a symbol of power." With that, Wang Shi glanced around the warehouse, a look of relieved satisfaction appearing on his face. "The warehouse is much tidier now," he murmured, then retrieved a sealed document from a built-in space and tossed it to Ling Zhan just as casually. "This file should answer your questions. All right, you can go back and rest. Class resumes, as usual tomorrow." Ling Zhan was stunned, not expecting the matter to end so simply. But, disliking trouble, he made a straightforward exit. After watching Ling Zhan leave, Wang Shi went to the door, where the reserved teacher Li was already waiting. "Captain, you're just letting him go?" Teacher Li asked, the title shifting from dean to captain. Wang Shi chuckled and retorted, "What else? Invite him for a meal." The two then discussed how to teach someone as talented as Ling Zhan, concluding that his combat style was too versatile for conventional guidance to be effective. After leaving the teaching building, Ling Zhan was about to order a meal when he suddenly received a system notification. He had completed a challenge task and obtained the god-level skill, Light Leap, and a rare treasure chest. Ling Zhan carefully examined the new skill, Light Leap S, which consumes a large amount of mana and allows 3 superluminal long-distance displacements within a minute, each up to 1,500 meters, ignoring most obstacles. This skill made Ling Zhan's eyes light up, thinking, another powerful offensive and defensive skill added to his arsenal. After reading the description of the divine displacement skill, Ling Zhan was overjoyed inside, but outwardly, he maintained a calm demeanor. The surrounding freshmen cast curious glances at him, as the title of the top freshman was undoubtedly a noticeable label. Suppressing his inner excitement, Ling Zhan walked steadily back to the dormitory area. As soon as he reached the entrance of the villa area, rows of small robots came into view. They were busily carrying various suitcases back and forth, the work of skilled engineers. In this prestigious school, students' daily lives have become highly intelligent. From ordering meals and doing laundry to running errands, intelligent robots or contracted spirits are everywhere. Of course, these services require Tianyan points. Ling Zhan flipped through the freshman handbook, quickly browsing the school's basic information. The Tianyan list, jokingly referred to by students as the wealth list, requires these points for almost all activities, whether forging, enchanting, or trading items. It is like the universal currency of this world, and naturally, the top of the Tianyan list is the wealthiest in the school. The school's efficiency is really high, Ling Zhan marveled, watching the diligent intelligent robots. They arranged the dormitory move right after the results came out. His residence changed from 015 to 001, while Zhu Yaowan's room remained at 002. Not far away, the top 100 prodigies were gathered, including Qian Ming, Su Rou, and Guo Tianjiu, but Ling Zhan had no desire to join them and went directly to his new dormitory. Upon entering, Ling Zhan couldn't wait to open the system space. System, open the rare treasure chest. With a soft sound, the system notification chimed. Ding, rare treasure chest opened. Congratulations, you have acquired the A-level universal skill disrobe technique. Ling Zhan carefully read the skill description. Disrobe technique A, consuming mana, grants the divine hand disrobing state. When touching the target, it can instantly remove all their weapons, armor, and clothing. The note's detailed usage restrictions. It can only be used on targets no more than 10 levels higher than the user, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. The divine hand disrobing state lasts for 60 seconds and can be toggled on and off at will. Seeing this skill, the corner of Ling Zhan's mouth twitched. What the heck is this disrobe technique? He scoffed internally. Is the system planning for me to undress monsters on the battlefield? Despite this, Ling Zhan had to admit that the skill had its unique advantages. Whether against people or monsters, it could be extremely effective. Although the method seemed somewhat underhanded, overall, he was satisfied with the reward, especially with the divine displacement skill Light Leap, which was extremely practical for initiating, dodging, or escaping. After collecting the rewards, Ling Zhan took out a vial containing the blood of omniscience. He gently uncorked it, took a sniff, and found no scent. Bracing himself, he tilted his head back and swallowed the liquid in one go. Apart from a slight bitterness, there was nothing special. But soon, Ling Zhan felt his blood flow momentarily slow, then return to normal. Dean Wang's words were not without reason. The potion indeed seemed as innocuous as a beverage. Ling Zhan drained the contents of the bottle in one go, then took out the mysterious sealed document and began to study it intently. For him, uncovering the truth of this world was of utmost importance. The document's contents were astounding, and Ling Zhan's expression shifted constantly as he read. Once he finished, the document disintegrated into dust and scattered with the wind. Clearly, this crucial file was enchanted to self-destruct once read. The following 2 weeks unfolded with unexpected calm for Ling Zhan. The instructors at the Art of Magic Academy had braced themselves for intellectual duels with this prodigious student. After all, both high school and college encouraged students to challenge their teachers, much like Qian Ming's bold confrontation with Dean Zhou during the freshman speed trial. Of course, such challenges needed to be based on reason and evidence rather than baseless provocation. To everyone's surprise, however, Ling Zhan was remarkably well behaved. In class, regardless of the tactical theories or guidance presented by the teachers, he never stood to argue. Instead, Ling Zhan diligently took notes, presenting an image of docility and harmlessness. In stark contrast, other academy classrooms were often filled with heated debates. Students and teachers engaged in spirited arguments, sometimes escalating to the point where teachers, suppressing their powers, would face off against students in simulated mystical realms. While neighboring academies buzzed with excitement, the Art of Magic Academy remained peaceful, as if ready to break into song at any moment. Even during practical training, Ling Zhan maintained this unexpectedly serene demeanor. He listened intently to every piece of guidance and completed each exercise earnestly, showing none of the arrogance he had displayed when he kicked Qian Ming or pummeled Ji Wuming. This unusual behavior sparked curiosity and speculation among many. Some believed Ling Zhan was lying low, while others wondered if he was facing some difficulties. Regardless, the humility and focus exhibited by the once demonic prodigy were truly eye-opening. The teacher said, "Ling Zhan, in this situation, you must use this skill to respond." Ling Zhan nodded respectfully, his eyes shining with understanding. "Yes, teacher. I believe your guidance is correct." Hearing this, the teacher smiled with satisfaction. This young student was not only exceptionally talented, but also humble and eager to learn. Seeing Ling Zhan's respectful demeanor, other students from the Academy of Magic Guidance dared not act impulsively, fearing to stand out. They silently thought to themselves, "You're not saying anything, so neither will I." Meanwhile, the situation at neighboring academies was quite different. A teacher was patiently advising a student, "In such dangerous situations, I think you should." However, the student impatiently interrupted, "I don't care what you think. I care what I think." The teacher's expression darkened instantly. The dispute between teacher and student quickly escalated into a heated conflict. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, all the academies were preparing for the upcoming Secret Realm training. They focused primarily on establishing some foundational theories and conducting basic practical assessments, without officially starting the real Secret Realm training. The reason for not launching comprehensive teaching was that a batch of important students had yet to arrive. These students were outstanding individuals from various races and countries. Faced with a cataclysm capable of destroying all races, cooperation and mutual assistance among different races and nations were essential to overcome the crisis. Today marked the arrival of students from various races at the Tianyan Academy. The school held a grand welcome ceremony. Ling Zhan, observing intently from the audience, scrutinized these students from other races. In his previous life, he had only seen these races in anime and games. Now, seeing them in person, he finally resolved a long-standing curiosity. Beast-eared girls indeed have ears only on top of their heads, with no human ears on the sides, and their skin is smooth and fair. After the welcome ceremony, these prodigious students from various races began choosing the academy they would attend. After understanding the characteristics of each academy, the result was unsurprising. 90 of the non-human students chose the other 4 academies, while only a handful opted for the Academy of Magic Guidance. However, the familiar scene played out once again. After choosing their academies, a new student from the orc race, which admired strength, stepped forward. With a fervent expression, he loudly proclaimed, "Which academy has the strongest human freshman? Come and spar with me." When the burly orc freshman shouted those words, the dean and teachers remained as calm as ever. It was as if this scene was a fixed script for the start of the school year, and they were long accustomed to it. On the square, representatives from various races stood in neat rows, each exuding their unique aura. On the far left was Hel from the vampire clan, with his handsome western features, pale green eyes, and alabaster skin, all emanating a chilling aura. Following him was Temulus of the orc clan, with his green skin stretched over bulging muscles, 2 tusks protruding from his mouth as he crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze full of pride and fervor. Anna from the elf clan was undoubtedly the center of attention. Her flawless face, silky golden hair, and pointed ears peeked through, while her blue-patterned, form-fitting gown highlighted her curvaceous figure, drawing frequent glances from the male students. The dwarf representative was a little girl named Charlotte, with tan skin and a petite frame. Her messy short hair framed a cute face as she stood with hands on hips, exuding an air of feigned arrogance. In addition, there were representatives from the dragonkin, catfolk, centaur, lizardfolk, and satyr clans, among other demi-human races. Even the demon clan, born from consuming demon blood, sent a representative. They hailed from various Western universities. Furthermore, exchange students from Fusang and Goryeo were part of this diverse ensemble. Among the Fusang students were onmyoji, ninjas, samurai, and some common professional players. Goryeo, known as the birthplace of the thief profession, had exchange students primarily comprising thieves, with a few assassins. Despite the language differences among the races, the universal language parsing skill allowed everyone to understand each other. The speeches from representatives of various races and countries had concluded, filled with the usual pleasantries, yet still tinged with arrogance. This attitude wasn't surprising, as in this world, humans seem to be inherently at a disadvantage. Other races not only transitioned into professions normally, but also had the option to choose unique professions due to their special bloodlines. During the era of interracial conflicts, humans were often the most looked down upon. In the eyes of these races, humans lacked bloodline talents, which was seen as a sign of lowly lineage. They believed that bloodlines were a noble gift from the heavens, and even within their own tribes, those who failed to awaken their bloodline talents were met with rejection and disdain. At this moment, the representatives of various races watched with interest as the orc freshman issued his challenge. They were eager to see the strength of this year's top human freshman. "Where's your best human? Step up, I want to challenge them. Don't be cowards." The orc freshman grew increasingly excited, his voice full of provocation. He continued to showcase his strong muscles and imposing physique to everyone, as if he could already envision his victory. It seemed to highlight his noble orc lineage. However, at this moment, all the human freshmen looked at him with a peculiar sense of pity. Whispered conversations rippled through the crowd like waves. Do you think this guy will get an arrow in the butt or the balls? One voice quietly mocked. I bet 100 points on the Tianyan rankings it'll be his butt, another replied. No, I think his eyes will be blinded by a flash, a third voice chimed in. Later, remember to cover your eyes in advance so you don't get blinded by that rascal. This exchange left the orc freshman feeling bewildered. A flicker of confusion crossed his beastly eyes. I've provoked you. Shouldn't you be indignantly stepping up to fight me? Why are you looking at me with such pity? Just as this orc freshman was about to go mad with confusion, a nonchalant voice finally broke the strange atmosphere. All right, stop calling. I'm here. In an instant, representatives of the various races on the main stage turned their gazes towards the source of the voice with scrutiny and curiosity. However, in the next second, their brows furrowed collectively. What met their eyes was not the formidable figure they expected, but an extremely ordinary boy. This boy had neither a towering and imposing physique nor an aura that commanded attention, blending into the background almost effortlessly. The representatives exchanged glances, clearly disappointed. They had initially thought that the girl with silver hair and delicate features was the true protagonist. After all, since they took the stage, they had noticed the striking silver-haired girl among the humans below. Their bloodline instincts told them that this silver-haired girl was not simple and was likely the strongest among the human freshmen. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks. The one who stood up was such an unremarkable, ordinary boy. While everyone was still processing this unexpected turn, the orc freshman had already started moving. His mountain-like, massive body slowly advanced towards Ling Zhan, with each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. This orc freshman stood a full 2.5 meters tall, far surpassing the average height of just over 2 meters for ordinary orcs, and even more imposing than some well-developed three-meter orcs. His presence was so overwhelming that it overshadowed the ordinary boy who had just stepped forward. Although Ling Zhan stood at an impressive 1.8 meters, which was considered tall among humans, he appeared somewhat short next to the burly orc freshman. Just as the orc was about to make a mocking remark, Ling Zhan raised his hand to signal him to keep quiet, leaving no room for the orc to speak. He then turned to Mr. Li beside him, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Mr. Li, please activate the arena. Mr. Li, well accustomed to Ling Zhan's demeanor, raised his hand without a word. Instantly, the ground in the plaza began to shake violently. Within seconds, a massive arena arose from the earth, far larger than the one used for the freshman speed trial, capable of accommodating dozens for simultaneous combat. The sight left the new students from various races puzzled. Why was such a grand arena necessary for a duel between just two freshmen? However, those familiar with Ling Zhan's character, particularly the human freshmen, were wide-eyed, thinking to themselves, could he be planning to? Before the thought could conclude, Ling Zhan had already leaped onto the arena. Standing in the center, his gaze was intense, scanning the representatives from each race. His usually harmless face was now replaced with an aloof demeanor, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Suddenly, Ling Zhan's voice thundered across the venue. Don't waste my time. All of you, come at me together. This declaration caused an uproar. The representatives from various races and the human freshmen were left stunned by his audacious words. Shocked murmurs filled the air. Arrogant. This human is too arrogant. How dare he? Challenging all the representatives at once. What profession is he? Where does he get such confidence? Yet, in contrast to the shock of other races, the human freshman responded with surprising calm. If anyone else had made such a statement, they might have been taken aback. But since it was Ling Zhan, it was entirely expected. To them, this was typical of Ling Zhan's approach, perfectly reasonable. For Ling Zhan, who had read countless online novels in his previous life, such a cliched plot twist was entirely expected. The title of the top human freshman brought not only glory, but also endless trouble. Ling Zhan knew well that to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. His achievements were bound to attract challenges from the elites of other races. Ling Zhan had already devised a strategy in his mind. In this world where strength reigns supreme, avoidance would only label him a coward. Only by confronting challenges hidden and overwhelming opponents with sheer strength could he silence the skeptics. Thus, while maintaining a low profile, Ling Zhan once again revealed his sharp edge. Let all the representatives come at me together. Ling Zhan's challenge echoed boldly through the exchange hall. The elites from various races were momentarily stunned, as it was their first time encountering such an audacious challenge. Their reactions varied, but most carried negative emotions. The vampire Hurl sneered, eyes full of disdain. The elf representative Anna gently touched her lips, revealing a meaningful smile. The dwarf representative Charlotte clenched her small fists, eager to engage. Other representatives either looked down on him or mocked him, each with different expressions. However, among the gathered elites, The majority maintained the dignity of the strong, disdaining to bully with numbers. Yet, there are always exceptions. Representatives from Fusang and Goryeo exchanged glances and surprisingly agreed to Ling Zhan's challenge. Soon, 30 freshmen took the stage. Fusang sent 8 onmyoji for ninjas and 3 samurai, while Goryeo's were all thieves. Seeing this, the other elites exchanged looks, a knowing expression in their eyes. Years of encounters had given them a deep understanding of the human country's characteristics. The people of Longwo were courteous and tactful, yet possessed an indomitable spirit. The Free Federation's people were self-important, arrogant, and fond of double standards. The sun never sets empire's people appeared graceful, but their true nature was different. Only Fusang and Goryeo were universally disliked by the other representatives. Outwardly righteous, they were secretly treacherous. Employing despicable means to achieve their goals, they were disgustingly shameless. Ling Zhan looked at the 30 eager opponents before him, a cold smile playing on his lips. This battle was destined to be spectacular. They are capable of using numbers to overwhelm their opponents, which is considered standard practice by the prodigies of various races. Ling Zhan, as the top freshman among humans, now faces a difficult decision. On stage, 30 exchange students from different countries are eyeing him with intense focus, each exuding an intimidating presence. Ling Zhan's gaze swept over the challengers, and a brilliant smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Although it seemed friendly, this smile sent a shiver down the spines of Ji Wuming, Qian Ming, and Gao Yao, who were watching from below. They knew Ling Zhan too well and understood what that smile signified. A human freshman who appreciated good looks couldn't resist warning the handsome and beautiful elves. You might want to be ready to cover your eyes later. However, this well-intentioned warning only resulted in puzzled looks from the elf freshman. Not far away, the orc freshman who had previously declared he would challenge Ling Zhan could only sit on the ground, hugging his legs and watching the scene unfold with wide eyes. His simple demeanor stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere around him. A human freshman approached the big guy, patted his shoulder, and whispered, "Hey big guy, make sure to remind your buddies to close their eyes later." Yet, this friendly reminder was met with nothing but a confused blink from the orc. Seeing that the prodigies of other races weren't taking their warnings seriously, the human freshman could only shrug helplessly and abandon any further attempts to warn them. Meanwhile, on the podium, 5 deans were on high alert. They had initially thought this exchange would be a mere formality, never expecting the situation to escalate to this point. The dean's expressions showed both concern for the unfolding events and curiosity about what was about to happen. The atmosphere in the venue instantly became tense, with everyone's eyes focused on Ling Zhan, waiting to see how this top human freshman would handle such an unprecedented challenge. In the past, it was customary for the new students from the Dragon Nation and representatives of other races to engage in only brief, symbolic exchanges. However, this time, Ling Zhan made a shocking move right from the start. Dean Wang Shi, well aware of Ling Zhan's character, observed, "This young man intends to seize this opportunity to crush all the champions from various races, completely severing their arrogance and prejudice against him. This way, he can avoid future troubles from this short-sighted group." Upon hearing this, the other deans nodded in understanding. Zhou Hongfu sighed and added, "Let's just hope this young one shows some restraint, considering the implications for both nations." The atmosphere on the stage was tense. Xiao Shiba and Xiao Ba Jie exchanged looks of disdain, clearly having their own conflicts. But at this moment, they had a common goal: to give this arrogant newcomer from the Dragon Nation a good beating. They aimed to trample on the dignity of the Dragon Nation Academy. Teacher Li surveyed the exchange students from the 2 countries with a cold gaze and asked calmly, "Is everyone ready?" "Hey, we are ready." Ready indeed. With the command to take their positions, Teacher Li began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. The match began in an instant. The onmyoji from Fusang Nation traced symbols in the air with their fingers, chanting spells to summon spirits. Meanwhile, ninjas wielding shurikens and samurais gripping their swords used burst skills to close in on Ling Zhan with rapid movements. The thieves from Gali Nation were even more agile, moving faster than the exchange students from Fusang Nation. These champions came lightly equipped, without armor, carrying only their primary weapons. They believed that 30 champions ganging up on one person required no further preparation. Sheer firepower and encirclement tactics would quickly ensure victory. However, their expectations were likely to be dashed. None of them noticed the tiny insects quietly crawling over Ling Zhan's fingertips. The thief profession is similar to an assassin, both relying on agility and critical hit attributes. However, a thief's attack power is not as strong as an assassin's, but they compensate with unique support abilities. 2 signature skills of a thief are attribute stealing and attribute giving, which make the thief a support-oriented class. Attribute stealing is a level single-target skill that consumes mana to summon an invisible hand. When the invisible hand touches the target, it can steal 15 of the target's total attributes. This skill is ineffective against targets more than 10 levels higher than the user, can be upgraded with skill points, and lasts for 60 seconds. Attribute Giving is a complementary level single target skill, also consuming mana, allowing the stolen attributes to be given to an ally. It can only be used after successfully stealing attributes, and all allied targets can receive the gift. The attributes last for 60 seconds and cannot be stacked with additional steals. In addition to these, thieves possess powerful support skills like group stealth, group stealing, and appropriation. As a profession unique to Goryeo, no other countries have purchased skill books related to the thief. Conversely, Goryeo desires to acquire skill books for unique professions from other countries, such as the Taoist, fortune teller, and Jeet Kyun Do practitioner from the Dragon Country, the Onmyoji and ninja from Fusang, and the demon-related professions from the Free Federation. However, out of fear of their own unique professions being stolen, no country is willing to exchange with Goryeo. At this moment, the situation on the arena is rapidly changing. The exchange student from Goryeo, using exceptional agility, quickly approaches Ling Zhan, and several thieves have successfully activated attribute stealing, with invisible hands reaching toward Ling Zhan. Following closely are the ninjas and samurais from Fusang, who, realizing they can't match the speed of the Goryeo exchange student, immediately change tactics. The ninjas halt and instantly unleash the ninja art, Gale Shuriken, sending several shurikens enveloped in sharp wind blades whistling through the air. The samurais prepare for Iato slash, with their left hand on the scabbard and their right hand gripping the sword hilt, their eyes sharp as blades. With a swish, an invisible blade slices through the air, sweeping towards Ling Zhan. The sudden attack leaves the Goryeo exchange students in shock. Damn it! Treacherous Fusang people. They curse inwardly, caught in a dilemma. Should they endure the attack and continue charging at Ling Zhan, or retreat to save themselves? Almost without hesitation, they opt to retreat. However, just as they prepare to use a displacement skill, they are horrified to find their legs bound by resilient vines, rendering them immobile. It's that new student from the Dragon Country. They curse in their hearts, now trapped between two threats. With the Iato slash and Gale Shuriken attacks imminent, the Goryeo exchange students, having missed the best chance to dodge, brace themselves to endure the assault. In this critical moment, Ling Zhan, who has been standing in the background, reveals a cold, sinister smile. In an instant, the 15 Goryeo exchange students roll their eyes and collapse weakly. Under the horrified gaze of everyone present, the flying blades and shurikens cut through them unobstructed with a series of thud sounds, blood splattering. No, cries the Goryeo exchange student representative on the main stage. He sees clearly that two of his companions have had their necks slashed open. This scene shocks everyone present, including the dean, teachers, and representatives from various countries and ethnicities, as well as the new students below the stage. All faces are filled with disbelief. Someone actually died. Li Manchun, Luo Yang. Zhou Hongfu shouts abruptly. Before his voice fades, the dean of the Prayer Academy, Luo Yang, and the dean of the Magic Academy, Li Manchun, have already appeared on the arena, as if by teleportation. In the sky, a giant, exquisite clock and a towering, sacred green tree appear simultaneously. Time magic, eternal everything. Li Manchun raises his hands high, and a majestic, sacred voice echoes throughout the venue. With a long chime, a mysterious wave spreads out. In an instant, the whole world seems to lose its color, plunging into a black and white realm. Everyone, everything, even the dust in the air, is frozen in time, as if eternally captured. The expressions on everyone's faces are locked in that moment of shock, including the two unfortunate decapitated exchange students, whose faces still bear the look of despair and fear. Can they be saved? Li Manchun turns to Luo Yang inquiringly. As long as death hasn't exceeded 5 seconds, they can be saved, Luo Yang replies calmly. Can't you just rewind time? Li Manchun rubs his bald head and smiles. The cost is too high. Isn't it great to have Dean Luo here? Luo Yang smirks slightly, then raises his hand. The sacred green tree emits 2 crystal-clear leaves. With a gentle wave, the leaves merge into the bodies of the injured. What follows is a miraculous scene. Countless green threads stitch the heads and bodies back together, and life returns to them. Luo Yang then waves his sleeve, covering the other injured Goryeo exchange students, and with a flash of pale green light, their injuries heal instantly. Even more astonishing, these 2 deans perform the entire process without using staffs, completely casting spells without wands. After healing the exchange students' injuries, Luo Yang looks gravely at Ling Zhan, who still wears that sinister, cold smile. This kid has too much of a killing intent. Luo Yang thinks to himself. Li Manchun, who usually seemed harmless, was taken aback by the severity of the situation. Come and take a look at this, Luo Yang called to Li Manchun. As Li approached and examined closely, he discovered that each Korean exchange student had a small white venomous insect on their necks. These insects were so tiny that they were almost invisible unless you looked carefully. It wasn't just the Korean students. The Japanese exchange students had them too. The two deans glanced at the Japanese students and, unsurprisingly, found the same insects hidden in their collars. It seemed that these insects were released when the new students took the stage. No, it must have been when Ling Zhan himself took the stage, as he had a scepter in his hand which he quickly put away. Normally, based on his fighting style, Ling Zhan wouldn't use a weapon right away, Luo Yang noted. This is a beginner skill of a Gu master, the spore swarm, Li Manchun said gravely, folding his arms into his sleeves. These insects, once they bite, release a toxin that isn't lethal but causes severe paralysis and dizziness, making people lose their will. After releasing the toxin, the insects die and turn to dust, carried away by the wind. If we hadn't come to the stage ourselves, we might never have discovered Ling Zhan's methods. Luo Yang sighed. He could have defeated everyone at the beginning, but he chose not to. Instead, he pretended to be surrounded and used the Japanese to attack the Koreans. Was this a spuro-thement decision or a deliberate plan? If it was deliberate, how precise must his understanding of these people's psychology be? How did he know the Japanese and Korean exchange students would attack indiscriminately? Li Manchun shook his head with a wry smile. You ask me, but who can I ask? Ling Zhan's tactics left the two deans uneasy. The intricacy of his manipulation would have gone unnoticed if they hadn't personally inspected the stage. Moreover, they were shocked that a seemingly harmless student could be so ruthless. If they hadn't been present, the Korean students might have died, and the Japanese would have been blamed as the murderers. The surviving Korean students would likely harbor deep resentment against the Japanese. As for Ling Zhan, to outsiders, it would appear he only used a binding vine skill. The venomous insects that rendered the Korean students unconscious vanished without a trace after a single bite. The dean's view of Ling Zhan had completely changed. Let's lift the eternal barrier, Luo Yang said. Li Manchun nodded. In the next moment, there was a crack, and the black and white world shattered, with time resuming its normal flow. What the heck? Someone's hurt. How did this happen, huh? As the barrier was lifted, exclamations followed. Yet, everyone quickly realized that no one on the stage was injured. They recalled Dean Li Manchun's commanding voice just before time froze, and understood that the two deans had intervened. Thankfully, they were saved. The three deans breathed a sigh of relief. However, the atmosphere on the main stage suddenly became tense. Kim Tae-hee, a representative of the Goryeo exchange students, could no longer suppress her anger. Recalling the scene where her two companions nearly lost their lives, she was filled with lingering fear and rage, shouting at the Fusang representative, "Damn you, Fusang!" The Fusang representative, Ida Iori, a beautiful girl in a black and white dress, was pale as a sheet. As an Amyoji, she had never expected such an accident. Facing Kim Tae's fury, she lowered her head in guilt, unable to retort. Kim-san, I am truly sorry. Ida Iori apologized softly, which only provoked an even more intense reaction from Kim Tae-hee. Get out! Kim Tae-hee shouted angrily. If it weren't for the dean's intervention, Goryeo would have lost two elites. Do you think a simple apology can settle this? I, Kim Tae-hee, challenge you, Ida Iori, to a duel. Representatives from various countries and tribes watched the scene unfold with glee, their faces showing schadenfreude. As the tension between the two representatives escalated towards a confrontation, Dean Zhou Hongfu finally intervened with a commanding silence. The whole venue fell silent instantly. Even the proud representatives from different tribes, having witnessed the dean's extraordinary abilities, were left with only awe and respect. After quelling the dispute, Zhou Hongfu turned to Luo Yang and Li Manchun, who were still standing on the platform. Luo Yang calmly addressed the exchange students from the two countries. You may step down now. The exchange students from Fusang and Goryeo glared at each other with resentment as they left the platform. Ling Zhan watched this scene with regret, thinking of the dean's incredible abilities, even being able to save someone who had been decapitated. As Ling Zhan was about to leave the platform, a magical seal suddenly descended, binding him tightly. The audience was in an uproar, everyone stunned by the scene. Li Manchun glared at the innocent-looking Ling Zhan and harshly said, You better behave. You won't be participating in the upcoming intertribal student exchanges. Let Yao Guang take your place. With that, he took the bound Ling Zhan back to the dean's seats. The human freshmen were pleased by this, worried that Ling Zhan might use some astonishing technique in the competition. Meanwhile, the freshmen from other tribes were puzzled, not understanding why the top student of Tianyan Academy was being banned. At this moment, Luo Yang discreetly used a sound transmission technique to whisper a few words to the three deans and all the teachers. Instantly, the expressions of all the deans and teachers changed. As soon as Luo Yang finished speaking, he calmly returned to his seat, allowing the deans and teachers some time to regain their composure. An incident involving life and death during interethnic exchanges is no small matter. Any slight misstep could potentially lead to significant conflicts between nations, or even war. especially when they realized that all of this was orchestrated by Ling Zhan behind the scenes. Their blood pressure soared. At this moment, Ling Zhan, who was tightly bound by magical shackles, was about to ask Dean Li why he was restrained, but immediately understood that his scheme had been uncovered when he saw the reproachful looks from the deans and teachers. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The heroes of the world are indeed not to be underestimated, especially these 5 deans. The time magic of Li Manchun, the dean of the Magic Academy, is extraordinarily outrageous, and the resurrection spell of Luo Yang, the dean of the Prayer Academy, is astonishing, bringing a decapitated person back to life. In the audience, the exchange students from Fusang and Goryeo were on edge, and the atmosphere was tense. Other ethnic representatives were puzzled by the dean's decision to disallow that male student from competing. In their view, if not for the accident, this human male was destined to lose, and the ban might be to avoid embarrassing Dragon Kingdom schools. However, the new human students noticed several suspicious points. Guai Tianjiu said in confusion. I heard from the seniors that in previous years it was always us freshmen who first faced off against the elites of other races. Could it be that the deans are really worried that Ling Zhan would fail and lose face? That's nonsense. Qian Ming interrupted angrily. That scoundrel would lose? I've fought against at least 20 or 30 archers, and I've never seen anyone who could shoot a tracking arrow at someone's rear like him. If it weren't for this incident, these 30 exchange students wouldn't even know how they died. Gao Yao suddenly reminded in a low voice. Do you think that the accident earlier might be related to Ling Zhan, and that's why? Before she could finish, the small group fell silent. Everyone exchanged looks, reading the answer in each other's eyes. The subsequent exchanges were straightforward. When the silver-haired, reedy beauty Zhu Yaoguang took the stage, she sparked a lot of discussion among the exchange students. Many boys eagerly challenged her in hopes of winning her favor. The big guy who had previously provoked Ling Zhan seemed to receive special attention from Zhu Yaoguang, as his tendons were severed. Fortunately, with healers present, these were only minor injuries. After Zhu Yaoguang fought 10 matches and exhausted her mana, Ji Wuming took over. This time, Ji Wuming lived up to his title as the top of the Fengtian province trial list, defeating all the elite representatives from other races. However, when facing the cute dwarf representative with tiger teeth, Charlotte, he could only manage a draw. Following that, Gao Yao, Qi Baiyu, Qian Ming, Su Rou, and other top 100 talents took turns on stage, achieving an overall record of 8 wins and 2 losses. The results of this welcome ceremony humbled many of the elite representatives from other races and proved that the current freshmen of Tianyan Academy were indeed the strongest in history. Meanwhile, Ling Zhan remained restrained throughout, only being released after the ceremony ended. He felt frustrated, not because he wanted to show off, but because he wanted to take this opportunity to completely subdue the elite representatives from other races, so they would act with humility in future interactions, avoiding many cliched conflicts. Although he assured the deans he wouldn't use lethal force again, he was met with skeptical looks, as if they were saying, "Do you really think we believe you?" In the end, the deans made a significant decision. Apart from the final exams, Ling Zhan was prohibited from participating in any internal PvP events or assessments. If fellow freshmen insisted on dueling Ling Zhan, the school would not intervene. As for senior students, they were already prohibited from challenging lower-grade students. Although Ling Zhan was banned from internal competitions, he must participate in the intercollegiate league, where lethal force is allowed, and participants bear the consequences. At dusk, Zhou Hongfu stood up to announce the end of the welcome ceremony. In his speech, he expressed a warm welcome to all visiting representatives and concluded by revealing an important announcement about the National College Freshman Trials. In a month's time, college freshmen will face the annual national trial competition. This year, there has been a significant change in the format. Instead of the traditional individual or team PvP, it will be a more thrilling battle royale mode. Each institution will send 10 elite freshmen to compete, with the competition following a points system. After announcing this news, the elder added, detailed rules will be announced later. The list of participants will be published soon. If there are any objections, you can bring them directly to me. With that, he waved his hand, dismissed. As the meeting concluded, the students went their separate ways. In the days that followed, Ling Zhan's life remained unchanged despite the major announcement. He continued his solitary routine, rarely interacting with others beyond necessary classroom exchanges. In fact, the institution was home to many exceptionally talented students who enjoyed special privileges, allowing them to bypass the daily routine of classes. For instance, Zhu Yaoguang now only studied under Han Xiao, the head of the Shadow Academy, and could choose to attend other classes as she wished. The same applied to Ji Wuming, Gao Yao, Qi Biyu, and others. After all, ordinary classes offered minimal benefits to these prodigies. Representatives of various races also enjoyed such privileges. Among this group of outstanding freshmen, Ling Zhan seemed out of place, attended classes diligently every day, completed system tasks, and trained for 2 hours in a simulation realm each night. For him, the greatest benefit of coming to Tianyin Academy was acquiring skill books and universal blood from foreign professions, requiring him to work doubly hard to master these new skills. In addition to his daily training, Ling Zhan considered enhancing his weapon. There are two main methods for weapon enhancement: forging and enchanting. Forging is more crucial as it can raise the weapon's level, inherent attributes, and enchantment effects. In contrast, enchanting can only bestow fixed attributes on a weapon. The school's point shop offers enchantment scrolls of various levels. Low-level scrolls are inexpensive but have low attributes, with some lacking additional effects. Mid to high-level scrolls have better attributes and additional effects, but come with a lower success rate. Therefore, when obtaining high-level enchanting materials or scrolls, it is best to consult a master enchanter to increase the success rate. Tianyin Academy has such masters, but each enchantment costs 1,000 credits, a significant expense for most freshmen. As for forging, unless one is a blacksmith, they must rely on professional blacksmiths. Unlike enchanting, there are no ready-made tools for forging. Once successfully forged, a weapon's level and inherent attributes are guaranteed to improve, with the enchantment attributes having a chance to be enhanced as well. Ling Zhan glanced at his Pei Zhenqianji ring, a gold-grade piece of equipment that seemed to come alive in his hand, emitting a faint glow. He knew that to stand out in the upcoming trial competition, continuously strengthening himself and his equipment would be crucial. Ling Zhan carefully took out the Qianji ring, examining this magical piece of equipment intently. He softly recited its attributes. Upon equipping, strength 30, intelligence 30, stamina 30, agility 30. Level requirement, level 14. No class restrictions. His gaze lingered on the enchantment effects section, where the current 5 form attributes of the Qianji ring were recorded. Ling Zhan recalled his recent experiences in the Forging Hall and the Enchantment Sanctuary, feeling a bit disheartened. Every time he inquired about the materials needed for forging and enchanting the Qianji ring, the staff would apologetically reply, "Sorry." As soon as the high-grade rare materials arrive, they're immediately snapped up by the top 10 prodigies on the Tianyin ranking. Ling Zhan quickly realized that trying to purchase materials here with Tianyin ranking points was a futile dream. Those wealthy prodigies monopolized the market with high prices, hoarding materials they didn't even truly need, waiting for prices to rise. This scene reminded Ling Zhan of those detestable black market traders from previous games, who monopolized the server's materials and equipment. He sighed helplessly, understanding that his current points could not compete with those wealthy bidders. Since he couldn't enhance his weapon, Ling Zhan decided to focus on gaining experience points. Even though, as an unclassed wanderer, each level up didn't provide many attribute or skill points, he still believed it was the best option for now. At that moment, Ling Zhan remembered the promise made by Zhu Xiaoshan when he arrived at Tianyin Academia bonus, a level resource secret realm. This news rekindled his hope. Perhaps this was the key to overcoming his current predicament. Ling Zhan faced two paths for leveling up: completing dungeon trials or venturing into resource areas. Dungeon trials offered rewards only once, making repeated attempts pointless. The low-level dungeons controlled by the school included the Freshman Speed Trials Millennium Snow Cave and the Lost Village for levels 18 to 22. However, Ling Zhan was only level 16, making him ineligible for these dungeons. Resource areas, on the other hand, were real-world regions controlled by the Tianyin Academy. The outskirts of the Black Flame Mountains were divided into numerous resource zones teeming with monsters. These monsters did not respawn after being killed, so the school strictly regulated student hunting. The academy also enforced hunting bans in various zones to allow monster populations to replenish. Although the monsters reproduced quickly, reaching maturity in a few months, students still needed special permission to hunt. Ling Zhan's designated a level resource area happened to be in a hunting ban period. It was said that a recently graduated senior had left this area after a hunting spree, leaving only a few monsters to repopulate. This left Ling Zhan in a difficult situation with no monsters to hunt. Standing at the edge of the Black Flame Mountains, Ling Zhan gazed at the empty a-level resource area before him, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, seething with frustration and helplessness. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, his voice filled with defeat and resentment. What should have been a land of opportunity now lay as a barren wasteland, silently mocking his powerlessness. The next morning, sunlight bathed the courtyard of Villa Number 1. Ling Zhan had just finished his morning training at the private training ground of his luxurious residence, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. As he was wiping off the sweat with a towel, a sleek silver AI robot silently glided in front of him, projecting a blue light screen from its eyes. The screen displayed the surveillance footage from outside the gate. A well-dressed middle-aged man with impeccably styled hair stood at the entrance, a gentle smile on his face. Ling Zhan furrowed his brow. "Dean Wangsher? What's he doing here?" Though puzzled, he instructed the AI butler, "Open the door." As Ling Zhan spoke, the villa's security system slowly disengaged. This advanced system was something Ling Zhan had specifically activated to ensure his peace and quiet. Recently, many had come seeking him from Zhu Yaowang and Guo Tianzhou to Su Rou, and even Xianming. However, Ling Zhan had chosen not to meet any of them. Numerous prodigies from various clans had also come to challenge him, mostly to avenge past defeats. Ling Zhan refused most challengers outright, but for those who overestimated themselves, he was happy to oblige, teaching them a harsh lesson each time, sending them away in defeat. He had heard that Da Shi Ba Kim Tae-hee and Da Ba Jie Ito Iori were also planning to challenge him, and Ling Zhan chuckled to himself. Let them come, I could use some practice. The door opened, and Dean Wangsher walked in. Ling Zhan immediately stepped forward to greet him. Good morning, Dean Wang. He skillfully poured a cup of tea for the dean. Wangsher looked around and noticed the slightly messy room, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Resisting the urge to tidy up, he shook his head and said, let's skip the tea and talk outside. You really should tidy up, it's too messy. Noticing the dean's discomfort, Ling Zhan quickly followed him outside, thinking to himself, the dean's compulsiveness is really something. On the open lawn, Wangsher took a deep breath and turned to Ling Zhan with a smile. Have you been feeling bored lately? Yes, Ling Zhan admitted frankly. Unable to purchase materials to forge enchanted equipment or level up by fighting monsters, he was left with only classes and self-training, which was indeed dull. He thought to himself, it would be great if I could use those challengers for practice. Wangsher continued, it's rather embarrassing, but even though you've chosen our Academy of Techniques, it seems you haven't learned anything substantial here yet. The regular combat training and theoretical courses are too basic for you. The other deans and I have discussed this, and it's truly a shame if a talent like yours is wasted. Wangsher smiled gently. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast surge of magical power erupted instantly. Countless magical threads intertwined like a web, tightly enveloping Wangsher and Ling Zhan. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from the front of the villa, leaving only the AI robot tilting its head, baffled by their disappearance. Seconds later, Ling Zhan felt the sensation of weightlessness and obscurity gradually fade, and his vision finally returned. However, just at that moment, a chillingly evil aura rushed towards him, as if a heavy hammer struck his heart. Before Ling Zhan could take in his surroundings, his senses were once again obscured by an invisible force. A strong fear of death surged into his heart like a tide. Ling Zhan wanted to cry out, but found himself unable to make any sound. He seemed trapped in a cold space, unable to see, hear, speak, or move, completely losing control over his body. Meanwhile, emotions of anger, negativity, bloodlust, brutality, and a thirst for killing surged like wild beasts in the lake of his heart. Suddenly, Ling Zhan felt he could move again, but this change only intensified his fear. Sharp claws grew from his hands, his fangs pierced his lips, muscles began to swell, and his eyes were consumed by endless darkness. An intense desire to kill erupted within Ling Zhan. He let out a piercing, beastly howl to the sky, his voice devoid of human traits, replaced by a terrifying, beastly roar. Ling Zhan felt himself gradually slipping away from humanity, evolving into a brutal, murderous monster. Just as Ling Zhan was about to be completely consumed by this dreadful transformation, a calm voice suddenly echoed from the void. Time to pull the little guy back. As soon as the words fell, a ghostly hand emitting a green glow broke through the void like lightning. It effortlessly pierced the endless darkness surrounding Ling Zhan, grabbing the figure covered in dark markings and losing his humanity. Ling Zhan, whose heart was filled with countless negative emotions, was pulled away from this terrifying realm by this mysterious hand before he could unleash his rage. His consciousness wavered between darkness and reality, uncertain of where he was being taken. Suddenly, a divine light descended upon Ling Zhan, dispelling the cold darkness that enveloped him. The suffocating sensation vanished instantly, replaced by a comforting warmth. A few seconds later, Ling Zhan slowly opened his eyes to see the stern face of Dean Wang, whose neatly trimmed beard framed his expression. At that moment, the dean was holding a crucifix, clearly some kind of sacred artifact. You're awake? Dean Wang asked. Ling Zhan immediately got up from the ground and looked around, realizing he was in a dark forest. As he glanced down, he noticed countless black patterns slowly fading from his skin, and the claws, fangs, and bulging muscles were gradually returning to normal. Dean, what's going on? Ling Zhan asked in confusion. Dean Wang smiled calmly and explained, don't worry, this is just a typical reaction to demonic energy. I just threw you into a corner of the outermost area of the abyss of demons, which is why you were affected by the demonic energy. Ling Zhan was shocked upon hearing this. The abyss of demons? Is this the front line of the abyss of demons? His shock stemmed not only from being in such a perilous place, but also from realizing that Dean Wang had transported him across half of the Dragon Kingdom in mere seconds. Dean Wang paid no mind to Ling Zhan's complex expression and continued, have you read all the documents I gave you? Ling Zhan nodded, and this question jogged his memory, helping him understand what he had just experienced. The four forbidden zones constantly emit dark energy, and any low-level creature that comes into contact with it is instantly assimilated. The abyss of demons causes demonization, Takamagara triggers ghostification, the devil's nest results in demonization, and the most mysterious of all, the terrifying mountains, causes vaporization. Creatures exposed to its dark energy reportedly turn into mist and vanish without a trace. Ling Zhan belatedly realized how close he was to becoming a monster in the abyss of demons. This realization sent a chill down his spine and deepened his understanding of the terrifying nature of the four forbidden zones. Thinking about it, Ling Zhan felt a shiver run through him, and cold sweat soaked his back. At this moment, he had the most direct understanding of the four great forbidden lands of the world, not through cold documents, but through a genuine life-and-death experience. The terror of the 10,000 demons cave far exceeded his imagination. Just stepping in for a second, the demonic aura almost completely engulfed him. Ling Zhan fell into deep introspection. His experiences of having an advantage and defeating prodigies had indeed changed him subtly. Although he remained humble on the surface, a sense of pride and arrogance had already taken root in his heart. What was even more terrifying was that the first thought that came to his mind when the demonic aura invaded was to massacre everyone he knew. Zhu Yaowang, Guo Tianjiao, Gao Yao, the elf representative Anna, and even the head of Shadow Academy, Han Xiao. He wanted to trample them all. At that moment, he was entirely consumed by a madness of supremacy. Dean Wang watched Ling Zhan, who was deep in thought, with a meaningful smile. Ling Zhan, this is your first lesson from me. I've observed your changes over time. From your initial modesty to the arrogance now lurking within. While you may still maintain appearances, the seed of pride has already taken root. A strong person can have dignity, but must not have arrogance. You're still young and can't see the danger of inner demons, but when you grow into a giant, even the slightest inner demon can lead to catastrophic consequences. Ling Zhan remained silent for a long time before solemnly bowing to Wang Shi. I have learned, teacher. Wang Shi nodded in satisfaction. In fact, ever since he saw Ling Zhan's entrance trial video, he had paid special attention to this student. Although many teachers were skeptical about the path of a non-classed freelancer, they were thinking about the future. A non-class freelancer only gains 2 attribute and skill points per level, whereas other classes gain at least 100 points after level 40. In the teacher's eyes, Ling Zhan could only make up for this huge shortfall through talent evolution. Alright, enough lecturing. Let's get to today's main topic. As soon as Wang Shi finished speaking, countless pairs of blood-red beast eyes suddenly lit up in the dim forest, filled with a bloodthirsty intent. These monsters were intimidated by Wang Shi's presence, but kept their greedy eyes locked on Ling Zhan. This is the outermost area of the cave, with monsters around level 20, perfect for you to level up. It's 10 in the morning now, and I'll come back for you at 5 in the afternoon. Just a reminder, the blood you consumed comes from elite monsters in this cave, and they will be crazily attracted to the scent of your blood. I hope you managed to keep all your limbs. With that, Wang Shi's figure vanished instantly. Meanwhile, Tianyan Academy officially announced the participant list for the National University Freshman Trial Competition. The 10 slots were: Number 1 Ling Zhan Non-Classed Freelancer, Number 2 Zhu Yaowang Assassin, Number 3 Ji Wuming Bloodthirsty Warrior, Number 4 Anna Archer, Number 5 Charlotte Fierce Warrior, Number 6 Gao Yao Martial Artist, Number 7 Timulus Mage, Number 8 Qi Baiyu Warrior, Number 9 Xiao Priest, and Number 10 Hell Dark Priest. This list immediately caused an uproar on campus. While human freshmen were not surprised, representatives from various races strongly questioned the rankings, especially the number 1 spot. Xiaoxi Ba and Xiaoba Jie were the first to raise objections, followed by representatives from the lizard men, dragon men, centaurs, and even demon representatives from Western countries. A group of prodigies from various races marched towards Zhou Hongfa's teaching building. Human freshmen watched with amusement. Why don't they think about why Zhu Yaoguang and Ji Wuming are willing to be second and third? It's like refusing to believe until they see the evidence. At the top of the main teaching building, Zhou Hongfu coldly observed the gathering freshmen below. Li Manchun and Luo Yang sighed at the sight, while Han Xiao, the alluring dark elf noblewoman, watched with interest. Zhou Hongfu spoke calmly. For tomorrow's arena match, have all the third-turn healing class teachers on standby, in case of any fatal accidents. In the shadowy forest, Ling Zhan stood alone. The surrounding flora and trees were shrouded in a somber hue, with a black aura permeating the area. Despite it being only 10 in the morning, the sky was overcast, making it feel like midnight. A sense of unease gnawed at Ling Zhan, furrowing his brow. Scarlet eyes glimmered in the darkness, accompanied by savage growls. Since the arrival of the 10,000 demons abyss, mystical creatures from nearby realms had been congregating here, greedily absorbing the leaked demonic energy. Even though the forest was far from the abyss, the prolonged exposure to demonic energy had drastically altered the local creatures. Ling Zhan inspected his gear and noticed that all his armor had dulled. The effects of his eternal life set had completely failed, and even the magical bracelets, necklace, and earrings he recently acquired with Tianyin points had lost their power. Clearly, the demonic energy from the abyss could nullify low-level armor, and even top-tier equipment could be suppressed upon entry. However, this was not a major concern for Ling Zhan. He retrieved the array breaker, thousand mechanism ring from his internal space, and put it on. When he was unexpectedly transported to this dark and terrifying place, he was only wearing armor, but fortunately, the thousand mechanism ring was not on him. As long as the ring remained functional, Ling Zhan's combat prowess was formidable. At that moment, the owners of those scarlet eyes appeared before Ling Zhan, their steps heavy. They unleashed savage roars, drooling as if they had already deemed Ling Zhan the perfect prey for their evolution. Surprisingly, the surrounding plants and trees also began to stir. Numerous plants uprooted themselves, and grotesque faces emerged from the trunks and flowers. Ling Zhan's identification. I quickly analyzed the surrounding creatures. Demonic Dark Treant level 20, Demon Vine Bind, Life Steal, Branch Strangle, Demon Shield, 2000 HP, 700 Defense, Frenzied Hunger State, Blue Quality. Demonic Dark Blood Wolf level 20, Blood Kill Claw, Frenzy, Blood Escape, Enhanced Smell, Demon Shield, 2000 HP, 700 Defense, Frenzied Hunger State, Blue Quality. Demonic Dark Centipede level 20, Poison Fong Bite, 100 Limb Strangle, Frenzied Roll, Earth Escape, Demon Shield, 2000 HP, 700 Defense, Frenzied Hunger State, Blue Quality. Additionally, there were Demonic Lust Flowers, Demonic Dark Giant Bulls, Demonic Giant Goblins, and more. A preliminary estimate suggested the monster count exceeded 100. Their greedy, malevolent eyes fixated on Ling Zhan, encircling him. Despite the situation, Ling Zhan remained calm. To him, these terrifying creatures were merely adorable experience points. Suddenly, two demonic centipedes silently attacked from both sides, moving as swiftly as lightning, blending into the night. However, Ling Zhan was prepared. The thousand mechanism ring transformed into the falling sun staff, and a powerful whirlwind formed beneath him, lifting him into the air. This was the beginner skill of a mage wind mastery. The ground creatures roared in frustration as Ling Zhan ascended. Yet, the air was not safe either. A dozen demonic eagles screeched, diving towards Ling Zhan. Unfazed, Ling Zhan raised his staff and unleashed a barrage of simple fireball spells at the demonic eagles. Explosions echoed like a vibrant firework display. The eagles' demonic shields shattered, and they were engulfed in the falling sun's burning effect, losing 3 of their maximum health per second. The eagles plummeted to the ground, immediately devoured by the ground creatures. With the airborne threats eliminated, Ling Zhan calmly opened his palm. Hundreds of small tornadoes formed in his hand. This was the wind mage's beginner skill, Gale Howl. Thanks to the magic resonance trial talent, Ling Zhan could instantly conjure so many tornadoes without chanting. Starting a forest fire here shouldn't land me in jail, right? Ling Zhan muttered, then waved his sleeve, sending the tornadoes swirling together. The ground creatures stared in shock at the impending storm. Yet, Ling Zhan's attack was not over. He rose higher, using stone convergence to summon massive stones around him. He then coated them with liquid firebombs and ignited them with fireballs. In an instant, dozens of massive, blazing stones hovered in the air like incoming meteors, exuding an apocalyptic aura. Ling Zhan looked around with satisfaction. Dozens of massive fireballs were suspended in the air, resembling a burning starry sky. This was his meticulously crafted handmade starfall flame technique, a terrifying spell that combined various beginner-level mage skills. Stone condensation, an almost neglected beginner skill, became a world-destroying weapon in Ling Zhan's hands. He first condensed dozens of 5-meter diameter boulders, and then used wind manipulation to lift them high into the sky. Next, he pondered a critical question. What happens when a storm vortex encounters flames? The answer was a firestorm, a dreadful natural disaster. Ling Zhan recalled how fire tornadoes appeared in Japan after an earthquake in his previous life. The destructive power of such disasters was astonishing. Central temperatures could reach over 2,000 degrees, speeds could soar to 30 kilometers, and the energy released was comparable to 100 atomic bombs, with an impact radius of up to 1,500 kilometers, leaving nothing alive in its path. Although the power of the flaming meteor swarm Ling Zhan created at that moment wasn't as terrifying, it was more than enough to annihilate the hundreds of monsters below. Without hesitation, he waved his staff, and dozens of flaming boulders plummeted from the sky at high speed. These boulders, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, were enough to crush anything in their path. When they collided with the storm clusters, the once transparent whirlwinds instantly turned a dazzling red. The flames and storms merged, creating even more horrifying destructive power. The demonic monsters on the ground finally realized the lethal threat. Their greed was instantly replaced by fear, and even in their mindless state, they were terrified by this apocalyptic disaster. They desperately tried to flee, but the speed of the firestorm far exceeded their expectations. Worse still, in this forest, a single spark could set the entire area ablaze. Countless demonic creatures were engulfed in the terrifying torrent of flames. Ling Zhan stood upon the wind, coldly observing the forest below being rapidly consumed by fire. Even more frightening, as the fire spread, the firestorm didn't diminish but rather expanded, growing larger and larger. System notifications flashed continuously. You have slain a demonic shadow tree spirit, gaining 200 experience points. You have slain a demonic shadow blood wolf, gaining 250 experience points. You have slain a demonic dung beetle, gaining 15 experience points. Ling Zhan's experience bar began to jump wildly, as if witnessing this massive slaughter. Meanwhile, in the human camp on the Dark Sun Plains Dark Sitya, significant conversation was taking place. In the dilapidated hall, an elderly man with long hair and a beard was bent over, handling a thick stack of documents. He wore a mage robe embroidered with hazy clouds, with the image of a five-clawed golden dragon on the back, yet strangely, there was no magical aura emanating from him. This old man was named Yang Jian, the mage god responsible for guarding Dark City. Suddenly, a meticulously dressed middle-aged man entered the hall. This was Wang Shi, who greeted Yang Jian respectfully. "Senior Yang, long time no see." Yang Jian looked up and smiled. "A rare guest indeed. Since that great battle 30 years ago, you haven't been here. Have you greeted them?" Wang Shi nodded gently, understanding the old man referred to his former teammates, those SS-level team members who sacrificed themselves on the front lines of the demonic abyss. "What brings you here this time? Planning to head to the front lines again?" Yang Jian inquired. "I'm afraid of dying, so I'd rather not." Wang Shi shook his head, but Yang Jian knew that someone truly afraid of death wouldn't have become the commander of an SS-level team. "I actually came to bring a student to broaden their horizons," Wang Shi explained softly. "What kind of prodigy this time?" Yang Jian continued handling the documents, his tone somewhat weary. He had seen too many so-called prodigies, and few truly grew into greatness. "A prodigy, yes, but I think he's more of an oddity," Wang Shi chuckled. "He's an unclassed wanderer." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian slowly looked up, his old eyes, not clouded by age, filled with curiosity. Just as he was about to ask more, a magical formation suddenly appeared in the hall. A tall, slender figure in a black robe emerged from the magical formation. Although their face was obscured, a clear voice rang out. "Teacher, there's been a minor incident." "What minor incident?" Yang Jian's tone was calm. "In this place, people died every day, and so-called incidents were no longer considered extraordinary. In the northeastern outskirts, near the dark forest, there's been a significant disturbance," the black-robed figure said softly. Wang Shi's eyes widened. That was precisely where his prized student was hunting monsters. Yang Jian said displeasedly. "Girl, don't report every trivial matter to me. The monsters in that area are only level 20. Can't you let the newly arrived graduates handle it?" "But teacher," the black-robed figure continued, "based on the disturbance, ordinary graduates really can't handle it. According to intelligence observers' eyewitness accounts, there was a massive firestorm and meteor shower there, seemingly the work of a third-turn powerhouse. And today, no third-turn powerhouse was assigned to the dark forest area, which means there might be a mysterious third-turn powerhouse there." Yang Jian and Wang Shi both widened their eyes in shock. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.